In the opening round, I defeated Prince Hongtai, annihilated Hongtai, and forcefully occupied 2 streets. I captured the East Rising Crow alive and demanded a compensation of 50 million. As for the Liansheng Jordan Le Shao, sorry, I've only heard of the Sheng Shui Le Se. When Lei Ho Lung saw Qin Zheng's actions, perhaps I'm really not as good as him. I was idolized by countless lowly individuals from the start of my career. The tyrant Qin Zheng's name will overshadow the entire underground world. Chapter 1. Out of Prison. At the entrance of Stanley Prison, a robust man stood there. The man had a handsome appearance and was 1.85 meters tall, forming a sharp contrast with the prison guards who were around 1.7 meters tall. The prison guard said, "Qin Zheng, you are quite a boss in the prison, and the Hongxing gang members all listen to you. But after you go out, I hope you won't come back." Then, with a bang, the prison door was closed. Looking at the empty prison entrance, Qin Zheng cursed. None of the people who come out to make a living are loyal to each other. Qin Zheng was originally an excellent young man living under the 5-starred red flag, graduating from a prestigious university. He had a good salary, but he was sent to this world by a large truck on his way home from work. After merging with the memories of the owner of this body, I discovered that it was a comprehensive world integrated with Hong Kong movies. There were various societies such as Dongxing, Hongxing, Lianhe, Hehitu, Hongtai, Hongla, and Heliansheng. The original body belonged to an unlucky person who was chosen by Huang Laogo as an undercover agent, starting a 3-year undercover career in Hongxing and then another 3 years in the underworld. The only good news is that he has a system, which is a standard equipment for time travelers. However, there is a prerequisite task, which is to undergo 3 years of rigorous training in the kiln. After hanging out with Big Brother B in Xian Mountain for a while, he became quite familiar with Big Head. Later, the 5 tigers from Causeway Bay, including Chun Haonan, looked down on Qin Zheng and Big Head because Qin Zheng and Big Head were better at fighting than they were. Until Big Brother B came to them for a lottery to take his place in the 3-year prison term. Qin Zheng immediately said he was the youngest and suggested that he go instead. He was also thinking of helping Big Head out. However, little did they know that after less than a year in prison, Big Head would also be sent in. Upon asking, they found out that it was because Chun Haonan had caused trouble and cut someone, and Big Brother B had asked Big Head to take Chun Haonan's place in the prison term. On Big Head's first night in prison, Qin Zheng and Big Head had a long chat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the pre-task and obtaining the task rewards, Master Level 8 Extremes Fist, Refined Steel Bone, and Portable Space. The Hegemony system is now activated. A mechanical voice sounded in Qin Zheng's mind. I gained a lot of practical experience and skills in Bajiquan. My body started to crackle, and my already robust physique became even stronger. Clenching my fists tightly, I felt as if I had endless strength, and I looked even more handsome. Portable space is also a standard equipment for time travelers. It's a space with a length, width, and height of 100 meters each. Anything within a 1-meter radius can be collected at will, but living things cannot be collected. After sorting out the rewards for the prerequisite tasks, Qin Zheng checked the Hegemony system again. Rather than calling it a system, it would be more appropriate to describe it as tasks. Completing tasks would earn rewards, and task points could be exchanged for goods in the mall. Inside, there are a wide variety of products, including military weapons, various production lines, health-enhancing medications, and medications for treating various diseases. Everything one could possibly need is available. The prices range from a dozen to 100 mission points. The prelude task that Qin Zheng had just completed also granted him 5 task points. After checking these, Qin Zheng picked up his backpack and started walking towards the main road. Before he had gone far, he heard shouts of Brother Zheng, Brother Zheng. Turning around, he realized that it was a few young men. Fei Quan, why are you here? Qin Zheng looked at one of the leaders and said, I knew you'd be coming out today, Brother Zheng, so we all came to pick you up. A young man named Fei Quan replied with a smile. Then, he sprayed some pomelo water on Qin Zheng and said, Brother Zheng, let's cross the fire basin. After that, we'll go to my house for dinner. I've asked my grandmother to prepare a big meal for you to welcome you back. After speaking, the fat man in the group quickly placed the fire pot and let Qin Zheng step over. Yes, this group of people were Fei Quan, the fat man, the ostrich, and Apple, Fei Quan's girlfriend, from Jinbang Timing. Since both Qin Zheng and Fei Quan lived in Xiun Mountain, they knew each other. Qin Zheng, being a few years older than Fei Quan, often warned him that there was no good ending for those who chose to engage in delinquency. Unfortunately, Fei Quan was determined to engage in delinquency, aspiring to stand out and gain courage and prestige. In the movie, Fei Quan indeed managed to rise to prominence, but unfortunately, he was brave without wisdom, unwilling to endure, and could not be protected by the gang, ending up tragically dead on the streets. Later, with Qin Zheng joining Hongxing and being sent to the labor camp, the connections between the few gradually weakened. Although Fei Quan came to visit Qin Zheng halfway through, due to financial reasons, he didn't visit often. Watching all this, Qin Zheng was quite moved. He also began to regard Fei Quan and the others as younger brothers in his heart. Upon returning to the public housing in Xiun Mountain, Qin Zheng was overwhelmed with emotion as he looked at the clean and tidy house. Arriving at Fei Quan's home, sitting at the dining table, there was a variety of chicken, duck, fish, and meat on the table. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, it was evident that they were prepared with care to entertain Qin Zheng. Fei Quan's grandmother looked kindly at Qin Zheng and said, "Little Zheng, you just got out. Eat more and take good care of yourself." With that, she picked up a large chicken leg and placed it into Qin Zheng's bowl. Qin Zheng also smiled and said gently, "Grandma, you should eat more too." After the meal, everyone enjoyed themselves, and Qin Zheng felt the long-lost taste of home. At night, Qin Zheng lay on his bed and began to plan for his future. Qin Zheng thought to himself, it's the early 1990s now, and Hong Kong Island has already confirmed its return in 1997. He has already joined the underworld of Hongxing, so basically, he can only go from black to gray. It's very difficult to go from black to white. After setting the tone for the future, Qin Zheng also fell asleep. This night was the most peaceful sleep he had had in nearly 3 years. When I woke up early the next morning, a voice said, "Ding, task released. Congratulations, the host has activated the system. Now starting to release the first task of the Hegemony quest. As a gangster, if you want to become big, first you need to have an undercover agent. Possessing any undercover agent can complete this task. Task reward, a small sneaker production line." Looking at the task panel, Qin Zheng calmly performed a set of Ba Ji Quan. After all, he was a gangster who had been with Big Brother B. Although Big Brother B didn't arrange for his subordinates to pick him up after he was released from prison, as a subordinate, he naturally had to go find his boss after being released. The 8 extremes fist dance flourishes, and although it's the essence of the system, Qin Zheng doesn't feel the slightest bit unfamiliar with it, as if he had really practiced every punch and kick himself. Although when Qin Zheng was with Big Brother B was still hanging out in Xiun Mountain. After Big Head went to prison, he told Qin Zheng that Big Brother B's henchmen were now at the Red Romance Bar in Causeway Bay. As the loyal dog of Hongxing's leader Jiang Tianxing seemed to treat Big Brother B quite well. At least, he had moved him from a place like Xiun Mountain, where there was no money to be made, to a place like Causeway Bay, where the action was. In the afternoon, the gang members all got up, and Qin Zheng also took a car to the Red Romance Bar in Causeway Bay to find his good boss Big Brother B, as well as the so-called 5 Tigers of Causeway Bay. Chapter 2. TSC Wanshan. Locations such as Copperloaf Bay, Sim Sha Sui, and Yau Ma Tei have long been the epicenters of the island's underworld, where countless gang leaders have emerged, and equally, where many a self-proclaimed boss has met their demise. Brother B, once a comrade of the illustrious Quan at TSC Wanshan, could be considered a brother in arms, but as time passed, he drifted apart from Quan due to the influence of Chun Haonan. In contrast to Quan, who ascended to the position of a leader in Mong Kok through sheer perseverance, Brother B found his rise to power in Copperloaf Bay largely attributable to Jiang Tianxing. As he stood before the Red Romance Bar, Qin Zheng adjusted his attire and entered with composure. Strangely, in such a vast establishment, over a dozen doormen were present, yet none were familiar to him. Qin Zheng contemplated why, when Brother B encountered troubles, Chen Haonan had to seek help from Xiangzi, Qingyou, and Xian. And it dawned on him that it was the misdeeds of Brother B that had led to this situation. Just as Qin Zheng was about to approach one of the doormen, Brother Shanjia, one of the 5 Tigers of Copperloaf Bay, appeared. Upon noticing Qin Zheng, Shanjia briefly hesitated, but Qin Zheng promptly addressed him, "Brother Shanjia, where is Brother B?" Shanjia quickly regained his composure and replied, "Ah Zheng, you've arrived. Brother B and Brother Nan are in the private room. Allow me to escort you to meet them," with a nod to a nearby underling. The latter swiftly dashed off to inform them, "Old Ding, Brother Nan, Brother Shanjia has brought a person named Qin Zheng to see you." Upon hearing this, Chen Haonan turned to Brother B and inquired, "Brother B, has Qin Zheng been released?" Brother B responded, "He should have just gotten out in the past couple of days, but I'm not entirely sure." At that moment, the private room door swung open, and Shanjia led Qin Zheng inside. Brother B looked at Qin Zheng and asked, "Ah Zheng, when did you come out? You didn't even come to see me." Qin Zheng met the gazes of Brother B and Chen Haonan, replying, "Brother B, I just got out yesterday. Now that you're out, it's time to get to work. I'm here in Copperloaf Bay with Nan and the others. And since you took the fall for me, I'm entrusting you with the billiard hall in TSC Wanshan. Consider it a foundation for your future." Brother B earnestly stated. Chun Haonan chimed in, "Indeed, Ah Zheng, with your own territory, you've become a figure of significance. When our brotherhood visits TSC Wanshan, you must look after us." Hearing their remarks, Qin Zheng was taken aback by their audacity. The billiard hall in TSC Wanshan? A mere 20,000 in protection fees a month, with half going to the organization, 10% to the hall, leaving just 8,000 to support 4 underlings, essentially working for free. In stark contrast, The protection fees for the venues in Copper Loaf Bay amounted to over 3 million monthly, and after expenses, Brother B could easily pocket 500,000. Although Chun Haonan was not officially in charge, he appeared quite prosperous under Brother B's influence. Seeing Brother B offer him only the billiard hall, Qin Zheng felt a surge of indignation. Brother B, I can accept TSC1 Shan, but I must be officially appointed. Furthermore, if I take over there, can the organization waive the fees for the first few months? You think you can bargain with Brother B? You're nothing but a nobody. A nearby lackey scoffed. Shut up, who asked for your input? Chun Haonan feigned concern, turning to Qin Zheng. Don't take it to heart. You know what sort of person he is. I apologize on his behalf. At this moment, Brother B interjected. Anan has a point. Zheng, if you go to TSC1 Shan, the organization will waive your dues for 6 months, and I'll officially appoint you as a red stick. How does that sound? After Brother B's words, Chun Hunan and the others keenly observed Qin Zheng, seemingly eager to see his reaction. However, Qin Zheng disappointed them by maintaining a stoic expression. Brother B, you're the boss, whatever you decide goes. Very well, Zheng, tomorrow I'll make it official for you. Now that you've just been released, let us unwind together. He attempted to pull Qin Zheng down to drink, but Qin Zheng, having seen through Brother B's intentions, preferred not to linger. Brother B, it's best I refrain. I've just been released and have many matters to attend to. I want to impose further. As Qin Zheng departed, Daishiandi questioned Brother B. Why did you agree to appoint Qin Zheng as a red stick? If he is appointed, what will happen to Brother Nan? Brother B chuckled as he sipped his drink. Don't worry, the venues in Copper Loaf Bay are definitely reserved for Brother Nan. He turned to Chun Haonan, adding, to be honest, among all the underlings, you're the one I have the most faith in. I hope you'll succeed me one day. This declaration, coming from Brother B, was undoubtedly sincere, as it was well known that Chun Hunan was regarded as his favored son. Rest assured, Brother B, I, Chun Haonan, will not disappoint you, Chun Haonan replied, elated. Indeed. Brother B, we will all do our utmost to support Brother Nan, the others chimed in. Upon returning to TSC1 Shan, Qin Zheng sought out Fei Chuan and others, earnestly asking, Fei Chuan, you're not a child anymore. Are you truly resolved to leave school and enter this life? Fei Chuan, nonchalantly, replied, yes, Brother Zheng. In TSC1 Shan, if we're not out there making a name for ourselves, what else can we do? If we're going to mix in this world, we must aim for greatness and command respect. Otherwise, what is the point of living? Qin Zheng then turned his attention to the ostrich and the fatty, asking, and what about you two? They responded in unison, Brother Zheng, we've grown up alongside Fei Chuan. Whatever he chooses to do, we'll support him. All right. If this is your decision, then once I'm officially appointed tomorrow, I'll bring you into the fold. Together, we'll carve out a place for ourselves. Qin Zheng declared. Wonderful. Thank you, Brother Zheng. From now on, we'll be part of Hongxing, right? Yes, indeed. Brother Zheng will be our leader. Fei Chuan and the others exclaimed, genuinely excited. For individuals like them, being accepted into Hongxing, one of the few major organizations on the island, was indeed a stroke of luck. The advantages of a large organization, compared to smaller ones, were undeniable. A prominent name and substantial protection. In truth, Qin Zheng's decision to bring Fei Chuan into the fold was not made lightly. While Fei Chuan had been doing well in the movies, his lack of strategy had led to the death of the fatty and his own demise at the hands of a hired assassin. Rather than allowing such a fate to befall them, it was better for him to guide Fei Chuan and the others, ensuring a legacy for Fei Chuan, a promise to his grandmother, and accountability for himself. Chapter 3, Official Appointment. Time swiftly passed to the following day, and Qin Zheng found Brother B in Copper Loaf Bay, who indeed had kept his word and took Qin Zheng to the organization's headquarters. The Hongxing headquarters, located in Central, showcased photographs of various elders and territorial leaders, with incense being offered. A long table was set for meetings among the leadership and various heads. On each side, there were 6 chairs, totaling 12, representing Hongxing's 12 current leaders, with a prominent chair in the center for the illustrious Jiang Tianxing. Along the walls were benches, reserved for those of lower rank within the organization. At this moment, Qin Zheng and Xiao Bao stood against the wall, while Chun Haonan sat comfortably on a bench. Upon spotting Qin Zheng, Liang Quan's expression shifted, and Qin Zheng, noticing him, subtly shook his head. Liang Quan, in turn, scoffed but then pointed at Chun Haonan, exclaiming, Chun Haonan, if I'm not mistaken, you haven't been officially appointed yet, have you? Xiao Bao has to stand. So what gives you the right to sit in that chair? As Chun Haonan was about to speak, he heard Boss B say, Liang Cohen, what do you mean? My subordinates are under my command. I can arrange them as I please. If you have any objections, voice them to me. Liang Cohen, unable to tolerate Boss B's arrogance, retorted, Xiao Bao has followed you for over a decade, yet he can only stand idly by. What qualifications does this troublemaker Chun Haonan have to sit? Truly, you don't resemble a leader, and neither do your subordinates. Just then, Before Boss B could respond, two figures entered the room, Chun Yao and Jiang Tianxing. Apologies for the delay, we were caught in traffic. What were you discussing? Jiang Tianxing asked with a smile, taking his time as he walked in. Oh, nothing much, Mr. Jiang. We've just arrived, replied Brother Ji, the self-proclaimed leader of the fence-sitters, standing up eagerly. Indeed, Mr. Jiang, we all just got here, echoed several other hall masters, showing their respect. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng observed the scene with a smirk. Today is the day for the Society's financial report. Yao, please verify the contributions from each hall and their respective statuses, Jiang Tianxing instructed Chen Yao. Certainly, Mr. Jiang. I've just reviewed everything, and all contributions are accurate, Chen Yao replied after checking the accounts. Well then, all contributions have been submitted. Is there anything else the society needs to address? Jiang Tianxing inquired of the assembly. Everyone shook their heads in response, but Boss B then spoke up. Mr. Jiang, I have a small brother who took the fall for me and just got out after serving time. When he went in, I promised to arrange a position for him upon his release. However, there are currently no suitable candidates in our hall, so I would like to place him under the main hall. As soon as Boss B finished speaking, everyone turned their gaze toward Qin Zheng. He, however, paid no mind to their stares, standing there expressionless. Since Jiang Tianxing had been informed by Boss B the night before, he understood that Boss B intended to send Qin Zheng away from the Copper Gong Bay Hall, paving the way for Chun Haonan. Furthermore, Jiang Tianxing had high hopes for Chun Haonan, so he agreed to Boss B's request. All right, may I ask what your little brother's name is? Jiang Tianxing asked with a smile. Mr. Jiang, his name is Qin Zheng. After he takes up his position, I'm planning to have him oversee the billiard hall in Xianshan. Boss B replied with a broad smile. Upon hearing this, the others inwardly cursed Boss B for his audacity. That dilapidated billiard hall in Xianshan barely brings in any revenue. And to boast about it so shamelessly. If you want to gain some respect, at least provide a venue in Copper Gong Bay, considering you are a hall master there. Very well, in that case, let's hold a vote. Those in favor of Qin Zheng taking the position of the main hall's red stick, please raise your hands. Jiang Tianxing announced, looking at the other leaders. Mr. Jiang, I agree. Mr. Jiang, I too concur. In an instant, Boss B, Brother Ji, and Fatty Li raised their hands. As did Jiang Tianxing and Chen Yao. At Qin Zheng's prompting, Liang Kuan also cast his vote in favor. The Han brothers exchanged glances and raised their hands as well. The remaining individuals, including Ma Wangjian, Liang Ma, and Taizi, also voted in support. Haha, splendid. The motion passes unanimously. Congratulations to Qin Zheng on becoming the main hall's red stick. Let us continue to strive for the expansion of our society. Jiang Tianxing laughed heartily. Yes, Mr. Jiang. I will surely dedicate myself to the society. Qin Zheng responded, though in his heart, he added a sarcastic as if to his words. Although he had remained silent throughout, he had gleaned enough from movies and fan fiction to understand the current state of Hongxing and Jiang Tianxing's intentions. He was not the type to be easily swayed by a few flattering words. After all, gangsters who lack intellect lead lives of futility. Hearing Qin Zheng's reply, Jiang Tianxing remarked, since Brother B has provided you with a place, the society cannot remain ungrateful. Thus, we will waive your contributions for a year. The crowd fell silent again, bemused. That shabby venue hardly generates even 100,000 HKD annually. How could one take pride in such a meager offering? Thank you, Mr. Jiang. And thank you for the society's understanding. Though Qin Zheng felt similarly incredulous, he had no choice but to express his gratitude. Zheng, since the society has exempted you from contributions for a year, I shall also grant you a year's exemption on my part. Work hard. Boss B added. All right. Thank you, Brother B, Qin Zheng replied, feeling drained by the absurdity. Meanwhile, Chun Haonan watched this unfold, envisioning the day he would take up his own position, hoping it would be at a venue in Copper Gong Bay, preferably at the Red Romance Bar. All right, let us conclude today's meeting. Zheng, you and Uncle Shing from the ceremonial hall should proceed with the formalities for your appointment. We will join you shortly, Jiang Tianxing instructed. Qin Zheng took out the red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Uncle Shing, saying, Thank you for your efforts. Uncle Shing accepted the envelope, replying, Let us go. Today is the perfect day for the appointment ceremony. After completing the necessary procedures, Qin Zheng was officially appointed. In today's society, the title of Red Stick has become increasingly devalued, unlike in the 1970s when every society's Red Stick was a formidable figure. By the time they returned to Xianshan, it was already evening, and Fei Quan and the others were anxiously awaiting Qin Zheng's return. Upon learning of Qin Zheng's appointment as a Red Stick, they presented him with red envelopes and offered him tea. Qin Zheng accepted the door plaque and red envelopes, returning a red envelope to them, thus formally acknowledging their bond. That night, as Qin Zheng lay in bed, he reflected on his conversation with Liang Kuan after the appointment. Liang Kuan had asked why Qin Zheng did not join him in Mongkok. Qin Zheng replied that he didn't engage in powder dealings. Liang Kuan countered, "You can still hang with me without dealing in powder." To which Qin Zheng responded, "If I were to associate with you, claiming I don't deal in powder, who would believe me?" Chapter 4, Recruitment. It could be said that Qin Zheng and Liang Kuan had formed a bond through their conflicts. With Qin Zheng taking the fall for Boss B, Liang Kuan, having entered the tough environment to hone his skills, had made a name for himself through various exploits. And his time in confinement proved he was not an undercover agent. Upon his release, he could rise to the position of Hall Master. Thus, on the first day of his confinement, Liang Kuan contemplated gathering the Hongxing brothers within, with the blind snake already swayed by Liang Kuan, while a small faction followed Qin Zheng. Although Qin Zheng was aware of Liang Kuan's maneuvers, he refrained from overly flattering him, as he wished to maintain an air of dignity as a time traveler. Later, after a scuffle in the restroom, Liang Kuan proved no match for Qin Zheng and had no choice but to settle for peace. Qin Zheng did not press Liang Kuan further since he lacked any supporting system at the time and feared unforeseen complications, opting instead to bide his time. Eventually, it was unclear what Qin Zheng conveyed to Liang Kuan, but Liang Kuan began to associate closely with him, even proclaiming that Qin Zheng was his brother, emphasizing that offending Qin Zheng would mean crossing Liang Kuan. The following morning, Qin Zheng took Fei Quan and the others to the billiard hall, completing the handover with Boss B's subordinates. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the assigned task, earning 5 task points and a reward of a small-scale sneaker production line worth 500,000 HKD. After reviewing the rewards, Qin Zheng felt a surge of joy, relieved that this 500,000 HKD was legitimate income, with the system automatically rectifying any bugs and depositing the funds directly into his account. The procedures were lawful and above reproach. Ding! A new task has been issued. The ground crew is in place, and now you need to recruit 2 loyal henchmen. Task reward, 2,000,000 HKD. After reviewing the task, Qin Zheng sat in a chair near the front desk and said to Fatty, please close the door. We will not be operating today. Oh, sure, Boss Zheng, Fatty replied, dashing off to close the door. Everyone, sit down. Now that we have our first venue, feel free to share your thoughts, Qin Zheng said. Looking at the group, Fei Quan and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, their eyes darting between one another in silence. In the end, Apple timidly remarked to Brother Zheng, how could Fei Chuan and the others possess such cunning? They can certainly fight, but to devise a plan? Isn't that more challenging than killing them? Indeed, Brother Zheng. None of us have diligently pursued our studies. We can engage in brawls, but coming up with strategies is beyond us. Just tell us what you wish us to do, Fei Chuan interjected. Upon hearing Fei Chuan's words, Qin Zheng could only sigh inwardly. A street thug who lacks intellect might forever remain a mere pawn, or perhaps just a tool like Fei Chuan. The difference between a pawn and Fei Chuan is merely one having once shone brightly, while the other is only fit to be a lackey. Observing the crowd, Qin Zheng pondered that since Fei Chuan was incapable of strategizing, he might as well let him serve as a cannon fodder. After all, Fei Chuan was a competent cannon fodder leader. It seemed essential to recruit some clever subordinates. Seeing that Qin Zheng had not spoken, the others naturally refrained from voicing their thoughts, staring blankly at him. Qin Zheng, noticing their gaze, chuckled and said, relying solely on us few is undoubtedly insufficient. Xian Mountain has always been rife with petty thugs. We should recruit some subordinates. But we must be discerning, no minors, and certainly no gamblers. How about this? Spread the word that we are looking to recruit 30 subordinates, who will engage in a free-for-all. Only the top 30 will be accepted, and the new recruits will receive a monthly base salary of 2,000. Brother Zheng, if we proceed this way, we'll need at least 100,000. Where will we procure such funds? Fei Chuan exclaimed anxiously. In response, Qin Zheng, exuding authority, declared, I am your leader. I will handle the financial matters. You need only spread the word. Hearing this, the others complied. Soon, the thugs lurking in Xian Mountain were set into motion. Despite some restrictions, the gamblers conveniently ignored them. At the Hong Romantic Bar in Causeway Bay, the 5 tigers were enjoying themselves when Pippi remarked, Nan, have you heard the news? I heard Qin Zheng is rallying recruits in Xian Mountain and has arranged for a brawl, offering bonuses for victories. Chen Haonan scoffed him, just out of a tough spot. How could he afford to support subordinates? Even if he could pay, he only runs a shabby billiard hall. Where would he make money to support them? Unless he were to trade in flour. Shan Ji chimed in, Nan, that's not right. Aren't we of the Hongxing gang against drug dealing? If we find out about it, we would expel him from the gang. Chen Haonan downed his drink and retorted, let him be. His fate is of no concern to us. He is not one of our brothers. Other hall masters and red sticks from Hongxing, along with some second and third tier gangs striving in Xian Mountain, merely sent their subordinates to scout the situation, many dismissing it entirely. At 3 p.m., In the Ziyun Mountain Arena, the makeshift stage assembled by Fei Chuan and his companions was encircled by numerous thugs. Though termed a stage, it was merely a 100 by 200 meter area marked off with ropes and sticks. Some were Blue Lantern thugs from Ziyun Mountain, while others were sent by nearby second and third tier gangs to gather intelligence, alongside newcomers eager to prove themselves. Hey, everyone quiet down. I am Fei Chuan of Hongxing. Today, my brother Qin Zheng is recruiting. You all know the conditions and rewards. If you desire these, come up to the stage and fight until only 30 remain. Those 30 will become certified thugs, Fei Chuan excitedly proclaimed to the crowd. After his announcement, Fei Chuan stepped down from the stage while Qin Zheng observed from a distance. Many began to climb onto the stage, some solo fighters, others in groups. Most of those daring enough to ascend were accustomed to brawling or skirmishes. The gamblers, however, appeared timid in the face of such fervor. The number of fighters on the stage dwindled quickly. After all, it wasn't a life-and-death struggle, and there was no need to risk everything for a mere 2,000. The solo fighters were soon eliminated, leaving only those who had banded together, predominantly younger individuals, with few older ones remaining. Watching the remaining 30, Qin Zheng noted they were all ordinary individuals, none skilled fighters, merely street thugs. He wondered how long it would take to complete this recruitment task. Just as Qin Zheng lamented, two slender youths suddenly sprinted onto the stage. One with blue hair asked, "If we, the two brothers, defeat your 30, can we win 60,000?" Upon hearing this, the assembled fighters erupted in curses. "Who do you think you are? Speaking so boldly? Just wait until I beat you senseless. Brothers, don't hold back. Let us take them down." Fei Chuan stood to the side, uncertain, and was about to consult Qin Zheng when he heard Qin Zheng respond, "Fine, if you defeat them, I will give you brothers 100,000. Qin Zheng recognized the familiar faces of the two before him and began to anticipate success in this task. Soon, the brawl commenced on stage. The blue-haired and yellow-haired brothers charged into the fray, with the former kicking one adversary away and, with the momentum, delivering a punch that sent another staggering back. The yellow-haired brother was equally fierce, executing a flying kick that knocked one down, then kicking another away several meters. Instantly, they subdued the others, who, having forgotten their earlier bravado, stood frozen in place. Chapter 5, The Luo Brothers. It must be said, among thugs, there are indeed those with intelligence. Although they may lack fighting prowess, keen perception is indispensable. Observing the crowd's hesitance, Qin Zheng led the applause, declaring, "Well done, you are worthy of 100,000. Here's the deal. If you defeat me, I'll give you an additional 200,000. If you lose, you'll join my ranks." Fei Chuan, anxious, urged, "Brother Zheng, perhaps I should take the stage instead." Qin Zheng waved him off, saying, "You are no match for them, and besides, it has been a while since I exercised." The blue-haired and yellow-haired brothers exchanged glances and said, "Fine, if you win, we will recognize you as our leader. If you lose, we'll take the 200,000 and leave." The surrounding thugs instinctively formed a circle to witness the fight, particularly the spies from other gangs who were all eyes. In the fighting circle, Qin Zheng assumed a stance of Baguazhang, while the blue and yellow brothers, upon seeing this, grew more cautious. As the saying goes, a master reveals themselves upon striking. The blue and yellow brothers launched their attacks, hoping to catch Qin Zheng off guard with their speed. Qin Zheng remained calm, deflecting the blue-haired brothers' assault while countering the yellow-haired brothers' move. With a measured force, he executed a powerful strike, which the blue-haired brother could not evade, and braced himself, absorbing the blow. Instantly, the blue-haired brother felt the impact and staggered back several steps, his arm numb. Observing this, the onlookers murmured in awe. Indeed, those capable of challenging the Red Sticks were not to be underestimated. Although Qin Zheng lacked notoriety within Hongxing, his skills appeared commendable. Seeing this, the yellow-haired brother unleashed a flying kick aimed at Qin Zheng, who deftly countered, skillfully redirecting the attack and tossing the yellow-haired brother aside, landing him next to his blue-haired sibling. The brothers stood up and said to Qin Zheng, "We are more adept with weapons. May we fetch our arms and continue the fight?" Qin Zheng, smiling at the brothers, replied, "Haha, since I intend to bring you two under my wing, I must certainly subdue you. Otherwise, how could I be your leader?" Before long, the brothers returned, each wielding their respective weapons. The blue-haired brother brandished a saber, while the yellow-haired brother held a dagger. Upon seeing this, Qin Zheng thought to himself, as expected, the eight-sided sword is Luo Tianhong, and the white-clad yellow-haired brother wields the demon blade, Aji. Come forth, I shall claim you as my subordinates. Quickly, draw your weapons. If you win, you shall be our leader. As Huang Mao urged on, it was as if he could hardly contain his eagerness to reclaim honor for the recent defeat he had suffered. Standing silently to the side, Luo Tianhong did not utter a word, yet his sword was already drawn, and the fire of battle in his eyes intensified. After all, The presence of a sword transformed Luo Tianhong into a formidable force. Very well, as you wish, Qin Zheng declared, picking up a wooden stick nearby. It was an 8-extremities staff, or perhaps an 8-extremities spear devoid of its tip. Renowned during the Ming dynasty, the sharpshooter Li Shuwen, a master of 8-extremities fist, gained fame for his exceptional skill with the 8-extremities spear. The 8-extremities 6 harmonies spear emphasized powerful techniques such as collapse, impact, thrust, strike, press, jab, squeeze, and lean. Its defining characteristic was the rapid application of force and a solid foundation. Armed with his sword, Luo Tianhong charged forward alongside Aji, who had drawn a dagger, both rushing towards Qin Zheng. With both hands gripping the stick, Qin Zheng deflected Luo Tianhong's thrust with a swift sweep, simultaneously repelling Aji with a powerful blow. Executing a forceful downward strike akin to the legendary Huashan, he aimed at Luo Tianhong, who raised his sword above his head in defense. The sound of clashing steel resonated as the sword was forcefully pressed down. Luo Tianhong felt a deep sense of misfortune. Having barely recovered from the previous blow, he was now struck again, his hands aching painfully, nearly losing grip of the sword. Aji, taken aback, realized the strength of Qin Zheng's assault. He had not anticipated such ferocity in his foe's attack. Qin Zheng turned to the two and inquired, "Brothers, do we need to continue fighting?" Observing Aji's eagerness, Luo Tianhong quickly interjected, "Brother Zheng, my brother and I wish to follow you from now on." "Ha ha, good brothers. Then let us retreat inside for a while," Qin Zheng replied, leading the group along with the recently victorious brothers back to the billiard hall. Fei Chuan and the others rejoiced at Qin Zheng's fortune, welcoming 2 skilled fighters and an additional 30 enforcers, envisioning leading their brethren to expand their territory under Brother Zheng's command. As Qin Zheng and his entourage departed, the onlookers began to chatter among themselves. This big brother from Hongxing seems quite capable. Those 2 brothers were no match for him. I wonder how he compares to the god of war from Hongxing. Have you lost your mind from drug use? The god of war, Prince, is known for his dominance in Sim Sha Sui. Can someone from Xianshan even contend with him? Besides, I've never even heard of Qin Zheng. Ha ha ha, that's true. But in Xianshan, surely no one can surpass Qin Zheng, right? There will be quite a show to witness here. In the eyes of these spectators, Qin Zheng was merely someone who could fight. Beyond that, they perceived little else. This sentiment echoed back to the 2nd and 3rd-tier gangs, who agreed that Hongxing's decision to recruit fighters was sound. Some of the aging red gangs expressed concerns about Qin Zheng encroaching on their territory unprovoked, while others, unfamiliar with the situation, opted to steer clear of trouble. In the opulent billiard hall, Fei Chuan stood behind Qin Zheng, who looked at the assembled individuals and proclaimed, "You are the first batch of my subordinates, and in time, you shall become the backbone of my crew. Here, merit is always rewarded. Those who can excel will ascend." He then instructed them to introduce themselves. "Brother Zheng, esteemed brothers, I am Luo Tianhong, and this is my brother Luo Tianji," began Luo Tianhong. "Brother Zheng, brother Fei Chuan. Brother Tianhong, brother Ji, I am known as Four Eyes," said the next in line, with others following suit in their introductions. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Qin Zheng instructed Fei Chuan to produce the funds he had prepared earlier. Each of the 30 subordinates, including Fei Chuan and the others, received 2,000, while Luo Tianhong and Aji were given 100,000. The group rejoiced, as it was quite rare for gang members to receive salaries, especially in a first-tier gang. While 2,000 a month might not compare to a white-collar salary, it was still a respectable amount. Henceforth, the 30 of you shall follow Fei Chuan, Tianhong, and Aji. Qin Zheng arranged for his subordinates. "Understood, Brother Zheng," they all responded in unison. Fei Chuan had been with Brother Zheng from the beginning, and Luo Tianhong's brothers had earned the loyalty of their 30 members. They welcomed this arrangement without resistance. For Qin Zheng, ensuring the loyalty of his trusted subordinates was paramount. The others would merely be subordinate to his trusted few. The possession of numerous subordinates also served to elevate his status and procure what could not be attained from the lower echelons. That night, upon returning home, Qin Zheng activated the system to submit his tasks. Ding. Salary. Host has completed the task, earning 5 task reward points. 2 million Hong Kong dollars. After submitting the task, Qin Zheng contemplated how to navigate the current situation, now possessing over 30 subordinates and around 2.3 million in cash, along with a dilapidated billiard hall. After much thought, he surmised that he could have his subordinates work as mercenaries, merely providing assistance in disputes. After all, both Luo Tianhong and Aji were capable fighters, gradually establishing a reputation. Just then, the pager in the drawer beeped, displaying the message, "Tomorrow at 8, same place." Chapter 6, 3 years and 3 more years. Gazing at the pager, Qin Zheng felt crushed by the foolishness of his former self. Having barely settled into the police academy, he was swayed by Huang Zhiqing to become an undercover agent. To make matters worse, he was assigned to the unremarkable Hongxing society, and due to his inability to provide intelligence to Huang Zhiqing, opportunities to meet were scarce. After being incarcerated, Huang Zhiqing never visited him in prison, and upon his release, he made no contact. Instead, waving a flag and demanding a meeting at 8 the next morning, the purpose of which was clear. With this in mind, Qin Zheng resolved to take a stand against Huang Zhiqing, seeking to avenge the grievances of his former self. The night passed without further incident, and the next morning, as Qin Zheng arrived at the rooftop precisely at 8, Huang Zhiqing appeared, donning sunglasses. "Why didn't you contact me after your release?" he inquired. "Sir, I've just come out. I have no intelligence to share. Why would I contact you?" Qin Zheng retorted. "I heard you joined the Red Poles and started recruiting. Do you really think of yourself as a gangster?" Huang Zhiqing admonished. "Don't forget that you are a police officer." "Yes, I am a police officer. But I'm merely one who hasn't even spent a full day in the academy. Should I report back to the precinct instead?" Qin Zheng shot back angrily. "Your file has already been transferred to headquarters. If you return now, you can only serve as a patrol officer. Why not gather evidence of Hongxing's drug trafficking and take them down all at once? I guarantee you will return as a detective." "I have no interest in being a detective. I'd rather be a patrol officer. At least that way I won't have to worry about my identity being exposed and getting killed on the streets," Qin Zheng said. While he voiced this, he mentally cursed Huang Zhiqing countless times, thinking, "If it weren't for your usefulness, I would have disposed of you long ago." "Qin Zheng, I, as your superior, command you to obey orders." Perhaps sensing his tone was too harsh, Huang Zhiqing softened his voice. 3 years, just 3 years. After that, regardless of the outcome, if you wish to leave the undercover life, I will ensure you can return to the precinct. "I hope you can keep your word," Qin Zheng replied. "All right. Let us leave it at that for now. I must be off." Perhaps due to the lack of any useful information from this meeting, Huang Zhiqing hastily departed. 3 years later, and then another 3 years. Huang Zhiqing, I am not Qin Yongren, easily swayed by your words. Watching Huang Zhiqing's retreating figure, Qin Zheng eagerly awaited news of Ni Kuan's demise. After all, chaos would provide him the perfect opportunity to navigate the murky waters. Upon returning to the brilliant billiard hall in Xianshan, Qin Zheng asked Fei Chuan, "You've been in Xianshan for years. You must be familiar with the nearby gangs and venues." "Indeed, Brother Zheng, I know the area well. Aside from some local toughs, the most prominent name is Chong Lu Fei Hong, whose followers are mostly petty thieves," Fei Chuan replied. "As for the venues, they are mostly small operations. Xianshan itself lacks lucrative opportunities, primarily just fruit stalls and roadside eateries run by the local residents. Our billiard hall is one of the few places with any real profit to speak of." Fei Chuan concluded. "Let us proceed for now, Tianhong, Aji. Take the brothers and practice some martial arts. I do not expect them to become exceptional fighters, but they should at least surpass the average person," Qin Zheng remarked. Observing Tianhong and Aji. "Understood, elder brother," they replied, and with that, Tianhong and Aji led the group away. Qin Zheng remained alone in the manager's office of the billiard hall, which was furnished simply with a table, a chair, and a tea set, recently isolated and brought in by Fei Chuan. After taking stock of his possessions, he noted he had 15 task points, 3 million Hong Kong dollars, and a small shoe production line. These constituted Qin Zheng's current assets. His first order of business was to acquire several vans for his younger brothers to use on missions. He needed to find a factory to install the production line and also seek a storefront for sales, which meant hiring managers and sales personnel. Not only was he short on manpower, but he was also lacking in funds. After contemplating his situation, Qin Zheng couldn't help but feel that he had lowered the standard for traversers. Ding, task issued. In light of the insufficient talent among the host's subordinates, the path to dominance requires not only martial prowess, but also intellectual capability. Recruiting 2 strategists will complete the task. Task points, 5 Hong Kong dollars, 2 million. Special reward, insight. Upon seeing the special reward of insight, Qin Zheng checked the information, realizing that it did not refer to multiple perspectives, but rather the ability to gauge others' favorability towards him. Reflecting on the gangsters and strategists from the Hong Kong films of his past life, he finally identified suitable candidates. One was Jimmy Li Jiayuan from Lianxing, and the other was Yao Wan from Yau Ma Tei, a master of cleanliness. One could manage Qin Zheng's legitimate business affairs, while the other could handle matters within the gang. Jimmy joined the gang seeking a measure of protection, desiring stability in business, for in Hong Kong, no activity could entirely detach from the underworld. Even street vendors were obliged to pay protection fees. Yao Wan, during his prime, could discern the schemes of the gang leaders and prudently withdrew, yet he was unafraid to confront first-rate gangs when his younger brothers faced trouble, helping them extricate themselves unscathed. This exemplified the intellectual gangster, contrasting sharply with the brute force type. Hence, the latter often met grim fates, while Jimmy managed to thrive in mainland business. Uncertain of Yao Wan and Jimmy's current ages or whether they had joined any gangs, Qin Zheng pondered for a moment before locating Fei Chuan, handing him 100,000 to purchase a few second-hand vans and to gather intelligence on Jimmy and Yao Wan in Yau Ma Tei and Portland Street, accompanied by several younger brothers. Fei Chuan ventured to Sai Kung, where he found the local dealer, Desha, and bought 2 vans. Upon learning that Fei Chuan was the trusted aide of the newly appointed Red Stick, Qin Zheng, Desha personally attended to him and sold the vehicles at a remarkably low price. Desha himself was not affiliated with any gang, but was a local from Sai Kung, engaged in the second-hand car business, sourcing vehicles from all 18 districts of Hong Kong, refurbishing them to appear as new. After acquiring the vehicles, Fei Chuan and his companions proceeded to Portland Street to inquire about Jimmy. After considerable effort, they finally located him at the night market. With pale skin, tall and slender, clad in a well-fitted suit and tie, he resembled a white-collar worker at first glance. "Brothers, today is my first day setting up a stall, and I haven't even opened yet. I can't possibly pay the protection fee," Jimmy explained to the imposing figures before him. "That is not my concern. If you lack the funds, you shouldn't be setting up a stall here," one of the ruffians retorted menacingly. With that, he signaled to his companions to prepare to vandalize Jimmy's stall. Just then, Fei Chuan and his group rushed over to intervene. "Stop," Jimmy shouted. "Let us talk this out without resorting to violence. Where are you from, and who are you to meddle in my affairs?" The leader of the thugs inquired. "How dare you ask where I'm from? I am Fei Chuan of Hongxing, and my elder brother is Qin Zheng," Fei Chuan replied defiantly. Upon hearing the name Hongxing, the thugs visibly hesitated. They were merely relying on their physical strength to intimidate ordinary vendors. In the face of true gangsters, they dared not act. Moreover, Fei Chuan was not alone in this encounter. "Fine, we will give your elder brother Qin Zheng some face today," the leader conceded before retreating with his companions. Chapter 7. Jimmy. Your vision is limited. After Fei Chuan successfully chased off the thugs, Jimmy hurriedly approached to express his gratitude. "Thank you, brother Fei Chuan. If you ever need assistance, just let me know." Faced with this unfamiliar figure, Jimmy struggled to comprehend why Fei Chuan had come to his aid. "Hold on a moment. You are Jimmy, Li Jiyuan, right? My elder brother sent me to find you. Come with me to meet him," Fei Chuan stated, reaching to guide Jimmy towards the van. Jimmy paused, momentarily taken aback. Before he could collect his thoughts, he found himself being led to the van by Fei Chuan. Once he regained his senses, Jimmy asked, "Brother Fei Chuan, may I inquire what brother Qin Zheng wants with me? To be honest, I don't even know him." He glanced at his stall, feeling a bit exasperated. "I'm not sure what it's about, but just come with us," Fei Chuan replied, signaling for the others to help Jimmy pack up his stall. After tidying up, they assisted Jimmy in transporting his belongings back to his rented room, which took over 20 minutes. They hurriedly drove the van, bringing Jimmy to the Xianshan Huiguang Billiard Hall. Qin Zheng had purchased this billiard hall for 500,000, converting the tables into fitness equipment to allow his younger brothers to work out. "Brother Zheng, I have brought Jimmy," Fei Chuan announced as he entered Qin Zheng's office with Jimmy. "Very well, Fei Chuan. Take them to Tianhong. You should learn from him as well," Qin Zheng instructed. "Understood, brother Zheng," Fei Chuan replied before leading the group away. "Jimmy, have a seat," Qin Zheng said, observing the anxious Jimmy standing nearby with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's invitation to sit, Jimmy complied, sitting upright with his chest out, though only daring to perch on the edge of the chair. "Do you know why I called you here?" Qin Zheng inquired, looking intently at Jimmy. "Brother Zheng, I'm not sure. To be frank, I had never even heard of you until today," Jimmy admitted, his apprehension evident. "Indeed, prior to this, we were strangers. The reason I summoned you is that I have heard you are a native of Hong Kong who has grown up without joining any gangs, which piqued my curiosity," Qin Zheng explained, albeit with a somewhat flawed rationale. However, Jimmy recognized that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He needed to ascertain the true purpose of Qin Zheng's summons. "Jimmy, what is your perspective on the gangs in Hong Kong?" Qin Zheng asked, his gaze fixed on him. Jimmy hesitated, torn between expressing his true feelings and fearing the potential ire of this gang leader at his side. Yet, remaining silent left him anxious that Qin Zheng might set a trap. Observing Jimmy's reluctance to speak, Qin Zheng encouraged him, "Be honest about your thoughts. Do not attempt to deceive me with falsehoods." With that, Jimmy steeled himself, swallowing hard before articulating, "Brother Zheng, I believe that in Hong Kong, gangs are indispensable. Throughout history, the underworld has always existed, permeating every corner of Hong Kong. With a population of 7 million, there are over 700,000 individuals with gang affiliations, constituting 1/10 of the populace, and the connections to these gangs are countless. Since the inception of my street vending, I have been besieged almost daily by a cadre of petty thugs demanding protection fees. At times, I have contemplated aligning myself with a gang, believing it would alleviate the myriad troubles I face while operating my stall. However, The rampant infighting among various factions is disconcerting. Aligning with the wrong leader could spell disaster. My intention in seeking affiliation is solely to enhance my business endeavors, rather than to engage in the illicit trade that others partake in. As I finished articulating these thoughts, Jimmy cast a fearful glance at Qin Zheng, apprehensive that he might be associated with such a gang. Observing Jimmy's discomfort, Qin Zheng erupted in hearty laughter. What's the matter, Jimmy? Are you afraid I might do you in? I have no dealings with drugs, and I strictly forbid my subordinates from engaging in such activities. Thank you, Brother Zheng. Indeed, the perils of the drug trade are far too great, Jimmy said, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. Jimmy, while your concerns are valid, your vision remains rather limited. You should consider broadening your horizons. If you could seize control of a gang, wealth and status would surely follow. Presently, your aspirations are too modest. If you could command all the ruffians in Hong Kong Island, your voice would command the attention of the governor. Should you manage to oversee 700,000 households, you would ascend to the status of an uncrowned king, Qin Zheng declared grandly. I understand you wish to avoid gang life and simply focus on business, but even if you were to join a gang, you would remain a mere underling. Do you truly believe such a position would allow your business to flourish? In a capitalist society, lacking adequate muscle means your assets may easily fall prey to others, rendering you nothing more than a soft target. These words profoundly opened Jimmy's eyes. He had merely aspired to be an ordinary wealthy individual. Yet Qin Zheng had elevated his perspective to heights he had never previously contemplated. Indeed, if I cannot safeguard my own enterprise, can it truly be considered mine? Jimmy murmured to himself. Seeing Jimmy's transformation, Qin Zheng felt a surge of triumph. His psychological maneuvering had evidently succeeded. Now was the opportune moment to solidify his influence over him. Employing his persuasive charm, he addressed the still-dazed Jimmy. Jimmy, I recognize your passion for business and the joy you derive from earning. How about this? I will take you under my wing, resolving all your issues while you focus on managing our business together? Recovering from his stupor, Jimmy pondered for a moment before responding. All right, Brother Zheng. I am willing to follow you, provided you promise not to engage in the drug trade. Rest assured, I will never involve myself in any illicit substances. Qin Zheng assured him. I have access to a small-scale sneaker production line. In the coming days, venture to the new territories, particularly around Tai Po, to scout for suitable factory spaces. If you find any prospects, inform me, and I will come to assess them. With that, Qin Zheng produced 2,000 Hong Kong dollars from his pocket and handed it to Jimmy. Before Jimmy could protest, Qin Zheng continued. Take this. Here, every subordinate receives a salary. Once the sneaker factory is operational, I will raise your wages. Thank you, Brother Zheng, Jimmy expressed gratefully. He then called upon Fei Quan, Tian Hong, and Ji for introductions between the parties. Demonstrating his cleverness, Jimmy addressed them respectfully as Brother Fei Quan, Brother Tian Hong, and Brother Ji. While Tian Hong and Ji merely nodded in acknowledgement, Fei Quan beamed with delight, pleased that he had successfully recruited Jimmy. From this day forth, we are brothers in arms. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. If I cannot resolve it, Brother Tian Hong and Brother Ji will be at your disposal, Fei Quan stated. Understood, Brother Quan, Jimmy replied. As Qin Zheng surveyed his burgeoning cadre, the path ahead appeared increasingly clear. Chapter 8. Acquiring a factory in the following days, Jimmy ventured alone to the new territories, exploring the Taipei area in search of a suitable factory. Meanwhile, Tian Hong and Ji took turns training the new recruits, with Qin Zheng occasionally imparting valuable techniques, resulting in significant improvements in the combat abilities of the subordinates. These recruits were subsequently distributed among Fei Quan, Tian Hong, and Ji. Fei Quan would often bring his team to the vicinity of Yau Ma Tei in hopes of locating the cleaning master, Yao Wan, whom Qin Zheng sought. On one particular day, Qin Zheng took Jimmy to Yau Ma Tei because Jimmy had established contact with a factory manager in the new territories. The manager revealed that the factory owner's son was deeply in debt to loan sharks and was being pressured to relinquish the factory as collateral. Upon learning of this, Jimmy proactively approached the owner, but the latter dismissed him, believing that Jimmy lacked the authority to negotiate and requested that he bring someone with decision-making power. After informing Qin Zheng, Jimmy was instructed to arrange a meeting with the owner, who chose a cafe in Yau Ma Tei for their rendezvous. Upon arriving at the cafe and locating the designated table, Jimmy approached the middle-aged man in his 40s and introduced himself. Mr. Lu, greetings. I am Li Jiyuan. And this is my boss, Mr. Qin Zheng. Lu Fu extended his hand, smiling as he replied, Hello, Mr. Qin. You are indeed a promising young man. Please, take a seat. Once everyone was seated, Qin Zheng inquired, Mr. Lu, what was the primary function of your factory? Lu Fu responded, Oh, it was nothing significant. We merely did some subcontracting work for various shoe manufacturers in Hong Kong, earning modest profits. May I ask why you wish to sell the factory? Qin Zheng probed further. There's no particular reason. I simply believe this industry has become unprofitable, and I wish to pursue other business ventures, Lu Fu replied, somewhat hesitantly. However, it seems that your son is in debt to loan sharks and is being coerced into selling the factory to settle his obligations. Am I correct? Qin Zheng asserted. Realizing he could not conceal the truth, Lu Fu sighed. Indeed, Mr. Qin, you are well informed. My son fell prey to a few thugs who targeted my factory. They refused repayment, insisting that I use the factory as collateral. Reluctantly, I find myself compelled to sell it for a quick escape. After hearing Lu Fu's predicament, Qin Zheng felt disdain but refrained from casting judgment. Could you inform me which gang is behind this? He inquired. I have inquired. And it seems to be a gang called Hongtai, specifically someone referred to as the Prince of Hongtai, Lu Fu divulged. Upon hearing the name, Qin Zheng recognized it as the notorious prince who thrived on bullying the weak. A plan began to form in his mind. In that case, Mr. Lu, what price are you seeking for your factory? Mr. Qin, although my factory is located in the New Territories, it is near Luk Ka village, one of the few prosperous areas in the region. I would be willing to part with it for a flat 2 million, Lu Fu proposed. Mr. Lu, while your assessment holds merit, I must caution you that gang members are currently monitoring your factory. I fear that 2 million may yield nothing but silence, Qin Zheng replied. Then how about 1.8 million, Mr. Qin? To be honest, this price is already quite low, Lu Fu countered, exasperated. I will only offer 1 million. If you are amenable, we can continue our negotiations, Qin Zheng stated with an air of finality. Lu Fu was taken aback. Mr. Qin, are you not taking advantage of my misfortune? 1 million is a significant loss for me. Mr. Lu, 1 million is already generous. If not, you may find no one willing to take over your factory. Not even $100 will you receive, Qin Zheng replied calmly. Realizing the truth in Qin Zheng's words, Lu Fu reluctantly acquiesced, though still harboring resentment. May I inquire how much your son owes in high-interest loans? Perhaps I could offer 1 million and help settle his debts. Would that be acceptable? Qin Zheng proposed. After listening to Lu Fu, he felt a twinge of longing. He half-heartedly mentioned that his son had been deceived into incurring a gambling debt of 50,000, which had now ballooned to 500,000 due to high-interest loans. If you are willing to settle the debts, I could part with the factory for 1 million. Very well, it is settled then. Let us proceed to the law firm to sign the contract. With that, Qin Zheng led Jimmy and Lu Fu to a law office named Qintiani. After consulting with a paralegal and drafting the contract, both parties went to the bank to finalize the remittance and sign the agreement. Congratulations, Mr. Qin. The factory now belongs to you, Lu Fu said, a hint of reluctance in his voice. This factory represented his hard work. Had it not been for the trouble caused by the gangsters, he would never have resorted to selling it. Mr. Lu, do you have a moment? I would appreciate your guidance at the factory to familiarize myself with the situation, Qin Zheng said to Lu Fu. Of course, I have time. Let us go now. With that, he drove Qin Zheng and Jimmy towards the factory. Upon arrival, Qin Zheng was taken aback by the factory's size. Although its production capacity was modest, it occupied a vast area of 30,000 square feet. Shortly after, Lu Fu summoned the factory manager and several supervisors. Due to disruptions caused by the gang, the factory had been idle for some time, resulting in some workers seeking employment elsewhere. Quiet down, everyone. I have called you here because I have sold the factory to Mr. Qin. He will be your new boss, so please extend him a warm welcome, Lu Fu announced to the crowd. A round of applause erupted. Allow me to introduce myself. I have just taken over from Mr. Lu, and I will address the issue of the factory's closure promptly to ensure we resume operations as soon as possible. I assure you that as long as you wish to remain, none of you will be dismissed, and upon reopening, everyone will receive a 5% salary increase. Please help spread the word to your fellow workers, Qin Zheng stated emphatically. The factory manager and supervisors felt a surge of joy. They had expected the new owner to dismiss some employees, but instead, not only were they retained, but their salaries were also increased. At that moment, they felt a growing fondness for their new boss. Very well, Mr. Qin, I will share this wonderful news with everyone. You may not be aware, but many of us are from nearby villages, and countless families depend on this job for their livelihoods. On behalf of the factory workers, thank you, Mr. Qin. With that, Manager Wang bowed respectfully to Qin Zheng. Manager Wang, you are too kind. Please ensure that the workers remain calm during this transition. In a few days, I will resolve the issues at hand, and I will require your assistance with the factory's operations, Qin Zheng replied, looking at Manager Wang. Lu Fu interjected, Mr. Qin, please carry on. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. One could hardly blame Lu Fu for his haste to depart. He had sold the factory without a word, effectively betraying the workers. The troubles you brought upon yourself, which you cannot resolve, and now you abandon us? Very well, Mr. Lu, take care of your business, Qin Zheng responded calmly. Hearing this, Lu Fu felt a sense of relief and hurriedly drove away without looking back. Chapter 9, Preserving 3 Lives. Under Manager Wang's guidance, Qin Zheng and Jimmy explored every corner of the factory. Upon returning to the office, they sat down, and Manager Wang poured them both a glass of water before taking a seat himself. After sipping from his glass, Qin Zheng spoke, Manager Wang, in a couple of days, I will be bringing in a brand new production line for athletic shoes, at which point we will establish our own brand and cease all subcontracting. As for the current production line, we will retain it for now and decide its fate later. Manager Wang inquired, establishing our own brand? Mr. Qin, do you have specific ideas in mind? I worry that if our new brand does not succeed, we will have no subcontracting work left. I will present a detailed plan over the next few days, and then we can discuss how to proceed, Qin Zheng responded. Very well, then we shall proceed accordingly. Manager Wang replied. In truth, for Qin Zheng, this was child's play. Simply drawing upon ideas from his past life would easily surpass current products. His primary focus remained on nurturing Jimmy. During the drive back, Qin Zheng asked Jimmy, after today, what have you learned? After a moment's contemplation, Jimmy replied, Brother Zheng, since you are also affiliated with the gang, you chose to exert pressure and force the factory's price down to 1 million. Knowing that Lu Fu had no choice but to comply, then you will negotiate with the Prince of Hongtai, and the factory will reopen. Thus, being part of the gang is not necessarily a bad thing. It can also serve as an advantage, correct? Upon hearing Jimmy's response, Qin Zheng smiled slightly. Jimmy, you are only partially correct. I do not intend to negotiate with the Prince of Hongtai. I plan to directly overpower him. Observing Qin Zheng's confident demeanor, Jimmy felt assured, even though he was unsure of how Qin Zheng would accomplish this. After giving Manager Wang a few instructions to have 2 individuals remain at the factory to handle any debt collectors, he told the remaining workers not to interfere, just to inform Jimmy, and he would take care of the rest. Very well, Mr. Qin, I will communicate any matters to Mr. Li, Manager Wang agreed. Subsequently, Qin Zheng departed with Jimmy and returned to Ziyun Mountain. Meanwhile, Fei Chuan, who had been waiting at the billiard hall, brought good news. Brother Zheng, regarding that Yawen you mentioned, I have news. He is currently hiding in Yuanlong with his girlfriend and cousin. It seems he has upset the leader of the Hongxing group, Liang Kuan, who has hinted at elevating Yawen's girlfriend, Alian, to a leading role, Fei Chuan reported upon Qin Zheng's return. Very well, Fei Chuan. Find Yawen and his companions and inform them that I will resolve their issues with Liang Kuan, and then they are to come with me. If they agree, bring them to the Qian Kuan Film Company in Mongkok. I will await them there, Qin Zheng instructed. Understood, Brother Zheng, I will head there immediately, Fei Chuan said, summoning several younger associates and driving off in a van. Brother Zheng, what makes Yawen special? You seem to have high hopes for him. Otherwise, you wouldn't be helping him so much, Jimmy asked, puzzled. Indeed, Yawen possesses remarkable qualities, and Alian is also quite impressive. They are worthy of my assistance. Now, let us gather Tianhong and Aji and pay a visit to the Qian Kuan Film Company, Qin Zheng declared, summoning Tianhong and Aji to accompany him to Liang Kuan's company. In Mongkok, outside the Qian Kuan Film Company, Qin Zheng and his entourage disembarked from the van. That rickety van had been driven by Tianhong at speeds rivaling a sports car. Qin Zheng vowed this would be the last time he rode in a vehicle driven by Tianhong. As they prepared to enter, Shiqiang suddenly appeared and, upon seeing Qin Zheng, promptly smiled and said, Brother Zheng, it's a pleasure to see you. What brings you here? I'm a subordinate of Kuan Gu. My name is Shiqiang. I was there when you worked at the headquarters. Ah, it's you, Shiqiang. I remember. Previously, Kuan Gu mentioned he had a loyal right-hand man named Shiqiang. Qin Zheng responded, Shiqiang, is Kuan Gu upstairs? I need to speak with him about something. Hearing Qin Zheng compliment him, Shiqiang felt a surge of pride. He replied, Brother Zheng, yes, Kuan Gu is in the office on the 2nd floor. Do you need me to inform him of your visit? No need, Shiqiang. You go about your business. I will head up to see Kuan Gu directly, Qin Zheng said, leading Jimmy, Tianhong, and Aji inside. Shiqiang quickly arranged for a subordinate to guide them. After taking a few steps inside, they began to hear the sound of a woman's moans gradually approaching. Upon hearing the sound, Jimmy and the others flushed with embarrassment. Observing their awkwardness, Qin Zheng jestingly remarked, I never would have guessed you 3 were still inexperienced. Would you like me to arrange something for you? Although Qin Zheng himself was also a novice, it did not prevent him from playfully assuming the role of a seasoned guide. Upon hearing this, the 3 began to fidget, their discomfort palpable, but fortunately, Qin Zheng refrained from further comments. Ascending the stairs with his companions, they arrived at Liang Kuan's office, where Liang Kuan was seated in his executive chair, perusing the profile of a new female lead for filming. Upon spotting Qin Zheng, he expressed his surprise, saying, Ah Zheng, what a rare visit. What brings you here unexpectedly? Kuan Gu, it has been a while. I'm here on business. I heard a group of brash youngsters have crossed you, and you mentioned wanting to pull their girlfriend into filming? Qin Zheng bluntly stated, gesturing for Jimmy and the others to take a seat. You must be referring to that little thug named Yawen. It's not that he offended me, but rather his cousin disrespected one of my bosses at my factory. That boss approached me, asking me to help him regain his dignity. Liang Kuan casually explained after taking a sip of water. Then it's quite simple. I'll protect Yao Wen. If necessary, I can have him serve tea as an apology to your boss, Qin Zheng inquired, looking at Liang Kuan. Since you've brought it up, I'll certainly grant you this favor. Serving tea can be overlooked. I'll just have a word with that boss later. But why do you want to protect him? Do you know him? Liang Kuan asked, puzzled. I don't personally know him. But I'm considering bringing him into our fold, Qin Zheng clarified. Are you serious? What hidden qualities does that little thug Yao Wen possess that warrant your protection? Liang Kuan found it hard to comprehend. I had Fei Quan bring them here. Once he arrives, you'll understand, Qin Zheng chuckled. Liang Kuan then turned to the few individuals beside Qin Zheng and asked, are these your new recruits? They don't seem particularly remarkable. And those two with blue hair, are they siblings? They look identical. Qin Zheng introduced the individuals. This is Jimmy, Tian Hong, and Aji. Listening to Qin Zheng's brief introductions, Liang Kuan paid little mind, assuming they were merely ordinary thugs. While Qin Zheng and Liang Kuan were conversing in Mongkok, Fei Quan had located the hiding Yao Wen and his companions. After explaining the situation, Yao Wen and his friends were skeptical and had never heard of Qin Zheng's name, doubting he could secure their safety with Liang Kuan. However, upon seeing Fei Quan and his entourage surrounding them, they reluctantly followed Fei Quan to Mongkok. Chapter 10. Gaining 3 new lieutenants. Just as Qin Zheng and Liang Kuan sat on the sofa reminiscing about past hardships, Fei Quan arrived with Yao Wen and his companions. Meanwhile, Jimmy and the others began to grasp their leader's history with Liang Kuan. Fei Quan entered with 4 or 5 subordinates and Yao Wen, and fortunately, Liang Kuan's office was spacious enough to accommodate them all. Zhenggu, this is Yao Wen, this is Ai Lian, and this is Hua Bao Ming. Fei Quan introduced the trio to Qin Zheng, pointing at each in turn. Noticing the presence of so many gang leaders in the room, Ai Lian and Hua Bao Ming felt a sense of dread, fearing they might be dragged away at any moment. Yao Wen, upon entering, scrutinized Qin Zheng and was taken aback to see Liang Kuan and Qin Zheng seated across from each other. He was aware that Liang Kuan was the leader of the Hongxing, but the name of Qin Zheng was unfamiliar to him. Yet, given the circumstances, perhaps Qin Zheng could indeed safeguard them. Yao Wen quickly spoke up, Kuan Gu, Zhenggu greetings. I'm Yao Wen. And this is my girlfriend Ai Lian and my cousin A Ming. Ai Lian and Hua Bao Ming also trembled as they greeted, Kuan Gu, Zhenggu hello. Liang Kuan remained expressionless, silently observing them without revealing his thoughts. Yao Wen, the reason I sought you out, Fei Quan must have mentioned, is to understand your perspective. Qin Zheng stated, fixing his gaze on Yao Wen. I am willing to align with you, Zhenggu. Before Fei Quan came to fetch us, we had been considering joining the Yau Ma Tei number gang under Hongxi DUI, and were planning to speak with Mingu. However, it seems that is no longer necessary. Thank you so much, Zhenggu, and a special thanks to you, Kuan Gu, for your generosity in sparing us. Yao Wen replied earnestly. Liang Kuan nodded at this, while Qin Zheng inquired, Min from Hongxi, do you have ties with them? Indeed, Zhenggu. I had previously assisted Mingu with a small favor, so we are somewhat acquainted. He had wanted me to join him, but for certain reasons, I did not. Yao Wen answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng nodded. Finally understanding why Yao Wen had been so formidable in the film, he preferred to remain hidden in the fruit stall of Yau Ma Tei rather than consider switching to another gang. Meanwhile, Min had managed to maintain his position, having a combination of bravery, wisdom, and the ability to protect his subordinates, which deterred other gang elders from crossing him lightly. I have already spoken with Kuan Gu, and he is willing to give you a chance. You should express your gratitude to him, Qin Zheng encouraged. Upon realizing that their fate had been secured, the three breathed a sigh of relief and bowed slightly to Liang Kuan. Kuan Gu, we are sorry. And we thank you immensely for your kindness. After the tumultuous days they had endured, the trio had come to understand the true power and terror of organized crime on Hong Kong Island, which was far beyond the reach of mere street thugs. Having been informed of Qin Zheng's conditions, they presented prepared red envelopes, respectfully handing them over to him. Receiving the envelopes, Qin Zheng returned 3 red packets containing 2,000 Hong Kong dollars each, saying, "This is for you. Work diligently from now on. Especially you. Yao Wen, your courage and intelligence are commendable." Indeed, Yao Wen, had it not been for Zhenggu taking you under his wing, I would have wanted to recruit you myself. Just standing before us without being intimidated by this atmosphere speaks volumes. You are sure to carve out a place for yourself in the Hong Kong underworld. Liang Kuan finally spoke up. Thank you, Zhenggu, and I appreciate your kind words. Kuan Gu, Yao Wen replied with a sheepish smile. Let us leave it at that. Kuan Gu, I'll take them back now. We might have some actions in a few days. I will inform you in advance, Qin Zheng stated, noticing the time. Are you leaving already? Won't you stay for a drink at the nightclub? Liang Kuan urged. No, I have other arrangements, Qin Zheng declined. All right. Should you find yourself short on manpower, Do not hesitate to ask, Liang Kuan replied. Okay, we will discuss it then. Farewell for now. Qin Zheng concluded as he prepared to descend the stairs with his companions. Upon reaching the ground floor, they encountered the previously absent Sha Chong, exchanging pleasantries before heading back. At the Xianshan Huiguang Billiard Hall, it could no longer be called a billiard hall, as the tables had all been removed. Returning to the hall, Qin Zheng instructed the others to chat outside, allowing them to familiarize themselves with one another, while he retreated to his office. Opening the task panel, he submitted his completed task. Ding. Host has completed the ministerial task, earning a reward of 5 task points and 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Special reward, Insight. After collecting the rewards, Qin Zheng summoned his trusted subordinates. Looking at his brothers, he sighed inwardly, realizing he could finally unleash his potential. When the others entered, Qin Zheng used his insight to check the affinity levels of his subordinates toward him. Fei Quan, Tian Hong, and Aji all exceeded 90, while Jimmy was at 88. Yao Wen at 85, Ai Lian at 86, and Hua Bao Ming stood at 80. Feeling pleased after reviewing these figures, Qin Zheng acknowledged that his charisma was indeed effective. He was confident that these subordinates would not betray him. Luo Tian Hong, loyal to the end, would rather perish than flee from his brother. Aji had been defeated by Ma Jun Jimmy, acting as the financier for the boss, stood up for Long Zhen against the Luo. Fei Chuan, seeking vengeance for his brothers, met a tragic end on the streets. Alian, in pursuit of retribution for her husband, nearly brought the entire gang to ruin. Hua Bao Ming, a mere cannon fodder, would remain your most loyal little brother as long as you could protect him and let him exert his influence. Observing the formidable men present, Qin Zheng began to assign tasks to them. Jimmy, you will be in charge of my legitimate business from now on. You are responsible for the sneaker factory and will prepare a factory plan for me in the coming days. Qin Zheng instructed. Tian Hong, Aji, you two brothers will be responsible for training the newcomers, and of course, you will lead the charge in expanding our territory. Ming, make sure to practice with Tian Hong and Aji whenever you have time. They are both skilled fighters from Hong Kong. So learn well to uphold my reputation when you go out. Fei Chuan, you too. Your combat skills have improved significantly from your recent training with Tian Hong. Yaowen, you and Alian will stay with me for now. I will arrange suitable tasks for you later, Qin Zheng said to each of them. Understood, Boss Zheng. They all replied in unison. Then, Qin Zheng turned to Yaowen and the others and inquired about their current living arrangements. Alian and I reside in Yau Ma Tei, while Ming lives alone in Mong Kok, they answered. Then let's have Ming move to TSC Wanshan to live with Tian Hong and Aji. I have rented a few rooms here that are currently unoccupied, Qin Zheng proposed. All right, Boss Zheng. This way, I can learn more from Brother Tian Hong and Brother Aji. Hua Bao Ming said excitedly. Since he lived alone, the location didn't matter much to him. And he felt a sense of admiration knowing that Tian Hong and Aji were skilled fighters from Hong Kong. Very well, that will be the arrangement, Qin Zheng affirmed decisively. Chapter 11, Capturing the Prince. The following day, while Jimmy was at home contemplating his factory blueprint, Director Wang called. Hello, is this Manager Lee? This is Old Wang. The workers left behind at the factory just informed me that the debt collectors have returned. Since the factory is closed, they vandalized it with red paint and caused quite a ruckus before leaving. Director Wang's anxious voice came through the receiver. After hearing this, Jimmy reassured him. All right, Director Wang. I will speak with Boss Zheng right away. Please wait a couple of days. I will notify you as soon as I have news. Understood, Manager Lee. For now, that will have to suffice, Director Wang replied helplessly. After hanging up, Jimmy took a taxi straight to the Huiguang Billiards Hall. Upon seeing him, the younger brothers inside did not hinder him. Jimmy entered Qin Zheng's office and knocked on the door. Boss Zheng, Director Wang just called, saying the debt collectors have returned. Jimmy explained the situation. I understand. Gather everyone. I have something to discuss in the hall shortly, Qin Zheng instructed. He took out his mobile phone and called Brother Liang Kuan. I'm planning to capture the Prince of Hongtai and Yau Ma Tei. Would you like to take advantage of the chaos? Qin Zheng asked. Liang Kuan replied, somewhat surprised. Why are you going after that useless prince? Qin Zheng briefly explained the situation regarding the factory and the loan sharks. Targeting the Hongtai prince is a carefully considered move. Firstly, Hongtai is not particularly strong, and there is internal discord among them, making them a disorganized mob, easily toppled. I intend to make a statement, Qin Zheng declared with confidence. All right, Zheng. Go for it. I will bring people to support you, Liang Kuan responded. After hanging up, Qin Zheng faced the crowd, looking at the eager faces of the men. He said, just now, my factory was vandalized by the Hongtai prince's men, and since it's my factory, I will lead you all to confront them. Whoever was responsible will pay. Are you afraid? If you are, feel free to leave now. Once you exit that door, it will be difficult to turn back. Boss Zheng, let's hurry and take down that worthless prince. Fei Chuan was the first to respond, while Tian Hong and Aji were already preparing their weapons. The others echoed their sentiments. Damn it. Tian Hong, Aji, Fei Chuan, and Ming, Take the brothers to Yau Ma Tei and raid Hongtai's establishment. I will take Yaowen to capture the prince. And Alian will wait for news at the billiards hall. After giving his orders, Qin Zheng set out with Yaowen, while the rest piled into a van and headed for Yau Ma Tei. Observing their hurried departure, the ruffians from TSE Wanshan were left perplexed, unsure of what had transpired. On the way, Qin Zheng received a call from Liang Kuan, who informed him that the prince was at the Golden Star nightclub in Mongkok, a venue owned by Hongtai himself, with around 20 of his men present, and reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Arriving at the Golden Star nightclub, Qin Zheng and Yaowen found the others headed to Hongtai's establishment on the street. Inside the nightclub, a flamboyantly dressed woman with a familiar face approached them, smiling. "Hey handsome, out for some fun? Need a little company?" "No. I'm here to find the prince," Qin Zheng replied. "Oh, you're looking for the prince? Follow me," she said, leading him to a private room and pushing the door open. The prince was lounging on the sofa, surrounded by women, drinking and groping them indiscriminately. Upon seeing the woman enter, he exclaimed, "Ruby, you're here? Come, let's drink together." He stood up, attempting to embrace her. Ruby swiftly dodged his advances. The prince, displeased, looked on as Ruby said, "Prince, these gentlemen are here to see you. I have something to attend to, so I won't disturb you." With that, she hurriedly exited, as if avoiding something. The prince then scrutinized Qin Zheng and Yaowen, saying, "What brings you two here? We don't seem to know each other." "Indeed, prince, this is our first meeting. However, your men came to my factory to collect debts and vandalized it with red paint," Qin Zheng replied, unflinching as he met the prince's gaze. "Who the hell are you? Don't you know whose territory this is? How dare you speak to the prince like that?" One of the prince's men shouted angrily. "I am Yaowen of Hongxing. If you prefer, you can call me bro. This is my brother, Qin Zheng of Hongxing. You like to talk about territory, huh? Let me take a few of your venues and plant my flag before we discuss further." Before Qin Zheng could respond, Yaowen eagerly proclaimed this bold statement. As for why he said it, he himself was unsure, but it felt quite impressive at the moment. "What the hell are you? And what is your brother worth? You dare come here to act tough? Do you believe I can make sure you never leave this nightclub?" The prince boasted arrogantly. At that moment, several more ruffians entered the room. Qin Zheng showed no fear of this band of miscreants, while Yaowen stood protectively beside him. Without hesitation, Qin Zheng launched into action, effortlessly knocking out one thug after another, leaving Yaowen dumbfounded. "Is my brother really this formidable?" The prince, witnessing his men falling one by one, instinctively retreated and said, "Qin Zheng, right? Don't come any closer. Let us talk this over." In that moment, the prince's cowardly nature was fully exposed, while the groans of his men echoed on the ground. "I don't want much from you, prince. Mr. Liu owes you 50,000. I'll pay that for him. And we'll call it even. What do you say?" Qin Zheng proposed, looking directly at the prince, though he felt immense resentment. The prince had no choice but to concede. Just as he was about to agree, Fat Rong, an older member of Hongtai, arrived with his men. Upon seeing the situation, Fat Rong, intoxicated and failing to assess the circumstances, began to act tough, confronting Qin Zheng. "You dare come to our Hongtai's territory to cause trouble and even lay hands on our leader's son? Brothers, take him down." After exchanging greetings, he summoned his underlings to prepare for an assault on Qin Zheng. The crown prince began to tremble with laughter, exclaiming, "Look at you now, bowing and kneeling like a dog. I might consider forgiving you." Qin Zheng, unfazed but mindful of Yaowen's presence, decided to first capture the crown prince before devising a further plan. Once apprehended, the crown prince was instantly stricken with fear, terrified that Qin Zheng would take drastic measures against him. The other underlings, too, refrained from making any rash moves. Watching helplessly as Qin Zheng and Yaowen exited the Golden Star nightclub, the crowd of onlookers swelled, comprising members from Hongtai and other factions alike, all marveling at the audacity of someone who dared to seize the crown prince within Hongtai's territory. Meanwhile, Tianhong and his crew, having just wreaked havoc at two establishments, began to converge towards Qin Zheng's location. On another front, Liang Kuan's head enforcer, Shag Chong, was also en route with 300 of his men. Presently, Hongtai's ranks had swelled to 500, and upon hearing that his son had been captured by Hongxing, Hongtai's leader, Piang Mei, hastily contacted the gang's elders, urging them to rush to Mongkok for support, while he himself prepared to head there as well. In an instant, the attention of both the underworld and the legitimate world was drawn to Qin Zheng and his entourage. Chapter 12. The Clash in Yau Ma Tei. Hongxing's leader, Jiang Tianxing, caught wind of the situation and noted that Qin Zheng was evidently not one to shy away from the fray. However, he pondered whether Qin Zheng could withstand the impending storm. The other hall masters, upon learning of the news, expressed mixed opinions regarding Qin Zheng. Some speculated he would be thoroughly trampled by Hongtai. At the Hong Kong Red Romance Bar in Causeway Bay, the big boss B was enjoying drinks with his crew when a flustered Xiao Bao rushed to inform him, "Brother B, Ajing is surrounded by Hongtai and Yau Ma Tei. Should we rally the brothers for support? Observing the still-drinking Big Boss, Xiao Bao inquired. Upon hearing the news, Big Boss B set down his glass and asked, "Oh, what has Ajing done to warrant such attention from Hongtai?" Xiao Bao quickly recounted the events leading up to the situation. Before Big Boss B could respond, Shanji interjected. "What a fool. Why provoke the Hongtai crown prince? Does he think he can handle them?" Bao Pai and Xiao Pai echoed similar sentiments, deriding him for his arrogance, insisting he deserved whatever fate awaited him. Chun Haonan, noticing Big Boss B's grim expression, finally spoke up. "Brother B, although I don't often communicate with Qin Zheng, he is part of our hall. Regardless, he is one who has emerged from our Causeway Bay, and I am willing to lead the brothers to assist him." Hearing Chun Haonan's words softened Big Boss B's demeanor, and he regarded Chun with a look of appreciation, saying, "Haonan, I knew I was right about you. In this world, loyalty comes first, and you are commendable. However, you are correct. Currently, Qin Zheng does not belong to our faction, and he has not sought our aid, making our intervention somewhat unwarranted." Xiao Bao stared incredulously at Big Boss B, as if he were witnessing a transformation in the once loyal leader. Xiao Bao hastily replied, "Brother B, no matter what, Ajing has referred to you as elder brother. Is it not inappropriate to stand by while he is in peril?" Shanji chimed in, berating Xiao Bao. "Who do you think you are, little brother? Haven't you heard Brother B's words?" Big Boss B, observing the escalating argument, interjected, "Enough. Let us continue to drink." With that, he lifted his glass and resumed drinking. Back at the entrance of the Golden Star nightclub in Yau Ma Tei, Qin Zheng held the crown prince captive, facing off against Hongtai's men. Suddenly, commotion erupted from behind. It was Tianhong's Aji and the remaining brothers arriving to form a united front with Qin Zheng. "Brother Zheng, we just took down 2 of Hongtai's establishments. Upon hearing of your altercation, we rushed over," Fei Quan announced eagerly. "Well done. You acted swiftly in dismantling 2 venues," Qin Zheng acknowledged with a nod. Meanwhile, the captured crown prince's face turned a deep shade of purple as he exclaimed, "Qin Zheng, you are surrounded by our Hongtai brothers. Release me at once. I might consider releasing you, but first, you must provide me with the loan shark's note from Lu Fu, and explain how you have caused my factory to halt operations. What compensation do you propose for that?" Qin Zheng replied with a smile. "Do not push your luck, Qin Zheng," the crown prince retorted. "What do you mean by pushing my luck? Did you not instigate the chaos at my factory?" Qin Zheng insisted, determined to hold the crown prince accountable for his actions, lest he be perceived as the instigator of unwarranted aggression. At that moment, Chun Mei arrived, flanked by 2 formidable enforcers, and upon seeing her son in captivity, she demanded, "So, you are Qin Zheng? Release my son immediately, or you shall face dire consequences." "I would gladly release your son, but he refuses to leave," Qin Zheng replied coolly. Upon seeing his father, the crown prince cried out, "Dad, come save me. Hurry." "Qin Zheng, do you really wish to escalate this? We have 600 brothers at our disposal. Do you think you can escape?" Chun Mei shouted angrily. "Brother Zheng, let us not waste words. We should break through," Fei Quan urged. While Tianhong's Aji and others brandished their weapons, and the remaining underlings prepared with the short clubs provided by Qin Zheng. "I'll return your son to you," Qin Zheng declared, tossing Chun Tailong towards Chun Mei, knocking over several people in the process as he fell to the ground. "Kill them," Chun Tailong shouted from the ground. "Brothers, follow me and charge." With that, Qin Zheng led his underlings into the fray against Hongtai's men. Qin Zheng charged ahead, flanked by Tianhong and Aji, while Fei Quan, Yaowen, and Huabao Ming wielded machetes as they plunged into the melee. As the 2 sides clashed, Qin Zheng delivered a powerful punch to a Hongtai thug, sending him flying several meters. Aji, armed with a dagger, moved through the chaos like a specter, his white attire and golden hair glinting under the night, as he dispatched Hongtai thugs with ease. In contrast, the scene around Tianhong was gruesome, with every thug charging at them meeting the sharp edge of a sword, the blood splattering with each swing. Witnessing the valiant efforts of their 3 leaders, Fei Quan and the others felt their spirits soar, summoning every ounce of strength to strike at Hongtai's men. When did Hongxing produce such formidable fighters? "So this is Qin Zheng?" And the blue-haired, yellow-haired ones beside him look unassuming, yet they are remarkably fierce. Indeed, it seems Hongtai is in for a tough time this round. Who says? Hongtai has gathered over 600 men. No matter how skilled Hongxing's fighters are, they will eventually tire. The onlookers from other factions murmured amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Chun Mei surveyed the battlefield, her brow furrowed in silence, realizing that what she had initially perceived as easy prey was, in fact, a formidable challenge. Just then, Shag Chong arrived with his men, observing Qin Zheng's crew with newfound respect, realizing that he had underestimated Qin Zheng's prowess. Surrounding Qin Zheng, Tianhong, and Aji lay a multitude of Hongtai thugs writhing in pain. Fei Quan, Yaowen, and Huabao Ming, participating in such a fierce confrontation for the first time, felt exhilarated, their hands trembling with adrenaline. The other underlings fared relatively well, as the Hongtai thugs were intimidated by the trio, resulting in fewer direct encounters. And with the training they had received from Tianhong and Aji over the past month, their combat abilities had significantly improved, leaving them largely unscathed. Observing the reinforcements from Hongxing approaching, Qin pondered for a moment before retrieving her phone and dialing Jiang Tianxing. Moments later, the call connected, and Qin spoke. "Ah Sheng, it's me, Mei. Uncle Mei, why are you calling me so late? If there's something on your mind, please just say it." Jiang Tianxing remarked comfortably as he sat on the sofa, sipping his coffee. Qin pondered for a moment and replied, "Ah Sheng, continuing this matter tonight will do us no good. I'll concede this time. Just draw a line for us. Uncle Mei, since you've brought it up, I must certainly give you due respect. Allow me to make a call to inquire about Qin Zheng's stance, and I will get back to you shortly." Jiang Tianxing said before hanging up. He then called Chen Yao, instructing him to find Qin Zheng. Receiving Jiang Tianxing's call late at night, Chen Yao hurriedly dressed, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, and made his way to the Hongxing nightclub. Chapter 13, Rising Fame. As Chen Yao was en route to the nightclub, Qin Zheng observed Chen Mei on the phone, though he was uncertain to whom he was speaking, suspecting it was Jiang Tianxing. "Chen Mei, what's the verdict? Are we fighting or negotiating? I haven't had my fill of this yet," Qin Zheng said with a hint of sarcasm. "Humph, if it weren't for Jiang Tianxing, I would have certainly dealt with you today." Chen Mei's expression soured as he continued. "So, how do you propose we negotiate? Firstly, your prince from Hongtai created chaos at my factory, preventing any operations. When I sought to discuss this with your son, he was utterly unreasonable, prompting me to seize him. And in the end, you lost the fight as well. How about this? I find your nightclub quite appealing. If it comes to it, just hand it over to me." Qin Zheng said, making a bold demand. "Are you out of your mind? This nightclub is our Hongtai's own property, valued at 30 million. How could we possibly give it to you?" The prince of Hongtai retorted vehemently. The prince could not afford to be complacent. Once his father passed, it would be his turn to inherit, and he could not simply relinquish it. "Ah, it seems our prince is unwilling to comply. Then let us continue fighting." Qin Zheng replied nonchalantly. With reinforcements from Liang Kuan having arrived, he felt no concern about Fei Quan and Yao Wen being overwhelmed. Fei Quan and Yao Wen glared furiously at Hongtai's underlings. Observing the deteriorating situation, Chen Mei had a sudden epiphany and cheerfully suggested, "In that case, let us settle this with a contest, a barehanded arena match, no weapons allowed, best of 3. Are you bold enough to accept? If I lose, I shall not only surrender the Hongxing nightclub, but also grant you the rights to 2 more venues in Yau Ma Tei. However, should you lose, you must host a banquet for 108 tables and compensate us for Hongtai's losses tonight. Let's say 10 million. At first glance, Chen Mei's terms appeared to favor Qin Zheng. However, it was quite the opposite. Tonight, Qin Zheng's fewer men had triumphed over many, humiliating Hongtai and capturing its prince, gaining tremendous prestige. The proposed terms were indeed advantageous for Hongtai, as they had already suffered a significant loss of face. Yet, unable to envision a scenario in which he might lose, Qin Zheng readily agreed, indifferent to the financial repercussions. Just then, Chen Yao arrived and inquired, "Ah Zheng, how goes the situation?" Upon seeing Chen Yao, Qin Zheng understood that Jiang Tianxing intended to intervene. He relayed the agreement with Chen Mei to Chen Yao, who promptly informed Jiang Tianxing, who found nothing amiss and instructed Chen Yao to allow Qin Zheng to make his own decisions. "Ah Zheng, I just spoke with Mr. Jiang, and he supports your actions. Hoping you will enhance the reputation of Hongxing," Chen Yao said. Nodding, Qin Zheng replied, "Understood, Yao Gu, I will strive to do my best." After giving Qin Zheng an encouraging pat on the shoulder, Chen Yao departed. Qin Zheng then returned to Ziyun Mountain with his subordinates. Inside the Huiguang billiards hall, he addressed the visibly exhausted Fei Quan and Yao Wen, saying, "I appreciate all your hard work tonight. We have achieved a remarkable victory against the odds, establishing our reputation. Therefore, each brother shall receive $2,000. I've also arranged for Alian to reserve a table at a nearby hotel. Let us go and celebrate." "Thank you, Brother Zheng," cheered the subordinates, thrilled at the prospect of both monetary reward and a feast. Alian and Apple, glancing at the injured Yao Wen and Fei Quan, expressed concern, yet were relieved to find their injuries merely superficial, treatable with some medicinal alcohol. As Qin Zheng and his brothers indulged in food and drink at the hotel, the news of the night's events spread throughout Hong Kong and Kowloon. Countless gangsters envisioned themselves leading a handful of men to topple hundreds. However, other gang leaders and establishments remained largely untouched, as the underworld was rife with fighters. Only those who could both fight and generate profit garnered respect from the underground elites. At the Honglong Romantic Bar in Causeway Bay, upon learning of the news, Bosby exchanged a glance with Chun Haonan, both remaining silent. The others were left speechless, stunned by the revelations. The remaining hall masters of Hongxing were equally taken aback, After all, Hongtai was a second-tier gang, and it was unprecedented for one individual to dominate such an organization on the island. The Prince of Hongxing vented his frustrations at their gym, his words laced with curses aimed at Chun Tailong's mother, insisting that not everyone was worthy of being called a prince. Jiang Tianxing instructed Chun Yao to notify the other hall masters about a meeting scheduled for the following morning. Though some of Hongxing's leaders were reluctant, they recognized the necessity of attending to uphold the gang's reputation. Early the next morning, after completing a set of Bajiquan and breaking a sweat, Qin Zheng received a notification. Ding. The host has acquired both local and scholarly talents to expand territory and recruit more subordinates. The task requirement is to possess 10 establishments and 500 subordinates to complete the task. Task rewards: 5 task points, 10 million Hong Kong dollars, and a small appliance production line. Freshly bathed, Qin Zheng felt that accomplishing this task would not be overly difficult. After having breakfast downstairs, he headed to the gang headquarters. At this time, Qin Zheng took the number 11 bus, contemplating that once he secured the Hongtai establishments, he should procure a vehicle for himself and a few trusted subordinates. One must not appear too shabby in this line of work. Upon arriving at the Hongxing headquarters, he found a throng of gangsters gathered outside, primarily those attending the meeting with their bosses, yet lacking the status to enter. As Qin Zheng approached, the small groups, chatting jovially, called out, "Brother Zheng." He nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Xiao Bao approached, exclaiming, "Ah Zheng, you truly are remarkable. Your exploits from last night have spread far and wide. Now everyone on the streets knows that Hongxing has a fierce contender." "Ha ha, Bao Ge, do not jest. Has Brother B arrived yet? Why aren't you with him inside?" "Brother B just arrived. He took Haonan and the others in a moment ago." As he spoke, Xiao Bao felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, he had been with Big B for over a decade, and when he accompanied him into the headquarters, Chun Haonan was still brawling on the court. Back then, he was still calling him Brother Bao, but now, with the top position lost, he was reduced to being called Xiao Bao. Noting Xiao Bao's demeanor, Qin Zheng surmised his thoughts but chose not to delve deeper, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder before entering. Upon entering the headquarters, he heard the hall master from the Western District, Ji Gu, declare, "In my heyday, I too made a name for myself in Hong Kong and Kowloon. But now, our Qin Zheng has an even more illustrious reputation." "Ah, just in time, Ah Zheng. Come, take a seat." "Indeed, Ah Zheng, well done. You truly brought honor to Hongxing last night." "Haha, I believe among the younger generation of Hongxing, your name and defays ring the loudest." The hall masters praised in unison. Upon hearing this, Shanji, who was seated beside Chun Haonan, expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning the prowess of Qin Zheng, remarking that just yesterday, it was Ling Kuan, along with Ma Shaqiang and several hundred men, who came to his aid. At this juncture, Ling Kuan interjected, "Listen here, Shanji. Regardless of what you say, he was once your subordinate. If you choose not to assist him, must I refrain as well? Moreover, Shanji, what standing do you have here to speak?" Shanji retorted, "This is the Hongxing Loyalty Hall. Before Lord Guan, there is no distinction of rank." "Indeed, before Lord Guan, there is no distinction of rank, but respect must be observed." With that, he strode up to Shanji and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Just as Shanji was about to retaliate, he was firmly restrained by Chun Haonan, although they both harbored disdain for Ling Kuan. Should Shanji dare to strike him within the Loyalty Hall, it would surely invite dire consequences. Chapter 14, The Arena Competition. Ling Kuan cast a glance at Dabi and remarked, "The elder brother does not resemble an elder brother, and the younger brother does not act like one either. Truly nonsensical." Dabi, upon hearing Ling Kuan's words, felt his face flush with embarrassment and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What the hell are you talking about, Ling Kuan?" Just then, Jiang Tianxing entered with Chun Yao, apologizing, "My apologies for the delay. The traffic was dreadful." The fence-sitter, Brother Ji, chimed in, "Not late at all. Mr. Jiang, we have just arrived." The other hall masters echoed his sentiment, confirming they had also just arrived. Observing Jiang Tianxing and Chun Yao calmly take their seats, Ling Kuan scoffed and ceased his remarks. Addressing the assembled hall masters, Jiang Tianxing stated, "Last night, our society's red stick, Qin Zheng, truly shone. He led dozens of subordinates and scattered hundreds of Hongtai's men. Remarkable indeed." "Indeed, Mr. Jiang, I caught wind of it as well. Qin Zheng was indeed formidable last night." Later, Hongtai's leader, Mei Shu, called me, indicating a desire for a duel to resolve this matter once and for all. "Qin Zheng," Mei Shu mentioned. "You consented to this as well?" Jiang Tianxing inquired, looking at Qin Zheng, who was seated against the wall. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, I have agreed to Chun Mei's proposal." "Well, as long as you agree, that's sufficient. If you have any uncertainties regarding the duel, feel free to consult our prince. He is quite the expert in combat," Jiang Tianxing suggested. "I shall, Mr. Jiang. I have heard of Prince's reputation long before I began my journey in this world," Qin Zheng replied. The other hall masters, Upon hearing this, praised, the prince is indeed our society's warrior. Qin Zheng, you must learn diligently. Is there anything else of concern? Jiang Tianqing queried. If not, then we shall adjourn. Observing the silence among the attendees, Jiang Tianqing led the way out, calling for Da Bi before departing. Da Bi, uncertain of the reason for Jiang Tianqing's summons, nonetheless gathered Chun Haonan and a few others to accompany him to Jiang Tianqing's villa. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Tianqing invited Chun Yao and Da Bi to take a seat. He looked at Da Bi with a puzzled expression. Why didn't you send any of your subordinates to assist Qin Zheng last night? Mr. Jiang, I was inebriated last night and only learned this morning of Qin Zheng's impressive performance, Da Bi replied, somewhat sheepishly. Jiang Tianqing regarded him with a knowing glance. Regardless, Qin Zheng was once your subordinate. There are certain matters that, even if you are reluctant, must be handled with decorum. Mr. Jiang, I still wish to explain. Da Bi began, only to be interrupted by Jiang Tianqing. Let us not dwell on this, as long as you understand. By the way, is everything calm at the venue? Yes, Haonan and Shanji are quite capable. They have garnered a modest reputation in the Causeway Bay area. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they departed from Jiang Tianqing's villa. Observing Da Bi's retreating figure, Jiang Tianqing acknowledged that while Da Bi was loyal, he displayed a noticeable favoritism towards Qin Haonan. Even when some from Causeway Bay sought his assistance to affiliate with the main hall or transfer to other halls, Jiang Tianqing had turned them down. On the rooftop, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? I instructed you to infiltrate Hongxing and gather evidence of their drug trafficking, not to assist them in seizing territory. Hongxing does not engage in drug trafficking. That's a rule of the society. Who am I supposed to investigate? Is this a complaint? If you truly wish to resign, feel free to visit the police station. Fine. What do you mean fine? Here as a tip. Ling Kuan of Hongxing is likely engaged in drug trafficking. Keep an eye on him. Once you gather evidence and make a contribution, I assure you a promotion to inspector upon your return. With that, Qin Zheng's desire to eliminate Huang Zhiqing intensified, viewing him as nothing more than a self-serving dreamer. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, due to the tensions between Hongtai and Hongxing, the Yau Ma Tei police station, save for the chief, was fully staffed for overtime. Outside the Hongtai-branded boxing gym, as gang members congregated, the anti-triad unit's chief, Fei Xia, cursed, "What a bunch of useless layabouts. Are we ever going to get off work?" Beside him, Inspector Li Xian advised, "Less cursing. Save your energy for maintaining order later." I was merely venting a bit. Our reinforcements are on standby. Fei Xia chuckled awkwardly. Inside the boxing gym, as the parties involved, Hongxing, had arrived early, since the agreed-upon time had yet to arrive. Jiang Tianqing was introducing Qin Zheng to some veteran figures of the Underworld, while other hall masters of Hongxing were engaged in casual conversations with familiar faces. Jiang Tianqing brought Qin Zheng before a rather stout elder. "Qin Zheng, this is Uncle Deng from Lianxing. He is a respected elder in our community." When he presided over the venue, all 4 major detectives came to congratulate him. "Uncle Deng, this is our Hongxing Red Stick, Qin Zheng, who will today resolve the conflict with Hongtai through this duel." Uncle Deng chuckled. "Ah Sheng, do not flatter this old man. It is the era of the youth now. I am merely a retired elder of the society." Though Uncle Deng spoke modestly, Qin Zheng was well aware from films that the hefty Deng was the true decision-maker behind Lianxing, often referred to as the emperor in the outside world. The individuals presiding over the venue were mere puppets he supported. After some pleasantries, Jiang Tianqing led Qin Zheng to several other prominent figures in the underworld engaged in conversation. "This is Lei Ho Lung, the leader of the Number Gang, and here are Wang Bao from the Treasure Gang and Min Ge from the Harmony Gang." Qin Zheng recognized these faces, all seasoned veterans, 2 distinguished for their exceptional martial prowess, and 1 notorious for his cunning schemes. "Greetings, esteemed leaders." As Lei Ho Lung and Wang Bao, known for their strength, regarded Qin Zheng, they sensed a hint of danger emanating from him, prompting them to exercise caution. "Qin Zheng, shall we have a match sometime?" Lei Ho Lung, acknowledged as the foremost expert in Hong Kong, extended the challenge. Wang Bao looked on, anticipating the unfolding drama. "Along, what are you doing? You are the recognized top expert in Hong Kong. Why are you bullying a junior?" Jiang Tianqing interjected, essentially declining the challenge on Qin Zheng's behalf, as he could not allow one of his own to be unjustly harmed, nor did he believe Qin Zheng could best Lei Ho Lung. "Ah, Qin Zheng, it's good to finally meet you. I had asked Yao to accompany me, but he stubbornly refused. Who would have thought he ended up following you instead? Haha. It seems he hasn't been wasted after all. I heard he made quite an impression the other night." "Indeed, Min Ge, Yao frequently speaks of your kindness towards him, and as his elder brother, I extend my gratitude on his behalf." "Haha, it's nothing. It's all thanks to Yao's own cleverness and capability." As a few individuals were engaged in laughter and merriment, the entourage of Hongtai made their entrance, accompanied by members from Dongxing. Chapter 15, The Arena Competition commences. Jiang Tianxing observed with a furrowed brow as Hongtai and Dongxing walked side by side. After all, Hongtai had branched off from Hongxing, and the Hong family and Dongxing were adversaries, with minimal interaction between the two factions. The others, however, seemed largely unfazed, as the animosity between the Hong family and Dongxing was primarily limited to Hongxing itself. The other factions bore no profound enmity towards one another. Moreover, with Hongtai gaining traction and Dongxing also garnering considerable support, the two leading powers might simply be engaged in business discussions. Haha, Sheng. I heard there's an arena competition here tonight, so I brought some brothers from Dongxing to show our support. I hope you don't take offense, said Luo Tuo. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing inwardly scoffed but maintained a courteous demeanor, replying, Uncle Luo, you are being too formal. This is Qin Zheng, who will be addressing the grievances with Hongtai tonight, he added. Haha, truly impressive, Luo Tuo praised without reservation. Though whether his flattery was genuine or feigned remained known only to him. Standing beside them, Chunmei interjected, Mr. Luo, Mr. Jiang. I believe the time is right for us to commence. The rules are simple. The match will be best of 3, weapons are prohibited, and once a participant has competed, they cannot re-enter. Our competitors will be Hongtai's Red Pole, Wei Jixiang, and Dongxing's formidable duo, Qing Tianlong and Wu Ya. Upon hearing Chunmei's selections, Jiang Tianxing was somewhat taken aback, unable to fathom why Luo Tuo would send Qing Tianlong and Wu Ya into the fray. Luo Tuo then remarked, Sheng, you wouldn't mind, would you? Jiang Tianxing frowned, thinking this somewhat against the rules. After all, this was a conflict between Hongxing and Hongtai, and enlisting outside help seemed morally dubious. Qin Zheng, overhearing Jiang Tianxing's concerns, interjected, Mr. Jiang, it's perfectly acceptable on my end. However, should Chunmei's team lose, an additional 3 million should not pose an issue, correct? Chunmei readily acquiesced, stating, let us proceed, as you suggest. The reason Chunmei agreed so swiftly was that he had never envisioned that Qing Tianlong and Wu Ya, as external reinforcements, could possibly lose to Qin Zheng. Furthermore, Luo Tuo's willingness to allow Chunmei to borrow fighters stemmed not only from their distant familial ties, but also from Chunmei's willingness to facilitate Dongxing's procurement of narcotics from his establishment. Although Hongtai was also involved in the narcotics trade, it was a clandestine operation run by Qin Tailong on a small scale, with many venues overlooked. Thus, allowing Dongxing to enter not only provided him with a share of the profits, but also afforded an opportunity to utilize fighters in the arena, preserving both Hongtai's reputation and his nightclub, a veritable win-win situation. Qin Zheng was confident that with his combination of Tianhong and Aji, they could not possibly lose to the fighters sent by Hongtai, viewing Chunmei as a mere windfall. Thus, he unhesitatingly agreed and even added a wager. Believing that such easy money should not be passed up, they then proceeded to discuss the order of combatants, ultimately deciding on Hongtai's Wei Jixiang, Qing Tianlong, and Wu Ya, and Hongxing's Qin Zheng, Tianhong, and Aji. Upon arriving at the competition venue, the host, Brother Ji from Hongxing, took the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. The match is about to commence. He continued, as you are likely aware, recent events have led us to this very moment, which will serve to conclude all that has transpired. The venue was divided into 2 levels, with the upper tier primarily occupied by the leaders of various factions, seasoned veterans, and those with considerable stature, affording them a better view of the battles unfolding in the arena below. The ground level, conversely, was a congregation point for all manner of gang members, from ordinary Blue Lanterns to the notorious Sigio, and various prominent figures from the Underworld. Wu Jiwei, the smiling tiger of Dongxing, addressed the gathered crowd, brothers of various factions. Today we at Dongxing have set the odds for this match. Hongtai at 1-0, 8, and Hongxing at 1-1, 5. Those interested in placing bets are welcome to come forward. Betting was ingrained in the very fabric of Hong Kong culture, manifesting in everything from flower stalls to gambling dens, horse racing, sports betting, and stock trading, an intrinsic instinct that few could escape, from laborers to high-ranking professionals. The odds had been meticulously calculated by Dongxing's faction. Although it may have appeared that 40 individuals had repelled 600, those in the know understood that initially, Qin Zheng and his group had delivered a severe blow, instilling fear, only for Xuanqiang to return with over 300 reinforcements. Thus, in the eyes of the faction leaders, Qin Zheng's record was somewhat inflated. Qing Tianlong and Wu Ya were Dongxing's aces, also regarded as heavyweights across Hong Kong. Many rushed to place bets, with the majority favoring Hongtai's victory, despite the lower odds, as they perceived it as a sure win. However, a few contrarians placed their bets on Qin Zheng, hoping for a small investment to yield substantial returns. Liang Kuan approached Qin Zheng, saying, I have a wager with Uncle Ben from Dongxing, betting 2 million on your victory. You must take this seriously. Qin Zheng gave Liang Kuan a reassuring look, responding, rest assured, it will be fine. By the way, I have an additional 3 million here. Where do you think I should place it for a secure win? Liang Kuan suggested. How about you give me the money, and I'll find someone to bet against. This way, there should be no issues with repayment. If it doesn't come back, I'll cover your loss. Hearing this, Qin Zheng instructed Yao Wen to hand over the 3 million in prepared cash to Liang Kuan. Meanwhile, among the various faction leaders in the stands, Luo Tua turned to Jiang Tiansheng, proposing, Ah Shang, shall we also partake in a little wager? Let us keep it modest at 5 million. What do you say? Jiang Tiansheng maintained a composed facade, replying, sure, Uncle Luo, if you wish to play, I shall oblige. Internally, he cursed Luo Tua, viewing him as a cunning old fox. Lien Haolong approached Chun Mei, suggesting, how about we wager 2 million? Chun Mei regarded Lien Haolong with curiosity, inquiring, do you have confidence in those Hongxing fellows? Not particularly. Just thought it would be a casual game, he replied. With Dongxing's Eru on their side, Chun Mei felt optimistic about the arena match. As the competition was about to commence, Brother Ji called for both sides to present their combatants. Aji was the first to leap onto the stage, while Wei Jixiang, with visible reluctance, was urged onto the platform by the prodding of Hongtai's Bao Shu. Wei Jixiang was one of Hongtai's most prominent red poles. Once known for his bravery and tenacity, his followers had accompanied him from the rural New Territories to Yau Ma Tei, where he was eventually taken in by Hongtai. However, after witnessing the tragic death of his wife while trying to save Hongtai's heir, and with thoughts of his children weighing heavily on him, he began to develop a fear of death, gradually becoming the sycophant known as Xiang. Fortunately, his loyal subordinates ensured that Wei Jixiang still maintained an air of prominence. Upon taking the stage, Aji was eager to engage, while Wei Jixiang struggled to mask his fear. From the second floor, Wang Bao observed Aji and suddenly felt as though he had lost something, leaving him perplexed. Aji assumed a fighting stance and launched a straight punch towards Wei Jixiang's face, who hurriedly raised his hands to shield his head. Seeing Aji pivot for a side kick, Wei Jixiang retreated several steps, narrowly avoiding the blow. Chun Mei, watching from above, was filled with ire at Wei Jixiang's performance, while the crowd below began to suspect that Wei Jixiang was intentionally throwing the match, erupting in curses against him. Only a select few discerned that Wei Jixiang was no match for Aji. Chapter 16, A Complete Sweep. Witnessing Wei Jixiang evade the side kick, Aji charged forward, leaping and landing behind Wei Jixiang, delivering a kick to his back. Wei Jixiang, caught off guard, toppled onto the arena floor, while Aji prepared to press the advantage with a flurry of strikes, prompting Wei Jixiang to instinctively crawl backward. Amidst the cacophony of jeers from the audience, Chun Mei found herself astounded by the disgraceful behavior of her club's representative, Wei Jixiang. In a fit of rage, she slammed her fist onto the table, cursing the existence of this pathetic paparazzo. The other club leaders, witnessing the scene, remained silent, for it was Hongtai who bore the embarrassment, not them. Only Luo Tua furrowed his brow slightly. Qin Zheng exchanged a knowing glance with Aji, who promptly seized Wei Jixiang and hurled him off the stage. With Wei Jixiang's fall, the first match concluded, heralding a resounding victory for Hongxing. It was a complete rout, leaving everyone in awe of Aji's prowess while simultaneously shocked by Wei Jixiang's dismal performance. As they beheld Aji's brilliance, the 5 tigers of Copper Lantern Bay could no longer contain themselves, with Shan Ji exclaiming, "What kind of rubbish representative is this? Has he been bribed by Qin Zheng to throw the match?" Meanwhile, Dabi urged Shan Ji to silence his complaints. Taking advantage of the distraction, Wei Jixiang made a break for it, intent on fleeing home to escape with his child, fully aware that Hongtai would not spare him. Thus commenced the second match. With both competitors summoned to the stage, Tian Hong leapt onto the platform with a deft maneuver, while Wu Ye entered with a shrill caw. The moment Wu Ye stepped onto the stage, he launched a fierce assault, targeting Tian Hong's face with a powerful punch. However, Tian Hong was quicker, deftly grasping Wu Ye's fist with his left hand while delivering a strike to Wu Ye's head with his right. In an unexpected twist, Tian Hong suddenly kicked Wu Ye in the abdomen, sending him staggering back 2 meters. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lien Haolong's eyes. As the saying goes, a master reveals their skill upon striking, and Lien Haolong, Wang Bao, and the Prince of Hongxing could all discern that Tian Hong indeed possessed superior strength compared to Wu Ye. Although Wu Ye emerged from the underground boxing scene, later being recruited into Dongxing by Luo Tua, there remained a distinction between boxing and martial arts, and to some skilled observers, Wu Ye appeared rather cumbersome. Realizing his techniques were no match for Tian Hong's finesse, Wu Ye resorted to brute force, attempting to land a heavy punch. Yet, Tian Hong evaded the exchange, employing agile footwork while Wu Ye expended energy on futile efforts. It became evident to all present that Wu Ye was on the verge of defeat. Not wishing to prolong the bout, Tian Hong opted to engage Wu Ye in a punch exchange. Having trained under Qin Zheng, he had acquired some practical techniques of Bejiquan, and with a half-step explosive punch, he met Wu Ye's fist. The crowd heard a resounding crack as Wu Ye's arm could not withstand the impact, resulting in a fracture. Despite his desire to continue fighting, Luo Tuo on the second floor called for surrender. "Ah Shang, I'll give you the money tomorrow," he declared, departing without a backward glance. Chen Mei, observing the unfolding scene, found it hard to believe that the third match would not even take place, having witnessed such a sweeping victory. Below the stage, Yao Wen stood dumbfounded for a moment before exclaiming, "We won! We won! Tianhong, you are incredible." The prominent figures on stage exchanged meaningful glances with Qin Zheng before gradually departing. Meanwhile, the ordinary thugs in the audience erupted in chants for Tianhong and Aji. That night, victory belonged to Qin Zheng, to Aji and Tianhong, and to Hongxing. Their flawless triumph not only elevated their reputations, but also solidified Qin Zheng's formidable standing, even without having lifted a finger himself. At this moment, Chen Mei approached Qin Zheng and said, "The Golden Star nightclub will be transferred to you in a couple of days. As for the rights to the other two venues, you can take possession tomorrow. This is an additional 3 million. With that, Chen Mei left, her anger palpable as she likely sought to confront Wei Jixiang. At this juncture, Liang Kuan also approached, saying, "Congratulations, Ah Zheng. Here is your 3 million, totaling 6 million with the principal. Count it." "Thank you, Brother Kuan," Qin Zheng replied, immediately handing the money over to Yao Wen. Liang Kuan noted Qin Zheng's gesture, his admiration growing. Meanwhile, Da Bi, wearing a pained expression, hurriedly exited the boxing gym alongside the 5 tigers of Copper Lantern Bay, as if trying to erase their presence. As Qin Zheng and his subordinates made their way outside the gym, they were met with a throng of blue lanterns eager to align themselves with Qin Zheng, Aji, and Tianhong. At that moment, Inspector Li Xian from the Anti-Black Operations Unit approached, saying, "Mr. Qin, congratulations. However, we need you to come with us." As Fei Quan and the others prepared to take action, Qin Zheng halted them, instructing, "Wait for me to return tomorrow. You all head back first." After Qin Zheng followed Li Xian away, Liang Kuan explained to the group, "This is tradition. If you haven't made a name for yourself yet, just being a little brother is enough. Now that you've become a big brother, the police will open a file on you, detaining you for a night to assert their authority. Brother Kuan, does this mean that from now on, Zhenggu will also be considered a notable big brother on the streets?" Fei Quan asked excitedly, as if he were the one becoming a big brother. "Exactly. From now on, your Zhenggu is a recognized big brother in Hong Kong Island, especially since he has established a foothold in Yau Ma Tei. In Yau Ma Tei, one cannot hold their ground without some strength," Liang Kuan mused, secretly contemplating that perhaps Qin Zheng could indeed help him secure a leadership position. At the Yau Ma Tei police station, in the Anti-Black Operations Unit office, Li Xian entered with a cup of coffee, stating, "Here, this is real coffee. Not the kind with additives. Thank you, but I don't drink coffee. Do you have any tea?" "I prefer tea," Qin Zheng replied. "Stop being picky. This isn't your home. Having something to drink is already a luxury," Li Xian retorted. "Fei Sha, please step out for a moment. I need to speak with Qin Zheng." Once Fei Sha exited, Li Xian took a sip from the coffee in front of Qin Zheng. "So, have you become an undercover agent? I was wondering why you suddenly disappeared from the police academy." "No, I just got expelled for causing trouble at school," Qin Zheng replied. "Who is your superior? What mission were you assigned?" "I don't have a superior, Li Sir. I'm just a gangster, nothing more," Qin Zheng stated. Observing Qin Zheng's response, Li Xian deduced that Qin Zheng was likely an undercover agent embedded within Hongxing. Not wishing to press further, he clapped Qin Zheng on the shoulder, stating, "According to regulations, you can only leave tomorrow. If you're tired, just rest on the chair for now." Li Xian's recognition of Qin Zheng stemmed from his own experience selecting undercover agents at the police academy, where he initially considered Qin Zheng for the role. However, the original Qin Zheng had no desire to engage in dangerous activities until this Qin Zheng arrived and was taken under Huang Ziqing's wing. Qin Zheng regarded Li Xian, contemplating the necessity of having someone within the police force, while also strategizing his next moves. Although Li Xian was merely an inspector at present, Qin Zheng could certainly bestow merits upon him to elevate his position. Furthermore, he recalled that during his school days, he had heard that Li Xian had connections with the current head of the Yau Ma Tei police station, Huang Bingyao, making it all the more essential to cultivate that relationship. Meanwhile, Fei Quan and the others returned to Qiyun Mountain, where the brothers who had remained behind celebrated the night's overwhelming victory with great joy. This heralded a transition from a place like Qiyun Mountain to the bustling realm of Yau Ma Tei, igniting their aspirations to become another formidable figure in society. Chapter 17. Establishing the Kowloon Company. Early the next morning, Qin Zheng, who had fallen asleep on a chair at the police station, was roused by Li Xian. "Here's breakfast for you. Make do with it. After you finish, you can head home." Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Qin Zheng rolled his eyes. As a promising youth of the new society, he could hardly eat without brushing his teeth first. After departing the police station, Qin Zheng was in high spirits. Not only had he established his own enterprise in Yau Ma Tei, but he had also won 300,000 from Chun Mei, and work at the factory could commence. He had finally made his mark in Hong Kong Island. Returning to his residence in Qiyun Mountain, he took a nap. That evening, Qin Zheng arrived at the billiards hall. Upon reviewing the task instructions, I have now acquired 4 venues, with approximately 40 cattle and horses. I still require 6 additional venues and 460 more cattle and horses to complete the task. I am contemplating the next steps. First, recruiting personnel, followed by discussions regarding nightclub partnerships to negotiate venue rights. Additionally, preparations for the sneaker store must commence, and the factory will soon begin operations. The immediate priority is to distribute salaries to the core members. Qin Zheng instructed Yao Wen to hand him the money and then summon the younger brothers. After Yao Wen left, Qin Zheng secured 5 million into his space, withdrawing the remaining funds. Addressing the gathered younger brothers, Qin Zheng proclaimed, "Brothers, last night, did our Tian Hongge and Jige not display remarkable prowess?" The younger brothers responded in unison, "Tian Hongge and Jige are formidable." After all, with a strong leader, the younger brothers feel emboldened in their endeavors. Now, let us discuss rewards. Tian Hong, a G. Your valiant efforts last night showcased our strength and elevated our reputation. Here is 1 million. You shall each receive 500,000. Upon hearing this reward, the younger brothers erupted in excitement, chanting Zhengguo. Tian Hong and a G were astonished, realizing that winning a single match could yield such substantial rewards. Their admiration for Qin Zheng intensified, and the camaraderie among them flourished, as they were all men of integrity. Qin Zheng gestured for them to accept the money. Tian Hong and a G, no longer reluctant, graciously accepted the funds, expressing gratitude for Zheng Ji's recognition. Qin Zheng then turned to the others. Fei Quan, Yao Wen, Hua Bao Ming, you shall each receive 20,000. The remaining brothers will receive 5,000 each. Let us commence the distribution. Once the money was dispensed, smiles of satisfaction graced the faces of the younger brothers, having amassed nearly 10,000 in less than a month, a sum unparalleled compared to other factions, even exceeding that of some seasoned members. They regarded Qin Zheng as a commendable leader worthy of their loyalty. His strategy of leveraging emotional value through monetary incentives effectively won their hearts. With the loyalty of these young brothers secured, Qin Zheng led them to the Golden Star nightclub in Yau Ma Tei. Upon learning of Qin Zheng's arrival, Chun Mei promptly presented the pre-prepared transfer agreement. After reviewing it, Qin Zheng did not sign immediately but stated, "We shall proceed to the business registration office tomorrow for the transfer." Chun Mei, impassive, departed with her younger brothers. After organizing his crew, a few remained at the Golden Star nightclub while the rest accompanied Qin Zheng to the other 2 venues. The owners of the additional venues, aware of the new venue overseers and recognizing Qin Zheng's burgeoning reputation, readily consented to his entry. After assigning some younger brothers to remain behind, he returned to the Golden Star nightclub with his trusted confidants, summoning several core members. Addressing them, Qin Zheng assigned responsibilities. "Jimmy, you will take charge of registering several companies, Kowloon Footwear Company and Kowloon Property Company. From now on, all our enterprises will begin with Kowloon, including those under our own names. You will oversee the footwear company and its factory operations. Should you encounter difficulties, seek my counsel. Yao Wen, you will oversee the Qiyun Mountain area, integrating all our brothers into the property company, providing a monthly salary of 2,000, which you will distribute. Qiyun Mountain has a significant number of lowly individuals. You may find tasks for those without proper licenses, thus consolidating your authority there. Fei Quan and Ming, you each will take charge of the Yau Ma Tei venue and recruit younger brothers independently. Yao Wen, similarly, ensure all recruits are contracted to the property company. All protection fees for our venues will be contracted through the property company, clearly designated as property cleaning fees. Qin Zheng meticulously outlined the roles for his trusted subordinates. After taking a sip of water, he turned to Tian Hong and a Ji, saying, "For the time being, you 2 will accompany me at the Kowloon nightclub." The others responded affirmatively, acknowledging Zheng Ji's instructions. The following day, accompanied by lawyers and Hongtai's Chun Mei, they completed the transfer at the business registration office, officially making Kowloon nightclub part of Qin Zheng's assets. With the formidable displays of Tian Hong and a Ji, Qin Zheng garnered a notable reputation in the Hong Kong underworld. Fei Quan, Hua Bao Ming, and Yao Wen announced their intentions to recruit, prompting the lowly individuals to stir restlessly, resulting in the recruitment of 300 new members. Although they did not need to engage in the same confrontations as before, most new recruits were young and vigorous, albeit with a fixed salary of only 1,000. This was a deliberate strategy by Qin Zheng. Competition breeds motivation, and to earn more, one must demonstrate genuine capability. As days passed without incidents of violence or disturbances, Jimmy efficiently handled the registration of companies and the factory's reopening, showcasing that some individuals are indeed naturally suited for certain roles. The day for the monthly contributions to the Hongxing Society arrived, and Qin Zheng, accompanied by Tian Hong and a Ji, drove to the headquarters. This time, they traveled in a BMW rather than a van, with a Ji's driving proving significantly steadier than Tian Hong's. Henceforth, a Ji would be responsible for driving. A thought Qin Zheng silently affirmed. Upon arriving at the headquarters and exiting the vehicle, the younger brothers loitering at the entrance greeted them with shouts of Zheng Go, Tian Hong Go, a Ji Go. Qin Zheng and his companions nodded in acknowledgement, leaving Tian Hong and a Ji at the entrance while he proceeded inside. Upon entering, numerous senior members of Hongxing approached Qin Zheng to extend their greetings, which he reciprocated, thus familiarizing himself with his fellow brothers. This time, Jiang Tiansheng was punctual. After taking his seat and surveying the hall leaders, he noted the contributions owed and the actual amounts submitted from the previous month, observing a slight increase. Indicative of Hongxing's enduring influence in the underworld, a testament to the collaborative efforts of the decision-makers and the support of the younger brothers. Concluding his remarks, he initiated applause, prompting all present to join in. Ji Gu, clapping, remarked, "This is all thanks to Mr. Zhang's astute leadership and decisive actions." Ji Ji's flattery flowed freely, as if it were of no cost. Jiang Tiansheng paused before continuing. "Last month, a Zheng earned us several venues in Yau Ma Tei, including the Golden Star nightclub, which is now a Zheng's own establishment. Let us all congratulate a Zheng." This was followed by another round of applause. Everyone congratulated Qin Zheng, with Ji Gu adding, "A Zheng, when we visit your venue, you must ensure we are well taken care of." Qin Zheng smiled in response. "You are all welcome to visit any time, Ji Gu. I will certainly provide you with the best arrangements." Chen Haonan, seated nearby, observed Qin Zheng engaging warmly with the leaders, puzzled as to how he had risen so swiftly in prominence. According to the society's rules, new venues developed independently require a 30% contribution, while those assigned by the society necessitate a 50% share. "A Zheng, do you have any objections?" Jiang Tiansheng inquired with a smile. Hearing Jiang Tiansheng's words, Qin Zheng had little to say. The contribution structure remained consistent, 30% for venues he negotiated himself and 50% for those provided by the society. Thus, despite some underworld leaders possessing grand titles, their earnings were often modest. Seeing that Qin Zheng had no objections, Jiang Tiansheng chose not to pursue the matter further. Noticing that others had no additional issues, he declared the meeting adjourned. After the meeting, Qin Zheng took Tian Hong and a Ji to the new sneaker factory in the new territories. The factory was gradually resuming operations. Qin Zheng approached Jimmy, inquiring, "How is the store situation coming along?" Jimmy replied, "I am currently searching for locations. Do you have any specific requirements for the store, Zhengge?" Qin Zheng responded, "I have no particular demands. Just find a spacious location that isn't too out of the way. You might want to explore the area around Palam Street first. For now, we will focus on producing youth footwear and stockpile it without immediate sales." Upon hearing that the release has been temporarily postponed, Jimmy, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "If it's a temporary halt, I'm concerned about the financial strain it may impose. Please calculate the cost of a single pair of shoes. I will arrange for an additional 2 million to be delivered tomorrow," Qin Zheng replied, casting a glance at Jimmy. "The cost has been previously estimated to be around 40 yuan per pair, not including the operational expenses of the store," Jimmy responded. "As for the release date and pricing, await my notification," Qin Zheng concluded, leading Tian Hong and Aji to the Mong Kok Jinkuen Film Company. Just as he was about to knock on Jinkuen's office door, he noticed a flamboyantly dressed woman covering her mouth as she exited. Qin Zheng, somewhat disdainful, stepped inside and opened the window for ventilation. "Brother Kuen, do you still have a photographer and a director available? May I borrow a set of shooting equipment for a few days?" he asked. Jinkuen, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Ah Zheng, are you also interested in filming an adult movie? I have a leading lady available. Would you like to borrow her?" "Brother Kuen, I intend to borrow your personnel for a legitimate film, one intended for theatrical release," Qin Zheng responded earnestly. Jinkuen, skeptical, questioned, "You want to make a serious film? For a theatrical release? The directors here, if you ask them to shoot an adult film, they could manage, but for a proper film, I'm afraid they may not meet your expectations." "No worries, Brother Kuen. If anything goes awry, I will take full responsibility. Just tell me whether you can lend me the personnel," Qin Zheng assured him. "Very well, shall I take you to select a director?" Jinkuen said, leading Qin Zheng toward the filming area. Upon entering, they were greeted by some suggestive melodies that prompted Tian Hong and Aji to recall an awkward incident from the past. "Everyone, please pause for a moment. All directors, come over here," Jinkuen called out. Once the directors gathered, he continued, "This is my brother. He is here to borrow a director for a film that will be released in theaters." Not recognizing any familiar faces among the directors, Qin Zheng intended to choose at random. As his story was derived from some classic works of the future that had stood the test of time, guaranteed to be profitable and serve as effective advertising, a twofold benefit. At that moment, a portly man caught Qin Zheng's eye. That's the one, Qin Zheng declared, pointing at the man. The designated director, startled, exclaimed, Big brother. I'm not a director. I'm merely a screenwriter. Although I do aspire to be a director. Indeed, Zheng, this fellow has only ever worked as a screenwriter. He has never directed, Jingquan added in clarification. Qin Zheng, maintaining a serious demeanor, insisted, it's fine. He will do. Jingquan, seeing Qin Zheng's determination, refrained from further persuasion and ominously warned the portly man, you better do a good job, or I will take it out on your entire family. The portly man, intimidated by Jingquan's words, was well aware of his reputation and knew he could not afford to offend him. He quickly assured, Brother Quan, rest assured. Though I have yet to officially direct, I understand what is required of a director. You can count on me to do a good job for Brother Zheng. All right. What is your name? Qin Zheng inquired. Brother Zheng, my name is Wang Jin, the portly man replied. Upon hearing Wang Jin's response, Qin Zheng confirmed he had not mistaken him. Then tidy yourself up and come with me. I will provide you with the script. And you can contemplate it before beginning the search for actors, Qin Zheng instructed. Qin Zheng then expressed his gratitude to Jingquan, saying, Brother Quan, thank you. If you need anything, just let me know. These are trivial matters. Just remember the promise you made to me. Jingquan replied with a smile. Rest assured, Brother Quan. Qin Zheng said, before returning to the Kowloon nightclub with a few others. Upon returning, after allowing Tianhong to entertain Wang Jin, Qin Zheng retreated to his office. He opened the task point exchange and found the screenplay for Shaolin Soccer. After spending 5 task points, he completed the exchange, receiving a fully fleshed out script, including dialogue and shot breakdowns. Even someone entirely unfamiliar with filmmaking could produce a movie with this material, let alone someone knowledgeable in the craft. After waiting for 2 hours, Qin Zheng finally emerged with the script, as presenting it immediately would have seemed overly ostentatious. Wang Jin initially assumed it was merely an outline, but upon opening it, he realized it was a complete script, complete with shot illustrations. As he delved deeper into the script, Wang Jin became increasingly astonished. The screenplay was flawless and guaranteed to be a commercial success. Observing Wang Jin's reaction, Qin Zheng laid out his requirements, stating that the sneakers featured must be from Kowloon footwear, and that a few subtle advertisements should be integrated into the narrative. Given the script's excellence, incorporating unrelated advertisements would be relatively straightforward, and Wang Jin promptly made the necessary adjustments. After reviewing the changes, Qin Zheng could not help but be impressed by Wang Jin's talent as a screenwriter. As for the actors, you handle that yourself. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to seek me out, Qin Zheng stated before allowing Wang Jin to get to work. By the way, what is our film's budget? Wang Jin asked urgently. The lower, the better. That statement resonated deeply in Wang Jin's mind as he began searching for candidates. That evening, upon returning home, Wang Jin discussed the project with his father, outlining the script and seeking his father's advice on potential actors. After hearing Wang Jin's requirements, his father remarked, for supporting roles, you could consider some seasoned actors who are past their prime, but when it comes to the leading roles, that is trickier. You should consult your boss to determine how much can be allocated for the leads. Chapter 19. The Chosen Ones, Cattle and Horses, Lubi. The next day, Wang Jin approached Qin Zheng, asking, Brother Zheng, what is the estimated final budget for this film? Qin Zheng, not fully versed in the current filming costs, inquired. Given the current economic conditions in Hong Kong, how much would it typically cost to produce a film? It depends on the type of film you wish to create. A campus romance story, without the need for stars, might cost around 1 million. However, if special effects are required, the price rises significantly. And when factoring in actor salaries and marketing, it could reach 2 to 3 million, Wang Jin replied candidly. Upon hearing Wang Jin's response, Qin Zheng realized he had been somewhat hasty. Presently, he couldn't muster 2 to 3 million. Even if he mortgaged the Kowloon nightclub, he might only secure around 20 million. Contemplating this, Qin Zheng suggested, how about this? For now, we focus on shooting a promotional or advertisement video. My aim in making this film is primarily for advertising purposes. Let us keep the budget under 500,000. We can cast some unknown actors and simply film a segment of them playing football, adding some special effects to highlight our sneakers. Wang Jin felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders upon hearing this. Otherwise, if the film flopped with a budget of over 1 million, his 200 pounds would not be worth that much. Understood, Brother Zheng, I will ensure this project is executed well, he affirmed before being sent on his way. Damn it, I thought I had risen in status, but it turns out I'm still just a junior, Qin Zheng mused self-deprecatingly. After the Kowloon nightclub underwent a rebranding, it resumed operations. However, the madam was preparing to withdraw her staff, and Qin Zheng personally intervened to persuade her to stay. The madam, however, explained, Brother Zheng, please understand, I have always relied on Hongtai for my livelihood. Now that Brother May has instructed me to withdraw, I have no choice. Upon hearing her words, Qin Zheng decided not to press her further and instead called Sister Shursan, asking her to send over some girls to assist. Qin Zheng realized that continuing in this manner was not a viable solution and began to contemplate potential candidates for a madam in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled Ruby, the younger sister-in-law of Hongtai Wei Jixiang, who, if memory served, was also a madam. He decided to call Fei Quan to gather intelligence on Wei Jixiang, particularly concerning his sister-in-law Ruby. Upon receiving Qin Zheng's instructions, Fei Quan promptly dispatched Fatty to collect information. Before long, Fatty reported back to Fei Quan, saying, "Brother Quan, Wei Jixiang fled the night after the arena match." Fei Quan frowned and asked, "Fled? What about his sister-in-law Ruby?" "She fled with him," Fatty replied. When Fei Quan inquired about Wei Jixiang's sister-in-law, Fatty quipped, "Brother Quan, why are you interested in his sister-in-law? Aren't you afraid of Apple?" At this, Fei Quan raised his hand to strike Fatty, who dodged out of the way. Fei Quan then clarified, "I am investigating Wei Jixiang's sister-in-law on Zheng Ji's orders." Upon hearing that it was Qin Zheng's directive, Fatty immediately divulged, "Wei Jixiang has absconded with his son. Hongtai did not trouble Ruby, but he has long coveted her and is currently searching for her." Fei Quan quickly contacted Qin Zheng to report the situation. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng instructed Fei Quan and Hua Bao Ming to seek out Ruby. The chosen ones must not escape. In an old rental apartment on Bolan Street, Ruby had been hiding ever since Wei Jixiang was defeated and fled the day after the arena match. For the past few days, Ruby had been living in fear, too afraid to venture outside. She recalled that if it hadn't been for Wei Jixiang blocking the prince, she would have been violated by him. With Wei Jixiang gone, she knew that if she didn't hide, she would certainly become prey to the prince. This apartment belonged to a younger sister of hers, who had smuggled herself over from the mainland but had been caught by the anti-vice squad for lacking a visa and had been deported back to the mainland. A series of urgent knocks interrupted Ruby's thoughts. Hearing the knocking, she dared not make a sound and cautiously approached the door, pressing her ear against the wall to listen. "Prince, according to Ruby's younger sister, this apartment was previously inhabited by her, and now Ruby may be hiding inside." One of the henchmen reported anxiously upon seeing the prince approach. The prince slapped the henchman across the face, furious, and bellowed, "Then why the hell are you still standing there? Open the door." The prince, already enraged after being used as a stepping stone by Qin Zheng, had become increasingly brutal. The henchman, after receiving the slap, dared not speak further and signaled to the other brothers to force the door open. The other residents, hearing the commotion, were too frightened to intervene, fearing the wrath of these gang members. At that moment, Ruby, hiding inside, was on the brink of despair. Not only was she already terrified of the prince, but with Wei Jixiang gone, she could only imagine what horrors awaited her. Meanwhile, the henchmen of Hongtai were violently kicking the door. Ruby hurried to the window and glanced down. From the third floor, it was not too high. Gritting her teeth and closing her eyes, she prepared to jump, though fear still gripped her. Just as the door was about to give way, her instinct for survival overcame her fear, and she leapt out. The prince, hearing her exclaim "Damn whore," turned to his stunned henchman and barked, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and chase her." Ruby landed from the third floor, twisting her ankle and landing hard on her backside. Thinking of the henchman pursuing her from above, she scrambled to her feet and ran. The henchman soon spotted her, shouting, "Damn whore." She ran, and they pursued. She was trapped with nowhere to escape. Injured and desperate, Ruby cast a glance back, her eyes filled with despair. She knew that if she fell into the hands of the twisted prince, her fate would be worse than death. Just as she contemplated ending her own life, a large group of gang members appeared ahead. Seeing this, the Hongtai henchmen halted in their tracks, while Ruby, noticing their pause, realized that a formidable group was before her. Leading them were Fei Quan and Hua Bao Ming, accompanied by their own henchmen. Fei Quan approached the trembling woman and asked, "Are you Miss Ruby? My boss is Qin Zheng, and I've come to help you." Ruby was puzzled. She did not know Qin Zheng personally, only having heard of the renowned figure making waves in the underworld. Although confused, she replied, "I am Ruby." Upon hearing her response, Fei Quan instructed several of his henchmen to assist her. Meanwhile, the prince arrived late, observing his henchmen surrounding the scene, and asked, perplexed, "What is going on? Have we caught that wretched Ruby?" As he stepped forward, he spotted Fei Quan and Hua Bao Ming, searching for Qin Zheng, Tian Hong, and Aji, but finding no sign of them. The arrogant prince cursed, "Fei Quan, Hua Bao Ming, who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs?" Fei Quan and Hua Bao Ming, who had once been novices in the underworld, each commanding hundreds of henchmen, did not respond immediately, but their subordinates began to retort. Hongtai's henchmen also joined in the exchange of insults. Just as the two sides were embroiled in a heated argument, a voice emerged from behind Fei Quan's group. "What is the matter? Can our Hongxing handle this?" The henchmen parted to reveal Qin Zheng, accompanied by Tian Hong and Aji. The prince felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of Qin Zheng and his companions, fear etched deep within him. Qin Zheng, what does Ruby's matter have to do with you? She is not with you. Just because she wasn't with me before doesn't mean she won't be now. Qin Zheng replied with authority. Ruby, who had been secretly observing Qin Zheng, quickly declared, Zhenggu, I am willing to be with you. Ha ha, did you hear that, prince? Ruby is now with me, and it is only right that I protect her. What are you trying to do by capturing my sister? Qin Zheng retorted. You think you can disregard me? With that, the prince, along with his henchmen, retreated in defeat. As the prince and his gang departed, the onlookers witnessed Qin Zheng's might. Fei Quan then led Ruby over, saying, Zhenggu, this is Ruby. Good job, Fei Quan, a Ming. Keep a close watch on our territory and recruit more members. I want you to be able to summon 500 henchmen at any time. Qin Zheng affirmed, though the reason for recruiting more members was unclear to them. They prepared to comply nonetheless. You are Ruby? Qin Zheng inquired, looking at her. Upon hearing her name called, Ruby shyly replied, Yes, Zhenggu, I am Ruby. May I ask what you need from me? I have heard that you were once a madam, and I currently own a nightclub that is in dire need of hostesses. Would you be able to manage them? Upon learning that Qin Zheng wanted her to oversee hostesses at the nightclub, Ruby sighed in relief. No problem, Zhenggu. I will gather my former sisters immediately. All right, then I leave it in your hands. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, come find me. Regardless of how you divided profits in the past, moving forward, the nightclub will allocate 70 to the sisters and 30 to us. Any issues regarding harassment by clients will be handled by Fei Quan directly. Qin Zheng established the rules firmly. Then I shall express my gratitude to you on behalf of my sisters. Zhenggu, Ruby responded, touched, for other gangs in Hong Kong typically demanded at least 50, with some even taking 70. Afterward, Qin Zheng returned to the Kowloon nightclub with Tian Hong and Ji. The news of Qin Zheng's intervention to scare off the Hongtai prince spread, prompting more and more lowly figures to seek out Qin Zheng in Yau Ma Tei. Chen Mei, the leader of Hongtai, looked at Chen Tailong, who was struggling outside, and said, Tailong, you are no longer a child. It's time to act with prudence. Otherwise, we cannot entrust the gang to you. What about the video factory? Have you managed that well? Wei Jixiang has fled. You need to find a replacement quickly. We wouldn't want to raise suspicions with the business registration office. That could lead to trouble. I know. I'll handle the video factory issue, Chen Tailong replied impatiently. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng, back at the Kowloon nightclub, pondered whether to utilize Huang Zhiqing to directly oust Hongtai and seize the territory in Yau Ma Tei. The advantages of such a move were numerous. It would accomplish the task, appease Huang Zhiqing, and expand territory to facilitate initial accumulation. After some contemplation, he decided to wait until Fei Chuan and the others had collected their men. At that point, Fei Chuan could muster 500 underlings and then summon some blue lanterns in TSC Wanshan, aiming to control at least 2 streets. He called Yaowen to inquire about recent developments. Yaowen mentioned that there were some blue lanterns in TSC Wanshan interested in collaborating with Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng instructed Yaowen to make his own decisions, suggesting he could recruit some fighters. Qin Zheng then summoned Tianhong and Aji, saying, Tianhong, keep an eye on Chun Mei's routine. Aji, follow the prince and take note of where he stores his goods and when they are dispatched. Tianhong and Aji responded, understood, Aji go. Finally, there is something to do. A few days later, news of Qin Zheng becoming the boss of Ruby quickly circulated, enabling Ruby to reassemble her previous younger sisters. With the introduction of Qin Zheng's new regulations, some newly arrived girls were willing to join Ruby at the Kowloon nightclub, resulting in an even more prosperous business. At 8 o'clock the next morning, just as Qin Zheng finished his soup on the rooftop, the call ended. Without needing to look, he knew it was Huang Dog calling, and it was just in time to tip off about Hongtai's drug dealings. He gathered Tianhong and Aji, who relayed the information they had collected over the past few days. Qin Zheng instructed them to remain on standby. The next day at 8 o'clock, Qin Zheng appeared punctually on the rooftop and saw Huang Zhiqing approaching with a bowl of soup. No need for hospitality, you're wealthier than I am. Big brother in the underworld, Qin Zheng remarked, not dwelling on Huang Zhiqing's mockery. Instead, he directly inquired if he wanted some intelligence regarding Hongtai. Upon hearing about the intel on Hongtai, Huang Zhiqing grew cautious and asked, what is your angle? Want to use my hand to eliminate your rival? Let me ask you one last time. Do you want the information about their storage? Once Huang Zhiqing realized it was about Hongtai's storage, his demeanor shifted, and he asked, is it true? Where did you get this information? Seeing Huang Zhiqing's quick change of heart, Qin Zheng felt disdain but replied, I had some prior conflicts with the Prince of Hongtai, and I sent someone to follow him for a few days. I discovered that his storage is located at the auspicious optical disc engraving factory in Yau Ma Tei. Additionally, his operation has some potent substances. My underlings reported that many miners are procuring goods from his factory. If I remember correctly, you'll receive the credit for this intel, he concluded. Huang Zhiqing couldn't wait to rush to the police station to arrange matters. Upon hearing Huang Zhiqing's words, Qin Zheng merely smiled nonchalantly, thinking, I'm a master manipulator. How could I be outsmarted by you? He also looked forward to Ni Kuan's early exit from the scene. Back at the Kowloon nightclub, Qin Zheng sat in a booth with Aji and Tianhong, enjoying their drinks. Tianhong, starting tonight, follow Chun Mei closely. Once I give the signal, eliminate him. Use a gun. Tianhong, confused, asked, why use a gun directly? Because your 8-sided sword is too recognizable, and the wounds are easy to identify, which could expose us. Using a gun. Even if we are suspected, we can deflect blame, Qin Zheng explained patiently. He then turned to Aji, saying, you'll accompany me. After Tianhong succeeds, you take the explosive Ming, and I'll lead Fei Chuan. We'll each seize a street in Hongtai's territory in Yau Ma Tei. After arranging Tianhong and Aji, Qin Zheng called Fei Chuan, Hegemony, and Yaowen, instructing them to prepare their men for action that evening. On the other side, Huang Zhiqing returned to the Tsim Sha Sui police station, where he reported the intel from Qin Zheng to the foreign chief inspector. After communicating with the Yau Ma Tei police station, the two departments decided to conduct a joint operation. They dispatched officers to surround the factory, while coordinating with the O department to search Hongtai's venue. At that moment, Chen Tailong was unaware that the factory was under police surveillance. He was busy extracting the fourth batch, wearing a long-lost smile. Chapter 21, The Disbandment of Hongtai. As the prince entered the factory, Huang Zhiqing, the Knight-S commander, was finalizing personnel arrangements for the arrest operation. Everyone ready, the operation begins. With Huang Zhiqing's command, all participating officers sprang into action. Don't move. Get on the ground with your hands on your head. The prince inside the factory, still bewildered, was swiftly apprehended by the police. Huang Zhiqing approached him and the few captured underlings, instructing them to take them away. Although Hongtai's prince was a coward, he realized his fate was sealed upon being captured in the drug factory. Thankfully, there was no death penalty in Hong Kong. He would go to Stanley Prison, where his father could manage things from the outside. Meanwhile, Tianhong and Aji followed Chun Mei back to his home, watching him enter the house. Aji and Tianhong stealthily climbed over the wall into the yard. Though Chun Mei was the gang leader, his household only had 2 bodyguards and a few close aides for protection. Aji crept up behind a young underling, swiftly snapping his neck with both hands, gently lowering the body to the ground without making a sound, fearing it would alert those inside. Inside the house, Chun Mei was smoking a cigar, engaged in conversation with several close aides. Tianhong and Aji noticed there were 4 more individuals protecting Chun Mei, exchanged glances, and simultaneously fired several shots, killing the underlings on the spot. Now only Chun Mei remained. He looked at Tianhong and Aji, exclaiming, Qin Zheng sent you here? Impressive tactics, truly impressive. Tianhong and Aji did not respond to Chun Mei's question. Tianhong addressed him, Uncle Mei, you are also a veteran in this world. Hand over the money and assets, and I will grant you a dignified exit. Sighing, Chun Mei replied, I can give you the items, but I hope you spare my son's life. Let him live as an ordinary person from now on. Tianhong nodded, agreed. Let him live out his days in Stanley. Though it was Stanley, at least he would be alive. Subsequently, Chun Mei handed over cash, checks, and the contracts proving the assets of the Hongtai gang to Tianhong. Having obtained everything from Hongtai, Tianhong shot Chun Mei in the forehead. Chun Mei slumped on the sofa, lifeless. After completing everything, Tianhong called Qin Zheng. Zheng, everything is settled. Upon receiving Tianhong's call, Qin Zheng felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Previously worried about Tianhong's safety, he had sent Aji along as a precaution, but thankfully, no issues arose. Finish up and return to the Kowloon nightclub. I've left 100 brothers here. I'll arrange things once you return. After hanging up, Qin Zheng addressed Fei Chuan, Hegemony, and the other underlings. In Yau Ma Tei, we will sweep through Hongtai's territory, and the land we seize will be ours. Tonight, we will reward those who perform well. Zheng, magnificent. The underlings cheered in unison. All right, no more chatter for now. Fei Chuan, Hegemony, take your underlings and each handle a street. Yaowen and the brothers are on their way to assist. Qin Zheng instructed Fei Chuan and Hegemony. Hearing Qin Zheng's orders, the two promptly set off with their men to raid Hongtai's territory. Qin Zheng also made a phone call to brother Liang Quan, saying that Yau Ma Tei was about to descend into chaos. Would he like to join in? Liang Quan, languidly seated in his executive chair with his feet propped up on the desk, instantly perked up upon receiving Qin Zheng's words. Zheng, what do you mean by that? Literally, it's up to you whether you want to come, Qin Zheng replied before hanging up the call. After pondering for a moment, Liang Quan decided to have Xuanqi head to Yau Ma Tei to deal with the situation at Hongtai. Meanwhile, the gang leaders in the Yao Tsimong area noticed the influx of Hongxing members into Yau Ma Tei and began communicating with their counterparts, simultaneously reinforcing their manpower to guard their territories, fearing that Hongxing was targeting them. Fei Quan, accompanied by his underlings, arrived at the entrance of a Hongtai bar. The guards at the door, unfamiliar with Fei Quan, quickly rushed inside to alert their compatriots upon seeing a large group of gangsters approaching. I am Fei Quan of Hongxing. Today, we shall leave no establishment of Hongtai standing on this street. Brothers, charge. With that declaration, Fei Quan brandished his machete and charged towards the opposing crowd. Upon hearing that Hongxing was upon them, Hongtai's members experienced a flicker of fear. After all, the name of Qin Zheng and Yau Ma Tei carried significant weight among Hongtai's underlings. The Hongtai gangsters, already intimidated before the battle began, scattered as soon as someone took the lead to flee. Having subdued this establishment, the remaining Hongtai members congregated, preparing for a desperate resistance. In Simsha, Long Lian Hao from the Chung Isin gang, intrigued by the situation, brought along hundreds of his underlings to join the fray. Wang Bao from Mong Kok had also entered the fray, as various factions like Nu Qi, Hong Ying, and He too had already begun to seize Hongtai's territories. The underlings of Hongtai, unable to reach their leader Chun Mei, resorted to contacting the various uncles within the gang. However, since the power was primarily held by Chun Mei, these uncles had little manpower at their disposal and were left helpless. Within Hongtai's main hall, the uncles exchanged glances, sighing in resignation. It was then that the gang's most prominent figure, the little tyrant, suggested, "Since it has come to this, let us part ways." He declared this before leading his underlings back to their territory. "Wait, little tyrant, if we can't reach Mei, how about we nominate you to take over?" One of the uncles proposed. "Do you take me for a fool? The whole of Hong Kong Island's gangs are seizing our establishments. What can Hongtai use to resist? I'm already contemplating how to move our base. Do you think I have time to manage you old-timers?" The little tyrant retorted, glaring at the uncles who habitually held themselves in high regard. Watching the little tyrant depart with his underlings, the powerless gangsters and uncles exchanged worried glances. Hongtai was doomed, and those with enemies were considering emigration, while the powerless were left to ponder whether any third-rate gangs would take them in. Tonight was a lavish feast for Yao Tsimong, marking the demise of the Hongtai gang. No one anticipated that within a single night, the second-tier gang Hongtai would be obliterated. Even the shadowy orchestrators behind it remained unknown. Long Lian Hao from Chung Isin, Wang Bao from Mong Kok, and Jiang Tianying from Hong Ying all reaped substantial rewards. Even the formidable Ba Bai from He too, spurred on by Liang Quan, seized a Hongtai establishment in Yau Ma Tei, while Liang Quan himself acquired 2 venues, one a horse stable, the other a bathhouse. However, the biggest winner of the night was undoubtedly Qin Zheng, who successfully took over 2 entire streets, claiming over 20 establishments. Fei Quan and Hua Bao Ming led the charge, with their underlings displaying remarkable bravery, coupled with the 200 or so fighters brought by Yao Wen later on, as well as the 800 blue lanterns. They managed to secure these 2 streets. The appearances of Tian Hong and Ji further deterred other gangs from encroaching. Fei Quan, Hua Bao Ming, and Yao Wen each earned their reputation that night, while Tian Hong and Ji shone even brighter. The most significant bounty was the cash of over 80 million that Tian Hong and Ji secured from Chun Mei, along with dozens of property ownership certificates, valued at nearly 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Chapter 22. Successfully seizing 2 streets from Hongtai. After ensuring that each captured venue had underlings assigned to safeguard it, Qin Zheng summoned his trusted subordinates to the Kowloon nightclub. Observing the excited expressions of his men, he felt a swell of satisfaction, though he maintained a facade of authority, concealing his emotions. "Tonight, you all performed admirably, especially you, Fei Quan and Hua Bao Ming. Your willingness to lead from the front and take the initiative is commendable. From now on, you will each manage the territories you've secured. The arrangement remains the same, 3% to the gang, 3% to me. And the remaining 40% will be yours after deducting the wages for your respective underlings," Qin Zheng proclaimed. He then looked towards Yao Wan, instructing, "You'll manage your trusted subordinates over at TSZ1 Shan. You'll maintain your presence here at Kowloon nightclub. Fei Quan and Ming, you two will manage your own territories with your brothers. Every participating underling will receive 1,000. The blue lanterns will select those who performed exceptionally tonight for inclusion, and the rest will receive double." He concluded, "You'll all come to me later for your payouts." Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Yao Wen responded joyfully, "Thank you, Brother Zheng. I'll certainly express my gratitude to those blue lanterns on your behalf. Apple, AI Lian, make sure to learn and assist your men well. I seek not mere brawlers, but capable leaders who can stand on their own," Qin Zheng added. The group nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, Brother Zheng. All right, that will be all for now. You all rest well at the nightclub tonight. The outside is unsafe these days, and I do not wish to hear of any ambushes against you. Now disperse. Tian Hong and Ji, remain," Qin Zheng instructed before sending the others off to rest. Subsequently, Qin Zheng addressed Tian Hong and Ji, saying, "You two contributed the most tonight. Each of you will receive 5 million. As Tian Hong and Ji prepared to decline, Qin Zheng continued, "Don't be quick to refuse. These rewards are rightfully yours. brought back by your efforts. Others would have fled with such bounty long ago. Upon hearing this, Tianhong and Aji felt particularly moved. Initially, they had ventured to TSC Wanshan seeking profit, only to be defeated by Qin Zheng and become his subordinates. Gradually, they were won over by his prowess and his treatment of his underlings. He exuded emotional value that resonated deeply. For two warriors like them, he was the ideal leader. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Tsim Sha Sui police station, the public relations department was conducting a press conference, announcing the police had received reports leading to the arrest of a drug manufacturing and trafficking operation headed by Hongtai's Qin Long, seizing 5 kilograms of narcotics and apprehending 5 suspects. The following morning, other influential figures who caught wind of this news began preparing to send their underlings to raid Hongtai's establishments, only to discover that all had been swiftly claimed by various factions. Among them, Qin Zheng of Hongxing had seized 2 streets from Hongtai, having casually mobilized over 2,000 underlings the previous night, thereby garnering significant attention towards this rising star of Hongxing. The leaders of Hongxing, aside from the Big B, received congratulatory calls from the Red Sticks, expressing their admiration for Qin Zheng. Meanwhile, the 5 tigers of Causeway Bay, upon hearing this news, could scarcely believe it, including Big B, who was left in stunned silence, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Observing Chun Hao Nan and the others nearby, he consoled them. Do not lose heart. In a few days, Mr. Jiang will have tasks for you. Excel in them, and you too shall rise. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao Nan and the others finally regained their composure, contemplating the prospect of becoming leaders and seeking vengeance against Qin Zheng. At Kowloon nightclub, Qin Zheng gazed at Liang Quan, who lounged comfortably on the sofa. Liang Quan, grinning, queried, "Ah Zheng, you've made quite the impression. Seizing 2 streets from Hongtai without a sound? That old Coot Chun Mei has vanished. You didn't send him packing, did you? And the matter of the prince, was it also your doing? What a conversation. I merely consider myself fortunate. Recently, I took under my wing a younger sister and, fearing trouble from the heir of Hongtai, dispatched someone to follow him. It was only upon discovering that he was being surveilled by the authorities that I resolved to disrupt Hongtai's operations. As for Chun Mei's situation, I am not privy to that. Regardless of whether Liang Kun believes it or not, this is how Qin Zheng has explained it. Fortunately, Liang Kun did not dwell on these matters. He merely remarked that he now had 2 additional venues to manage, for which he ought to thank me. However, with your considerable influence, aren't you concerned about Jiang Tianxing targeting you? Why would Jiang Tianxing come after me? If he were to target anyone, it would be you, as I have no desire to assume the role of a leader. Qin Zheng posed the question to Liang Kun. Do you recall what you mentioned to me back in Chizhou? Liang Kun inquired. Qin Zheng looked at Liang Kun and stated, I am not mistaken, am I? If you were to grow in power, Jiang Tianxing would undoubtedly seek to eliminate you. Hongxing is a legacy of the Jiang family. Being the influential figure in the region is paramount, and the position of leader is reserved solely for members of the Jiang family. Others need not even dream of it. While this statement holds truth, I still wish to attempt securing the leadership of Hongxing, Liang Kun declared, unwilling to concede. If you are intent on toppling Jiang Tianxing, then you ought to devise a solid plan. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Liang Kun pondered the feasibility of this endeavor, but alas, he could not arrive at a conclusion by the afternoon. This was a hint provided by Qin Zheng. Upon returning to the Qian Kun Film Company in Mongkok, Liang Kun's mind echoed with Qin Zheng's admonition, sever its wings, extinguish its prestige. At the Kowloon nightclub, Qin Zheng was in the midst of submitting a task. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of managing 10 venues and acquiring 500 younger brothers. Reward, 10 million Hong Kong dollars and 5 task points. A new task is issued. The host has now surpassed the status of a red pole and is comparable to that of a regional leader in the organization. The host must become a regional leader to complete the task. Task rewards, 10 task points, 30 million Hong Kong dollars, and 1 smuggling route. Special reward, the aura of dominion. Upon seeing the task requirements to become a regional leader, Qin Zheng realized it coincided perfectly with his next plan. Otherwise, his standing in the underworld would be too low, making certain matters difficult to navigate. At that moment, Wang Jin hurried over to report on the progress of the advertisement shoot. After listening, Qin Zheng thought Wang Jin to be a genius. It turned out that Wang Jin had already completed the advertisement shoot, was in the process of editing, and had enlisted his father's assistance. The advertisement could air on TVB, albeit not during prime time. Nevertheless, Qin Zheng was indifferent, as it had not cost him a penny. After dismissing Wang Jin, Qin Zheng, along with Aji and Jimmy, made arrangements to head to Central, intending to rent an office and establish the Kowloon Group Company. The immediate plan was to scout locations, followed by a visit to the factory to inspect the final products. The shoes, branded as Kowloon, were merely divided into male and female series. The thought of having to oversee all these matters personally left Qin Zheng lamenting that his resources were still too few. It was indeed a challenge for a prominent figure in the underworld to engage in such tasks. Shouldn't a big brother merely indulge in feasting and issuing commands? Qin Zheng mused inwardly. Chapter 23. The Little Overlord's Transition. On the other hand, the days of the remnants of Hongtai, the Little Overlord, have not been easy. Following Hongtai's downfall, he could no longer rely on its name to make a living, lest he face the wrath of the various organizations that had divided Hongtai's territories among themselves. Hongtai has been dismantled by us. Do you still intend to operate under its banner? How much contempt do you have for us? Fortunately, the Little Overlord managed to hold his ground, commanding a few hundred younger brothers, guarding several of Hongtai's former establishments. At that moment, his confidant, For Eyes, addressed him, saying, Brother Overlord, we cannot continue like this. With Hongtai collapsed, if we fail to find an alternative soon, we may be devoured by others. Do you think I haven't considered this? The crux of the matter is, where can we go now? After transitioning, will these venues still belong to us? The Little Overlord sighed. The venue in Yau Ma Tei was lucrative. He currently had money and a few hundred younger brothers by his side. However, when the money runs dry and the younger brothers scatter, he too would have to flee. If he did not, his enemies would surely hunt him down without mercy. Thus, he had sought out several major organizations the previous night to discuss transitioning. But none were willing to entertain him. Observing the Little Overlord in despair, For eyes lit up as he suggested, if all else fails, we should consider aligning ourselves with Qin Zheng. Those around them felt a mix of emotions at For Eyes' proposition, partly because Hongtai's decline was linked to Qin Zheng, and partly due to the fear of being labeled traitors for seeking refuge with someone who had taken over Hongtai streets. Align with Qin Zheng? For Eyes, have you betrayed us? The Little Overlord retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, For Eyes felt a chill run down his spine. Brother Overlord, please do not wrongfully accuse me. I have always been loyal to the organization and to you. But times have changed. Our organization has collapsed, and we find ourselves without support. Yau Ma Tei has become a den of danger. Relying solely on ourselves, we cannot endure. For Eyes passionately explained. Brother Overlord, do you think that if we fled, many brothers would be willing to follow us? How much money do you have to sustain these younger brothers? Hearing For Eyes' reasoning, the Little Overlord pondered for a moment. Then perhaps we need not align with Qin Zheng. What about organizations like Hehe, Hongxing, or Heliansheng? They could be viable alternatives. Besides, Qin Zheng is merely a red pole himself. For Eyes, with utmost sincerity, replied, Brother Overlord, how can you still not comprehend? When you sought those organizations last night, did any of them show a willingness to accept us? They are simply waiting for us to falter so they can swallow us whole. Even if another organization is willing to protect us, how would the profits from the venues be managed? Would they belong to the organization or continue to be under our control? If they remain under our control, what need would the accepting organization have to take us in? The Little Overlord and his followers nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Underworld is a cruel realm. Furthermore, aligning with Qin Zheng is merely a matter of maintaining appearances. Presently, in Yau Ma Tei, he commands over 1,000 younger brothers, and with a swift call, he can summon another 1,000 from TSE Wanshan. With 30 or so venues, he can easily sustain these younger brothers. If he were to add us to the mix, he could muster at least 3,000 men, making him the most significant force in Yau Ma Tei. Most importantly, regarding the ownership of the venues, did you not notice that apart from Kowloon nightclub, the other places are all under the control of Fei Chuan and Baoming? Just over a month ago, Fei Chuan and Baoming were insignificant. Everyone suddenly realized, yes, at this moment, Qin Zheng is the most powerful in Yau Ma Tei, still under Hongxing's banner. Aligning with him not only signifies entry into Hongxing, but also offers greater prestige in Yau Ma Tei than they had under Hongtai. The Little Overlord hastily inquired. So how do we approach Qin Zheng regarding the transfer? I believe we should go directly to Kowloon nightclub to speak with Qin Zheng. He should not refuse us. For Eyes suggested. While Qin Zheng was contemplating his next steps at Kowloon nightclub, he received a message from Yao when stating that the Little Overlord of Hongtai wished to see him. Qin Zheng promptly invited them in, still admiring the Little Overlord's cleverness. Brother Zheng, they greeted as they entered. Yao won and the Little Overlord took their seats. Looking at the Little Overlord, Qin Zheng inquired, what brings you here? The Little Overlord, gazing at the young Qin Zheng confidently seated at the head of the table, felt a surge of nostalgia. Just over a month ago, Qin Zheng had been nothing more than a petty troublemaker, and now he had transformed into a leader commanding over 2,000 younger brothers. Regaining his composure, the Little Overlord began, Brother Zheng, I have come to propose that my brothers and I transition our venues to join you, and I hope you will accept us. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng, intrigued, looked at the Little Overlord and asked, Oh, you wish to transfer to my side? What is your reasoning? In response, the Little Overlord recounted For Eyes' analysis, slightly modifying his words before presenting them to Qin Zheng. After listening to the terms laid out by Qin Zheng, the little overlord felt a sense of agreement within. In comparison to his previous dealings with Hongtai, this arrangement appeared to be even more advantageous. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, Qin Zheng indeed seemed to wield more influence than Hongtai. "Thank you, Brother Zheng," he said with a bright smile. Qin Zheng addressed the little overlord, stating, "All the gamblers and troublemakers among your subordinates must be expelled. Going forward, the protection fees for the venue will be formalized through a proper contract with Kowloon Property Company." The little overlord responded confidently, "Rest assured, Brother Zheng. I will ensure that my brothers are free from gamblers and troublemakers." "Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. Yao Wen, please escort the little overlord and ensure that all contracts for his subordinates are finalized within the next few days," Qin Zheng instructed. "Understood, Brother Zheng," Yao Wen replied, leading the little overlord out of Qin Zheng's office. The little overlord expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Yao. From now on, we are all brothers. Let us not dwell on formalities. We are all brothers in service to Brother Zheng." Yao Wen waved off the sentiment. The news of the little overlord's allegiance to Hongxing and Qin Zheng swiftly reverberated throughout the underworld of Hong Kong. Fortunately, Hongxing was a prestigious organization, and with Qin Zheng's recent prominence, few questioned the appropriateness of the arrangement. Only those factions still clinging to the little overlord's territory lamented the shift. After Yao Wen completed the registration of the little overlord's subordinates, Qin Zheng convened a meeting with his trusted lieutenants, marking the little overlord's inaugural attendance at such a gathering. Tian Hong, Aji, Fei Quan, and Hua Bao Ming warmly welcomed the new addition. In the realm of the underworld, the relationship between a leader and his brothers is one of profound intimacy. If the leader can provide protection, so too can the brothers uphold each other as strength. Chapter 24. Preparations for the shoe store opening. With the renovations of the sneaker store on Palan Street completed, Qin Zheng commenced organizing the commercial strategy. At that moment, Wang Jin was seated in the office of Kowloon nightclub, awaiting Qin Zheng's arrival. Shortly thereafter, Qin Zheng entered alongside Tian Hong and Aji. "Brother Zheng, the sneaker advertisement has been edited, and the total budget amounted to approximately 300,000, Wang Jin reported, opening the television to showcase the completed video. After viewing the advertisement, Qin Zheng praised, "Wang Jin, you truly possess a talent for filmmaking. You flatter me, Brother Zheng. It is thanks to your support that I have achieved this." Wang Jin modestly attributed his success to Qin Zheng. "Let me hold on to this for now. I will arrange for its broadcast with the television station in the coming days," Qin Zheng decided. After sending Wang Jin on his way, Qin Zheng drove with Tian Hong and Aji to the sneaker factory in the new territories, where he inquired about the current production status and inventory of men's and women's shoes with Director Wang. The director assured him that everything was operating smoothly, with ample stock and normal production levels. They exchanged pleasantries, and Qin Zheng reminded the director to contact Jimmy directly if any issues arose. Having completed the factory inspection, Qin Zheng proceeded to the Palan Street sneaker store, where Jimmy was currently training the newly hired sales staff. Upon noticing Qin Zheng's arrival, Jimmy eagerly introduced him. "This is our boss, Mr. Qin, from Kowloon Footwear." "Hello, Mr. Qin." The young saleswomen greeted him enthusiastically upon realizing who he was. "Greetings, ladies. If you work diligently, when we open a branch, you could become the manager." Qin Zheng painted an enticing picture of their future. The young women beamed with joy, thrilled at the prospect of becoming store managers. "Thank you, Mr. Qin." "Jimmy, with the store set to open soon, what do you believe we should do to swiftly establish our presence and capture the market?" Qin Zheng inquired within the office. After pondering for a moment, Jimmy suggested, "Brother Zheng, I think we could initiate a low-price promotion and invest in advertising to quickly build our brand." Nodding at Jimmy's conventional strategies, Qin Zheng remarked, "Indeed, this is the typical approach for new store openings. However, such methods may be too slow for our objectives." Jimmy, sensing the urgency, asked, "What alternative methods would you propose, Brother Zheng?" "In addition to conventional advertising, we could implement some innovative strategies. First, a lottery event where for every pair of shoes sold, the customer receives a unique number. Those selected can either purchase a second pair for free or receive a refund on one pair, with 3 winners drawn daily. Second, we could establish a membership system with a pre-deposit scheme. Deposit 1,000 and receive an additional 200 with an 88 discount on purchases. Third, a referral program where existing customers who bring in new buyers within 3 days can enjoy a 50 discount." Qin Zheng outlined various marketing tactics from the future. Jimmy was left astonished, struggling to comprehend how so many strategies could apply to selling shoes. After some contemplation, he recognized the substantial benefits these tactics could yield. The first strategy, while seemingly giving away 3 pairs of shoes daily, would incur minimal costs, around 40 each. The second would accelerate cash flow, as new members would essentially pre-purchase 1,000 worth of shoes. The third would leverage word of mouth to enhance brand recognition. Realizing the potential, Jimmy expressed his admiration. Brother Zheng, your ideas are incredibly insightful. With these strategies, we will undoubtedly have no rivals. Do not celebrate too soon. While we can implement these strategies, so can others. Our advantage lies in our own factory and lower costs. We must also rely on the quality of our products and conduct customer surveys to adapt to their preferences. Qin Zheng cautioned. Understood, Brother Zheng. I will communicate this to Director Wang, Jimmy replied, still brimming with excitement. Good. Now, I must attend to negotiations regarding our advertisements with the television station, Qin Zheng stated before departing with Tianhong and a G to TVB. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's marketing tactics, both were taken aback, impressed by his sharp intellect and strategic prowess. Upon arriving at the TVB building, they approached the reception to explain their purpose and were directed to the advertising director, Mr. Li. We are interested in acquiring prime advertising slots. May I inquire about your rates? Mr. Qin, yes. Currently, our prime advertising slots are already booked, Mr. Li replied without pretense. And what about any available slots between 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.? Qin Zheng pressed on. Please hold on while I check, Mr. Li responded. After a brief wait, he continued, we have a 20-second slot available around 7:50 p.m. with a monthly rental of approximately 80,000 Hong Kong dollars. That sounds reasonable and falls within the prime time category. I will proceed to sign a 3-month contract, Qin Zheng decided. Excellent, Mr. Qin. I look forward to our collaboration. Mr. Li agreed, swiftly finalizing the contract. After signing, Qin Zheng handed the completed advertisement to Mr. Li, who assured him, I will edit it according to the broadcast duration and send it to you for approval once it is ready. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Li. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit me at Kowloon nightclub, Qin Zheng offered, noting Mr. Li's amenable demeanor as he concluded their meeting. Very well. Mr. Qin, should there be any troubles in the future, I trust you will be understanding, Director Li graciously explained. The following day, at precisely 7:50 in the evening, the inaugural advertisement for Kowloon footwear premiered, depicting 2 football teams in a fierce competition. One team, donned in Kowloon sneakers, was named the Shaolin football team, comprised entirely of Shaolin disciples. With spectacular aerial strikes, powerful goals, and swift directional changes, they outpaced their opponents, ultimately clinching victory. The advertisement conveyed just one message: Kowloon sneakers, providing you with a sensation akin to flight. The sales address was the Kowloon footwear flagship store on Portland Street. On the next day, the Portland Street shoe store was nearing the final stages of its renovation. Qin Zheng and Jimmy had set the opening date for 3 days hence. Today marked the commencement of promotional activities for the grand opening, whereby samples were displayed at the store's entrance, detailing 3 special events for the new store's launch. Notably, customers who made a deposit could enjoy an 88% discount. An aunt inquired of a sales assistant named Fong Ting whether the deposit indeed qualified for the discount, and if additional discounts could be applied. Yes, dear aunt, Fong Ting replied. Not only can you enjoy an 88% discount, but you can also benefit from a further discount when bringing in new customers, making it even more worthwhile to purchase shoes. The aunt calculated in her mind that it was indeed cheaper than before and decided to deposit 1,000. Fong Ting then approached Jimmy to collect the money and register the membership information. Observing the familiar Fong Ting, Qin Zheng promptly assigned her the task of being the first among them to assist customers with membership registration, declaring her the assistant manager of the Portland Street store with a monthly salary increase of 2,000. Upon learning this, the other sales assistants became even more diligent in promoting their sneaker brand. Chapter 25. The Chosen Ones Receive Raises. On the day of the grand opening, at the entrance of the Kowloon footwear store, Qin Zheng and Jimmy led the sales staff in welcoming guests, while Tianhong and Aji were stationed on either side. The remaining staff, including Fei Qian, Yao Wen, and Huo Bao Ming, were merely present in a supporting capacity. The entrance was adorned with an abundance of floral arrangements. Amidst the celebratory sounds of drums and lion dances, Liang Kuan arrived with his associates, holding a floral basket. Ah Zheng, you've opened without even a word to me. Have you forgotten our brotherhood? He exclaimed. What are you standing there for? Hurry and place the basket for Ah Zheng. Noticing his associates idly standing by, Liang Kuan expressed his irritation, raising his hand to slap Sha Chong lightly on the back of the head. Sha Chong, undeterred, chuckled and positioned the floral basket at the entrance. Qin Zheng jested with Liang Kuan. Brother Kuan, you're a man of many responsibilities. How could I dare trouble you for such a small matter? Liang Kuan, ignoring the banter, replied, Ah Zheng, seeing you thrive brings me immense joy. Brother Zheng, the auspicious time has arrived. We are ready to cut the ribbon, Jimmy reminded Qin Zheng. Casting a glance at Liang Kuan, Qin Zheng said, Then I would be grateful if you would join me in the ribbon-cutting ceremony. With a decisive snip of the scissors by Qin Zheng, Liang Kuan, Jimmy, and Fong Ting, the Kowloon sneakers store was officially inaugurated. After the ribbon cutting, Liang Kuan engaged in casual conversation with Qin Zheng for a brief moment before returning to his own company. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng returned to the Kowloon nightclub with his associates, leaving the store in Jimmy and Fong Ting's capable hands, with a few of his associates remaining to maintain order. Allowing the associates some freedom, Qin Zheng retreated to his office. He contemplated his current wealth, estimating it at roughly 100 million, with 12 million from the system and the remainder being illicit funds. While Hongtai's real estate was valued at 200 million, it was currently inaccessible. Observing these illicit funds, Qin Zheng resolved to invest 50 million in the mainland, acknowledging that although the optimal investment window had passed, action was necessary. Procrastination could lead to missed opportunities post-1997. As night fell, Qin Zheng prepared to dine with Tianhong and Aji when Jimmy rushed over, brimming with excitement. Brother Zheng, excellent news. Do you know how much the sneaker store earned today? A staggering 200,000. Upon hearing this figure, Qin Zheng was not surprised. After all, with each customer required to deposit 1,000 for membership, 200 customers were merely a modest start. Very good. All sales staff will receive a 500 bonus this month. You also need to scout locations in Simsha Sui for a new store. Aim to open a branch there by the end of the month, Qin Zheng instructed Jimmy. Understood, Brother Zheng. Rest assured, I will ensure that Simsha Sui store is operational by the month's end, Jimmy replied, feeling no sense of exploitation in Qin Zheng's demands. Now, let us head for dinner. In a couple of days, treat yourself to a car. Consider it a reward for your hard work. You're now the manager of Kowloon Footwear and ought to have your own vehicle. Qin Zheng was generous towards such a promising employee, knowing that the more he invested in them, the greater their returns would be. Thank you, Brother Zheng, Jimmy expressed with deep gratitude. Haha, let us go. But tonight, you must treat us. Qin Zheng joked. Tianhong, Aji, and the others congratulated Jimmy heartily. Afterward, they headed to a familiar restaurant, where, true to his word, Jimmy picked up the tab. In the ensuing hours, Jimmy busied himself with the store's affairs, coordinating deliveries with factory director Wang, and scouting for a new location in Simsha Sui, leaving him thoroughly exhausted. Yet, witnessing the daily increase in sales figures was a bittersweet reward. After their meal, Qin Zheng had informed him that moving forward, he would earn a 5 commission on the store's revenue. Time swiftly passed to the moment of the gang meeting at the Hongxing headquarters. Qin Zheng, accompanied by Tianhong and Aji, waited in the car while he entered the headquarters for the meeting. As he stepped out of the vehicle, the enthusiastic calls of Brother Zheng resonated from the awaiting associates. Qin Zheng greeted the loyal members stationed outside. Upon entering the headquarters, a robust man with dyed yellow hair inquired about Qin Zheng's identity. Who is this Brother Zheng? Which region does he control? Brother Zheng is not a boss. He is a red stick at the headquarters, currently active in Yau Ma Tei. A kind-hearted associate explained. Is a red stick of such stature really that impressive? I am also a red stick in Tunman. The yellow-haired man retorted, unimpressed. Give it a rest. Your rural Tunman cannot be compared to Yau Ma Tei. Within a month, Brother Zheng has gone from a small pool hall in Choiheng to controlling over 30 venues across 2 streets in Yau Ma Tei, with more than 2,000 underlings. Can you claim the same? Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired man fell silent, contemplating, when did Hongxing produce such a formidable figure? As Qin Zheng entered the main hall, he observed various brothers engaged in lively discussions. He took his seat, closing his eyes to conserve energy. Suddenly, he heard the crowd calling for Jiang Tianxing, prompting him to open his eyes. Apologies for the delay. There was some traffic, Jiang Tianxing offered, as he always did. Qin Zheng was unsure why Jiang Tianxing consistently arrived a few minutes late for meetings. Seated behind Jiang Tianxing were Chun Yao and Bi. Meanwhile, Chun Haonan and others cast smug glances at Qin Zheng, leaving him somewhat perplexed. All right, let us commence the meeting. First and foremost, let us congratulate Ah Zheng for not only establishing a foothold in Yau Ma Tei, but also expanding to 2 additional streets. Truly commendable. Furthermore, the previous red sticks under Hongtai are willing to relinquish their identities to join Ah Zheng's ranks. Ah Zheng, you fought for these territories. The revenue will be divided with 3 parts going to you. Is that acceptable? Jiang Tianxing addressed Qin Zheng. Absolutely, Mr. Jiang, Qin Zheng affirmed. The second issue pertains to the audacious actions of the red stick Ba Bai, who has recently been peddling flour in our Hongxing territory. It is well known throughout the underworld that Hongxing does not engage in the flour trade, and Ba Bai's actions are a blatant affront to our pride. Thus, I believe we should eliminate him. Upon hearing these words, Qin Zheng was momentarily taken aback, only to recall the smug smile that Chun Haonan had just worn. It appears that the plot of the Triads is about to unfold, and it would be wise to start with Chun Haonan. With this thought, Qin Zheng cast a cheerful glance at Chun Haonan. At that moment, Liang Kuan could no longer contain himself and felt a surge of irritation. Everyone in the underworld knows that Ba Bai is his sworn brother. Now, without so much as a word of warning, The gang is plotting to take him out. Most importantly, Babai still owes him 20 million in flour debt. If Babai were to perish, who would repay that sum? While Liang Kuan was still grappling with the decision of whether to warn Babai, Big B stood up and declared, Mr. Jiang, we at the Causeway Bay branch will handle this matter. It is our duty to serve the gang. Very well, Big B. This task is entrusted to you in Causeway Bay. Whoever resolves the Babai issue will ascend to the rank of Red Stick. And I shall personally see to his appointment, Jiang Tianxing remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Liang Kuan. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Big B couldn't suppress the grin that spread across his face. The other leaders scoffed at the notion, muttering that this must have been prearranged. If it weren't, I'd eat this table. All right then, let us adjourn. Big B, please accompany me for a moment, Jiang Tianxing said, addressing Big B, who was preparing to return with Chun Haonan and the others. Chapter 26. Liang Kuan's thoughts. Big B and his companions followed Jiang Tianxing to the back hall, where they seated themselves in turn. Jiang Tianxing then spoke. Big B, this operation must be executed with finesse, and we must remain wary of Liang Kuan, as Babai is his sworn brother. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will assign this task to Haonan and a few others, ensuring it is flawlessly executed. Big B replied confidently. Indeed, Mr. Jiang, I assure you that I will handle this matter splendidly, Chen Haonan quickly added. For Chen Haonan, successfully accomplishing this task would mean ascending to the position of Red Stick, and he could not allow Qin Zheng to surpass him. There was no room for error. I am well aware of Haonan's capabilities, Jiang Tianxing conceded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. The group then dispersed to their respective homes. On the journey back to Causeway Bay, Big B earnestly advised Haonan, Anan, you must embark on this task with Sanji and Detian. It is imperative that you execute it with style. Do not worry, Brother B, I will not bring you shame, Chun Hunan assured him. Meanwhile, the driver, Xiao Bao, felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing this exchange. After the meeting at the main hall concluded, Sister 13 from Palan Street, along with Han Bin from Quite Sing, the Tun Mun Dinosaur, and the three brothers from Kowloon City, sought out Qin Zheng. Zheng, do you have a moment to sit with me? Sister 13 inquired. Looking at Qin Zheng, how could I refuse an invitation from Sister? Especially with Brother Bin, Brother Dinosaur, and Brother Shi Yen accompanying you. It would certainly enhance my reputation. Qin Zheng thought as he considered their intentions. As they exited, Qin Zheng signaled for Tian Hong and a Ji to get into the car, instructing a Ji to follow Sister 13's vehicle. They soon arrived at Sister 13's venue on Palan Street. Along the way, he had instructed his subordinates to prepare the rooms. Sister 13 led them to the prearranged space, while Tian Hong, a Ji, and other close associates were situated in an adjacent private room. Upon entering the room, Qin Zheng observed Sister 13's prolonged silence and, feeling compelled, asked, Might I inquire what concerns you, Sister 13? Upon hearing Qin Zheng speak, Sister 13 shyly replied, Zheng, I've heard you recently opened a shoe store that seems to be thriving. Indeed, Sister, is there an issue? Qin Zheng responded. Well, my subordinates have mentioned that your shoes appear to be quite profitable. I wonder if I could establish a store here on Palan Street. Sister 13 gazed at Qin Zheng with eager anticipation. While the dinosaur and Shi Yen paid no heed to the conversation, Han Bin interjected to ask, Zheng, might I also inquire if it would be feasible to open one in Tun Mun and Kowloon City? Although I am not in need of business, the territories of my two brothers do not yield much profit. At this, Qin Zheng's mind began to churn, and he replied, Yes, you may open a store. I will delegate this business to you, allowing me to relax a bit. Hearing that Qin Zheng approved, the group felt a surge of excitement. Most of the shoes in my store are priced at 368 a pair. I will supply them to you at 150 a pair. You must ensure that your store's decor matches that of my Yau Ma Tei outlet. That is acceptable. If necessary, we can hire the same renovation company you used. They agreed. Additionally, you should be aware of the promotional activities I conduct in my store, as they are effective marketing strategies for attracting and retaining customers. Your store should also implement such activities. Otherwise, I may as well open a store in your territory, and I will still pay you the protection fees. Upon hearing these terms, the group was somewhat perplexed, questioning the rationale behind such expenditures. However, the astute Han Bin readily agreed. That sounds agreeable. You may begin searching for a store to renovate, and then send someone to learn from my store. As for the sales staff, it would be best to hire girls, as they tend to be more patient than boys. Qin Zheng offered his insights, leaving the decision to them. Thank you, Zheng. Allow me to toast you, Sister 13 said, raising her glass and downing its contents in one go. Seeing this, Qin Zheng followed suit and finished his drink as well. Zheng, my brothers, and I also wish to extend our gratitude. Please do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything. Han Bin expressed as he approached with his two brothers to offer thanks. The four-eyed fellow did not say much, merely nodding in appreciation as he raised a glass to Qin Zheng, while the dinosaur magnanimously stated, Should you have any matters in Tun Mun, just seek me out directly. Thank you, Brother Dinosaur, Qin Zheng replied, downing another drink. Meanwhile, in the adjacent private room, Dao Zai, Qing, Tian Hong, and Ji were fine, but the boisterous burly man with yellow hair continued to chatter incessantly, resembling a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. The others ignored him completely. Upon returning to the Kowloon nightclub, Qin Zheng had scarcely settled into his seat when Liang Kuan summoned him with a phone call. In Liang Kuan's office, the two sat facing each other, the air thick with smoke as they both silently puffed away. After a long pause, Liang Kuan finally spoke. That bastard. He intends to strike at my brother without so much as a word, which is clearly a slap in my face. Qin Zheng found this amusing. It was evidently a direct attack on him, not merely an affront. Brother Kuan, this may not just be a slap in the face. It seems they are attempting to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, killing Ba Bai as a warning to you. Liang Kuan, being a perceptive individual, pondered Qin Zheng's words and soon understood. You mean to say Jiang Tiansheng is aware that Ba Bai's goods are supplied by me? Of course, Brother Kuan. Even I have caught wind of your flower dealings. How could Jiang Tiansheng remain oblivious? Ba Bai is your sworn brother and is engaged in this trade. It's easy to surmise that you are behind it. What should we do then? We cannot sit idly by, Liang Kuan inquired of Qin Zheng. Bigby has been tasked with eliminating Ba Bai, has he not? If you do not want Ba Bai to perish, simply alert him beforehand. When Bigby attempts to confront Ba Bai, you can give him a heads up, Qin Zheng suggested. Liang Kuan considered this and realized it was a feasible plan. Preserving Ba Bai would also protect the 20 million owed. Once Bigby's mission fails, you can confront him about it. It is highly likely that one of his subordinates will take the blame. Make it clear that whoever undertakes the task must bear the consequences. If I'm not mistaken, it will likely be Chun Haonan who gets involved. Just eliminate him, and Bigby will be rendered toothless, resulting in a significant loss for Jiang Tianxing. With Qin Zheng's words, Liang Kuan felt a sense of reassurance and resolved to proceed as suggested. I will make the necessary arrangements right away. Jiang Kuan went to find Sha Chong to arrange these matters. After a while, Jiang Kuan returned after making the necessary arrangements. By the way, what did Sister 13 want from you just now? Then, Qin Zheng also mentioned the collaboration with Sister 13, Han Bin, and others. Jiang Kuan remarked that among the leaders of the Hongxing society, Han Bin could be considered a notable figure, and cultivating a good relationship with him would be advantageous. Chapter 27. Are you patriotic? Upon hearing Jiang Kuan's words, Qin Zheng nodded. Indeed, among the various leaders of Hongxing, most are either mindless brutes, bold yet lacking in strategy, or mere opportunists clinging to the Jiang family for sustenance. Only Han Bin stands out as a person of significance, as depicted in the comics where he bears the banner of Hongxing. When Qin Zheng departed, Jiang Kuan, wearing a mischievous smile, went to prepare a surprise for Bi and Chen Haonan. As Qin Zheng strolled through the streets of Mongkok with Tianhong Aji and a few underlings, he gazed at the diverse array of people and the bustling architecture. He couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia, acknowledging that Hong Kong truly deserves its titles as one of Asia's 4 little dragons and a major financial hub. While wandering, they noticed a man rushing towards Qin Zheng, pursued by a dozen thuggish individuals. Qin Zheng and his companions observed the scene with no surprise, merely watching in silence. On the streets of Hong Kong, brawls between petty gangsters are commonplace, nothing out of the ordinary. Daquan Leopard, you better stop. Your boss Long from the Daquan gang has been caught. Do you think you can escape? Shouted one of the thugs chasing after him. Upon hearing the name Daquan Leopard, Qin Zheng's eyes flickered. Signaling Tianhong to assist the man named Daquan Leopard, Tianhong stepped in front of Daquan Leopard, blocking his path. Daquan Leopard, upon seeing this, displayed no sign of fear and threw a punch at Tianhong. Tianhong, unfazed, simply seized Daquan Leopard's fist, rendering it immobile. Realizing he was up against a formidable opponent, Daquan Leopard acknowledged the situation. Let us go, my boss is waiting to see you, Tianhong said, casually brushing a strand of hair from his forehead as he spoke to Daquan Leopard. Hey, kid, where do you come from to meddle in our affairs with Lianxing? Just then, the thugs pursuing Daquan Leopard caught up. Tianhong regarded them calmly and replied, I am Luo Tianhong. If you have any issues, you can find me at the Kowloon nightclub. The thugs, upon hearing Tianhong's words, felt a chill run down their spines. After all, in the Yau Ma Tei area, Qin Zheng's reputation was quite formidable, and his right-hand man, Tianhong, was known far and wide. Moreover, the title of 8-sided sword Luo Tianhong was not merely a boast, as even Hong Kong's top expert, Lei Ho Lung, had praised Qin Zheng and his 2 key aides, Luo Tianhong and Bai Yi Yaodao Luo Tianji. Tianhong, we are from Lianxing, and this Daquan Leopard is specifically wanted by our boss. We hope you can help us out of respect for Uncle Biao, one of the Lianxing thugs said, trying to sound tough. I don't care who your Uncle Biao is. If you want him, have your boss come to the Kowloon nightclub, Tianhong stated firmly, leading Daquan Leopard toward Qin Zheng. The Lianxing thugs exchanged anxious glances. Realizing that Tianhong was taking Daquan Leopard to a young man whose reputation had preceded him, Qin Zheng, known in the underworld as Ying Zheng, infamous for his ruthlessness in dismantling the Hongtai gang overnight, they quickly fled in fear. Qin Zheng and his group continued toward the Kowloon nightclub with Daquan Leopard. Along the way, Qin Zheng remained silent, while Daquan Leopard pondered the purpose of Qin Zheng's intervention. After much thought, he could not decipher it and decided to take things as they came. However, recalling that he still had a task at hand caused Daquan Leopard to feel a bit anxious. Having just infiltrated the Hong Kong underworld, he had not been around long before his gang was dismantled by the Hong Kong police, with his boss captured and the remaining underlings scattering. Despite being called the Daquan Gang, they were not the notorious provincial gangsters, but merely mainlanders using the name to run small-time operations in the countryside. Reflecting on this, Daquan Leopard regretted taking on this mission. Although completing it would have advanced his standing, the timing was poor, as his gang had already collapsed before he could establish himself. Daquan Leopard had resigned himself to returning to the mainland, only to find himself pursued by old enemies. As for the young man before him, he had deduced his identity, Qin Zheng, the rising star of the Hong Kong underworld, known as Ying Zheng. At the Kowloon nightclub, in Qin Zheng's office, he instructed Tianhong, Aji, and the underlings to leave. Qin Zheng observed Daquan Leopard in silence, causing the latter to feel increasingly uneasy under Qin Zheng's gaze, uncertain of his intentions. Steeling himself, Daquan Leopard spoke, "Zhengge, hello. I'm not sure why you've called me here. Is there something you need from me?" "Daquan Leopard, why don't you introduce yourself?" Qin Zheng prompted. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's request for an introduction, Daquan Leopard felt a flicker of hope return. Tentatively, he asked, "Zhengge, do you love your country?" Qin Zheng found the question amusing, wondering if Daquan Leopard was attempting to pull a fast one on him. "What do you know of patriotism? Whose country do you profess to love?" Qin Zheng countered. "Zhengge, to be honest, I am a squad leader from the Guangdong Provincial Public Security Department. My real name is Shi Yong. I've come to Hong Kong on a mission from my country," Daquan Leopard confessed, sensing Qin Zheng's skepticism. "My task is to ensure that the underground order remains stable after Hong Kong's return in '97 and does not disrupt its normal development." "So, Mr. Qin, do you love your country?" "Ha ha ha, love my country? What rank do you hold to discuss patriotism with me? And who are your superiors that they have the authority to speak of patriotism?" Qin Zheng laughed heartily. Daquan Leopard was momentarily taken aback by Qin Zheng's questioning. Indeed, was this mission truly for the nation's needs, or merely a self-serving endeavor for some individuals? This thought chilled Daquan Leopard's heart. "Captain, sure is it? Although I have lived in Hong Kong since childhood, my heart remains with my country. I have always wanted to invest in the north, but I lack the connections. Here's what we'll do. You return to Guangdong and report to your superiors. I will also send someone to accompany you to explore the market and negotiate investment opportunities with the local government." Hearing Qin Zheng's response, Daquan Leopard felt a surge of joy and quickly replied, "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for giving me this opportunity." While Qin Zheng did not explicitly state his patriotism, his actions were indeed in line with it. Moreover, as he was the one accompanying Daquan Leopard, any future investments Qin Zheng made on the mainland would also reflect well on him. "All right, let us leave it at that for now. You should rest well and take a few days to relax. Once I arrange for my underlings, we will set off together." Daquan Leopard, feeling utterly exhausted after days of being pursued, finally relaxed, further heightening his fatigue. Having arranged for Daquan Leopard to rest, Qin Zheng contemplated who to send for the mainland investigation, Yao Wen or Jimmy. After much consideration, he felt it would be best to send Jimmy, as the original film depicted him as optimistic about development in the mainland. However, he needed to remind Jimmy not to be easily swayed by Daquan Leopard. Chapter 28. The Fishhead Mark at Liu Men. The next day, Qin Zheng summoned Jimmy. "Jimmy, how is everything going with the factory?" After inviting Jimmy to sit, Qin Zheng inquired. "Zhengge, the store in Simsha Sui has been renovated, and the sales staff are currently undergoing training. The store manager is Fong Ting, and she will also bring 2 salespeople from Yau Ma Tei over. Brother Ben and sister Jia have also contacted a renovation team. They should finish soon," Jimmy replied earnestly. "Jimmy, what do you think about my investment in the north?" Qin Zheng inquired. "The north? Quite promising indeed. In a few years, Hong Kong Island will also be returning. If we invest there ahead of time, wouldn't we be considered patriotic businessmen?" Jimmy replied with optimism. Qin Zheng couldn't help but admire Jimmy's insight. Indeed, after Hong Kong's return, although there would be a one country, two systems policy, the overarching direction would still be dictated by the North. For those like them, involved in the darker side of business, without a protective layer, they would be sent to target practice upon return. With the guise of patriotic businessmen, not only would they avoid such fates, but they would also be treated as one of their own, making investment and business operations significantly more convenient. After all, Qin Zheng never intended to delve into the darker realms. Let us not forget he still held the identity of a Hong Kong police officer, even if his records might currently be sealed away by Huang Zhiqing. Taking a puff of his cigarette, Qin Zheng said, I am unclear about certain aspects. So I would like to send you to the mainland for an investigation. I've arranged for a guide to assist you in a few days. You can visit the Guangdong province to scout for suitable locations for establishing a factory. Jimmy, intrigued by the mention of a factory, asked, a factory? Aren't the factories in the new territories quite sufficient? There's news that the new territories will soon be developed into residential areas, so our factories will inevitably need to relocate. Qin Zheng replied, half serious. Unfortunately, many matters cannot be openly discussed. Currently, wages in the mainland are substantially lower. A worker in Hong Kong earns around 3,000 a month, while in the mainland, it might only be 100, a staggering 30-fold difference. It's not just shoe factories. We could also venture into small appliances like fans, radios, and televisions, which have little market in Hong Kong, but are still scarce commodities in the mainland. Continuing, Qin Zheng stated, so this time, I need you to negotiate with the local government there to see if we can secure some land for our purposes. My initial budget for investment is around 50 million. Understood, Brother Zheng. I will handle this matter proficiently. Jimmy recognized the immense benefits that could arise from this endeavor. Regarding the factory and shoe store, take Fong Ting with you these next few days. You are a cornerstone of our Kowloon group. Some matters can be delegated to subordinates. Don't overexert yourself. Qin Zheng expressed, feeling a twinge of concern for his diligent confidant. Thank you for your concern, Brother Zheng. I will take care, Jimmy replied, touched by the sentiment. Just as Jimmy departed, Tian Hong approached, saying, Brother Zheng, the Lianqing's fish head mark is here and insists on seeing you. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng surmised that fish head mark had come due to the arrival of Big Circle Leopard, and decided to have Tian Hong let him in to discern his intentions. You are Qin Zheng? Fish head mark entered and immediately shouted, who gave you the audacity to meddle in my affairs? Do you think we are just going to let Lianqing's reputation be tarnished? Upon hearing fish head mark's aggressive entrance, Qin Zheng furrowed his brow. As Tian Hong and a G prepared to take action, Qin Zheng intervened. Have you lost your mind? You come in here spewing nonsense. Where's Big Circle Leopard? He swindled me out of 500,000 worth of goods, and now he's caught in Stanley. Only he knows where the goods are, so hand him over. Fishhead Mark bellowed. Big Circle Leopard is with me now. If your goods were taken, go find the one who took them. Don't come barking at me. Qin Zheng retorted, clearly irked. Tian Hong, a G, show him the door. Upon hearing this, Tian Hong and a G promptly began ushering Fishhead Mark out. Seeing this, Fishhead Mark threatened, Qin Zheng, if you refuse to uphold the Brotherhood, don't blame us if Lianqing takes action first. With that, he stormed out with his underlings in tow. At that moment, Qin Zheng realized that the old schemer Fei Deng had likely sent Fishhead Mark to create trouble under the pretense of seeking a person. Having concluded this, Qin Zheng convened a meeting with his trusted subordinates. Yao Wen, Fei Quan, Huo Baoming, and Xiao Ba Wang arrived promptly. Sitting in the Kowloon nightclub, Qin Zheng observed the unfamiliar faces of some new subordinates looking at Yao Wen, who, as the chief manager, began introducing them. This is Qin Zheng, a subordinate of Fei Quan. He currently manages 2 venues on Fei Quan Street and is quite capable, being one of Fei Quan's most competent subordinates. This is Luo Jiwei, who is currently under Huo Baoming and is also a disciple of Qin Zheng, skilled in martial arts. Besides his combat abilities, he is also astute and has recently resolved several issues in the venue. Lastly, this is Tony, who previously mingled in Temple Street with the Sunset Red Society. He only managed a mahjong parlor but had some conflicts with his peers, which I resolved. Therefore, he has now come under my wing. And I have placed him in charge of the Tsiyun Mountain area, which he manages quite well, easily accommodating 30 to 40 people. After Yao Wen's detailed introductions, Qin Zheng exclaimed, goodness, all familiar faces. One a mole, one a bit of a lunatic, and one a victim of a classic meme. Excellent. Seeing that your elder brother has brought you here, it indicates he is nurturing you as trusted confidants. Do well, and do not bring shame to your elder brother. Here, merit is rewarded. Those who contribute can rise to prominence, Qin Zheng declared. Yes, thank you, elder brother. The group beamed with delight at Qin Zheng's praise, as he was regarded as the most formidable figure in Yau Ma Tei. Gaining his favor could easily lead to ascendance. Xiao Ba Wang, why didn't Xian accompany you? Make sure to bring him next time. Qin Zheng remarked to Xiao Ba Wang, noticing he had come alone, mindful of the sentiments of his subordinates. Yes, thank you, Brother Zheng. Hearing Qin Zheng's suggestion to bring Xian next time, Xiao Ba Wang felt pleased, realizing that although he had joined later with his territory, he still perceived a disparity between himself and Yao Wen's group. Thus, he was pleasantly surprised that Qin Zheng treated everyone equally. I called you all here to remind you to be cautious. It seems Lianqing might come looking for trouble. Qin Zheng briefly recounted the encounter with Fishhead Mark, but withheld the true identity of Big Circle Leopard. What? In Yau Ma Tei, should we fear Lianqing? They would only send a single faction, Which wouldn't even be enough to fill our gaps, Xiao Bawang boldly asserted, aiming to demonstrate loyalty. The others echoed in agreement. Indeed, a single faction would merely be a delivery. While that may be true, I advise you all to bring more subordinates when going out, lest you fall into an ambush, Qin Zheng cautioned. Understood, elder brother, they replied in unison. After offering a few more pieces of advice, Qin Zheng allowed them to depart. He then called Jiang Tianxing to inform him of the situation, to which Jiang Tianxing responded that if Lianxing chose to disregard the rules and attack with numbers, Hongxing would not be defenseless. Chapter 29, Fei Deng's staunch support for Alu. Upon returning from Qin Zheng's fish head mark went directly to the Lianxing headquarters, where the hall was filled with elder members of the society, mascots, and faction leaders. So what did Qin Zheng say? Is he unwilling to hand over the person? The supreme elder, Fei Deng, inquired, seated at the head of the table. Indeed, Elder Deng, Qin Zheng refuses to surrender him, Fish Head Mark replied. In that case, let us seize this opportunity to penetrate Yau Ma Tei, Fei Deng remarked, glancing at the elders and faction leaders present. The elders were taken aback. The Moon Circle spokesperson, Chuan Bao, expressed discontent, saying, isn't it unwise to engage Hongxing without cause? Although Qin Zheng is merely a red stick within Hongxing, his influence is not to be underestimated. Chuan Bao, you are truly regressing. After decades in this game, you still fear a mere rookie, retorted Lao Gui Yin, who had always been at odds with Chuan Bao. Unable to hold back, Chuan Bao shot back. You old fool, standing there with no pain. Do you really think a single faction, aside from Didi, can subdue Qin Zheng? With all of Lianxing attacking him, do you believe you can keep Jiang Tianxing and Hongxing from intervening? The old ghost may boast with some flair. Yet when it comes to matters of dignity, he would prefer Jiang Tianxing to refrain from intervening. He certainly does not wish to merely assume the role of a nominal uncle, lingering behind Fei Deng, waving flags in support. It would be prudent for Fei Deng to intervene and put an end to this farce, especially after witnessing his junior being reprimanded. The two individuals who share mutual disdain have seized upon Fei Deng's concession to hold their cups of tea. Once the esteemed uncles have finished their tea, Fei Deng finally speaks. Since the collapse of our Golden Empire, our association has merely held the title of the foremost society in Hong Kong Island. Yet we possess no territory in Yau Ma Tei, a lingering affliction for our group. Now that we have an opportunity to penetrate Yau Ma Tei, why do you hesitate and resist? If you are unwilling to exert yourselves, then do not expect to benefit from the name of He Lian Sheng in the future. It is simply untenable to feast under the banner of our association while refusing to contribute. Upon hearing Fei Deng's resounding and impassioned words, none among the uncles or the hall masters dared to respond. Fei Deng surveyed the assembled company, and seeing no one rebutting, began to delineate his strategy. Although this matter is couched in the pretext of Liuman, the distance is considerable and the journey cumbersome. Therefore, let Al-Lok from Jordan take charge, with each hall dispatching 500 juniors to support, aiming for a total of 6,000. Anyone who dares to shirk their duty will automatically relinquish their title. As Fei Deng concluded, the uncles and hall masters were left contemplating their own thoughts. Yu Tubio's expression darkened, but upon receiving a shake of the head from Chuan Bao, he restrained his tongue. The formidable Didi, enraged, slammed his hand on the table, causing others to glance at him in surprise. What now? Have you been scalded by the tea? Is it forbidden to slam the table? Didi retorted with a sarcastic tone. Observing Didi's demeanor, Fei Deng chose not to confront the issue directly. Currently, Didi wields the greatest influence within He Lian Sheng, with an abundance of juniors, and his boss is inclined to support him. It was precisely to counterbalance Didi that Fei Deng opted to provide a platform for Al-Lok. Otherwise, once Chui Ji steps down, Didi would ascend, rendering Fei Deng's position merely ornamental. Thus, it was decided, you shall organize your juniors over the next 2 days, and on the night after tomorrow, we shall advance directly into Yau Ma Tei. After delivering his decree, Fei Deng began to serve tea and usher the guests out. Al-Lok, with a cheerful demeanor, engaged in light-hearted banter with various influential brothers, including the likes of Tai Pahei, Shuang Fandong, Huan Yo, and Lung Lao, each expressing their intent to send support. Meanwhile, Yu Tubio lingered with Chuan Bao, inquiring, why did you prevent me from speaking earlier? Such a significant achievement handed over to Al-Lok. What else? Do you wish to assume the role of the host? Have you forgotten your standing? You are merely a follower. You will never be the host. Chuan Bao admonished. By allowing Al-Lok to take the credit, you ensure he remembers your favor. When he eventually becomes the host, you shall reap some benefits. Chuan Bao, observing Yu Tubio's disheartened countenance, felt a surge of frustration. Is it even conceivable that this Al-Lok could become the host? It is laughable to think he could be the master of He Lian Sheng's Jordan faction with so few connections. My friend, do not jest. Yu Tubio exclaimed incredulously. Can you not see? Fei Deng is clearly supporting him. Without Fei Deng's backing, who could take the host position? And if he were not strong, how could Fei Ding remain in the shadows as the elder statesman? Yu Tubio began to grasp the situation. No wonder Fei Ding always occupied the primary seat during meetings. Current host Chui Ji was merely a figurehead. Initially, he believed that Didi's influence had elevated Chui Ji to his position. But what of Didi? He is our representative in Liansheng, and rumors abound that he will ascend to the host position in the next term. Becoming the host is no easy feat for Didi. His power is substantial, his wealth considerable, and his followers numerous. Should he rise, what becomes of Fei Ding? Therefore, Fei Ding would never support him. Upon your return, make arrangements as well. Since you intend to assist Allah, ensure you send ample support, none of those mere followers. Didi's countenance darkened as he returned to Sun Wan, his driver, Cheng Mao. Sensing the tension, remained silent, focusing intently on the road. Upon arriving home, Didi shattered the coffee table in the living room with a kick. The startled maid was left flustered, while Didi's wife descended from the second floor, alerted by the commotion. She instructed the maid to leave and turned to face the furious Didi. Casting a glance at Cheng Mao, who shrugged in bewilderment, she asked, Didi, what has transpired to incite such rage? What has transpired? Those old geezers in the association treat me like a fool. They are pushing Lin Huailu, that good for nothing, to challenge me. Didi spat with fury. He then recounted the events of the association meeting to his wife, who found herself equally perplexed by the uncle's motivations. At this juncture, Sun Wan was robust and well-equipped, capable of facing off against Qin Zheng from Yau Ma Tei. Instead of seizing this opportunity for glory, the association chose to dispatch troops to support Jordan in the endeavor. The couple remained unaware of Fei Ding and the uncle's strategy of maintaining a delicate balance, mistakenly believing the intent was simply to elevate Lin Huailu. Cheng Mao, gather 500 blue lanterns to send to that scoundrel Lin Huailu the day after tomorrow. Didi seethed with indignation. Cheng Mao, lead the charge, and bring along some capable juniors. However, be cautious, put in just enough effort on the periphery, but do not overexert yourself. After his wife's admonition, Didi reconsidered. If the association expects me to lend support, I shall do so, but if the mission fails, it is not my responsibility. What? Claim I did not try my utmost? I dispatched my top men. How can they say I did not exert myself? Follow your wife's instructions, Didi said, finally allowing a smile to grace his lips. Chapter 30, The Eve of Battle. Whether intentional or coincidental. Rumors swiftly circulated in the underworld about Liansheng's Allah intending to lead a contingent into the territory of Qin Zheng in Yau Ma Tei. Although the pretext was to assist Yu Tubio, the seasoned players in the underworld recognized that Liansheng sought to leverage this opportunity to infiltrate Yau Ma Tei and subsequently seize Simsha Sui. The question remained whether Qin Zheng of Hongxing could withstand the onslaught. He declined the offer from Jiang Tianxing to send the Simsha Sui prince and the causeway bays to be for defense. If one were to allow outsiders into the territory to help guard it, wouldn't gratitude be expected? This venue seems quite adequate. I could oversee it for you. Thus, it is said that the most expensive things are free. If manpower is truly lacking, it is more prudent to hire assistance than to seek aid from fellow factions. Han Bin and Liang Kuan sincerely inquired if Qin Zheng required manpower, offering to send juniors to assist. Liang Kuan was keen to maintain this alliance, while Han Bin held a favorable view of Qin Zheng. As for the other hall masters of Hongxing, they had no real ties with Qin Zheng, merely exchanging pleasantries without any genuine camaraderie. When matters arose, they would act as if they were brothers, but when the phone rang, it often went unanswered. Qin Zheng, however, paid little heed to these affairs. With around 3,000 juniors under his command and the ability to muster several thousand more from TSE-1 Shan, he felt no trepidation regarding the impending assault from Liansheng, unless they were intent on igniting a full-blown gang war. Originally planning to open his sneaker shop at the end of the month, the establishment launched early due to Jimmy's trip to the mainland. The flagship store for Kowloon footwear in Simsha Sui opened to fanfare, with both Liang Kuan and the prince in attendance. Qin Zheng warmly welcomed the prince. Zheng. Tonight, Allah from Liansheng will be advancing into your Yau Ma Tei. If you require support, do not hesitate to ask, the prince advised before departing. Thank you, prince. Rest assured, should I find myself overwhelmed, I will communicate with Mr. Jiang, Qin Zheng replied with a smile. Soon after the ribbon-cutting ceremony, he left a few juniors to maintain order and returned to Kowloon nightclub with Jimmy. Jimmy is part of the D Circle, and he will serve as your guide during this venture to the mainland. Feel free to inquire about anything. Remember what I mentioned previously. Focus primarily on investigating Pengcheng and Yangcheng to see if there are opportunities for land acquisition and factory establishment. Qin Zheng gazed at Daquan Leopard as he introduced Jimmy. Ah Bao, this is the individual I have dispatched to the mainland for inspection, Li Jiayuan. You may refer to him as Jimmy. The primary purpose of this trip is to assess the feasibility of establishing home appliance factories and sneaker manufacturing plants. so do pay close attention. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I shall ensure Mr. Li is well taken care of. I will also assist in coordinating your inspection. Daquan Leopard replied cheerfully. After all, these accomplishments would contribute to his own achievements, making it only right for him to be attentive. Meanwhile, Jimmy observed the exchange between Qin Zheng and Daquan Leopard, beginning to speculate about Daquan Leopard's true identity. Due to the recent conflicts between Daquan Leopard and Helian Sheng, Qin Zheng had been in the midst of a storm of rumors that Jimmy had also caught wind of. Very well, then I shall escort you through customs. By the time Qin Zheng returned after seeing them off, it was nearly evening. He gathered his trusted subordinates around him. At that moment, Inspector Li Xian from the Yau Ma Tei anti-organized crime unit arrived with a group of officers. Upon seeing the officers enter, Fei Quan and his companions promptly stood up, pushing and shoving as the officers pointed their fingers at them. Luo Tianhong, Aji, Fei Quan, Yaowen, Huobao Ming, Xiaobawang, along with the recently prominent Madman Long, Luo Jiwei, and Tony, Qin Zheng, you certainly have a wealth of talent under your command, Li Xian remarked with a smile, naming each of Qin Zheng's men. Li sir, spare me the pleasantries. If there's something to discuss, please get to the point, Qin Zheng interjected, cutting off Li Xian's words. Is a fight inevitable tonight? Such a confrontation would be hard to conclude, Li Xian exclaimed loudly. Li sir, enough with the chatter. You must be aware of why Helian Sheng seeks conflict. You cannot prevent it. If there is no confrontation tonight, Helian Sheng will not relent. Though aware that Qin Zheng spoke the truth, Li Xian, as the inspector of the anti-organized crime unit, would bear the brunt of any fallout should things escalate. Hence, a few days prior, he had approached Officer Su from the organized crime unit to negotiate with Helian Sheng, but they were unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. The bigwigs from the West Kowloon district had sent word to the Yau Ma Tei precinct. A decisive battle would take place from midnight to 5 a.m. This news quickly reached Deng Bo through friendly officers from Helian Sheng, while Qin Zheng remained blissfully unaware. The message from the West Kowloon bigwigs was clear: a single confrontation would determine the outcome. Any further entanglement would result in repercussions for the next month. Li Xian felt compelled to inform Qin Zheng of this development. He had long suspected that Qin Zheng might be an undercover agent sent by the police. But after consulting Huang Bingyao, he discovered that Qin Zheng's file was not classified among those of undercover agents. Upon hearing this news, Qin Zheng was not surprised. It was common knowledge in the underworld that Helian Sheng intended to infiltrate Yau Ma Tei, and the police had no reason to be unaware. Their inaction surely indicated they were seeking a resolution. Subsequently, Li Xian and his police colleagues departed. Qin Zheng instructed his subordinates to start rallying their allies. To ensure absolute certainty, he directed Tony to procure around 4,000 blue lanterns. Meanwhile, individuals from Helian Sheng began to arrive in Jordan, and it was clear these were the subordinates dispatched by various leaders. Among them, the most ostentatious was Cheng Mo from Tsunwan, accompanied by his men, all seasoned veterans of countless battles. Lin Huailu, upon seeing them, couldn't help but wonder if Big D had undergone a change of heart, sending so many elite subordinates to assist him. Cheng Mo, you've outdone yourself. I never anticipated Big D would extend such courtesy, sending fourth-season warriors. Lu Xiao exclaimed, his smile wide. Legu, my boss instructed me to follow your lead tonight, in a bid to outshine Cheng Mo's men. The head horse of the Yau Ma Tei fish head mark was eager to please Lo. In contrast, the brothers from Tai Pu were less vocal, conserving their energy for the confrontation, led by the head horse from Tai Pu, the high-jumping prince, Dongguan Boy. As the clock struck 11:30, Lo, witnessing the influx of reinforcements, felt an overwhelming surge of confidence and bellowed, "Brothers, follow me." The group then marched towards Yau Ma Tei with great fervor. On Qin Zheng's side, over 7,000 men had gathered, with more than 4,000 blue lanterns arriving, primarily comprising those familiar with the Xiantian area, along with some who had just crossed over, ready to earn their keep. Brothers, tonight we face Helian Sheng for a decisive showdown. If they dare to tread into Yau Ma Tei, we shall break their legs. After tonight, those who perform admirably among the blue lanterns shall be welcomed into my ranks. Tonight, all shall be rewarded based on merit. Whoever displays bravery shall rise in status. Qin Zheng addressed the throng of subordinates, his voice resonating with fervor. Let us vanquish those bastards from Helian Sheng. Victory is ours. In that moment, the morale of the Hongxing subordinates soared. Tonight, all eyes were fixed upon Yau Ma Tei. Brothers, let us depart and annihilate that bunch of scoundrels. With that, Qin Zheng led the charge, followed closely by Tianhong, Aji, Fei Quan, and a throng of eager subordinates. Many shops in Yau Ma Tei were aware of the impending clash, and even ordinary citizens had caught wind of it, resulting in deserted streets. At last, the two factions confronted one another. Qin Zheng surrendered to Daquan Leopard and apologized to our brother Biao with a cup of tea. If you have any backbone, set up 108 tables, and we from Sheng shall not pursue the matter further. Allah called out to Qin Zheng from across the way. So you are Lin Huai Lu, the master of the 3 venues in Jordan? And you dare to call yourself Le Xiao? I'd say Lu Sei is more fitting. Qin Zheng shot back, never one to shy away from verbal sparring. Laughter erupted from his side, and those watching from nearby rooftops could not help but chuckle. Perhaps cementing Lu Xiao's new moniker as Lu Sei. Fuming with embarrassment, Lu shouted, "Brothers, charge. Let us slay Qin Zheng, and I shall personally bestow upon him a red cane." Upon hearing about the potential for such an honor, the eager fighter charged forth without hesitation. Qin Zheng, too, rallied his men, shouting, "Brothers, follow me." He brandished a long gun, leading the charge at the forefront. Tianhong and Aji wielded their weapons, shielding Qin Zheng from behind, while the others brandished knives, clubs, and various arms, surging towards their adversaries. As the melee erupted, Qin Zheng, Tianhong, and Aji moved like a swift blade, unimpeded by opposition. A fighter attempted to strike Qin Zheng, but was swiftly disarmed, narrowly avoiding disaster in a frantic tumble. Grabbing a weapon, he joined forces with Dongguan Boy and Double Blade Hua to challenge Qin Zheng's trio. However, the disparity in skill was glaring, and the trio found themselves at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Lu Xiao joined the fray alongside the head horse by Mei, and together they barely managed to hold off Qin Zheng's trio. Yet, Fei Quan and his companions found no one to contest them, easily dispatching the ordinary underlings of Sheng, who were being overwhelmed. As Lu assessed the situation, alarm set in. With equal numbers but a lack of elite fighters, it seemed they were facing imminent defeat. At that moment, Sheng unexpectedly received an additional 4,000 reinforcements. It was none other than the Underworld Tiger from Dongxing, Wu Ya, and the capturer of dragons, Qin Zheng, leading their men into the fray. Wu Ya, wielding a cleaver, let out a wild cry as he charged at Qin Zheng, while Qin surged into the throng of Hongxing men. With Dongxing's arrival, the tides of battle shifted dramatically, now placing the Hongxing subordinates in a perilous position. Fei Quan, Yaowen, and others found themselves outmatched by Qin Tu. At this juncture, Qin Zheng stepped forward, barehanded. While he managed to withstand Qin Tu's onslaught, he could only delay the inevitable. The ordinary subordinates continued to retreat, facing a disadvantage of several thousand in numbers. Some blue lanterns, witnessing the grim turn of events, began to withdraw gradually. Qin Zheng glared furiously at the sudden arrival of the Dongxing crowd. Tianhong, Aji, you two assist Fei Chuan and the others. I shall handle these few myself, he declared. Brother Zheng, do not overexert yourself. Though you are indeed stronger than us, those 6 opponents are not ordinary foes. Tianhong urged anxiously. It's fine, you go ahead. Otherwise, your presence will hinder my performance. Qin Zheng insisted resolutely. Seeing this, Tianhong and Aji withdrew, with Tianhong facing off against Situ. Qin Zheng let out a sigh of relief. For confronting a massive blade with bare hands was indeed daunting. All right, brother Tianhong, do be careful, Qin Zheng cautioned. Meanwhile, Lu and the others, witnessing Qin Zheng's audacious challenge of 1 against 6, felt a surge of indignation. It was as if he regarded them as insignificant, they thought. Increasing the intensity of their strikes, Qin Zheng unleashed the utmost might of the 8 extreme spear, capable not only of parrying the enemy's lethal attacks, but also of launching counterstrikes. The opposing group grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. With the addition of Tianhong and Aji, the pressure on Fei Chuan and his companions significantly diminished. Aji, wielding a dagger, darted into the fray, executing his lethal art with precision, striking left and right, each blow a fatal one. On the side of Tsiyun Mountain, although some had fled, the majority of the blue lanterns persisted, motivated not only by the leadership of Yaowen and Tony, but also by the desire to join the ranks of Hongxing under Qin Zheng. Among them, a trio of Vietnamese brothers exhibited remarkable bravery, fiercely leading some blue lanterns to resist the forces of Lianqing. The second and third brothers showcased impressive martial prowess, easily dispatching the ordinary thugs. They soon regrouped with Fei Chuan and the others, as King Shenlong found himself entangled with Tianhong, and Aji wreaked havoc among the crowd. The remaining members also shone brightly. The Longma from Tsuan Wan, having concealed himself with his subordinates at the periphery since the onset of battle, remained unscathed, while the injured thugs from Lianqing gathered at the Tsuan Wan Hall. As the battle wore on, the ground became strewn with the fallen from both sides. The Hongxing thugs mostly sustained superficial injuries, while those from Lianqing, pierced by Aji's strikes, were left incapacitated. Currently, there remained 2 battlefronts, Tianhong against King Shenlong's Sidu Haonan, and Qin Zheng facing 6 adversaries. King Shenlong slowly succumbed to Tianhong's pressure. On Qin Zheng's front, he dominated the 6 opponents, who could only adopt a defensive stance. Seizing an opportunity, Qin Zheng executed a piercing thrust with his spear, striking Bai Mei in the throat. Bai Mei collapsed on the spot, shocking the remaining 5. Seeing this, King Shenlong pushed aside Tianhong's sword and shouted, "Crow, run." Without waiting for Crow, he beckoned the Dongxing thugs to retreat. Upon hearing King Shenlong's command, Crow also made a hasty escape, yet was struck by Qin Zheng's spear before he could fully escape, while the other four fled without looking back. The remaining members of Lianxing, noticing Lu's flight, hastily followed suit. When Fei Chuan and the others attempted to pursue, Qin Zheng halted them. "Do not chase. First, take the injured brothers to the hospital for treatment. Fei Chuan, take some of the brothers to Jordan and clear out the turf belonging to Lu. It will now belong to us." Meanwhile, Crow was captured alive by Qin Zheng. At that moment, Crow continued to boast, but Qin Zheng, unyielding, delivered a fierce blow to his abdomen. Crow felt a wave of excruciating pain, regurgitating his dinner. After enduring the strike, Crow refrained from further chatter. The other onlookers from various factions were left astonished. 7,000 men had repelled over 10,000. 1 against 6 had resulted in a kill, and Crow was taken captive. Such an achievement had not been seen in Hong Kong for nearly 2 decades. At that moment, Wang Bao, puffing on a cigar, looked at Lei Ho Lung and inquired, "Brother Long, what do you think of this Qin Zheng?" Upon hearing of Qin Zheng's 1 against 6, killing one and capturing another, all without sustaining injuries, Lei Ho Lung remarked, "It has been a long time since Hong Kong has seen such a formidable figure. I would love to face him in combat." Wang Bao felt a twinge of eagerness, yet he understood that he was unlikely to be Qin Zheng's match. He practiced Hung Gar and could tell that Qin Zheng's mastery of the 8 extremes was unparalleled. That night belonged to Qin Zheng, and various factions received the news with nothing but astonishment. To them, Qin Zheng embodied a tyrant awakening to sweep through the realm. Chapter 32, the 13th Hall of Hongxing. The name of the king of Yau Ma Tei, the tyrant Qin Zheng, was spread among the participants of the battle that night. Lianxing and Dongxing, 2 leading factions in Hong Kong, had mobilized over 12,000 thugs and 6 top experts to besiege Qin Zheng, only to be overwhelmed by him in Yau Ma Tei. The 6 masters were defeated, and the most famous among them, the East Star S Mountain Tiger Crow, was captured directly. Lianxing's Jordan Hall master, Lin Huailu, was expelled from Jordan, becoming the first Hall master with a title, yet no territory to call his own. Jiang Tiansheng of Hongxing had not anticipated that Qin Zheng alone could rally around 8,000 followers, decisively securing victory through his own might. That evening, Jiang Tiansheng received numerous congratulatory calls from various faction leaders and heads. He also reached out to Bai Jishan, the Hongxing West District Master, and the two were seemingly conspiring about something. A tempest of tyranny swept across the underworld, as countless followers flocked to Yau Ma Tei, eager to witness the tyrant's grandeur. Qin Zheng's subordinates shone brilliantly, with Aji transforming from the white-clad demon blade to the white-clad god of death. Shen Zilong held his ground against King Shenlong's Situ Haonan with bare hands, earning the moniker Zilong. The 8-sided sword Luo Tianhong managed to suppress Situ Haonan, the mightiest of the Dongxing 5 tigers, garnering the admiration of many underworld luminaries, particularly Lei Ho Lung, who praised Luo Tianhong profusely. The trio of Vietnamese brothers, once miscreants from the White Rock refugee camp, emerged as rising stars in the underworld. The following afternoon, at Qin Zheng's stronghold, the Kowloon nightclub, he surveyed the well-rested and invigorated brothers, generously distributing 20 million in cash. The sight of cash laid out on the table stunned all qualified subordinates present. 20 million. With such wealth, why would anyone still be a mere thug? Many contemplated this. Last night, we tragically lost 7 brothers. Each will receive 200,000 as a family settlement, and I will personally deliver this sum to their families. The severely injured brothers will each receive 50,000, and I will arrange legitimate employment for you, ensuring you are not left to fend for yourselves. As for the rest, I will cover all medical expenses and provide an additional 2,000 as a bonus. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, the subordinates were moved to tears. After all, in this life of crime, 1 foot in the pit and the other in the grave. To receive 200,000 for dying in battle and to have their families cared for, what reason could there be not to pledge loyalty to such a leader? As for the Blue Lanterns who assisted last night, each would receive 1,000, and those who performed exceptionally would be welcomed into my ranks. Tony will distribute the funds to you shortly. Qin Zheng turned to the group of Blue Lanterns. Have the Vietnamese brothers arrived? Upon hearing Qin Zheng mention the Vietnamese trio, those present understood that they had struck fortune, having caught the eye of the tyrant, making it nearly impossible for them not to rise to prominence. Brother Zheng, I am Asia, and these are my 2 brothers, Tony and Ahu. Asia stepped forward with his siblings. Seeing the familiar faces, Qin Zheng felt elated. Even knowing they might harbor rebellious thoughts, as long as he could keep them in check, they would not escape, dutifully remaining as his loyal followers. Looking at the 3, Qin Zheng remarked, "You 3 performed admirably last night. From now on, You may claim to be my subordinates and conduct business under my banner. In the realm of Jordan, I entrust the matter to you, my brothers, along with a startup fund of 2 million. As your junior, I leave the recruitment to your discretion. The terms of payment shall align with those of other esteemed leaders. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing this, the three individuals felt a surge of joy, expressing their gratitude to the boss for his generous support. They simultaneously contemplated purchasing a vehicle to grandly fetch their mother from the Baisha refugee camp, allowing her to enjoy a life of comfort. The remaining members of the Blue Lanterns, upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, felt a pang of envy, lamenting their inability to fight. If only they could gain Qin Zheng's favor, it would be a meteoric rise. Some of the shorter figures, lost in thought, imagined pledging their allegiance to Tony, thereby becoming subordinates of Qin Zheng's subordinates, a title that would surely carry weight. Tianhong, Aji, each of you will receive 500,000. Yaowen, Feichuan, Amin, Zaibaowang, Zilong Zhui. Tony, each of you shall receive 200,000. In these coming days, remain vigilant. Do not fall prey to underhanded tactics. As I have no desire to attend your funeral so soon. Qin Zheng jested, before adding, now, I shall not impede your affairs any longer. Yaowen will commence distributing the funds. After instructing Yaowen to oversee the disbursement ceremony, Qin Zheng, accompanied by Tianhong, Aji, and a few younger brothers, visited the homes of their fallen comrades. Witnessing the widows and orphans, Qin Zheng's heart ached, and he handed over the monetary assistance to the families, promising them employment opportunities. The families were deeply moved, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. The accompanying younger brothers could not help but admire Brother Zheng's benevolence. Once all tasks were completed, they returned to the Kowloon nightclub, where night had already fallen. After sharing a meal with a few companions, Qin Zheng retreated to his office. Although victorious in battle, Qin Zheng found himself with little gain, having invested an additional 20 million. As he pondered how to maximize his benefits, a call from Chun Yao interrupted his thoughts. Hello, Yao Gu, what brings you to call at such a late hour? Qin Zheng mused over the purpose of the call. Congratulations, Ajing. Your extraordinary prowess last night has earned you the moniker Tyrant in the Underworld. You've truly brought honor to our Hongxing. Chun Yao cheerfully proclaimed. Mr. Jiang has decided to convene a meeting tomorrow morning. Yao Gu, I will be there punctually, Qin Zheng replied, exhaling a plume of smoke. Very well, Ajing. Let us leave it at that. With that, Chun Yao ended the call. What could the meeting entail? Nonetheless, Qin Zheng resolved to seek reimbursement from Jiang Tianxing for today's expenditures, as it was for the organization and he could not bear such costs alone. If Jiang Tianxing refused, he would cease attending the main hall. He still had a crow in his possession, which should fetch a good price from Dongxing. With this thought, Qin Zheng smirked. He had never truly engaged with Dongxing. First, he assisted Hongtai in their contest, and now he was aiding and trampling on Lianxing. Did they truly believe Qin Zheng to be an easy target? The following morning, Qin Zheng, accompanied by Tianhong and Aji, made his way to the Hongxing headquarters. Tianhong exited the vehicle to open the door for Qin Zheng, who, clad in a brand new suit and polished leather shoes, stepped out. The shorter figures of Hongxing gazed upon the trio, killing god Aji, sword god Tianhong, and the formidable tyrant Qin Zheng. They seemed to radiate an aura of power that rendered the onlookers breathless. Brother Zheng, Brother Aji, Brother Tianhong. The younger members of Hongxing called out, fearful that their voices would go unheard. Qin Zheng lit a cigarette and exhaled, acknowledging the younger members with a nod. Entering the grand doors of the headquarters, he found Jiang Tianxing beaming at him. Ajing, welcome. Please, have a seat. I have been awaiting your arrival. Upon seating himself, Qin Zheng noticed an additional chair at the table of the 12 decision-makers, causing him to pause momentarily. While he was still processing this, Jiang Tianxing began. Since taking over the Hongxing society from my father and establishing the 12 decision-makers system, our organization has flourished. Over the years, we have consistently maintained 12 leaders. Although Qin Zheng previously operated a solitary billiard hall in Xiun Mountain, his prowess has allowed him to penetrate Yau Ma Tei and, under Hongtai's guidance, seize 2 streets. Just yesterday, he single-handedly repelled the alliance of Lianxing and Dongxing, comprising nearly 12,000 members. He faced 6 adversaries and even dispatched one, capturing the Crow of Tung Sing in the process. Therefore, I have decided to establish our 13th hall, the Yau Ma Tei Hall, with Qin Zheng as its leader. As Jiang Tianxing concluded, the assembly was left in utter shock, whether they had anticipated it or not. In such a short span, Qin Zheng had transformed from a freshly released delinquent into a prominent leader within the esteemed Hongxing society. Jiang Tianxing's decision stemmed from a discussion with Chun Yao that night. He understood that although he had instituted the 12 decision-makers, not all were aligned with him. The Han brothers had transitioned from He, yet Han Bin prioritized business above all. He might support him on trivial matters, but would never yield on business affairs. The ambitious and threatening Liang Kuan secretly sought to undermine him. As for Big B, it was better left unsaid. Brother Ji, the chubby one, was as fickle as the wind. 13's sister had closer ties with Han Bin, while Liang Ma was not worth mentioning. The prince was merely a spy left by Jiang Tianyang. However, due to his status as Hongxing's top enforcer, he could not be dismissed. Chen Yao was a trusted aide and the society's white fan. Ma Wangjian had a notable friendship with Liang Kuan. Considering all of this, Jiang Tianxing and Chen Yao concluded that offering Qin Zheng the position of leader would foster loyalty. Before Qin Zheng could respond, Big B interjected, "Mr. Jiang, isn't this a breach of protocol?" Jiang Tianxing smiled slightly, replying, "Ah B, although Ajing hails from your Causeway Bay, you fear others will gossip, hence your immediate opposition. However, Ajing has been part of the society for over 3 years, contributing significantly. Denying him this position could alienate the brothers." Upon hearing Jiang Tianxing's words, Big B realized he was being afforded face and merely chuckled awkwardly, refraining from further contestation. Seeing that no one else spoke, Jiang Tianxing glanced at Qin Zheng. The latter remained silent, his expression inscrutable, making it impossible to discern his feelings. "If that is the case, let us proceed to a vote." With that, Jiang Tianxing raised his hand, and Chen Yao followed suit. Brother Ji, observing their gestures, raised his hand as well, affirming, "Indeed, Mr. Jiang is correct. Ajing's current reputation is formidable. If he does not ascend, others may claim our society is unjust." The Han brothers exchanged glances and raised their hands. 13's sister, seeing Han Bin's gesture, did likewise. The remaining members also raised their hands in favor. Upon witnessing every leader voting in support, Jiang Tianxing proclaimed, "Very well. It is unanimously approved. Let us welcome our 13th hall leader, Qin Zheng, to take his seat." Rising, Qin Zheng surveyed the assembly, clasping his fists in gratitude. "I extend my heartfelt thanks to all my brothers for your kindness." With that, he took his seat. Jiang Tianxing continued, 2 days ago, Ajing valiantly resisted the forces of Lianxing and Dongxing. I hear you even disbursed 20 million to the younger brothers last night." "Indeed, Mr. Jiang. I had to put the nightclub on the line to procure that 20 million, Qin Zheng replied, seizing the opportunity. "Might the society consider reimbursing me for this expense?" The qualified members present were astounded. How could Qin Zheng possess such wealth? Most of them, having been entrenched in this life for so long, could muster at most 3 to 5 million. Ah, what a disparity. No wonder he could ascend to the position of the 13th leader. It was a realm beyond their reach. Jiang Tianxing, noting Qin Zheng's display of financial hardship, chose not to challenge it. "Regardless, Ajing, you are now our most formidable leader and have successfully secured new territories in Yau Ma Tei and Jordan for the society. Thus, the society rewards you with 20 million as a token of goodwill for your inauguration. How does that sound?" Mr. Zhang's announcement of 20 million brought a beaming smile to Qin Zheng's face. The other decision-makers expressed no dissatisfaction, as they were all working for the society. If the society did not provide support, who would be willing to serve it in the future? "Zheng, today the society will announce that you, the tyrant Qin Zheng, are the master of the Hongxing Oil Ma Tei. In 3 days, the society will formally invest you with your position at the headquarters, and your faction will also be established. You will initially be assigned 9 slots, with 3 each for the red sticks, white paper fans, and grass shoes," Mr. Jiang generously stated. "Then I shall extend my gratitude on behalf of my younger brothers to Mr. Jiang." He exclaimed, "Is there anything else anyone wishes to add? If not, we shall adjourn the meeting, as I have taken up enough of your time." Noticing that the others had no further comments, Mr. Jiang declared the meeting concluded. Simultaneously, the entirety of Hong Kong learned that Qin Zheng had ascended to the position of master of the Hongxing Oil Ma Tei, his reputation soaring. Qin Zheng's subordinates gathered at the Kowloon nightclub. On their way back, they inquired of Tianhong and Aji if they intended to take on the role of red sticks. But both declined. They preferred to identify themselves as belonging solely to the Kowloon Group company rather than merely mingling within the society. Upon the arrival of Qin Zheng's vehicle at the Kowloon nightclub, the titles of Brother Zheng and Boss echoed continuously. Inside the conference room, those qualified to attend the meeting were seated in their designated spots. Once Qin Zheng took his seat, his younger brothers began expressing their congratulations on his new position as master of the Oil Ma Tei. "Today, at the Hongxing headquarters, I shall take on the role of master, and the Oil Ma Tei will also see the elevation of 9 key positions, 3 each for the red sticks, white paper fans, and grass shoes." After stating this, Qin Zheng surveyed the varied expressions of those present. After a brief pause, he turned to Fei Quan and said, "Fei Quan, you were the first to follow me. I promise to elevate you to a prominent position. You will take on the role of red stick the day after tomorrow." Fei Quan was deeply moved, replying, "Yes, thank you, Brother Zheng." "Yaowen, the white paper fan shall belong to you. I have always recognized your capabilities. You are our group's chief steward. Do well," Qin Zheng added. Yaowen, equally touched, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Zheng." Ruby, You have always managed the ladies here. You will take on the grass shoe roll the day after tomorrow. Qin Zheng declared with authority. Ruby felt a surge of unusual emotions and sweetly replied, "Thank you, Brother Zheng." The remaining younger brothers, not yet mentioned, were also quite agreeable to Qin Zheng's arrangements. Fei Quan was the first to join the brotherhood, fiercely protective of his fellow brothers. Always the first to charge into any situation. Yaowen had consistently managed various affairs on behalf of Qin Zheng. Ruby, on the other hand, was the matriarch of Qin Zheng's domain. To offend her would mean a few days cessation of business for any misguided patron. Little Overlord, Ming. You two will take on the role of Red Sticks. Tony, Asia, you two will take on the grass shoes. Luo Jiwei, Yen. You will take on the white paper fans. Tony, Zilong, you two are so capable. It would be a pity not to assign you as Red Sticks. Next time there are positions available, I will ensure you are included. Qin Zheng efficiently organized everyone. Tony and Zilong, indifferent, replied that everything was subject to the bosses, the tops, arrangements. Tony's assignment as grass shoe was due to his brother Asia's role, while Zilong, being an undercover agent, preferred to maintain a low profile. Upon hearing that the remaining two Red Sticks were not Tianhong and Aji, all eyes turned toward Qin Zheng. He then clarified, Tianhong and Aji are not part of the society. They are merely my bodyguards. The crowd was taken aback by this revelation. Now, let me address another matter. I will be establishing the Kowloon group. The previous Kowloon footwear and Kowloon properties will be incorporated within it. Kowloon properties has always been managed excellently by Yaowen. Ruby, you will also register a Kowloon entertainment. I will explain the specifics to you shortly. As for the head of Kowloon footwear, some of you may know him, while others may not. I will bring him along next time so you can get acquainted. Chapter 34. The first taste of meat after crossing over. After the meeting, Ruby stayed behind to seek Qin Zheng's guidance on how to manage Kowloon entertainment. Observing her flushed and shy demeanor, Qin Zheng understood her intentions. Although Ruby was a matriarch, she was still inexperienced. She had previously relied on her brother-in-law Wei Jixiang's reputation, and later on Qin Zheng's, as aside from Chun Tai Long, who was already imprisoned, few men dared to approach her. Brother Zheng, I want. Ruby, despite lacking practical experience, had seen much from afar. Especially with such thoughts in mind, her intentions became more direct and explicit. Qin Zheng, noticing Ruby's passion, inquired, "Have you thought this through?" Ruby earnestly replied, "Even if it means being your plaything, I am willing. Without you, I might have been forced to death by the prince long ago. There would be no Ruby as she is now." With that, she lunged toward Qin Zheng, who, naturally, did not refuse. Content omitted due to explicit nature. Looking at Ruby's flushed face, Qin Zheng experienced the first taste of meat since his crossing. He exhaled a puff of post-encounter smoke. Ruby gazed at him and said, "Brother Zheng, no matter how many women you have, please do not forget me." Qin Zheng sincerely replied, "Rest assured, I will have them call you sister-in-law shortly." Ruby, being new to such experiences, found herself utterly overwhelmed by Qin Zheng's prowess. With the barrier of their relationship shattered, Qin Zheng no longer restrained his desires. He mounted once more, continuing to conquer new territories. Content omitted. Ruby, unable to withstand the trial, lay weakly on the bed. After giving her a brief wipe, Qin Zheng headed to the bathroom. After showering, he sat in his office, lit a cigarette, inhaled sharply, and then chose to complete a task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning 10 task points, a smuggling route, and 30 million in Hong Kong dollars, along with a special reward of Sovereign Aura. Upon reviewing the Sovereign Aura special reward, it essentially meant exerting pressure on others, altering the psychology of those who bore the aura, compelling them to submit, the downside being that the stronger the will of the person, the more challenging it was to bring them to heel. The smuggling route, however, was relatively simple. Having exploited a system bug, goods could be smuggled to Thailand, where someone would receive them. As long as there were no issues during the smuggling process, everything would proceed without a hitch. It was akin to a goose that lays golden eggs. He pondered finding time to test it out. Although it was a system offering, he decided to start small. He would procure some essential goods, making a round trip to double his profits. How delightful. He wondered if Jimmy had reached the mainland yet. He planned to call Jimmy the next day, instructing him to head north to find some rice and agricultural products from factories. The following day, Qin Zheng received a call from Liang Kuan and went to the Chien Kuan Film Company in Mongkok. Qin Zheng had a hunch about what Liang Kuan wanted. He initially thought he would be approached immediately after the meeting yesterday, but was surprised it took until today. Upon arriving at Chien Kuan Film Company, Liang Kuan observed Qin Zheng lounging on the large sofa, incredulous as he remarked, "Ah Zheng, I've done some checking over the past couple of days. Although you were previously a red stick at the headquarters, your relationship with Jiang Tiancheng is not particularly close. How did he suddenly decide to elevate you and grant you such a generous sum?" "Brother Kuan, you see, this is where personal interests cloud your judgment. Jiang Tiancheng has no enmity with me. At most, he stood on the side of Big B back then. Now, with my significant contributions, he is merely extending a personal favor to draw me in. Or do you believe Jiang Tiansheng could draw you in? Qin Zheng replied calmly. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's response, Liang Kuan quickly comprehended the situation. His own considerable power, wealth, and ambition naturally placed him in opposition to Jiang Tiansheng. Now, with the emergence of a formidable individual who had forged his path through sheer strength, how could Jiang Tiansheng not seek to ally with him? Consider these thoughts carefully. Even Liang Kuan hesitated to mention Aging. You should have spoken up earlier. I thought you were being courted by Jiang Tiansheng and were preparing to betray me. Qin Zheng feigned a semblance of anger, saying, Brother Kuan, I regard you as a sibling, yet you treat me like a cousin. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Liang Kuan realized that to foster a continued rapport with him, he would have to make certain concessions. I will generously provide you with goods valued at 10 million. Free of charge. What do you think? Once these goods are sold, you could see a return of at least fivefold. In truth, Liang Kuan was also testing Qin Zheng, as the latter neither sold goods nor permitted others to operate within his territory. Upon hearing Liang Kuan's offer, Qin Zheng's countenance darkened. Let us leave it at that for today, Brother Kuan. I have other matters to attend to, he said, preparing to rise and depart. Wait. I misspoke. How about this? Jiang Tiansheng will give you 20 million, and I will match that. Does that sound acceptable? Liang Kuan, realizing he had overstepped, reluctantly conceded. Qin Zheng's demeanor shifted instantly. Ah, Brother Kuan, I just remembered. It's not of great importance. Shall we sit a while longer? Yes. Let us stay a bit longer. Before you leave, I will hand you the 20 million in cash. Liang Kuan forced a smile. How could he be joyful? 20 million. Not merely 2,000. Liang Kuan felt as if his heart were bleeding. Aging, do you recall the last time Jiang Tiansheng sent Big B to deal with Ba Bai? Why is there still no news? Liang Kuan suddenly broached the subject. After a moment's thought, Qin Zheng replied, they are likely still preparing. After all, Ba Bai is no minor figure. They probably need a few days to strategize. However, it should be soon. Perhaps you could have someone track Ba Bai over the next few days, ready to act at any moment. We mustn't allow Big B to succeed. Rest assured, I have consistently dispatched my subordinates to follow Ba Bai. There will be no issues. We are simply waiting for Big B to falter before we strike. Liang Kuan said with a sinister undertone. Qin Zheng contemplated for a moment before deciding to disclose to Liang Kuan, Brother Kuan, this is a minor affair. You won't be able to take down Big B with this. However, this task is assigned to Chun Haonan, and if anything goes awry, he won't be able to bear the consequences. Without Chun Haonan in Causeway Bay, wouldn't Big B be akin to a toothless tiger? Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Liang Kuan's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, Causeway Bay is Big B's prized possession. If Chun Haonan were to vanish from there, wouldn't the other factions begin to stir? Aging, it's truly you. With your combination of brawn and intellect, in ancient times, you would have been a formidable lord. Liang Kuan praised with a grin. Brother Kuan, please refrain from overpraising. Tyrant is hardly a commendable term. Qin Zheng chuckled in response. Liang Kuan, unperturbed by Qin Zheng's jest, merely smiled in return. Upon returning, Qin Zheng found an additional 20 million in his car. He also took a moment to assess his current assets. His illicit funds totaled approximately 90 million. While his legitimate earnings were around 50 million, it was high time to purchase a property, as residing in a nightclub indefinitely was far from ideal. Especially now that he had Ruby as a companion, making it inconvenient to conduct business there. He dialed Ruby, asking her to wake up and prepare for their outing. Upon learning they were going to buy a house, Ruby beamed with excitement. Tianhong and Aji, upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, exchanged smiles of satisfaction. Chapter 35. Do you think I am a fool? As for taking Ruby into his life, Qin Zheng adopted a natural approach, for having been given a second chance. He would not deprive himself. Previously, he had no choice but to endure hardship. After emerging, his primary focus was on career advancement. And the women he encountered were either Apple or Ailian, or the girlfriends of his subordinates, whom he could not pursue. Fortunately, Ruby was astute, offering herself willingly, otherwise, Qin Zheng would have faced considerable hardship. Observing his two brothers struggling to suppress laughter, he sternly admonished, what are you two laughing about? You are both in your 20s. Surely you aren't still relying on your hands? Surely not. With so many young women in the club and plenty of decent girls outside. You can't possibly be. The two brothers exchanged bewildered glances, as if silently asking, have we been caught by Brother Zheng? They shook their heads in unison. It was not that they were unable to retaliate against Qin Zheng. Rather, it was because he was their esteemed elder brother. Indeed, that is how it is. Qin Zheng declared, observing the two of them. You both should find partners soon, otherwise, it is detrimental to your health. The two responded with wry smiles. Yes, Brother Zheng. The car soon arrived at Kowloon nightclub, where Ruby awaited. Upon seeing the car, she climbed in with Qin Zheng. The remaining subordinates understood that Ruby had become their sister-in-law, and soon the news spread throughout the Yau Ma Tei and Mongkok area. Ruby, where do you think we should buy a house? Qin Zheng inquired, looking at her. Ah, Brother Zheng, you're asking me? I have no idea. I've never bought a house before, Ruby replied shyly. Qin Zheng considered that with 50 million, he couldn't afford a luxury home, but perhaps he could purchase a residential property near Yau Ma Tei. This would also facilitate his travels, unlike some gang leaders who, despite their wealth, could not spend it due to it being all dirty money. They dared not invest in property, for the ICAC is not to be trifled with. They found a newly opened residential complex in Yau Ma Tei that appeared quite appealing. As they entered the sales hall, a saleswoman promptly approached them. Upon learning they were there to buy a house, she escorted them to view the properties. Ruby was thoroughly pleased, and Qin Zheng, indifferent, decided to proceed with the purchase. The total price was over 8 million for a 130 square meter apartment on the 8th floor, which was swiftly registered in Ruby's name. Ruby radiated joy. The saleswoman, adjusting her attire to accentuate her assets, eagerly awaited Qin Zheng's attention. However, Qin Zheng ignored her and, along with Tianhong and Aji, took the keys and departed. Upon returning to Kowloon nightclub, they began preparations for the upcoming initiation ceremony. As the newly appointed leaders, the Hongxing society would invite fellow members from the underworld to witness the occasion, so meticulousness was essential. That night, Qin Zheng indulged in the pleasures of the evening, while Ruby experienced exhilaration, omitting several intricate details. The following day, Qin Zheng awoke feeling refreshed. Although Ruby was a bit weak in the legs, she still accompanied him, for she too was to participate in the initiation ceremony. Qin Zheng, grandly accompanied by a throng of subordinates, made his way to the Hongxing headquarters, where not only the 9 newly appointed leaders were present, but also virtually all the notable subordinates had gathered. The Hongxing headquarters was adorned in festive colors, exuberantly celebratory. As the convoy from Yau Ma Tei arrived, the other subordinates cast curious glances. Jiang Tiansheng, the head of Hongxing, along with all the leaders, mingled with familiar faces from the underworld. After exiting the car, Qin Zheng led the initiates over, while the others congregated, greeting familiar brothers along the way. Aging. Just 2 months ago you had Tianhong and Aji competing in the ring. Now, in less than 2 months, you have become the voice of Hongxing. Truly impressive. Long remarked, his gaze more focused on Tianhong. Brother Long, you flatter me. I am merely supported by my brothers. Without their backing, I could never have attained this position, Qin Zheng responded. Ha ha ha, you two should dispense with the niceties. Aging, if Aji wishes to switch sides, how much do you think a transfer fee would be? Wang Bao chuckled, joining in the conversation. Brother Bao, Aji is not my little brother. He hasn't even entered the doors of Hongxing. If he wishes to follow you, there's nothing I can do about it. Qin Zheng spoke without anger, for he understood that had it not been for his interference, Aji would have undoubtedly become Wang Bao's shadow assassin, ultimately being ruthlessly defeated by Super Dan. Wang Bao fell silent, aware that Aji would not abandon Qin Zheng. Thus he merely indulged in a moment of venting. Jiang Tianxing had also brought along the Grandmaster of the Hongxing Assembly. Ajing, are these the brothers you prepared for the Yau Ma Tei operations? They certainly exude a commanding presence. No wonder you swiftly claimed such a large territory in Yau Ma Tei. Indeed, Mr. Jiang. It is largely thanks to these brothers that the current Qin Zheng exists, Qin Zheng replied, showing no hesitation in praising his younger brothers without directly calling anyone out. The few who were preparing for duty quickly expressed their greetings to Mr. Jiang. Qin Zheng proceeded to introduce each of them to Jiang Tiansheng in turn. As the announcement from the assembly's younger brothers echoed through the hall, Fat Deng and Camel led their crew toward them. Qin Zheng glanced at Jiang Tiansheng, seemingly searching for something on his face, but unfortunately, Jiang Tiansheng displayed no change in expression. The other gang leaders also watched the two groups, speculating on Qin Zheng's next move, especially considering that night, when they had allied with Lianxing and Dongxing to tread upon Yau Ma Tei. Qin Zheng observed the two ancient figures approaching, remaining motionless, expressionless, and silent. Ha ha ha, Uncle Deng, Brother Camel, long time no see. How has your health been recently? Jiang Tiansheng broke the ice first. Indeed, Ah Shang, we did not mean to intrude upon your Hongxing Yau Ma Tei establishment. Please do not take offense, Fat Deng remarked. Ajing, it has been a while. I truly apologize for the previous incident. It was our mistake to act on our own accord, and Allah dared not disregard our instructions. Yes, Ajing, last time it was also Sidhu and Crow who were misled, leading them to tread into your Yau Ma Tei. Camel chimed in agreement. The brothers present could not help but exclaim in surprise at Fat Deng and Camel's audacity, as they shamelessly shifted the blame onto the instructions given by the others. After all, to label a pair of mere strip club owners as leaders in Wanchai was a gross exaggeration. Had it not been for Big D's previous support, they would have been scattered long ago. Having become mere puppets under Lianxing's management was no secret. Everyone knew that Lianxing's transient leaders were nothing more than figurehead. with the true power lying elsewhere. How dare the likes of Blow Chicken provoke Qin Zheng? Upon hearing their remarks, Qin Zheng coldly replied, Uncle Deng, Brother Camel. Do you take me for a fool? Chapter 36, Fat Deng's Choice. Do you truly believe that I, Qin Zheng, am foolish? With these words, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Qin Zheng's statement revealed a sharp side of his character, causing some of the more martial-minded brothers to feel exhilarated, while others, who relied more on intellect, worried about offending two major factions simultaneously. The younger brothers of Hongxing quickly surrounded them, effectively trapping the members of Lianxing and Dongxing. Fat Deng and Camel's crew found themselves pushed back by the younger brothers surrounding them. Fat Deng and Camel then turned to Jiang Tiansheng, who had no choice but to step in. What are you all doing? Shouldn't you retreat? Upon hearing this, the younger brothers retreated, allowing the Hongxing members to breathe a sigh of relief, while Lianxing and Dongxing felt the pressure lifted. Uncle Deng, Brother Camel, you are both esteemed veterans of the underworld. Today marks the day our Hongxing leader takes office. Any matters at hand should wait until after Qin Zheng's ceremony. Jiang Tianxing spoke coldly to Fat Deng and Camel. The Grandmaster responsible for the ceremony also interjected at the opportune moment. Dragon Head, Audiobook, the auspicious time is approaching. Shall we prepare inside? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing looked at Qin Zheng and said, Audiobook, let us proceed to familiarize ourselves with the proceedings. After receiving a nod from Qin Zheng, Jiang Tianxing led the way into the inner hall, followed closely by the Grandmaster and Qin Zheng, with the remaining leaders of Hongxing and those set to take office today joining them. After changing into their ceremonial attire, they were the first to present Qin Zheng for the official ceremony. Under the watchful gaze of the Grandmaster, Qin Zheng recited the 36 oaths of the Hongmen once more. First oath, honor heaven and earth, respect parents, and revere elders. One must not act in defiance. Second oath, brothers forge bonds, sharing joys and sorrows alike, united in fortune and adversity. He continued until he had recited all 36 oaths. The Grandmaster then recounted Qin Zheng's contributions and sacrifices since joining Hongxing, explaining the fundamental reasons for his rise to the position of leader. Subsequently, Dragon Head Jiang Tianxing presented Qin Zheng with a jade pendant inscribed with the words Yau Ma Tei, symbolizing his authority as the Hongxing leader of that territory. After receiving the leader's token, the brothers who had come to witness the ceremony erupted into applause. A wave of sentiment washed over them, realizing how fortunate Hongxing was to have produced such a formidable leader. The subsequent ceremony for the red sticks was considerably simplified. The red sticks, straw sandals, and white paper fans were arranged into three groups, with Fei Yao, Wen Lu, and Bai San in the front, while the others remained behind. Under the watchful eyes of the hall's leader, Qin Zheng, they recited the 36 oaths of the Hongmen and informed him of their respective responsibilities. Qin Zheng also handed them their tokens, representing the red sticks, straw sandals, and white paper fans, marking the successful conclusion of the ceremony. The members of Hongxing took the lead in applauding, signaling that this year, Hongxing was the most prominent faction in the underworld. Although the ceremony had concluded, no one was eager to leave, as they were all waiting to witness the unfolding drama between Hongxing, Dongxing, and Lianxing. After all, these were three top-tier factions, and should negotiations falter, it would be wise to be prepared for any potential conflict. Fat Deng was the first to break the silence. Sheng, let's do this. Our three factions should find a restaurant to discuss matters thoroughly. We can also invite the brothers from other factions to bear witness. Today, let's resolve this issue amicably. Though he addressed Jiang Tianxing, his gaze remained fixed on Qin Zheng. Camel added, Sheng, we've known each other for decades. There is nothing that cannot be resolved. What do you think of Uncle Deng's proposal? Qin Zheng slowly nodded. Seeing him agree, Jiang Tianxing spoke. Since both of you are so sincere, let us commence our discussion. Very well, let's head to the Gucci restaurant in Simsha Sui. It's just a few minutes away from here. I also kindly asked the other gang leaders to accompany us as witnesses. Fat Deng quickly responded upon hearing Jiang Tianxing's suggestion. The Gucci restaurant in Simsha Sui had been reserved by the Lianxing faction early that morning. Currently, various leaders had gathered there, awaiting news from Fat Deng. Some leaders appeared anxious, while others sighed in contemplation. Alu wore a worried expression, while only Big D seemed to be in high spirits. Indeed, Big D had been cheerful for 3 consecutive days. Upon receiving the news that Qin Zheng was willing to negotiate, most of the leaders felt a sense of relief. Alongside their respective bosses, they had also participated in the ambush against Qin Zheng, and the trio of Deng Guanzai, Shuang Daohua, displayed expressions of lingering fear. Soon, the entire Hong Kong island was abuzz with rumors that Hongxing, Dongxing, and Lianxing would be discussing matters there. Various factions dispatched representatives to converge at the location, with countless eager onlookers hoping to catch a glimpse of these underworld magnates, thus gaining leverage for future tales at the drinking table. As Jiang Tianxing, Fat Deng, and Camel ascended to the second floor of the restaurant, others scrambled to find empty tables to sit at. The origins of the matter were clear to everyone present. The conflict arose because Qin Zheng intervened to save the Great Circle Leopard from the original Great Circle Gang, who were being pursued by our forces and the Lianqing's fishhead standard. After taking a sip of tea, Fat Deng remarked. Upon first hearing this, the crowd assumed that Qin Zheng was the one instigating trouble. Qin Zheng then spoke, explaining that the incident occurred at the intersection of Mongkok and my Yau Ma Tei turf. Should I not intervene upon witnessing such disturbances? It is a grave error on your part to create chaos in my territory without facing repercussions from your Lianqing lackeys. After the incident, you fishhead standard members even had the audacity to approach me as if you were royalty, demanding I hand over individuals. If I were to comply, what would become of my standing? Qin Zheng continued. Later, it was Jordan Zalak who spoke up. Deng Bo, don't think for a moment that I'm unaware of your ulterior motives. Unfortunately, your schemes have misfired. Who would have thought that a mere red stick could deter over 7,000 of you Lianqing men? You even sought to ally with Dongxing to encroach upon my territory. Now that you've lost, you wish to negotiate? Such favorable terms do not exist in this world. Qin Zheng directed his words vehemently at Fat Deng. And you, Brother Camel, have I ever wronged you or your Dongxing? When you aided Hongtai, I let it slide, and I never sought trouble with Dongxing thereafter. Now, you come to support Lianqing in trampling my Yau Ma Tei. This enmity will be difficult to resolve. Qin Zheng launched another tirade at Camel. The onlookers were captivated by the unfolding drama, while the involved parties, Fat Deng and Camel, felt the sting of humiliation. In a 2-on-1 confrontation, they found themselves at a disadvantage and now sought to negotiate while still wanting to maintain an upper hand. How could that be? There is no respect for the elderly or the young on this island. So what do you want now? Fat Deng inquired. As for your terms with Lianqing, first, the Jordan turf will henceforth belong to me. Second, you shall compensate me for 20 million in damages. Let this matter rest. And should you wish to reclaim any turf in the future, I am always ready to engage. Otherwise, we can continue to battle. And you should be wary of my potential to attack both you and Lianqing at any moment. Qin Zheng declared with authority. Upon hearing these two options, Fat Deng found himself in a quandary. Chapter 37. The Compromise of Fat Deng and Camel. Fat Deng fell into contemplation upon hearing the two choices. It was evident that Jordan would not be regained. I heard that Qin Zheng had already sent his subordinates to seize 3 of Jordan's venues, and additionally, to compensate 20 million. Such news would be utterly humiliating if it spread. The second option was to continue fighting, but apart from Tsun Wan, no other factions could withstand Qin Zheng's power. Naturally, the Lianqing leaders preferred the first option, as it merely involved monetary compensation, not life. Zheng, today you ascend as a faction leader. Consider this 20 million your red envelope. Helpless, Fat Deng opted for the first choice, though it meant losing face. It was preferable to instigating a gang war with Hongxing. Besides, they had already lost all dignity. Upon hearing Fat Deng's words, Qin Zheng was left speechless. If you are going to concede, then admit your defeat. To frame the compensation as a gift is absurd. The others shared in their disdain for Deng Bo, including many from Lianqing. Having settled matters with Lianqing, it was now Camel's turn, who was also pondering the appropriate amount for compensation. However, upon hearing Qin Zheng's demands from Lianqing, Camel feared he would have to part with a significant sum. Just then, Qin Zheng addressed Camel. Brother Camel, what do you believe one of your 5 tigers is worth? Instantly, all eyes in the room were fixed on Camel. Under the weight of their gazes, Camel felt an unspoken burden. Zheng, spare us the riddles. Just state your demands plainly, Camel replied resignedly. For years ago, you admired the boxing prowess of Crow in the city fortress. To recruit him, you thundered forth, presenting the name of Dongxing's 5 tigers and offering Crow 5 million in cash. Qin Zheng recounted leisurely. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left puzzled, uncertain of Qin Zheng's intentions. Camel, equally bewildered, asked, Zheng, what exactly do you mean? Just say it outright. 50 million, a firm price of 50 million. And I will return Crow to you. Let this matter be erased from the record, Qin Zheng proclaimed, making a shocking demand. However, it was not without justification. 50 million might be a considerable challenge for a small gang, yet for a first-rate organization like Dongxing, which primarily operated in the gray market, it was merely a trifle. Before Camel could respond, Jin Mao Hu Sha Ming erupted into a tirade against Qin Zheng. Who do you think you are, extorting us in Dongxing? Do you dare to face the consequences? Sha Ming, you are not only fierce, but also rather foolish. The crowd roared in agreement, recognizing the absurdity of his words. Sha Ming, silence yourself. Zheng, please forgive him. You know he is rather dim-witted, Camel interjected. 50 million can be arranged, but this matter must be considered erased from the record. You and your Hongxing members must not use this as an excuse for further disputes, Camel asserted. Though reluctant to part with the 50 million, The funds could only be sourced from the gang, to be deducted from Crow's future earnings. Truly, a case of more harm than good. Camel completely forgot that he had previously agreed with Kowloon and Bai Tu Wang when they received Fat Deng's invitation. The prominent figures present observed the spirited Qin Zheng triumphing over Lianxing and Dongxing, and many internally sighed that if Qin Zheng continued on this path, he would surely become a dragon among Koi. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng's subordinates stood tall, proud to witness their brother commanding such authority. Xiao Baowang felt fortunate for having heeded the advice of Si Yan, transferring to Qin Zheng's command. Ruby pondered how to reward Qin Zheng for his impressive display, considering whether to try the uniform for teachers he mentioned or perhaps a bunny girl outfit. Such indecision. I appreciate Brother Camel for your consideration. Qin Zheng responded with a smile. Today truly felt like a moment of triumph for Ying Zheng, a day of victory. His standing in the underworld surged. And apart from Lianxing's Big D and a few others, there were few first-rate gangs that could attain such heights. Moreover, he had acquired an additional 70 million in cash. Coupled with the funds from Jiang Tiansheng and Liang Kuan, this battle yielded an income of 1 billion. Although it was all illicit money, it could be distributed to the subordinates, thus washing it clean for use. The leaders of Hongxing regarded Qin Zheng, who was basking in glory today, with smiles on their faces, but whether their smiles were genuine or feigned remained a mystery. Jiang Tiansheng was pleased as well, for it was their Hongxing members who had garnered the spotlight today. Since this is the case, I invite all the esteemed leaders present to witness that Hongxing, Dongxing, and Lianxing have reached a consensus regarding the handling of the Yau Ma Tei incident. Henceforth, none of the three shall seek trouble with others over this matter. Jiang Tiansheng proclaimed. Dengbo, Brother Camel, do you agree? Upon hearing Jiang Tiansheng's words, both Fat Deng and Camel nodded in agreement. Good. Since the three of you have reached an understanding, I, Hong Ying, am willing to act as a witness. Should anyone breach this agreement, Hong Ying will take up arms. The speaker was Jiang Quan, the head of the Hong Ying gang, and also a cousin of Jiang Tiansheng from Hongxing. I, Zhongyi Xin, am also willing to serve as a witness. Our new record is as well. Should any of you three dare to stir trouble over this matter, we shall also take up arms. Lin Jing, the chief of New Record, declared robustly. We, the Number Gang, also wish to stand as witnesses. With several first-rate gangs taking the lead, others present began to voice their agreement as well. Observing this scene, Jiang Tiansheng's smile was unabashed, while Fat Deng and Camel appeared as though they had bitten into something sour. Although they claimed to witness that the three gangs would not use this as an excuse, it was primarily directed at Dongxing and Lianxing. As Qin Zheng had suffered no loss, he had not only taken the spotlight, but also secured the Jordan turf and received 70 million in compensation. Before long, the compensation from Dongxing and Lianxing was delivered. After all, both are significant organizations, and raising a few tens of millions is relatively convenient. Compared to the entire Dongxing crew, who have all turned to powder. Their possession of wealth and familiarity with money allowed them to face the sum of 50 million without overt displays of reluctance. In contrast, the uncles of Lianxing were different. They had climbed the ranks through seniority or by aligning themselves with Fei Deng, becoming figureheads. The organization maintained a balance during elections, supporting relatively weaker individuals, while formidable figures either met untimely ends or transferred out. Those who remained were merely living off the vestiges of the Black Gold Empire. Upon witnessing the 20 million handed over to Qin Zheng, their faces were filled with sorrow. Fei Deng privately lamented about a Lu, exclaiming that this was 20 million being foolishly given to Qin Zheng, all due to that useless Lu. Qin Zheng was also not mistaken. Indeed, he was a waste. The onlookers observed Qin Zheng receiving the money with a smile, subsequently passing it to Yao Wan, acknowledging Qin Zheng's unique charm and charisma. 70 million. Casually handed over to a junior. Even if it was merely a temporary arrangement, it signified the junior's standing in Qin Zheng's eyes. Thus, some astute elder brothers cast a few more glances at Yao Wan. At this moment, Jiang Tianxing spoke up, declaring that today marked the auspicious occasion of our Hongxing's Qin Zheng ascending to the position of Hall Master, coinciding perfectly with the celebration banquet. He invited all the elder brothers to join, urging everyone to take their seats. Upon hearing this, Fei Deng's expression darkened. Sheng, we at Lianxing still have an internal meeting to attend. We shall not intrude further. With that, Fei Deng quickly led the Lianxing members away. Luatu followed suit, seeking an excuse to depart. Remaining would only result in further embarrassment. As they watched Lianxing and Dongxing's members leave, Jiang Tianxing and Qin Zheng hurriedly guided the remaining elder brothers to their seats. The banquet table was filled with toasts and laughter. Although it was merely a celebration of Qin Zheng's promotion, he still brought along his subordinates. Whether they were those who had just been promoted or others like Zilong and Tony, familiarizing themselves with these legendary figures of the underworld. In light of Qin Zheng's reputation, the elder brothers praised his capable subordinates. Meanwhile, Fei Quan and the others beamed with joy, realizing that their esteemed leader could engage in equal conversation with these well-known figures from their childhood, signifying their leaders' standing in the underworld. This in turn validated their faction status as a prestigious name in Hong Kong Island. The gathering was delightful for nearly everyone. Some factions that previously had conflicts seized this opportunity to resolve misunderstandings, while others that had no prior connections established collaborations. Chapter 38, Winning over Han Bin. The negotiations of the day, under Jiang Tianxing's deliberate promotion, stirred up a tremendous wave among the diminutive figures of Hong Kong Island. By overshadowing the supreme figures of Helian Sheng and the leader of Dongxing, Luotu, Qin Zheng had indeed become a prominent figure among the Triads of Hong Kong Island. Countless aspiring members longed to join Hongxing's Yau Ma Tei faction, and some local owners even proactively invited Qin Zheng to join. In response to these invitations, Qin Zheng instructed Yao when to liaise and arrange for some bold young leaders, distributing one each, signaling to the subordinates. As long as one possesses capability, the tyrant will elevate you. Unbeknownst to them, this phrase began circulating in Yau Ma Tei. Initially, some triads found it exaggerated, but as they witnessed figures like Qin Zheng, Luo Zhuwei, and Tony, especially the Vietnamese refugees, no one dared to refute it. Reflecting on the trio from Vietnam, who struggled to make ends meet, yet were recognized for their fighting prowess by the tyrant and became leaders in Jordan, they swiftly expanded from 3 venues to 7. The situation improved significantly. The following day, Qin Zheng arranged to meet Han Bin and his companions, including Sister 13, at the Kowloon nightclub. Observing the women brought by Ruby, both Dinosaur and Thin Eyes wasted no time, each ordering 2. Han Bin, sitting nearby, felt envious but restrained himself due to Sister 13's presence. Sister 13, glancing at Han Bin, remarked, "Bin Xiao, your 2 brothers are having a splendid time. Aren't you envious? What nonsense are you talking about? I, Han Bin, am not that kind of person. I have no interest in these superficial women," Han Bin replied somewhat awkwardly. Dinosaur and Thin Eyes burst into laughter. "Huh? It's not that a Bin doesn't want to order, but he dares not do so with someone watching. Shut up, you two." Han Bin was somewhat flustered. Sister 13 merely smiled in silence, observing her brother. After the playful banter, Qin Zheng turned to them and inquired, "Sister 13, a Bin, how is the renovation of your shop progressing? It's nearly finished, but isn't Jimmy currently away from Hong Kong?" As they discussed this matter, the atmosphere turned serious. With Jimmy absent, regarding the sneakers, you can just consult Fong Ting. She is now capable of handling some tasks, Qin Zheng remarked. "All right, no problem. But Zheng, you didn't call us over just to discuss this, did you?" Han Bin asked, considering that such trivial matters could easily be addressed over the phone. Qin Zheng then asked the younger sister to leave, retaining only Han Bin and his 3 companions. "A Bin, what are your thoughts on the north?" Hearing this, Dinosaur, Thin Eyes, and Sister 13 were puzzled. Han Bin, with a glint in his eye, responded, "Zheng, are you contemplating matters post-handover?" "Yes, Han Bin, you are indeed astute. It is now confirmed that the handover will occur in 97. Have you considered what our path will be afterward? What can we do after the handover? I have heard that people from the north will come to serve as governors. Will our actions be exposed and lead to repercussions?" Sister 13 expressed her anxiety. Dinosaur and Thin Eyes, upon reflection, realized that Sister 13's concerns were quite plausible. They exchanged worried glances with Han Bin. Han Bin had his own thoughts, but refrained from voicing them immediately. Instead, he looked at Qin Zheng and asked, "Zheng, stop beating around the bush. Just tell us your thoughts directly. I have already dispatched Jimmy to the north for an assessment, intending to invest in factories on the mainland to engage in some industries related to people's livelihoods, such as sneakers, small appliances, and garment factories. It's also a form of insurance," Qin Zheng replied, half-jokingly, as not everyone was privy to future events. "So what is your purpose in calling us today?" Han Bin inquired straightforwardly after Qin Zheng finished. "I mainly wanted to ask if you have any thoughts on this. If you do, when Jimmy goes to the mainland next time, you can join him for a visit," Qin Zheng suggested. The 4 did not make an immediate decision regarding Qin Zheng's proposition, but chose to deliberate on it further. After exchanging glances, Han Bin spoke up, "Zheng, let us discuss this among ourselves, and then get back to you." "All right, then let us have a drink first." With that, Qin Zheng summoned the younger sister back in, and they enjoyed drinks and conversation. For Qin Zheng, the aim of winning over Han Bin and his companions was part of a larger strategy. Following his recent promotion, his next task had arisen, to ascend as the leader of a first-class organization. Thus, it was imperative to win over Han Bin and his companions in advance. After leaving the Kowloon nightclub, Han Bin and his 3 companions arrived at Sister 13's venue on Portland Street, engaging in discussions about Qin Zheng's intentions. "A Bin, what do you think Qin Zheng is after?" Thin Eyes asked, eyeing Han Bin lounging on the sofa. "I don't know. Qin Zheng's rise has been remarkably swift. Everything seems so natural, yet somewhat unbelievable," Han replied thoughtfully. Han pondered for a long time, yet could not fathom the true intentions of Qin Zheng. Meanwhile, the rather dim-witted dinosaur chimed in, exclaiming, "Indeed. After squatting in that arduous pit for 3 long years, within mere months of emerging, he has reached such heights. Quite impressive." Upon hearing the dinosaur's words, the others fell into a speechless silence. They were meant to discuss Qin Zheng's motives for seeking them out, not to marvel at his remarkable prowess. At that moment, Sister 13 timidly suggested, "Do you think Qin Zheng might be sent from the north? Otherwise, why would he inquire about our views on the north?" Upon hearing Sister 13's speculation, Han's eyes brightened. "You may be onto something, Sister 13. Perhaps Qin Zheng is indeed sent from the north to unify the underworld of Hong Kong and to prepare for a future return." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and the others found his reasoning quite plausible. "Should we consider his suggestion to invest in the north?" the dinosaur inquired. "Absolutely. However, it won't be us going, it will be with Qin Zheng. Let him establish a company while we invest, contributing only funds and allowing him to manage the operations. This way, perhaps both Qin Zheng and the north will perceive us as patriotic," Han asserted, growing increasingly confident in his deductions. "But how much should we invest? Unlike you, I don't profit from smuggling. My earnings are hard-earned. I can't afford to contribute too much," Sister 13 remarked. In truth, not just Sister 13, but the dinosaur and the squint-eyed fellow were not wealthy either. The 3 brothers, Han had been brought over by Jiang Tianxing from Meidu, each granted a position as a hall master, with the turf they had claimed for themselves. Additionally, nurturing their subordinates required considerable expenditure. Aside from Han who engaged in smuggling and could muster funds, the dinosaur and squint-eyed fellow had little money to spare. "How about this? I will contribute 20 million, representing our collective investment," Han generously proposed. "Then my brother and I shall take advantage of your generosity," replied the squint-eyed fellow. "Thank you, young Master Ben. Once I have sufficient funds on my side, I will repay you." Sister 13 felt it inappropriate to benefit from the brothers' bond. Although Han wished to say it was no trouble and that she need not repay him, he refrained, simply responding, "No worries. You can return it when you are able." Meanwhile, Qin Zheng had received a call from Jimmy. Chapter 39, preparing to head to Pengcheng. "Hello, is this Brother Zheng? It's Jimmy. Can you hear me?" came Jimmy's voice over the line. "Jimmy, I can't hear you. What is the situation over there?" "Brother Zheng, first, congratulations on becoming the Hall Master of Yau Ma Tei. Recently, I have been accompanying Mr. Shi in Pengcheng, and they are indeed welcoming of our business presence. If you wish to establish an electrical factory, they can even allocate a site near the docks. However, they require you to come in person for negotiations." After processing Jimmy's words, Qin Zheng was momentarily taken aback before responding, "No problem, Jimmy. I will arrange matters here in the next couple of days and head over. Coordinate with the leaders on the other side and set a time for a detailed discussion in 3 days." "All right, Brother Zheng. I will make the arrangements and await your arrival." "Mr. Shi is still here. Would you like to speak with him?" Jimmy inquired thoughtfully. "Not for now. I'll speak with him once I arrive. Please be cautious over there and don't let the big circle leopard deceive you," Qin Zheng cautioned once more, his concern evident. After hanging up, Qin Zheng found himself puzzled over why the leaders in Pengcheng sought him out. There was no established rapport, and they did not seem to be of a caliber that warranted such an engagement. Just then, Han call came through. "Hello, Zheng, it's Han. We had a discussion and decided to invest in the north alongside you. We currently lack a concrete plan. What do you think about this arrangement? We will only provide the funds, and you can handle the specifics, allowing us to simply share in the profits," Han explained over the phone. Qin Zheng, taken aback by this unexpected fortune, confirmed, "That works for me. I'll set up a company and determine the shares based on the investment ratios. However, I need to make a trip to the mainland the day after tomorrow. Would anyone like to join me to take a look?" After contemplating Qin Zheng's upcoming trip, Han replied, "I'll accompany you along with Sister 13. My older brothers won't be joining." He silently added to himself, considering it a chance for a double date with Sister 13. "All right, I'll contact you before we leave," Qin Zheng said before hanging up. He then gathered his trusted subordinates. Sitting in a makeshift conference room converted from a large private suite, Qin Zheng felt a twinge of nostalgia. Realizing it was time to rent an office space for future meetings, as convening in a nightclub lacked decorum. Once his subordinates had assembled, Qin Zheng addressed them. "The day after tomorrow, I will head to the mainland for some business and should return in a few days. Tianhong, Aji, Yaowen, and Ruby will accompany me. During my absence, I expect you all to behave and refrain from stirring up trouble and do not broadcast my absence, particularly Fei Chuan and Amin. You two should limit the recruitment of new subordinates. Look at how many you bring in each month. Your share of the profits is dwindling." Fei Chuan, called out by name, sheepishly replied, "Boss, it's unavoidable. Your reputation is so grand now. These new recruits are all coming for you. I never instructed you to recruit so many." Qin Zheng was adamant in refusing to take the blame. Look at the Asia brothers, managing their territory with precision. Their venues are increasing steadily. Though their number of subordinates isn't overwhelming, who dares to provoke them in Jordan? The Asia trio felt a bit embarrassed and quickly responded. It's all thanks to your esteemed reputation, boss, that the various owners are willing to give us a chance. Without you, our family, including our mother, would still be starving in a refugee camp. Despite their rebellious portrayal in films, the Asia brothers were dutiful to their mother, who understood that it was Qin Zheng who rescued them from dire straits to live a life others envied. Thus, she often reminded them to heed their elder brother's counsel, or else she would disown them as sons. The brothers hastily assured her they would obey Qin Zheng's commands, which fostered their deep respect for him. Enough. I am aware of your capabilities. Since you are working under the banner of Qin Zheng, I do not consider you outsiders. I hope you do not treat your fellow brothers as strangers. If there are issues you cannot resolve, come to me. If there are conflicts among us, bring them to me. Should I discover anyone disloyal or unjust, I will deal with them personally, Qin Zheng declared with authority. The subordinates responded in unison. Understood, Brother Zheng. Very well, that will be all for now. Zilong, please stay behind. Zilong felt a jolt of apprehension upon hearing his name, but maintained a composed expression. Yes, boss. Fei Chuan cast a cold glance at Zilong, choosing to remain silent. Zilong, take a seat. How long have you been with Fei Chuan? Qin Zheng inquired coolly. Boss, I've been with Brother Quan for over 2 months, Zilong responded, feigning calmness. Indeed, over 2 months. Since I took control of the 2 streets of Hongtai. You've been with Fei Chuan, haven't you? Don't you have anything to say to me? Qin Zheng fixed his gaze on Zilong. Feeling the weight of Qin Zheng's presence, Zilong's anxieties surged. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Boss, He opened his mouth, but could not utter the words. I am an undercover. Zilong, I know you are an undercover. I recognized it the moment I laid eyes on you, Qin Zheng stated, observing Zilong's perspiration. Boss, I apologize. I have let you down. Zilong surrendered, no longer resisting. Accepting his fate, he spoke. Do as you wish with me. Zilong, you are aware that my establishment is relatively formal. Compared to members of other gangs, I am, by all accounts, a paragon of virtue. I now present you with 2 choices. First, become a double agent and divulge to me the tasks assigned to you by your superior, along with any plans you may have. Or second, I will eliminate you and assign one of my subordinates to take the fall. I am certain that many would covet such an opportunity. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Zilong did not refute. Boss, my superior is Inspector Zhang Ji from Tsimsha Sui. His directive to me was to infiltrate your ranks and gather evidence of your illegal activities. However, thus far, aside from instances of brawling, I have not uncovered any other incriminating evidence. In fact, after being an undercover agent for so long, I have almost forgotten that I am still a police officer. At this last statement, Qin Zheng appeared momentarily dazed, realizing that indeed, Zilong was also a police officer. A mechanical voice echoed in Zilong's mind. Ding. The aura of dominance has been activated. Subordinate Qin Zilong's affinity for the host has reached 95%. Zilong, focus on your duties without succumbing to undue pressure. If I intended to dispose of you, you would have been long gone. I would not have kept you around this long. Sometimes, with the passage of time, I too forget whether I am human or ghost. At Qin Zheng's words, Zilong heaved a sigh of relief. Contemplating the final remark, his eyes sparkled with renewed clarity. As Qin Zheng exited, he encountered Fei Quan waiting at the door. Your subordinate Zilong is quite formidable. Why haven't you taken the time to learn a few techniques from him? Stop fixating on chasing after girls. If you continue this way, I may have to break your 3rd leg next time you cross paths with Apple. Fei Quan, looking rather dejected, offered no rebuttal, acknowledging that since becoming the elder brother, he had somewhat neglected Apple. Planning to purchase a necklace to make amends with her that evening, he was interrupted by Zilong's emergence. Zilong, just now, Brother Zheng was singing your praises regarding your combat skills. Should I start calling you Brother Zilong from tomorrow? 2 days later, in the evening, Qin Zheng and his entourage arrived at Wudong Mountain in the New Territories, preparing to cross the barbed wire border for smuggling. Observing this, Hanbin inquired, Are we really going to smuggle ourselves across like this? Qin Zheng explained, Hanbin, we are heading to the mainland. Although the return to sovereignty in 97 has been confirmed. As of now, Hong Kong is still under foreign control. If we go over openly, do you still wish to return to Hong Kong? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hanbin nodded in agreement. Yes, it is better to be discreet. With that, the group continued onward. Soon, they arrived at the prearranged location, where Qin Zheng felt around the border fence until he discovered a previously cut passage. This route had also been traversed by the Great Circle Leopard and Jimmy during their last outing. Leading the way, Qin Zheng crossed the barbed wire, followed closely by the others. Along the way, silence enveloped them. As they walked, a sudden beam of light pierced the distance. Brother Zheng, is that you? Came Jimmy's voice from afar. Qin Zheng and his companions momentarily relaxed, watching as Jimmy approached with the Great Circle Leopard and several unfamiliar faces. Mr. Qin, Mr. Han. Miss Chui, welcome. Let us head to the guest house. Accommodations have been arranged for you. The Great Circle Leopard greeted enthusiastically. Very well, let us proceed. After trekking for so long, we deserve a rest. Han Bin and Shi San, upon hearing Qin Zheng's remarks, felt no cause for concern. Descending the mountain, they encountered several military Beijing jeep vehicles stationed below. Upon seeing the military vehicles, Qin Zheng's mind began to churn with thoughts. Meanwhile, Han Bin and Shi San internally exclaimed that Qin Zheng was indeed someone sent from the homeland. This smuggling operation to the mainland had the People's Liberation Army arranged for escort. Thus, a perfect misunderstanding was born. Upon arriving at the guest house and freshening up, the group retreated to their respective rooms. Qin Zheng summoned Jimmy, keen to assess his affinity level. Noticing it still at 90, Qin Zheng spoke. Jimmy, you have worked hard these past few days. Fang Ting is now capable of independently managing the sneaker company. However, she has mentioned several times how she wishes to know when you will return. Brother Zheng, Fang Ting and I are merely ordinary colleagues, Jimmy began, but Qin Zheng interrupted. A man must take the initiative. Since the woman has shown interest, it is up to you to seize the opportunity. I do not oppose office romances as long as they do not interfere with work. Jimmy felt a warmth in his heart, his emotional value soaring. Brother Zheng, I understand. I will seize the opportunity. It must be said that Jimmy indeed harbored feelings for Fang Ting, and the two had been meeting frequently in private. After feeding the cattle and horses some fodder, Qin Zheng sent Jimmy on his way. He then found himself in Ruby's room. However, considering the poor conditions of the guest house on the mainland, the two merely embraced as they slept. Early the next morning, the Great Circle Leopard whisked Qin Zheng and his companions off to the Guangdong Provincial Public Security Department. Seated in the same vehicle, Qin Zheng and the Great Circle Leopard exchanged no words, instead opting for a moment of quiet reflection, seemingly gathering their strength. Observing Qin Zheng's calm demeanor and inscrutable expression, the Great Circle Leopard could not help but admire him, pondering how he had managed to captivate Hong Kong in just a few short months. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the Guangdong Provincial Public Security Department, and the group exited one by one. Except for Qin Zheng, the others felt a twinge of trepidation upon seeing the large characters spelling out Public Security Department. Having grown up hearing tales of the mainland police's propensity to execute individuals on a whim, only Tianhong Aji approached Qin Zheng discreetly, whispering, "Boss, if you are being held captive, just blink, and we will fight our way out together." Upon noticing the tension among the group, Qin Zheng signaled them to relax. He then strode confidently alongside the Great Circle Leopard into the Public Security Department, with Tianhong Aji quickly following suit. The remaining members exchanged glances and smiles before joining in as well. The Great Circle Leopard led them into a conference room where several individuals were seated. At the helm was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in civilian attire, accompanied by others in both police uniforms and civilian clothing. Esteemed leaders, these are the representatives from Hong Kong. Mr. Qin, Mr. Han, and Miss Chui, the Great Circle Leopard respectfully introduced. The middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement. One of the officers in uniform spoke. "Xiao Shi, please escort the other guests outside. We need to have a thorough discussion with Mr. Qin." Upon hearing this, the Great Circle Leopard ushered the others out, but Tianhong Aji remained motionless, gazing intently at Qin Zheng until he received a nod of approval, prompting him to exit alongside the Great Circle Leopard. The middle-aged man observed this exchange and nodded in understanding. "Mr. Qin, are you patriotic?" the middle-aged man inquired. Qin Zheng responded, "I am a descendant of the Yan Huang, with my ancestors' blood coursing through my veins. Naturally, I am patriotic. However, my loyalty lies with the People's Republic of China, not with the personal ambitions of individuals or factionalism." As Qin Zheng's resonant voice filled the room, applause erupted from those present. "Excellent. I did not expect that having grown up in Hong Kong, you would possess such a fervent sense of patriotism. Remarkable." The middle-aged man replied with a benevolent smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Yi, and I am the Vice Governor of Guangdong Province, as well as a leader in the Public Security Department. I am here to represent the party and the state in this conversation." The middle-aged man continued. Upon hearing the man's surname, Yi, and his assertion of representing the party and state, Qin Zheng's heart swelled with joy. However, he still inquired, "Then, Vice Governor Yi, may I ask why you have summoned me to the mainland?" "Firstly, to convey the recognition from the party and state. Secondly, to assure you that no one intends to exploit you for personal political gain," Vice Governor Yi said, taking a sip of water before continuing. "This is the head of the South China branch of the National Security Bureau, Director Yi." At this moment, Director Yi spoke, addressing Mr. Qin. "It is as follows. Our nation is currently in a period of exceptional circumstances, and to foster development, we cannot overlook the advancement of emerging technologies. However, You may not be aware that there are numerous countries around the world obstructing our path forward. The imperialist desire to undermine us remains unquenched. Therefore, we hope that you, Mr. Qin, could procure some machinery and equipment for us on Hong Kong Island. In return, we shall extend our support for your endeavors both on the island and in the mainland. Listening to Director Yi's words, Qin Zheng found himself contemplating whether to intervene excessively in these matters. Yet, recalling the struggles and sacrifices of revolutionary predecessors who fought for a common belief. Undeterred by hardship or sacrifice, Qin Zheng promptly declared, I shall do my utmost to aid my motherland. Only with a prosperous and powerful nation can we, who reside abroad, receive our due treatment. Ah, Xiao Qin, may I call you that? Your sense of responsibility brings me great solace. Director Yi praised. Indeed, we have previously engaged with certain associations on Hong Kong Island, but most of them were merely opportunists. Consequently, the government has opted for minimal interaction with them. Thankfully, Xiao Shi brought news of you. Thus, this journey to the mainland came about, and I hope you do not take offense. As for your plans to develop in Pengcheng, this gentleman, Mayor Lu from Pengcheng, will continue discussions with you. With that, Director Yi and his companions rose to depart, and Qin Zheng stood to see them off. As they were leaving, Director Yi and his colleagues shook hands with Qin Zheng, and Yi patted him on the shoulder, saying, Xiao Qin, those who have their hearts set on the motherland shall never be forsaken by her. Chapter 41, an accord reached. As Director Yi and his party exited, only Qin Zheng and a few relevant leaders from Pengcheng remained in the room. Qin Zheng also stood up and extended his hand, saying, Mayor Lu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Mayor Lu reciprocated the handshake, saying, Hello, Comrade Xiao Qin. As Director Yi mentioned, the nation will surely not neglect those compatriots who are genuinely patriotic. If you have any requirements, feel free to express them within the bounds of our principles. We can grant you a green light. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng felt reassured that he had not aligned himself with the wrong side. Effort begets reward, and moreover, the northern region is destined to rise. Rather than passively joining in, it is better to take the initiative into our own hands. Mayor Lu, my initial plan was to establish a sneaker factory and an electronics factory here in Pengcheng, but due to a business partner also wishing to invest, the budget will increase somewhat. We are looking at an initial investment of around 100 million Hong Kong dollars, Qin Zheng stated. Hearing that there would be an initial investment of 100 million Hong Kong dollars, Mayor Lu and his colleagues were elated, for this represented foreign exchange, which the motherland currently needed. Very well, I will allocate 500 acres of land for you in the Shiko district. The cost is 4,000 per acre. However, you must hire local workers, you will pay us, and we will distribute the wages to the workers. After all, Hong Kong dollars are foreign currency, and it would be inconvenient for ordinary citizens to use them. Upon hearing Mayor Lu's willingness to allocate 500 acres in Shiko, Qin Zheng's heart soared with joy. Thank you, Mayor Lu. I just wonder if it's possible to secure land closer to the coast for future access. Mayor Lu understood Qin Zheng's intentions immediately and replied, Certainly, I will arrange for the Land Bureau and Investment Promotion Bureau to take you for a site visit, and you can choose what suits you best. Additionally, Mayor Lu, what do you think is an appropriate monthly wage for the workers? Qin Zheng inquired with some concern. The wages should align with the average levels at nearby factories. You are here to invest and generate profit, not to be exploited, Mayor Lu assured him. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qin Zheng rubbed the back of his head. Then we shall proceed, as you suggest. At that moment, he introduced the person in charge of investment promotion to Qin Zheng. And after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they discussed various perspectives on economic development. Qin Zheng's insights impressed Mayor Lu, prompting him to instruct his secretary to take notes. As someone from a future era, Qin Zheng's understanding of economic development far surpassed that of the current individuals, even that of the mayor, who lacked the omniscient perspective. The two engaged in a lively discussion, which was duly noted by the other accompanying officials from the municipal government. When the time seemed appropriate, Mayor Lu prepared to leave with his team, for Pengcheng was currently in a phase of reform and opening up. As the head of the government, he was quite busy, and his willingness to spend so much time with Qin Zheng was a testament to Director Yi's influence. Meanwhile, Han Bin, Tian Hong, and others were waiting at the entrance, accompanied by De Quan Bao. Upon hearing the door open, they turned to look. They saw Qin Zheng and Mayor Lu approaching, both wearing smiles and engaged in animated conversation. As they reached the Public Security Bureau parking lot and prepared to part ways, they noticed Director Yi's vehicle approaching. Yi's secretary exited, and the rear window rolled down. Xiao Qin, here is my phone number. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues in South China, feel free to call me. Below is Director Yi's number. Should you require assistance on Hong Kong Island, do not hesitate to reach out to him, Director Yi said from the car. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng immediately understood that Director Yi was building his profile and was indeed sincere, treating him as one of his own. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Qin Zheng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Director Yi. Director Yi nodded at Qin Zheng and instructed the driver to depart. As he watched Director Ye's car fade into the distance, the leaders of Pingcheng felt a surge of excitement. Surely, the Hong Kong underworld had caught the eye of Director Yi. This was a clear sign of impending prosperity. Should I attempt to establish a closer rapport? Many thought to themselves. Mayor Liu, however, was different. He was also part of Director Yi's faction. As a leading figure of the Lingnan Wang lineage, he naturally aspired to align himself with Yi. Giving his secretary a knowing glance, he signaled for them to act. No wonder this person could be a secretary. One glance from a leader, and the secretary promptly understood, producing a business card to present to Qin Zheng. Xiao Qin, this is my business card. If you encounter any obstacles regarding your investment, feel free to contact me directly, Mayor Liu said earnestly. Thank you, Mayor Liu. Qin Zheng replied as he accepted the card. Shortly thereafter, Mayor Liu and his colleagues departed in their vehicle. Seeing the card in Qin Zheng's hand, Daquan Bao felt a wave of emotions. If he had those two cards, his ascent through the ranks would have faced no impediments. Alas, they were in Qin Zheng's possession. It seemed he would need to cling tightly to this advantageous connection. Mr. Qin, since we have concluded our discussions, shall we return to the guest house to rest? Daquan Bao suggested, addressing the individuals still standing. Yes, let us return and take a breather, Qin Zheng concurred. Noticing the weariness on their faces. Please wait a moment. I will summon a few colleagues to drive you back, Daquan Bao said before turning to call for assistance. At this moment, Sister 13 finally spoke up. Ah Zheng, who was that Director Yi? Han Bin and others looked at Qin Zheng with puzzled expressions. After pondering for a moment, Qin Zheng replied, though Director Yi's position may not be the highest in Guangdong, his standing here is unparalleled. Have you heard of the Yi family of Lingnan? Han Bin interjected. What kind of family is the Yi family? How do they compare to the four major families in Hong Kong? Qin Zheng scoffed. Han Bin, you are being short-sighted. Hearing this, Han Bin glanced at Sister 13 beside him, irritated. Ah Zheng, don't speak recklessly. While I may not be as prominent as you, I am not insignificant. The others soon caught on and burst into laughter. Qin Zheng chuckled. Han Bin, I did not imply you are small. Rather, your perspective is limited. Let us put it this way. After the return of Hong Kong Island, whether the four great families can maintain their status will depend on the prevailing sentiments surrounding such familial legacies. 13 May exclaimed in astonishment. Ah Zheng, could it be that this family is so formidable? What do you think? Came the retort. Do you believe Linglan Wang gained his reputation by mere chance? His predecessors were influential figures who invested capital to join the ranks. Qin Zheng interjected to clarify. Upon hearing this, Jimmy, Yao Wen, Tian Hong, and others felt a surge of joy for their elder brother's advantageous connections. Han Bin and 13 May were more relieved to have allied themselves with Qin Zheng, pledging unwavering loyalty henceforth. No one could sever the bond we share. At that moment, Daquan Bao returned, accompanied by several colleagues, ready to drive Qin Zheng and his entourage to the guest house. Chapter 42, Lawyer Chen Tian-e. The group arrived at the guest house. Daquan Bao stayed behind to host them. During lunch, he took Qin Zheng and the others to a hotel affiliated with the Public Security Bureau, as a gesture of hospitality for their arrival. After a satisfying meal, Daquan Bao drove Qin Zheng and his companions around Pengcheng in the afternoon, as suggested by Qin Zheng, who wished to observe the current state of development in the city. Jimmy also made a phone call to the heads of the Investment Promotion Bureau and the Land Bureau, arranging to visit suitable sites for factory construction the following day. The two officials, aware of Qin Zheng's esteemed status in Yi Province, showed great deference, scheduling a visit at 10 o'clock the next morning to inspect coastal areas in Shiko. After all, suitable land for a 500-acre factory near the sea was scarce, and they could cover it all in one morning. As night fell, Han Bin discreetly approached Qin Zheng. Ah Zheng, I have a question that has been on my mind, but I am uncertain if I should voice it. Observing Han Bin's hesitation, Qin Zheng smiled and encouraged. Han Bin, we are partners now. Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. Are you perhaps the northern faction's envoy sent to unify the underground world of Hong Kong Island? Han Bin inquired. Qin Zheng was not taken aback by this question. Given his rapid ascent to prominence, it was only natural for Han Bin to entertain such thoughts, especially after witnessing how he garnered the attention of influential figures during their visit to the mainland. Consider me as such. Han Bin jested, adding, from now on, I shall rely on your protection, tyrant. With that, he departed from Qin Zheng's room. Han Bin's inquiry led Qin Zheng to reflect on his system's mission, which seemed to be steering him toward a position of dominance in the underworld, given its very name, the conquest system. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on hypotheticals. The next morning, Qin Zheng, accompanied by Tian Hong and Ji, practiced a set of 8 extremes fist techniques, feeling invigorated. Mastery of these martial arts had become a daily ritual for Qin Zheng, and both Tian Hong and Ji had significantly improved their skills. When the representatives from the municipal government's Investment Promotion Bureau and Land Bureau arrived that morning, Quan Bao promptly arranged for a driver. His current task was to assist Qin Zheng in managing this investment endeavor. After inspecting 3 suitable plots of land throughout the morning, Qin Zheng selected the most appropriate one, a decision that Han Bin and 13 Mei wholeheartedly supported. In the afternoon, while leaving the others at the guest house, Qin Zheng took Yao Wan and Jimmy to the municipal government to handle the necessary paperwork. Thanks to Mayor Lu's secretary, who had previously informed Qin Zheng of his esteemed status, no one dared to create obstacles. The paperwork was swiftly completed, and the Jiulong Trading Group, Jiulong Footwear Company, and Jiulong Appliance Company were officially established. Qin Zheng also exchanged task points for 2 footwear production lines, 2 appliance production lines, 1 television production line, and 1 refrigerator production line. The decision to establish television and refrigerator production lines was made after careful consideration, with the ongoing reforms and opening up in the mainland. These once luxurious appliances would soon become commonplace, aligning with the principle of the affluent aiding the less fortunate. Consequently, leveraging the coastal factory's proximity, Qin Zheng could smuggle illicit goods from Hong Kong Island, shipping them across the sea to the factory, and then further to Thailand, an endeavor that promised multiple benefits. With all arrangements in place, the following day, Qin Zheng, as the chairman of Jiulong Trading, convened with shareholder representatives Han Bin, 13 Mei, General Manager Jimmy, and Deputy General Manager Yao Wan, deciding to appoint Jimmy as the representative to manage all affairs in the mainland. Upon hearing this, Jimmy initially expressed delight, though his mood soured as he realized he hadn't seen Fong Ting in several days. Noticing Jimmy's reluctance, Qin Zheng reassured him, "Jimmy, once everything here is on track, you may return to Hong Kong Island for some rest." Jimmy's expression brightened at this prospect. However, the immediate priority was to construct the factory. "This afternoon, please meet with Quan Bao and have him assist you in handling the relevant procedures. For recruitment, you can allocate a few recommended spots, while the remaining ordinary workers can be sourced from nearby villages. For management and subsequent sales positions, you might want to explore the talent market." Qin Zheng meticulously outlined Jimmy's responsibilities. "If any further issues arise, feel free to call me." "Understood, Brother Zheng." Observing Qin Zheng's thorough organization, the others felt a deep sense of respect. In the afternoon, the group rested at the guest house, preparing for their return journey to Hong Kong Island that evening. Meanwhile, Jimmy accompanied Quan Bao to various relevant departments. Since Qin Zheng had registered in Pengcheng, there were no instances of bribery or corruption, and all procedures were completed swiftly. The following day at the Jiulong nightclub, Qin Zheng, along with Yao Wan and Tian Hong, set out. With Jimmy absent, Yao Wan had to take the lead. They arrived at the Chen Tian E law firm in Tsim Shui. As they were preparing to register Jiulong Group, they sought legal assistance for the relevant affairs. The choice of lawyer Chen Tian E was not merely due to his exceptional capabilities and his reputation for prioritizing financial compensation. Qin Zheng also wished to witness the prowess of the man who had compelled the Hong Kong police to compensate him. Upon entering the law office, the receptionist greeted them. "Hello, gentlemen. How may I assist you today?" Qin Zheng glanced at her and replied, "Hello, Mississippi. We are here to discuss business with lawyer Chen Tian E. Do you have an appointment?" She inquired. "No, but you may inform lawyer Chen that I am Qin Zheng. Perhaps he will allow us entry," he suggested. The receptionist found the name familiar, but could not recall where she had heard it. Nevertheless, she proceeded to notify Chen. Shortly thereafter, the receptionist returned with enthusiasm. "Mr. Qin. Good day. Lawyer Chen invites you in," she said, leading Qin Zheng and his companions to Chen Tianyi's office. Meanwhile, Chen Tianyi pondered what Qin Zheng could want from him. He had previously collaborated with various figures from the underworld and had heard of Qin Zheng's reputation in Yau Ma Tei. Knock, knock, knock. After the receptionist knocked, she ushered Qin Zheng and his entourage into the office. "Lawyer Chen, Mr. Qin and his associates have arrived." "Very well. Shao Li, you may step out," Chen Tianyi instructed, turning to Qin Zheng. "Mr. Qin, please take a seat." Once everyone was seated, Chen Tianyi curiously inquired, "Might I ask what brings you and Mr. Luo and Mr. Tan to my humble law firm?" Qin Zheng replied directly, "I intend to register a group company and require some legal expertise to navigate the associated matters. Your reputation in Hong Kong is well known for prioritizing financial compensation over personal connections. As long as the payment is adequate, you strive to resolve issues for your clients to the best of your ability, a practice I admire, which is why I sought you out." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianyi understood Qin Zheng's intentions. "Ah, so you wish to engage my services as a legal advisor for your company. That is certainly feasible. However, I must inform you that my salary expectations are quite high. 5 million a year. I wonder how Attorney Chen feels about this. However, there is one condition. I believe Attorney Chen is aware of my profession, and at times when my subordinates require bail or legal assistance, I hope Attorney Chen could send someone to assist. And I would, of course, cover the expenses." Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Qin Tianyi understood that the underlings were often involved in violent matters. Although Qin Zheng himself was not in trouble, it was commonplace for his subordinates to end up in the police station. Bail would certainly not be an issue. It was both simple and profitable, leaving Qin Tianyi with no reason to decline. Thus, I look forward to your support, Mr. Qin. In Chapter 43, dealing with Hongtai's properties, Qin Zheng smiled and extended his hand to welcome Attorney Qin to the fold. This is Yau Wen, the Deputy General Manager of the Kowloon Group, responsible for the property company. The General Manager, Jimmy, is currently handling matters in the mainland. Qin Zheng had many underlings, with the initial group from Yin Mountain, while the others were primarily recruited by Fei Quan, Huo Baoming, and Xiao Baowang. Yau Wen, as the chief steward of Qin Zheng's organization, was stationed at the Kowloon Night Club, a name that Qin Tianyi had also heard before. Mr. Qin, I know Mr. Tan. But who exactly is this General Manager Jimmy? Qin Tianyi inquired, puzzled. He genuinely did not know that Qin Zheng had an underling named Jimmy, and judging by the circumstances, his standing was not inferior to that of Yau Wen. Jimmy is not involved in the gang. He is merely someone who aspires to carve his own path in this chaotic society. I later found him and provided him with a platform. He has also been diligently improving himself, never disappointing me. I strive to assist individuals like Tian Hong, Yau Wen, and Fei Quan to the best of my ability. Qin Zheng stated with a serious expression. Qin Tianyi regarded Qin Zheng's demeanor with uncertainty, unsure whether he was being truthful. However, the thought of Jimmy being in the mainland led him to refrain from pressing for further details. So, Mr. Qin, it seems you are indeed a commendable boss. Subsequently, Qin Zheng instructed Yau Wen to remain while asking Qin Tianyi to arrange for someone to assist Yau Wen in organizing the relevant materials for Kowloon footwear and Kowloon properties, in preparation for the establishment of Kowloon Group. As they parted, Qin Zheng gave Yau Wen an encouraging glance, while Tian Hong and Ji exchanged sympathetic looks. Having witnessed how Jimmy had been misled and overworked in the past, feeling the weight of Qin Zheng's gaze, Yau Wen was filled with determination, thinking to himself that such trivial matters were easily manageable. Qin Zheng then returned to the Kowloon Night Club, where his notorious reputation ensured that no one dared to cause trouble in the Hongxing Yau Ma Tei territory. Any disturbances were swiftly resolved by Fei Quan, Huo Baoming, and others. As evening approached, around 6 o'clock, Yau Wen returned. Zhenggu, the documents for the sneaker factory and properties are ready. Where shall we register the new company's address? It would be far more interesting to establish the company in Central rather than remaining in Yau Ma Tei, which is rather dull. Moreover, we are a legitimate company, paying protection fees to the Queen. Tomorrow, you should check in Central for available office spaces and start laying the groundwork for the company, Qin Zheng instructed. Understood, Zhenggu. Yau Wen replied enthusiastically. After sending Yau Wen on his way, Qin Zheng recalled that he still had numerous property certificates and deeds related to Hongtai. It was high time to send his subordinates to reclaim them. The following morning, Qin Zheng summoned his underlings to the Kowloon Night Club. Although he had yet to arrive, Fei Quan and a few others were already present, engaging in conversation. Fei Quan, do you know why the boss called us here? Huo Baoming asked nonchalantly while seated in the conference room. I have no idea. I haven't seen the boss for several days, Fei Quan replied, reclining in his chair and staring at the ceiling. Yau Wen should know. Haven't you been in contact with him? Don't mention it. My cousin has been leaving early and returning late lately, and I have no idea what he's busy with. Anyway, how have things been with Chang'e? Huo Baoming inquired. What else can be done? If he refuses to comply, I'll make him submit. A second-rate gang member trying to show off in front of me? Damn it. Fei Quan responded, visibly irritated. The others looked at Fei Quan, offering to assist him. Zilong even suggested, Boss, should I take care of that kid for you? Not necessary for now. If he wants to play, I'll indulge him, and perhaps see if I can draw him into Lock Road. Fei Quan declined his comrade's offers, confident in handling a Chang'e underling on his own. At that moment, Qin Zheng entered, having overheard Fei Quan mention Chang'e's underling. He expressed his concern, saying, handle it as you see fit. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, come to me. Qin Zheng genuinely cared for Fei Quan, even if it was merely for the sake of his grandmother. He would not allow Fei Quan to meet a tragic end akin to those depicted in films. As Qin Zheng approached, the others greeted him warmly, calling out, Boss. An old top. Despite Qin Zheng stating that Tian Hong and Ji were not part of the gang, they too addressed him as Brother Tian Hong and Brother Ji. I have gathered you all here today for a task, Qin Zheng announced, looking at the crowd. Upon hearing that the boss had a mission for them, excitement surged through the group. Zhenggu, what is the task? Just assign it to me. I'll ensure it's done perfectly. Fei Quan was the first to respond. Witnessing his enthusiasm, the others chimed in, eager to volunteer. Even the typically quiet Zilong and Tony gazed at Qin Zheng with anticipation. Without hesitation, Qin Zheng produced the property certificates and deeds he had collected from Hongtai and placed them on the table. These are some deeds that now belong to our territory, although others are currently operating them. Your task is to locate these owners. If they run legitimate businesses, we will continue to rent to them. However, if they are engaged in underground or entertainment ventures, instruct them to vacate, and we shall take over. After he finished speaking, the group examined the documents on the table. Discovering that most pertained to Yau Ma Tei, they each took a few, preparing to collect debts. At this point, Tony asked, "Boss, can we go to Jordan?" Qin Zheng looked at Tony and inquired, "What is the situation in Jordan?" "Boss, currently in Jordan, there is only a United Jordan boy, and he merely dabbles in some illicit activities, managing parking but avoiding anything serious. Apart from him, there are no significant figures. Most lucrative venues are under our watch. With only a handful managed by some local thugs in Jordan," Tony replied candidly. "All right, then you can consider this a task for yourself. The venues you reclaim will be under your management." Tony was overjoyed to hear this, exclaiming, "Thank you, Zheng." His casual inquiry had yielded fruitful results. The others congratulated Tony, recognizing his transition from Jordan to Yau Ma Tei. Hua Baoming then asked, "Zheng, what will you do with these venues once we reclaim them? What are your plans?" "Ming, let us not discuss any ulterior motives until you've reclaimed the venues," Qin Zheng replied, casting a disdainful glance at Hua Baoming, who appeared rather innocent yet had a hidden agenda. "All right, you all may go about your business. Once you've arranged these matters, I won't keep you," Qin Zheng concluded, dismissing them. Turning to Tian Hong and Aji, who had been following him, Qin Zheng inquired, "Do you two have any thoughts?" Both shook their heads, indicating they were content to serve as bodyguards. After all, following Zheng Gu meant enjoying the finer things in life, and with his superior skills, they felt there was little need for their protective services. Upon witnessing the demeanor of the two individuals, Qin Zheng could only shake his head in silence, yet his gaze conveyed a palpable sense of disappointment, as if he were lamenting their lack of potential. Chapter 44, Reinitiating the Film Project. Subsequently, an idea struck Qin Zheng. He proposed to Tian Hong and Aji. "Why not assist in training some personnel to establish our faction's punishment hall and combat hall? Aji, you shall oversee the punishment hall, administering penalties to brothers who have erred within the faction. Tian Hong, you will be in charge of the combat team, tasked with engaging in battles and tackling formidable adversaries on behalf of our faction." Upon hearing this, the two brothers felt it was a feasible plan. As long as it did not require excessive intellectual effort, they were quite willing to engage in hands-on tasks. Thus, it was decided that they would take responsibility for selecting candidates, 20 for the punishment hall and 100 for the combat team. It was not essential for them to be skilled fighters at this moment. The paramount criterion was loyalty, with a strict vigilance against traitors and undercover agents. The brothers understood well that as the most prominent figure in Oil Hemp District, Qin Zheng was under constant scrutiny from both the police and rival organizations, all vying to infiltrate his ranks. Hence, the loyalty of those in the punishment hall and combat team was of utmost importance. "Rest assured, Brother Zheng." After assigning Tian Hong and Aji their tasks, Qin Zheng began contemplating how to consolidate the underground factions of the island when suddenly his phone rang. He answered to hear a voice say, 3 p.m., same place for soup. Before the call ended, Qin Zheng speculated on the intent behind Huang Ziqing's call. He had anticipated that Huang would reach out the day after his ascension, yet it was only now that he made contact. Without dwelling on it too much, Qin Zheng summoned Wang Jin and Fei Quan. The previous financial constraints had thwarted the film project, but now that illicit money needed laundering, it was the perfect opportunity to revive the movie initiative. Fei Quan, perplexed by Qin Zheng's summons given his recent emergence from the Kowloon nightclub, nonetheless turned and headed back there with his subordinates. A series of knocks echoed at the door, prompting Qin Zheng to invite them in. Fei Quan and Wang Jin entered, with Fei Quan quickly stating, "Brother Zheng, I just encountered Wang Jin outside. He said you were looking for him, so I brought him along." Without waiting for Qin Zheng to inquire, Fei Quan had already jumped in with his response. "The reason I called you here is concerning the film project. Due to certain circumstances, the initial endeavor was compromised, and I have now decided to restart this initiative. Wang Jin, I will invest 20 million. You will oversee the entire operation, and I expect to see some results." Qin Zheng addressed them both. Fei Quan appeared unfazed. Yet Wang Jin exhibited a mix of excitement and trepidation. "Brother Zheng, perhaps it would be better for Fei Quan to take the lead, and I can serve as his assistant. 20 million is a significant sum. What if it fails?" He expressed anxiously. "What if the investor suffers a loss? It's not the director's fault. Besides, this investor is no ordinary businessman." Sensing Wang Jin's concern, Qin Zheng reassured him, "Do not harbor any misguided thoughts, Wang Jin. Although I operate in the underworld, as long as you dutifully execute your responsibilities, whether we gain or lose, I will not hold you accountable. However, should you attempt any deceit, you will find yourself contributing to the reclamation projects on the island." Understanding the gravity of Qin Zheng's warning, Wang Jin quickly replied, "Thank you for your trust, Brother Zheng." After admonishing Wang Jin, Qin Zheng continued, "You will also be responsible for selecting the cast. Should any actors display arrogance, let Fei Quan handle the situation. Shortly, I will arrange for a lawyer to help you establish a Kowloon film company, where you will serve as the general manager, with a monthly salary of 20,000 plus additional director fees. If you are uneasy, I can prepare a contract for you. No, Brother Zheng. I shall follow your directives without question, Wang Jin assured him. Qin Zheng then placed a call to Lawyer Chen, requesting that a transactional lawyer assist Wang Jin with some matters. Fei Quan, for the next few days, ensure your subordinates assist Wang Jin with these tasks. You are now the boss. Refrain from resorting to violence at every turn. Some matters can simply be delegated to your underlings, Qin Zheng advised him. Understood, Brother Zheng. Once I finish with the Chang'e matter, I'll emulate your approach and remain in my base while delegating tasks to my subordinates. Fei Quan replied, lightheartedly. You rascal. Now you dare to jest with me. By the way, how is your grandmother's health lately? It has been some time since I last saw her. Qin Zheng inquired with genuine concern. She is doing well, Brother Zheng. I plan to bring her from Qiyun Mountain to live with us in Oil Hemp District. Although the brothers there take good care of her, it is inconvenient for her to live alone at her age. It is commendable that you have such intentions. Once she arrives, I shall visit her, Qin Zheng responded. I will convey your regards. She often speaks of you. After exchanging pleasantries, they continued their conversation until the lawyer finally arrived. Upon seeing the lawyer, Qin Zheng recognized her. My apologies, Mr. Qin, I am Liang Qi, a transactional lawyer from Chuntiani law firm. I was delayed due to traffic, the female lawyer said, slightly embarrassed. No worries, Liang lawyer. We were just passing the time here, Qin Zheng replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on Liang Qi. Feeling his scrutiny, Liang Qi blushed, mistakenly believing Qin Zheng harbored some interest in her. Mr. Qin, is there something you wish to discuss? She inquired. Qin Zheng had been pondering which film Liang Qi was associated with, whether it was Fai Long or Ajai. If it were the latter, it could mean acquiring another formidable ally. Might I inquire if you know a middle-aged man by the name of Crocodile? Qin Zheng asked, observing Liang Qi's reaction closely. Upon hearing the name, Liang Qi felt a chill run down her spine. Before coming here, she was aware of Qin Zheng's identity. As the underground king of Oil Hemp District and the leader of Hongxing, he was not someone she could provoke. Internally cursing her deceased father for potentially entangling her with Qin Zheng, she feared that even without Qin Zheng's direct intervention, his subordinates could easily ensure her father's demise. With this in mind, Liang Qi gazed pleadingly at Qin Zheng. Mr. Qin, the crocodile you mentioned is my father. I am unaware of how he has offended you, but I implore you to show mercy and allow him to make amends. I will bring him to you to apologize. She stammered. Realizing that Liang Qi had misunderstood, Qin Zheng opted not to elaborate. Very well, arrange for your father to visit me in the next few days. Hearing this, Liang Qi felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I will ensure he comes to apologize. Although Qin Zheng was not particularly eager to meet the crocodile, he did not wish to miss out on a potential 100 million and a lucrative partnership. The crocodile was a pivotal figure, and perhaps he could later be tasked with handling less savory affairs. Glancing at his watch, which indicated it was already 11:30, Qin Zheng declared, since it is getting late, let us have lunch first, and then you can attend to your own matters in the afternoon. Chapter 45, Huang Zhiqing's Deception. During lunch, Qin Zheng and the two others enjoyed a pleasant meal, while Liang Qi appeared to be deep in thought. Concerned that her current state might hinder their afternoon plans, Qin Zheng reassured her, Liang lawyer, do not fret too much. Seeking your father is not a grave matter. I merely wish to discuss a few things with him. Liang Qi felt somewhat reassured, realizing that she needed to fulfill her responsibilities to Mr. Qin, and that failing to accomplish the task might lead to dire consequences. Regaining one's composure and tidying up, I apologize for causing Mr. Qin to laugh at my disarray. Let us hasten to dine. For this afternoon, you must accompany Wang Jin to attend to certain matters. After the meal, Qin Zheng returned home, where Ruby was still resting. As Yawen was occupied with other affairs, it was Ruby who managed the Jiulong nightclub. Bearing the takeout from the hotel, he roused the still, slumbering Ruby. Brother Zheng, let me sleep a little longer. I am utterly exhausted, Ruby murmured, her eyes heavy with sleep. Observing her state, Qin Zheng unceremoniously scooped Ruby into his arms and carried her to the bathroom. Following an exclusive session, Qin Zheng looked at Ruby and suggested, perhaps we should entrust the Jiulong nightclub to Ailian. You needn't exert yourself so much. And what of the entertainment company registration I asked you to handle last time? Have you completed it? Upon hearing Qin Zheng propose that Ailian take charge of the nightclub, Ruby did not hesitate, for it was only fitting that Ailian, being Qin Zheng's protege, should assume that role. All right, Brother Zheng, let Ailian manage the Jiulong nightclub. This way, I can also enjoy a bit of ease. Upon hearing Ruby's response, Qin Zheng instructed her to focus specifically on the entertainment company, advising her to recruit some fresh faces, attractive young women, and promised to assist her with planning once he found time. Ruby was elated at this prospect, determined to excel in this task and surprise Qin Zheng. At 3 in the afternoon, on the rooftop of a building in Sim Sha Sui, Qin Zheng spotted Huang Zhiqing, who had long been awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Qin Zheng, Huang Zhiqing remarked, "Ah Zheng, seeing you like this sometimes makes me regret having sent you undercover." Qin Zheng chuckled at this, retorting, "You, of all people, feeling guilty? Spare me your theatrics." "Indeed, Huang sir, I now live in constant trepidation. Perhaps I should return to guarding the water reservoir. At least then I wouldn't have to worry about my identity being exposed and being dragged into the sea." Qin Zheng countered playfully. Huang Zhiqing, inwardly cursing, thought to himself that he was merely expressing a casual sentiment, yet Qin Zheng took it seriously. "However, with your current standing in the underworld, I have kept your identity sealed since returning from Scotland. Apart from me, only the chief has the authority to access your records. So rest assured, as long as you do not disclose your identity, it shall remain a secret." In an effort to reassure Qin Zheng, Huang Zhiqing resorted to various fabrications. Having watched Infernal Affairs no less than 5 times, Qin Zheng was not easily deceived. He knew Huang Zhiqing's attempts to fool Qin Yongren were one thing, but trying to dupe him was futile. He was confident that the moment he stepped out, his file would have been destroyed by Huang Zhiqing. Nevertheless, he believed Huang Zhiqing's account of going to Scotland, as it explained the lack of communication over such a long period, indicating that Huang Zhiqing was indeed a steadfast John Bull. "Huang sir, I am relieved to hear that. Congratulations on your opportunity to study at Scotland Yard," Qin Zheng said, his smile somewhat disingenuous. "Any recent news about Liang Kuan?" Huang Zhiqing inquired. "There hasn't been much from him lately. Everyone knows he's been on the run, but currently, no one has any evidence." Qin Zheng replied with a hint of resignation. "All right, do keep me updated with any new developments." With that, he turned and departed. Watching Huang Zhiqing's retreating figure, Qin Zheng spat. "Huang dog, I hope you move against an I Kuan swiftly. Otherwise, I shall not be able to hold back any longer." At the Qian Kuan Film Company in Mongkok, after parting ways with Huang Zhiqing, Qin Zheng arrived with his subordinates at Liang Kuan's location. Just as he was about to push the door open, a provocatively dressed and flamboyantly adorned woman emerged. Qin Zheng thought to himself, "Isn't it rather bold of you to bring someone to crash into me? Liang Kuan certainly has an abundance of fire extinguishers." Upon meeting Liang Kuan, Qin Zheng raised his thumb and remarked, "Kuan brother, you truly are the epitome of producing high-quality tapes in Hong Kong. I suspect you might have secretly installed a camera in your office to star in your own productions." Liang Kuan, unable to counter the sarcasm, knew that if it were anyone else, he would have retaliated fiercely. "What status do I have? Do I need to be personally involved in filming?" "Ah Zheng, stop jesting. You wouldn't have come here without a purpose. What brings you to my humble abode today?" Liang Kuan, having just extinguished a fire, relaxed comfortably on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. "Wasn't Zhang Tianxing just instructing Big B to take care of matters over a week ago? It's been quite some time. Why is there still no progress?" Upon hearing this, Liang Kuan, recalling Qin Zheng's grievances with the situation in Causeway Bay, did not suspect anything amiss. "My men have been secretly following Ba Bai. They've reported seeing Chun Haonan and his crew around more frequently these past few days. I anticipate something will happen within the next couple of days. You must protect your sworn brothers well." Qin Zheng teased. "Of course, I'll rely on him to annoy Big B and Jiang Tianxing," Liang Kuan replied cunningly. "By the way, Kuan brother, Wang Ji mentioned you have some surplus filming equipment. Would it be possible for me to borrow it for a while?" Qin Zheng inquired. "Indeed, what's the matter?" "Ah Zheng, you aren't planning to film adult videos, are you?" Liang Kuan joked. "Kuan brother, please don't jest. Who in Hong Kong doesn't know that Qian Kuan Films produces the highest quality adult films? Filming that would be a pointless endeavor for me. I intend to make a legitimate movie and release it in theaters," Qin Zheng explained. Upon hearing that Qin Zheng planned to make a legitimate film, Liang Kuan looked astonished. "Ah Zheng, are you feeling alright? Us gangsters can manage to film softcore flicks without much hassle, as there's little barrier to entry. We can sell them easily. But making a legitimate film could cost hundreds of thousands, or even millions, and you might not hear a peep in return." Liang Kuan earnestly cautioned Qin Zheng. While it is true that filmmakers must pay protection fees to the Triads, this is usually only on set. Otherwise, the two worlds rarely intersect. Qin Zheng discerned the underlying meaning in Liang Kuan's words. "Rest assured, Kuan brother, I am fully aware of what I am doing. You foolish boy. That's no way to spend money. As for the equipment, just have Wang Jin come by when he has the time." Liang Kuan agreed to lend it. As it was not his loss, guidance is welcome, but not too much. "All right then, thank you, Kuan brother. Once Wang Jin finishes his current tasks, I will send him over." Chapter 46. What kind of life can you lead with just a few $100 a month? After more than 10 days of investigation, the 5 tigers of Causeway Bay finally discerned Ba Bai's nightly itinerary. They ultimately decided to strike at the Royal Palace Sauna Center in Yau Ma Tei, Ba Bai's stronghold. Perhaps due to overconfidence in his reputation, The number of lackeys guarding the place was minimal, with only 3 or 4 present. Moreover, they typically accompanied Ba Bai inside to bathe and enjoy the sauna, and then engage in other activities. After Qin Zheng departed, Liang Kuan received word from his subordinates that Chun Haonan planned to make a move against Ba Bai that very night. After contemplating for a moment, Liang Kuan made a call, not to Ba Bai, but to Qin Zheng. Zheng, tonight there is going to be a spectacle. Chun Haonan is about to take action against Ba Bai at the Royal Palace Sauna Center in Yau Ma Tei. Simply put, Qin Zheng hung up the phone. Liang Kuan then summoned Shuangchang. Shuangchang, go to Ba Bai's territory and gather a few unfamiliar brothers. If you encounter Chun Haonan attacking Ba Bai, intervene to rescue him. Shuangchang understood Liang Kuan's arrangements over the past few days and assured him, don't worry, Kuan brother. With that, Shuangchang set off to make preparations. Upon returning to the Jiulong nightclub, Qin Zheng summoned Alian. Alian, now Ruby is responsible for managing the entertainment company outside. And I have entrusted all the nightclubs to your care. After all, when Yaowen was here, you assisted him as well. You are already familiar with these clients. Alian also said to Zheng Gu, no problem. I assure you, I will make you, the hands-off manager, very satisfied. By the way, how have you been doing at Night University lately? You were studying management, right? Qin Zheng continued to inquire. Yes, Zheng Gu. After you mentioned it. Both Apple and I enrolled at Night University. I am majoring in business administration, while Apple is studying financial management. Alian replied honestly. Well, that is good. The nightclub is merely a stepping stone for you. In the future, I will need people like you to manage my business, Qin Zheng remarked. Thank you, Zheng Gu, for your trust. Yaowen, Amin, and I will never forget your great kindness. Alian said earnestly. In private, the three of them often lamented that if it weren't for Qin Zheng intervening on their behalf, they might have ended up like other lowly figures, with one foot in prison and the other in hell. Don't say that. In my heart, I regard you as younger siblings. The master of persuasion truly lived up to his reputation. Alian's emotional value was at its peak. Alian remained silent upon hearing this, but the tears that trickled from the corners of her eyes betrayed her emotions at that moment. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, and Qin Zheng furrowed his brows as he stepped out. Alian's expression also darkened, for Qin Zheng had just entrusted her with the establishment. And now such an incident occurred. Wasn't he that a blatant slap in her face? Taking out her phone, she called Yaowen. Upon hearing her, Yaowen hurriedly abandoned his lawyer and drove back. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng's other subordinates caught wind of the situation and rushed over. Knowing that someone dared to cause trouble at the Jiulong nightclub, as Qin Zheng exited the office, he overheard a familiar phrase, a few $100 a month. What do you think you are? Instantly, he recalled a video he had seen in his past life. What came into view was a younger version of Guan Er, accompanied by someone resembling Tony and another who bore a striking resemblance to the Prince of Hongxing. The beaten underling, upon seeing Qin Zheng approach, quickly scrambled to his feet and called out, Zheng Gu. The onlookers realized that the formidable figure before them was none other than the king of Yau Ma Tei, the tyrant Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng looked at the manager and asked, what happened? The manager approached and explained, Zheng Gu. It's like this. Xiao Chong and his group were chatting about your deeds, and a few clients overheard them, thinking they were boasting. They not only insulted Xiao Chong and his friends, but also belittled you, leading to a fight. Hearing the manager's account, Qin Zheng glanced back at the underlings, who were bowing their heads in silence. You are the tyrant that those useless fools speak of? I've heard you are quite the fighter. Do you dare to face me in a match? The coolly dressed man resembling Guan Er, Yi said coldly. Before Qin Zheng could respond, a voice from outside shouted. What are you? How dare you cause trouble at Jiulong nightclub? Just tell me how you want to die. If you can defeat me, then we can talk. The boisterous Ming, accompanied by his subordinates, swaggered in. The older subordinates bowed to Qin Zheng and shouted. Ming stood behind Qin Zheng. At that moment, Fei Chuan, Chen Zilong, and Luo Jiwei also arrived with their crew. The older subordinates voiced their greetings. Seeing Qin Zheng's subordinates gather in increasing numbers, Fu Guang and his companions grew concerned. Tyrant, what do you think? Do you dare to face me one-on-one? To challenge me one-on-one, you are not worthy. I will have my subordinates entertain you. He then turned to Zilong and Luo Jiwei, saying, Zilong, away, why don't you two go and spar with them? Zilong and Luo Jiwei exchanged smiles. Luo Jiwei took off his blazer, revealing a shirt underneath, while Zilong removed his jacket to showcase his tank top. Among the onlookers were some young women, who, upon seeing their muscular physiques, instinctively crossed their legs. Opposing them were two men, one clad in a dark green suit and the other in gray. Fu Guang watched with confidence, believing that Alo and Chong Wei, his subordinates, would not be outmatched. The four squared off, with Zilong and Wei making the first move. Zilong threw a straight punch at Chong Wei, who raised his hand to block, then retaliated with a side kick. Zilong evaded the kick, but the whoosh of the air made him take it seriously. Luo Jiwei excelled in close combat, while Alo was renowned for his impressive leg techniques and solid foundation. The scene quickly intensified, with the four exchanging blows in a thrilling back and forth. The spectators, captivated by the visceral exchanges, grew increasingly excited. Qin Zheng watched with keen interest as the duel unfolded, intrigued by Fu Guang and his companions. They appeared to be newcomers to Hong Kong. Capable and clever, could they be the chosen ones? After several minutes of evenly matched combat, Qin Zheng spoke up. All right, that's enough. Stop fighting. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Zilong and Luo Zhuwei ceased their actions and withdrew. Chong Wei and Alo nodded at Fu Guang and also halted. The crowd, feeling that the excitement was over, began to prepare to leave. Then Qin Zheng declared, how about this? I will take on the three of you in a match. If you win, you can leave. If you lose, you will join my ranks. What do you say? Just then, Tianhong and Aji, who had just returned, recalled how Qin Zheng had previously made a similar proposition to them and looked at Fu Guang and his friends with sympathy. Upon hearing this, Fu Guang burst into laughter. Tyrant, you're quite audacious. If you win, what is it to me if I follow you? The crowd, upon hearing this, became excited again. We can watch this for free. Perhaps we should just buy tickets instead. As they spoke, Fu Guang and his companions charged at Qin Zheng, who stood firm. Adopting the stance of Baguazhang, the three, accustomed to training together, attacked Qin Zheng in perfect harmony. Fu Guang swung in close, but Qin Zheng deflected his punch, countering with a powerful grip on Alo's arm, pulling him in and following up with a move aimed not at Alo's temple, but his chest, reducing the force by a third. Even so, Alo felt as though a truck had collided with him, sending him hurtling away, incapacitated. Noticing Chong Wei still in a daze, Qin Zheng executed a swift Iron Mountain lean, sending Chong Wei flying and causing him to spit blood. Witnessing his subordinates suffer such blows left Fu Guang sweating coldly. Realizing they had encountered a master of Baguazhang, this was going to be a serious beating. Whether it was the overwhelming aura or a moment of clarity that struck Fu Guang, he abruptly halted, gazing respectfully at Qin Zheng and declared, Tyrant Gu, I concede. As Fu Guang's voice echoed, the crowd erupted with shouts of Zheng Gu is amazing. Although they couldn't fully comprehend how the fight had concluded so swiftly, witnessing one opponent sent flying and another bleeding made it clear that this was the real deal. Zheng Gu, can we have more boxing matches in the future? I would gladly pay for tickets, exclaimed a youth who appeared to be a rich second generation, evidently thrilled by the bloody spectacle. Soon, more voices chimed in. Yes, Zheng Gu, can we arrange for more boxing matches in the future? Qin Zheng surveyed the crowd and signaled for silence. Once everyone quieted down, he spoke. Today's incident is our nightclub's responsibility. To make amends, we will offer a discount of 20 for the entire venue tonight. Additionally, each table will receive a complimentary bottle of wine. Regarding the proposed boxing match, I shall give it serious consideration. If feasible, we will formulate a set of rules, and I kindly ask everyone to lend their support at that time. Now, we must attend to some internal matters. I wish you all a delightful time. Upon finishing his words, Qin Zheng led his entourage to the conference room, while Fu Guang was closely followed by Fei Quan, Yao Wen, and the fiery trio of Ming. Chong Wei and Lu Hui were escorted to a clinic for treatment by Luo Zhuwei. Dushare, who are you? Although Qin Zheng was aware that he was called Fu Guang, he refrained from stating it outright, and instead posed the question before everyone. Brother Tyrant. My name is Fu Guang. The two brothers you injured are Chong Wei and Lu Hui. They are also my junior disciples, and we all hail from the northern mainland. Our hometown is impoverished, and we hope to leverage our strength to make a mark in Hong Kong Island. Yet, to our dismay, upon our arrival, we encountered failure. As he recounted the tale, Fu Guang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Though those in our circle refer to me as Tyrant, I am not brutal. You may call me Brother Zheng, just as you would with the others. Since you have yet to cause any significant trouble and possess commendable skills, I shall accept the three of you, Qin Zheng declared. Fu Guang, upon hearing this, hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zheng. Qin Zheng then turned to the others and began introducing them to Fu Guang. This is Yao Wen, this is Fei Quan, this is Zilong, this is Wei, and this is Tony. Fu Guang greeted each one in turn. These two are Tianhong and Aji, Qin Zheng introduced, gesturing toward them. Noting the mischievous expressions on Tianhong and Aji's faces, Fu Guang felt somewhat bewildered but nonetheless greeted. Hello, Brother Tianhong, Brother Ag. From now on, the three of you will assist Ai Lian at the Kowloon nightclub. He continued, introducing Ai Lian. Sister Ai Lian, my apologies. Today was entirely my fault. Tomorrow, I shall serve you tea as an apology, Fu Guang said earnestly. Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, Ai Lian's anger began to dissipate. All right, since we are all brothers now, and for Brother Zheng's sake, I shall let this slide. At that moment, Yao Wen returned from outside, looking puzzled at the gathering in the conference room, having received a call about someone causing a disturbance. Just in time. Yao Wen, once your two brothers regain consciousness, please take them to Yao Wen to complete their onboarding procedures, Qin Zheng instructed. Yao Wen, this is my newly accepted junior. Fu Guang, when you have the time, please assist them with their onboarding. Their salaries will be set at the deputy manager level of the branch office. AI Lian will oversee the Kowloon nightclub, and their brothers will handle any unruly patrons. Yao Wen, upon hearing this, did not ask many questions. He was not surprised that AI Lian was in charge of the Kowloon nightclub, as she had previously assisted him in its management. The fact that Fu Guang was being entrusted with overseeing the nightclub indicated that Qin Zheng held these individuals in some regard. Understood, Brother Zheng. Well, it is getting late. Everyone should return to their respective venues. Please ensure you expedite the tasks assigned to you yesterday, Qin Zheng concluded. Yes, Brother Zheng. We shall take our leave, replied Fei Quan and the others as they departed. Casting a glance at Fu Guang, who appeared concerned for Chong Wei and Lu Hui, Qin Zheng reassured him. Go check on your brothers. Their injuries are merely superficial. I have already gone easy on them. Upon hearing this, Fu Guang's respect for Qin Zheng deepened. Yes, Brother Zheng. I shall take my leave. He quickly exited, accompanied by a familiar junior who knew the way to the clinic. Qin Zheng felt quite satisfied with Fu Guang and his companions. At this stage, Fu Guang was not yet the formidable boss he would become, but rather a fledgling, relying on his budding prowess. Recalling what Liang Kuan had said about an exciting spectacle at the palace sauna that evening, he set off towards there with 2 of his juniors. Time rewound half an hour. Chen Haonan and his companions were following the script of a film, working collaboratively. Except for Shanji, who was tasked with procuring weapons, the others infiltrated the palace sauna. They waited and waited, but Shanji had yet to arrive. While Babai was nearly ready to indulge in a relaxing bath before heading upstairs. Noticing the delay, Chen Haonan picked up a hairdryer, utilizing the electric thermal effect to heat its elements. When Babai's bodyguards were distracted by a staged commotion, he pressed the glowing nozzle against Babai's temple. Caught off guard, Babai stumbled and fell. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Haonan seized a towel and wrapped it around Babai's neck. Observing Babai's predicament, his juniors rushed to intervene but were blocked by Bao Pai, Chao Pai, and Detian. Despite being at a disadvantage, Babai was no soft target. Being of red stick origin, he strained against Chen Haonan's grip, attempting to alleviate the pressure on his neck. Drawing upon his strength, Babai ultimately broke free from Chen Haonan's hold and dashed towards the street. Seeing Babai attempt to flee, Chen Haonan quickly signaled Detian and the others to pursue him. Babai burst through the door to the first floor, just as a vehicle driven by Liang Kuan's subordinate pulled up outside the palace sauna. Brother Babai, hurry and get in. Babai glanced at the vehicle, unsure of the identity of the man calling him brother, but he had no reservations about climbing into the car. Arriving a moment too late, Chen Haonan and Detian could only watch as Babai drove away. Bao Pai and Chao Pai followed closely behind. At that moment, Shanji finally arrived, carrying the weapons wrapped in tattered cloth. Shanji, what on earth took you so long? I asked you to fetch a weapon, and you dilly-dallied instead. Detian couldn't help but complain. Shanji, looking sheepish, replied, Brother Nan, I didn't intend to. Who knew the elevator would break down, trapping me inside? Otherwise, I would have arrived much earlier. Just as Chen Haonan was about to scold Shanji further, Babai's juniors emerged from the sauna in pursuit. Chen Haonan quickly redirected his focus, saying, Enough talk, we need to run. If we don't hurry, it will be too late. As they sprinted past an intersection, Chen Haonan spotted Qin Zheng leisurely observing them from a distance, causing him to feel a sense of vulnerability. Chapter 48, Chen Haonan's Embarrassment. Qin Zheng noticed Chen Haonan being pursued by Babai's men and made a mocking gesture reminiscent of a crow. The sight ignited Chen Haonan's anger. Yet with their pursuers closing in, they could only flee in disarray. Having executed his mockery, Qin Zheng felt a surge of satisfaction. While he had long since lost respect for Chen Haonan's group, they had once been a source of irritation, providing a small measure of vindication. After watching Chen Haonan and his entourage retreat, Qin Zheng led his juniors toward the clinic. It was essential to engage in some persuasive dialogue to ensure their loyalty. As the clinic was located in Yau Ma Tei, Qin Zheng and his juniors arrived swiftly. The juniors stationed outside greeted him with Brother Zheng upon his arrival. Hearing the commotion, Fu Guang hurried out. Brother Zheng, what brings you here? With a smile, Qin Zheng replied. I happened to pass by and thought I would stop in to check on Chong Wei and Lu Hui's injuries. Fu Guang quickly responded, Please, Brother Zheng, come inside. Lu Hui is fine, but Chong Wei has suffered quite a bit. Your Iron Mountain strike had considerable force. The doctor has prescribed some traditional medicine and advised him to rest. With that, he led Qin Zheng inside. Upon the arrival of Qin Zheng, Aloe Vera managed to rise and greet him, while Chong Wei could only remain in bed, unable to get up just yet. Greetings, Brother Zheng. As Chong Wei attempted to rise, Qin Zheng promptly halted him. Fu Guang must have informed you. Henceforth you will be under my wing. The management of the Jilong nightclub will be entrusted to you for the time being. Away, take good care of your injuries, rest assured. Your salary will continue to be disbursed. Indeed, Brother Zheng, replied Chong Wei, his words laboriously articulated as he expressed his gratitude. In contrast to Chong Wei, Aloe Vera was more direct, addressing Qin Zheng. We shall meet in matters henceforth. Qin Zheng nodded in acknowledgement, and then inquired, have you all dined yet? Fu Guang, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Brother Zheng, we have indeed eaten, but we intended to explore the splendor of Hong Kong's nightlife at the nightclub, which regrettably led to our intrusion upon you. His voice lowered as he spoke. Haha, such trifles are inconsequential. Let bygones be bygones. Do not mention it again. With your capabilities, earning your keep in this world should not pose a challenge. Work diligently, and when the time comes to assume the role of a big brother, it will depend on your own merits. As long as you act justly, should any trouble arise, I will stand behind you. Qin Zheng addressed Fu Guang and the others with equal regard. Thank you, Brother Zheng, for your kindness. Having drifted aimlessly for half a lifetime without encountering a benevolent master. If you do not abandon me, Fu Guang began, but Qin Zheng interrupted him. Guang, enough. I have read the Three Kingdoms. You are not Lu Bu, and I am not Dong Zhuo. Qin Zheng hastily interjected, fearing the slow unfolding of words might lead to an unwarranted paternal bond. Fu Guang, unperturbed, continued while Aloe Vera and Chong Wei exchanged glances, secretly acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. At that moment, the clinic's doctor emerged with the prescribed medication, greeting Qin Zheng briefly before advising Chong Wei on certain matters. Observing this, Qin Zheng turned to Fu Guang and said, very well, you all stay here for now. Afterward, he departed with his younger brothers, returning to the nightclub, where he picked up Ruby before heading home. Shortly after returning home, Qin Zheng received a call from Chun Yao, informing him of an impromptu meeting at the main hall the following morning. Qin Zheng confirmed his attendance. He understood that the meeting was likely arranged by Liang Kuan, aimed at addressing the situation concerning Debi. However, he remained uncertain whether Jiang Tiansheng would protect Chen Haonan. Early the next morning, Qin Zheng arrived at the Hongxing main hall with Tian Hong, Aji, and Yaowen Feichuan, who was attending a meeting for the first time. A convoy of 7 vehicles rolled in, prompting envy among the small brothers gathered outside, particularly when they recognized the vehicle of the tyrant, which sparked considerable excitement. Qin Zheng's car, positioned at the center of the convoy, was a brand-new Hudo Benz, resembling a ferocious tiger with its gaping maw, seemingly ready to devour its prey. Yaowen drove a sleek new Mercedes, befitting a social elite like himself, who was currently preoccupied with company affairs and would not be looked down upon while driving it. Feichuan exhibited a more flamboyant, eye-catching sports car. The remaining vehicles were standard models driven by ordinary close associates, all uniformly Crown Series. Upon stopping in front of the main hall, Qin Zheng, clad in a black suit, alighted from his vehicle. The shorter members of Hongxing eagerly greeted him with shouts of Brother Zheng and Brother Tianhong. Tianhong and Aji, not being members of Hongxing, remained outside. Qin Zheng led Feichuan and Yaowen into the main hall. As they entered, they overheard Brother Ji engaging in idle chatter. Do you all know why Mr. Zhang summoned us for a meeting today? Beside him, Fat Li, unable to tolerate Brother Ji's remarks, retorted, what do you mean? It's obviously about the incident with Chun Haonan last night, where Ba Bai was cut down. Now that Ba Bai has escaped, we need to provide a response to He too. Otherwise, do you think Gao Wenbiao is made of clay? For Fat Li, there was a particular disdain for Chun Haonan and his crew, as their dealings with Debi had caused him to lose a printing factory to their recklessness, resulting in losses exceeding 100,000. Thus, he would not miss any opportunity to undermine Chen Haonan or Debi. Meanwhile, Chen Haonan sat in a corner with a grim expression, accompanied by the 5 tigers of Causeway Bay. Qin Zheng chose to ignore the commotion and proceeded into the hall. Upon seeing Qin Zheng, everyone greeted him warmly, and he introduced, esteemed leaders, these 2 are my subordinates from the Yau Ma Tei branch, Yaowen and Feichuan. Today, at the main hall meeting, I brought them along to familiarize them with our Hongxing brothers, lest our own fail to recognize one another. The assembly regarded Yaowen and Feichuan, some familiar with them while others were not, yet they all readily offered compliments without reservation. After sufficient introductions, Qin Zheng inquired, esteemed leaders, what were you discussing so merrily? What merriment? Zheng, you are unaware. The individual who set the military order last time has completely botched the task. We might all suffer undeserved consequences. Liang Kuan spoke sarcastically. Debi, unable to tolerate the insult to his beloved son, slammed the table and rebuked, Liang Kuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Ba Bai escaped, and I suspect you were the one who leaked information. Debi, outsiders say that gangsters lack intelligence and will forever remain as mere pawns. I fear you are even worse than a pawn. Me, leaking information? I am a member of Hongxing. Do you even think before you speak? Liang Kuan retorted angrily, for he could not allow Debi to wrongfully accuse him of collusion. At that moment, Jiang Tianxing entered with Chun Yao, exclaiming, what a lively discussion we have here. What are you all talking about? Brother Ji, eager to flatter, replied, Mr. Jiang, we were not discussing anything significant, we just arrived. Jiang Tianxing, upon hearing this, mentally chastised Brother Ji but refrained from responding, instead guiding Chun Yao to their seats. Although Jiang Tianxing had not mentioned being late, Brother Ji's flattery had inadvertently highlighted the issue, leaving others to wonder whether he was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. All right, I summoned you here to discuss last night's events. Jiang Tianxing addressed the assembled leaders with a measured tone. Let us talk about the incident where Chun Haonan confronted Ba Bai, only for Ba Bai to escape. Jiang Tianxing began, fixing his gaze on those present. Mr. Jiang, I believe someone must have tipped off Ba Bai, leading to Haonan's failure, to be asserted. Immediately attributing Haonan's failure to a leak. Li Bi, if you are making such claims, you must provide evidence. You all established a military order in the Causeway Bay branch. Now that Ba Bai has escaped, you cannot simply dismiss the issue with a vague accusation of an insider. Liang Kuan countered, equally unyielding. As the other leaders listened to Liang Kuan's retort, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Indeed, what Ah Kuan said is correct. Haonan also established a military order. Brother Ji chimed in. Yes, one cannot seek credit for success and evade responsibility for failure, fatly added with a hint of sarcasm. Jiang Tianxing glanced at the two, but remained silent. At this juncture, Chen Yao spoke up, according to what Chun Haonan and his team reported. Ba Bai was chased out, but, upon reaching the entrance, was picked up by a van. This indicates that someone must have been aware of our plans in advance, causing the mission to fail. Brother Ji interjected, this strongly suggests that someone is indeed acting as a traitor. If we catch them, they shall face severe consequences. Fat Li merely snorted, remaining silent. Liang Kuan remarked, Brother Yao, it is also possible that this so-called van was merely Ba Bai's underlings. Considering that Chun Haonan was targeting Ba Bai's territory. Upon hearing Liang Kuan's words, many began to reconsider, swaying once more in their opinions. Liang Kuan, please do not divert the topic here. Who doesn't he know that Ba Bai is your sworn brother? I suspect you are the one who tipped him off. Initially, after listening to Chun Yao, Dabi's mood improved somewhat, but Liang Kuan's words only served to infuriate him further. Shibi, can you please think before you speak? I am a home master of Hongxing. What does it matter to form a brotherhood for the sake of the gang? Liang Kuan declared with a serious expression. All right, Liang Kuan, if that is how you feel, then do you dare to swear to the lantern that you did not inform Ba Bai? Dabi remained obstinate. Shibi, listen carefully. I, Liang Kuan, swear before Guan Er Yi and the lantern that if I have ever leaked a word about our Hongxing gang planning to take him down, my entire family shall have no place to rest in death. Liang Kuan stood up and solemnly addressed the statue of Guan Er Yi. This left Dabi and the other decision-makers in a state of shock, as they shared Dabi's sentiments, leaning towards the belief that Liang Kuan had indeed betrayed them, leading to Chun Haonan's failure. They could not help but wonder, did Ba Bai save the world in his previous life? Even now, Liang Kuan still refused to admit to his betrayal. Only Qin Zheng, upon hearing Liang Kuan's words, secretly reveled in joy. Indeed, Liang Kuan had not leaked any information. But could it be that it was one of his underlings who drove to rescue Ba Bai? Sensing something, Liang Kuan shot a glance at Qin Zheng, which seemed to convey a silent acknowledgement of his brilliance. He was effortlessly manipulating them as if they were mere pawns in his game. Upon hearing Liang Kuan's declaration, Jiang Tianxing and Chun Yao exchanged glances, seemingly skeptical of Liang Kuan's words. However, Liang Kuan had already sworn before Guan Er Yi and the lantern. According to the rules of the Underworld, what he said was the truth. If he were to be exposed, there would be no place for him in the entire Hong Kong Underworld. Giving Chun Yao a knowing look, Chun Yao stated, since a Kuan has sworn before the lantern, this matter is indeed a responsibility of the Causeway Bay. Jiang Tianxing cleared his throat and remarked, last night, Gao Wenbiao also called me, demanding an explanation. He glanced at Dabi, feeling the weight of Jiang Tianxing's gaze. Dabi mustered his courage and replied, Mr. Jiang, I will resolve this matter. Before he could finish, Liang Kuan interjected, resolve? With what will you resolve it? I hope this doesn't jeopardize our business. Chun Haonan, listening nearby, clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Mr. Jiang, one person must bear the responsibility for their actions. I will take the fall for this. You? Can you handle it? If you take the fall, you will meet a grim fate. Liang Kuan replied arrogantly. This is my failure. It has nothing to do with Brother B. Chun Haonan asserted firmly. Observing Chun Haonan's demeanor, Dabi turned his gaze towards Jiang Tianxing, hoping he would intervene. Yao Gu, according to gang rules, what punishment does Chun Haonan deserve? Liang Kuan inquired of Chen Yao. Chen Yao then looked at Jiang Tianxing, who pondered for a moment before nodding. Seeing Jiang Tianxing's nod, Chen Yao slowly stated, 3 cuts and 6 holes, expelled from the gang. Upon hearing this, Dabi exclaimed, Mr. Jiang, can you grant Haonan a chance to redeem himself? I am willing to offer 5 million as compensation to Ahitu. Otherwise, even if Hunan is expelled from Hongxing, he will still meet his demise. The crowd nodded in agreement, realizing that without the protection of Hongxing, Chun Haonan would likely not survive a day. If he were to die, it would reflect poorly on Hongxing. Liang Ma also spoke up in Haonan's defense, saying, Haonan has grown up under our watch. He has been with Hongxing for over a decade. If Brother B can smooth things over with Ba Bai, I hope everyone can give me a favor and spare Haonan. Indeed, Haonan has been with us since his youth. Let us give him another chance, by go at it. Jiang Tiansheng, seeing the consensus, said, since everyone believes Chun Haonan deserves a chance, then let us grant him this one. Akuan, what do you say? Liang Kuan was about to refuse when he noticed Qin Zheng signaling him to acquiesce. Though confused, he followed Qin Zheng's lead and replied, Mr. Jiang is the head of Hongxing. Whatever you decide is how it shall be. Zheng, what is your opinion? Jiang Tiansheng looked to Qin Zheng. Upon hearing Jiang Tiansheng seek Qin Zheng's input, De Bi and Chun Haonan felt a pang of anxiety, aware that many, including Jiang Tiansheng, were privy to their previous attempts to ostracize Qin Zheng. Mr. Jiang, my stance is that Haonan has been working for the gang. We cannot let this situation escalate to the point where the gang abandons him. If word gets out, who would dare to join our Hongxing in the future? Qin Zheng responded. The others nodded in agreement. Qin Zheng continued, since such an incident has occurred, why not lay out the facts? Ba Bai crossed the line by selling goods at Brother B's territory, and Haonan was merely acting in the interest of the hall. It's not indefensible. If Gao Laoda from Hehido escalates this to a gang war, then Hongxing is not to be trifled with. Jiang Tiansheng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Not only would they not be at fault, but they would also turn the tables and position themselves as the victims. His gaze towards Qin Zheng softened considerably. De Bi and Chun Haonan looked at Qin Zheng with incredulous expressions, especially Chun Haonan, recalling how Qin Zheng had watched them flee in humiliation the previous night. His face adorned with mockery, realizing he was certainly not so benevolent. However, with no better alternatives, they could only accept this goodwill, for otherwise, if he were expelled from Hongxing today, he would be dismembered by Hehido tomorrow. Liang Kuan's confusion deepened as he looked at Qin Zheng, who returned a calming glance. Liang Kuan chose to remain silent thereafter. The others also felt this was indeed the best course of action. Only Han Bin, who had remained silent, looked at Qin Zheng with a knowing gaze, secretly admiring his cunning. In this murky water, it seemed possible that both Yau Ma Tei and Causeway Bay might fall under his influence. However, he was relieved to have sided with Qin Zheng, as the future would determine whether he would escape in disgrace or return triumphantly as a patriotic entrepreneur, depending entirely on Qin Zheng's maneuvering. Jiang Tiansheng then addressed De Bi. This matter will be shouldered by your Causeway Bay Hall. Can you resolve it with Ba Bai within a week? Chapter 50, De B's Chosen One. Hearing Jiang Tiansheng's words, De Bi promptly replied, Understood, Mr. Jiang. I will resolve Ba Bai's issue as soon as possible. De Bi cast a grateful glance at Qin Zheng. Feeling that Qin Zheng still remembered their past camaraderie, he reflected on how he had once ostracized Qin Zheng and felt remorseful. Yet, upon seeing Chun Haonan, he still found him more appealing. Yao, please spread the word that Ba Bai has crossed the line to the Underworld community. I will also call Gao Wenbiao to discuss this. Jiang Tiansheng instructed. Subsequently, he continued, Does anyone have any other matters requiring the gang's attention? After a prolonged silence, Jiang Tiansheng added, If there are no further issues, I won't take up any more of your time. This meeting is adjourned. As everyone began to rise and prepare to leave, Jiang Tiansheng called out to De Bi, Yao, please stay behind. Upon exiting the main hall and preparing to return to the nightclub, Qin Zheng was abruptly halted by Liang Kuan, who directed Yao Wen and Fei to return first while he took his underlings to Liang Kuan's Mongko Company. Upon arriving at Qinquan Film Company, Liang Kuan eagerly questioned Qin Zheng. Zheng, weren't we supposed to deal with Qin Haonan? Just now would have been the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Qin Zheng, observing Liang Kuan's confusion, replied, Brother Kuan, Chun Haonan is merely a minor player. Dealing with him is simple. Now, by leveraging the conflict between him and Hehido, we can stir the waters and draw Jiang Tiansheng into the fray. You can then seize the opportunity to strike back, achieving multiple objectives at once. Initially, Liang Kuan found this suggestion appealing, but upon further reflection, he felt the operational space was limited. What plan do you have? In recent days, it is certain that Chun Haonan and Bobby will engage in several confrontations, with Bobby eliminated and Chun Haonan framed. Does a place as splendid as Causeway Bay truly deserve the likes of Amir CB? I believe the billiards hall in Xianshan is quite commendable. Qin Zheng spoke calmly. Liang Kuan pointed at Qin Zheng, remaining silent. Qin Zheng's strategy was utterly ruthless, exploiting Liang Kuan, Jiang Tiansheng, and even Hehido. Fearing that one by one, they would find it impossible to sustain themselves in Causeway Bay, Liang Kuan mused inwardly. In truth, for Qin Zheng, Causeway Bay would ultimately belong to him. Moreover, it would leave no room for external criticism. Upon exiting Liang Kuan's presence and returning to the nightclub, he learned from Ailian that Han Bin, Dinosaur, Si Yin, and Sister 13 had been waiting for him in the private room for quite some time. Ajing, where have you been? Why are you returning so late? Han Bin inquired as Qin Zheng pushed the door open. Qin Zheng did not conceal anything from his companions who had accompanied him on his journey to the mainland. He divulged his plans regarding Bobby and Liang Kuan's ambition to become the leader. The trio of Han Bin did not mind. Han Bin understood that although they were brought over from Hehitu by Jiang Tianxing, their allegiance was tenuous. Had it not been for Liang Kuan's sudden rise, Jiang Tianxing would have targeted them instead. Which leader could tolerate a notorious smuggler from Southeast Asia lingering within their ranks, especially with two powerful brothers backing him? Is there anything we need to do? Sister 13 inquired. Not for now. When the time is ripe, I will inform you of how to proceed. Qin Zheng declined Sister 13's suggestion. Very well, should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to call. Han Bin then handed Qin Zheng a briefcase. By the way, this is our agreed investment of 20 million. There shouldn't be any issues with the dirty money, right? Only you, Bin Xiao, can casually present 20 million. Qin Zheng remarked as he accepted the money. I shall take it. Next time I visit the mainland, I will hand it over to Jimmy. Before returning last time, I had already deposited 50 million in the company account, which should suffice. Meanwhile, the Big B, summoned by Jiang Tianxing, arrived at the villa with Chun Haonan and others. Everyone, please take a seat. Jiang Tianxing gestured for them to sit in the villa's courtyard. He then picked up his phone and called Gao Wenbiao. The call was quickly connected. Gao Wenbiao? This is Jiang Tianxing. I have investigated the matter regarding Bobby and found that he, from your society, has dared to distribute goods in our Hongxing Causeway Bay territory, clearly overstepping his bounds. Shen Haonan has also taken on tasks for the society. I believe Bobby deserves to be dealt with. Does that pathetic figure really think he can enter Causeway Bay? What a daydream. Jiang Tianxing continued. Sheng, we've known each other for so many years. Let us not beat around the bush. In short, you must apologize, and a confrontation is inevitable. It's up to your discretion, Gao Wenbiao said, his tone laced with a hint of threat. Then let it be a fight. Does Hongxing fear you? Jiang Tianxing replied resolutely. If you wish to step into Causeway Bay, let it be settled there. If you cannot breach Causeway Bay within 7 days, then you cannot blame us. What if we succeed? Gao Wenbiao queried. If Bobby manages to breach Causeway Bay within 7 days, then any territories he captures shall be his. With that, Jiang Tianxing hung up the phone. He turned to Big B and Chun Haonan, saying, You are aware of my conversation with Gao Wenbiao. We must secure our territory over these 7 days. We cannot afford to lose face. If necessary, I will have the prince send some of his men to assist you. Defending Causeway Bay on their own may prove challenging. Despite Hehitu's inability to send a large contingent openly, they could still lend smaller subordinates to Bobby. Upon hearing that Jiang Tianxing would send the prince's men, their worries diminished considerably, for the prince's subordinates were indeed the most elite within Hongxing. Understood, Mr. Jiang. I will make the necessary arrangements, Big B replied. Mr. Jiang, there is something else I wish to discuss. Having been in the island for so long, and with age catching up to me, I plan to emigrate abroad with my wife and children by the end of the year, and I wish for Haonan to succeed me as the head of Causeway Bay. However, I fear the younger brothers may not accept this. Would it be possible for you to assign Haonan a task within the society after we resolve the Bobby situation? If he completes it successfully, it would naturally lead to his succession. Big B spoke, somewhat apprehensive. Jiang Tianxing remained silent, pondering deeply. Although Big B's abilities were lacking, his loyalty was unwavering, which led Jiang Tianxing to grant him the lucrative opportunities within Causeway Bay. However, in comparison, Chun Haonan fell significantly short of Big B. Setting aside personal capabilities, Chun Haonan had a tendency to create trouble. Shortly after joining the society, he had already clashed with Dongxing's golden hair tiger, resulting in Big B losing half of his renovation contracts and having to resort to self-harm to resolve the matter. Seeing Big B gaze at him with hopeful eyes, Jiang Tianxing ultimately nodded in agreement. For him, obedience outweighed capability. Chen Yao, observing from the side, chose not to voice any opinions. Aware that the decision lay with Jiang Tianxing, Chen Haonan and his brothers were elated upon hearing Big B's proposal. When they witnessed Jiang Tianxing's approval, their excitement reached a crescendo. Thank you, Mr. Jiang and Brother B, for your guidance. I promise I will not disappoint your expectations. Chen Haonan bowed, his voice trembling with exhilaration. At that moment, he completely forgot his earlier doubts during the meeting and the fear of being ensnared by Qin Zheng. His mind was solely preoccupied with how to overpower Qin Zheng after ousting the head of Causeway Bay. Chapter 51, The Battle for Causeway Bay. At Lock Daochini Bar. Night had fallen, yet the bar had yet to open. A young, robust man was already sipping his drink. He was the protege of the Longyi leader. known as the top red stick, 19. At that moment, 19 surveyed the dozens of subordinates gathering below him, their numbers swelling. Recently, 19 had encountered a rough patch. Not long ago, he had a dispute at a bar in Wanchai with a young man, intending to leverage his numbers to intimidate the fewer opponents. However, the opposing side had called in the name of Hongxing Fei Chuan. Upon hearing this, 19 was taken aback. The other subordinates, seeing 19 hesitating to act, also refrained from intervening as Fei Chuan and his crew departed. 19 could not comprehend why a notable figure from Yau Ma Tei would venture into Wanchai. Yet he dared not act rashly, fearing the wrath of the formidable Qin Zheng, known for his ferocity. However, Fequan did not share this hesitance. Having followed Qin Zheng since his debut, he had never endured such humiliation. He immediately summoned hundreds of subordinates to cross over into Wanchai, and Zilong rushed to witness his leader's plight. Aware of his boss's near attack, Zilong knew he could not dissuade Fei Chuan. Subsequently, hundreds descended upon Wanchai to confront 19 and his crew. Uninformed societies also reached out to the subordinates under Qin Zheng, probing for information, anxious that their own men may have offended Fei Chuan. Ultimately, they located 19 within a bar in Wanchai. Upon spotting him, Fei Chuan and his entourage encircled 19, declaring, "Hongxing Fei Chuan is on a mission. Unrelated individuals, step aside." They then dragged 19 out. New G subordinates, who had initially considered intervening, thought better of it upon hearing the name Hongxing Fei Chuan, allowing Fei Chuan to take 19 without further incident. Fei Chuan brought 19 to the bar entrance and pointed at him. "Let me introduce myself. I am Fei Chuan. Remember my face." With that, he smashed a bottle over 19's head. With his little brothers in tow, he swaggered away confidently. The onlookers, including the short and stout figures, gazed upon the imposing Fei Quan with admiration and longing. Meanwhile, under the reluctant assistance of his late-arriving junior, Shizhou slowly rose to his feet, glaring fiercely in the direction Fei Quan had departed. Reflecting on these events, Shizhou's expression darkened. Since his debut, he had never found himself in such a disheveled state. Yet, the formidable Pan had advised him to bide his time and refrain from acting impulsively, promising to confer with the tyrant. However, Shizhou could not afford to wait any longer. In recent days, he had summoned his subordinates, planning to confront Fei Quan that very night, determined to make it clear that he was not the only kingpin in the realm. Downing his drink in one gulp, he commanded, "Follow me," and led the way out, his loyal followers trailing closely behind. Upon returning to the Kowloon nightclub, Han Bin and his companions handed money to Qin Zheng and, after a brief respite, took their leave. The primary reason was Han Bin's apprehension about witnessing his two brothers in the company of women, while he remained on the sidelines, helpless. He dialed Fei Quan, and once Fei Quan arrived, Qin Zheng inquired about the progress of the film preparations he had entrusted to Wang Jin. "Brother Zheng, Wang is still in the planning stages. He mentioned he's finalizing the cast, and once that's settled, he will extend the invitations. If he faces any difficulties, I will step in to assist," Fei Quan replied. "Remember, our film company operates legitimately. Refrain from employing underhanded tactics," Qin Zheng admonished sternly. Upon hearing that they could not resort to such means, Fei Quan felt a surge of anxiety. Just as he pondered how to respond, his phone rang, and he silently thanked the caller, whoever they might be. Observing Fei Quan's hesitation, Qin Zheng impatiently urged, "Answer the phone." "Hello, this is Fei Quan," he greeted upon picking up. "Brother Quan, some thugs just raided our turf. Fatty was stabbed twice and has lost a lot of blood. He's already been taken to the hospital," came the frantic voice of the ostrich on the other end. Upon hearing that Fatty had been stabbed and was in the hospital, Fei Quan disregarded Qin Zheng's presence and shouted, "Ostrich, is Fatty all right? Who's encroaching on our territory? Have you identified them?" "Brother Quan, we've traced it back to the red stick from Wanchai who you shot in the head a while ago," the ostrich replied. Realizing it was the infamous Shizhou from Chang'e, Fei Quan thought to himself that Fatty had shielded him from harm. He had learned about Shizhou's affiliation with Chang'e after the incident when Zilong suggested they investigate the young man's background, discovering it was a second-rate gang. He had dismissed them as a threat. "Damn that Shizhou. Just wait," Fei Quan seethed. "Ostrich, rally the brothers. We're heading to Lock Road." Seeing Fei Quan's fury, Qin Zheng spoke with a mix of concern and sincerity. "Fei Quan, you are now a leader. You must learn to control your emotions and not let them control you. Handle your business, and should any trouble arise, I will cover for you." Touched by Qin Zheng's words, Fei Quan recognized his own limitations. He was not particularly skilled in combat and had a tendency to act recklessly. Were it not for the guidance of a big brother like Qin Zheng, he would have perished countless times by now. "Yes, Brother Zheng, I will seek your counsel if any issues arise," he replied, smiling. "Go on, and remember, you are representing me. Don't bring shame upon my name." After Fei Quan departed, Qin Zheng contemplated the situation. Lock Road was near Causeway Bay, and he envisioned integrating both territories. He picked up his phone and called lawyer Chen Tianyi. How goes the matter we discussed last time? When will my brother be released? Chen Tianyi responded, the appellate court has accepted the case. We have definitive evidence proving your brother's innocence, so we expect a favorable ruling tomorrow, and he should be released on the spot. Elated by the news, Qin Zheng felt a surge of joy in Causeway Bay. The only one he considered a true brother was Datu. He had arranged for a scapegoat, tasking Chen Tianyi to appeal on Datu's behalf to secure his early release, preparing for him to take over Causeway Bay. As for the bigwigs of Causeway Bay, it was neither Dabi nor Qin Zheng whom they revered the most, but rather Datu, who had been duped and imprisoned by Dabi's machinations. Just as Fei Quan was poised to seek vengeance against Shi Jiao on Lock Road, Ba Bai and Yau Ma Tei had learned from Gao Wenbiao the reason behind Hongxing's attack against him. Enraged, he vowed to eliminate Chun Haonan and Dabi. Gao Wenbiao relayed that Hongxing had stipulated a 7-day ultimatum. If Ba Bai could breach Causeway Bay, the territory captured would be handed over to him. Elated at this prospect, Ba Bai found himself surrounded by many influential leaders from Hehe too, all eager to lend their forces without payment, as long as they could share in the spoils. With such an enticing offer, Ba Bai readily accepted their terms. Consequently, the leaders from Hehe too gathered an army of 3,000, and with Ba Bai's own followers, they amassed over 4,000 men, gradually making their way to Yau Ma Tei. Dabi, having emerged from a meeting with Jiang Tiansheng, instructed his subordinates to fortify their defenses in Causeway Bay, while Chun Haonan was appointed as the commander of this operation, leading a contingent of around 2,000 men. Thus, a fierce battle was set to unfold, igniting a conflict among the four factions: Chang'e, Hehe too, Hongxing in Causeway Bay, and Hongxing in Yau Ma Tei. Chapter 52, Ba Bai vs. Chun Haonan. Upon returning to the Red Romantic Bar in Causeway Bay, Dabi promptly convened his core subordinates and trusted aides. Ba Bai has encroached on our Hongxing territory in Causeway Bay, and although Haonan was instructed to deal with him, unforeseen circumstances allowed Ba Bai to escape. Now, Hehe too and Ba Bai are rallying their men to stake their claim on our turf. Mr. Jiang has ordered us to handle this internally, while he will negotiate with Gao Wenbiao from Hehe Tuesday. After assessing the resolute expressions of his subordinates, Dabi continued, Mr. Jiang has entrusted Haonan with leading this operation, so I expect all of you to support his command and stand firm against Ba Bai. Do you understand? We understand. The group responded, albeit with a lackluster tone. They were acutely aware that this entire scenario stemmed from Dabi's insistence on promoting Chun Haonan, having failed once without consequence. They were bewildered that Haonan would be given another chance. They viewed Dabi's blind support for Chun Haonan as transparent and, in some cases, even undesirable. Some of the lower-ranking members contemplated aligning themselves with Qin Zheng's faction, recognizing how Qin Zheng uplifted his subordinates, a fact well known in the underworld. Meanwhile, Dabi had made his intentions clear, to elevate Chun Haonan's status, which was unfathomable to these men, especially with whispers suggesting that Chun Haonan might even be considered for the position of leader of Causeway Bay. How could that scoundrel Chun Haonan possibly deserve such a title? This was the unvarnished sentiment shared by many of the older brothers present. At that moment, Chun Haonan stepped forward, flanked by Shan Ji and Datian, all wearing haughty expressions. I extend my gratitude to Mr. Jiang and Brother B for their trust in granting me this opportunity. I hope all my brothers will lend their utmost support. I, Chun Haonan, wish to express my thanks in advance. He declared, all expenses for medical care, relocation, and the venue will be covered 70% by the hall. Upon hearing this, the older brothers erupted in protest. You expect us to foot the bill just to clean up your mess, Chun Haonan? The red stick known as Water Buffalo glared at Dabi, questioning. Shouldn't the hall be responsible for these expenses? Why must we bear the cost? Water Buffalo, do not be too anxious. The primary concern lies in the recent extravagant expenditures of our establishment, which have rendered our finances somewhat strained. Thus, I propose that you advance a portion of the funds for the time being, and once our coffers are replenished, I shall reimburse you. Big B, with a somewhat shameless demeanor, expressed this. Upon hearing Big B's explanation, the others grew increasingly disdainful of both him and Chun Haonan. If they were unwilling to contribute, they ought to have said so outright, rather than resorting to such underhanded tactics. Consequently, they resolved to engage in the forthcoming operation with a semblance of caution, shouting their war cries while ensuring that their younger brothers kept their distance during the fray. As the clock approached midnight, a younger brother stationed outside rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, Big B, news has just arrived that Bobby is gathering his men and heading towards Causeway Bay. Hearing this, Big B turned to Haonan with gravitas and instructed, Haonan, take the brothers and proceed with the task at hand. Understood, Haonan replied, leading the charge outdoors, followed closely by his loyal subordinates, Shanjia and Datian. The remaining members, under Big B's watchful gaze, reluctantly fell in line. Meanwhile, The Hongxing faction was distributing weapons and donning red armbands. Chen Haonan, Shanjia, and Datian securely strapped their machetes to their wrists. After all, tonight promised to be a fierce confrontation, and should their weapons slip during the melee, the consequences could be dire. Veteran fighters among the Sijio also took similar precautions. Soon enough, the two factions met. Upon spotting Chen Haonan, Bobby's eyes gleamed with animosity, and he shouted, "You bastard! How dare you bring your men to attack me? Tonight, you shall witness my prowess. Brothers, whoever kills Chen Haonan will receive a reward of 100,000. The morale among Bobby's men surged at the prospect of such a bounty. In response, Chen Haonan retorted, "Bobby, you dare invade our territory in Causeway Bay. It's only fitting that you meet your end here. Brothers, whoever slays Bobby tonight shall ascend to become the new leader." The underlings, eager for wealth, knew that becoming the boss was the path to riches. Go forth and kill Chen Haonan. Attack the men of Hehitu. With that, both sides clashed in a chaotic melee. Chen Haonan and his comrades sought out Bobby, intent on executing a decisive strike to eliminate him. Bobby, having cut his teeth in brawls, faced Chen Haonan's advance with composure, dispatching a Hongxing member with ease before charging at Haonan. Thus, the battle erupted with ferocity. Though Bobby's numbers provided him with a slight advantage over Hongxing, Chen Haonan and his allies found themselves at a disadvantage in their skirmish against Bobby and his close fighters. Helplessly watching as their subordinates fell, anxiety mounting within them. Bobby, witnessing his men gaining the upper hand, laughed heartily. "Haonan, tonight shall mark your downfall." With that, he swung his blade towards Chen Haonan's face. Haonan raised his weapon in defense, retorting, "Do not celebrate too soon, Bobby. This is Causeway Bay, the stronghold of Hongxing." With a swift horizontal slash, Bobby was forced to deflect the blow with his back, narrowly escaping serious injury. Seeing this, Bobby's men pulled him back from the fray, establishing a tense standoff with Chen Haonan. However, outside the ring, Hongxing was beginning to show signs of faltering, coupled with some of their more seasoned fighters holding back. The atmosphere hinted at a potential collapse. "Chen Haonan, tonight I shall ensure you and Big B return to TSC Wanshan empty-handed," Bobby taunted, sensing victory drawing near. At that moment, Big B arrived, accompanied by 500 reinforcements from Tsim Sha Sui, nonchalantly stating, "Bobby, it would be wise for you to retreat. Tonight will not end favorably for you." Upon seeing Big B's fresh troops, vibrant and robust, clearly seasoned fighters, Bobby hesitated, despite his earlier advantage beginning to wane. Just then, a younger brother dashed to Bobby's side, whispering something that caused Bobby's expression to shift dramatically. "Big B, Haonan, consider yourselves fortunate tonight. I never anticipated that the tyrant would be in Yau Ma Tei, sending men to assist you. We shall see how this unfolds." With that, he hastily withdrew with his remaining men, leaving the scene. Big B and Chen Haonan, momentarily taken aback, were left bewildered by Bobby's words. Nevertheless, they relished the hard-won victory. "Brothers, you have all performed admirably tonight. Our establishment shall duly recognize your contributions and reward you accordingly." After making grand promises, Big B instructed his men to assess the casualties and tended to the wounded, grateful that the night had not claimed many lives. However, the thought of the substantial expenses to come left him somewhat pained. Meanwhile, the police waiting on the adjacent street, witnessing the withdrawal of the injured, prepared to sweep the area when news of yet another brawl in Lock Road reached them. Chapter 53. The overwhelmed 19 Fei Quan rushed to the hospital upon receiving a call from the ostrich, eager to visit Fatty. Fortunately, Fatty, with his ample girth, had withstood the 2 knife wounds inflicted by 19. Otherwise, he might have met a fate akin to those seen in films. Gazing at Fatty, who was covered in bandages, Fei Quan seethed with anger. The 4 of them, Fatty, Ostrich, Apple, and Fei Quan, had grown up together, their bond akin to that of family. He immediately called for his men and then reached out to Zilong, instructing him to gather his own crew in preparation to confront 19 on Lock Road and reclaim the territory of Chang'e. When Fei Quan and his men arrived at Lock Road, they were mistakenly perceived as reinforcements for Big B in Causeway Bay, leading to the scene where Bobby fled in haste with his men. Lock Road, stretching 700 meters, was home to 34 second-tier factions, all of which had pooled their finest resources to establish a foothold here, making it a lucrative area. After taking down Fatty and raiding Fei Quan's territory, 19 was hosting a celebratory banquet, mistakenly believing that daring to encroach on the tyrant's domain would bring him fame, oblivious to the grave repercussions of his actions. Holding a glass and indulging in revelry, 19 answered his ringing phone with irritation. "Hello? Who is it? Speak your reason, or I shall end your entire family," he barked. 19, "It's me," came the cold voice of the esteemed Pan from the other end. "Oh, big brother, what's the matter?" 19 replied with a forced smile. "Have you lost your mind, 19? Why would you go to Yau Ma Tei and attack Fei Quan's men?" Does he not have the backing of the tyrant? Do you understand that Fei Quan has taken Zilong and over 1,000 men to Lock Road? Pan's furious voice resonated through the line. Didn't I tell you to wait? I was supposed to negotiate with the tyrant. Why didn't you listen? Before 19 could respond, Pan's anger escalated. Unfazed, 19 retorted. Big brother, it's just Qin Zheng. Why should we fear him? Pan's blood pressure surged at 19's words. Do you even comprehend what you're saying? The tyrant has nearly 10,000 men at his disposal. Do you think our entire faction can match that? I am not afraid of him. 19. I have always believed you to be an astute individual, yet I was taken aback to discover you are merely a fool. When Fei Chuan arrives shortly, ensure you sincerely apologize. Serve him tea, and make amends. Simply adhere to his every command. After tonight, I shall swallow my pride and assist you in resolving this matter. For now, I will contact Mr. Jiang from Hongxing to gauge his sentiments. Upon hearing the final words from the formidable Pan, 19's countenance turned ashen. That old fool. Always fearing this and that. He might as well perish. Bowing to Fei Chuan tonight will embolden everyone to disrespect me henceforth. What is Fei Chuan but a mere nuisance? If need be, I shall confront him directly. Without hesitation, 19 rallied his subordinates stationed at various locales, preparing for an all-out confrontation with Fei Chuan on Lock Road. The other leaders from several factions observed 19, armed with dual machetes, standing resolutely at the street corner, perplexed. They hastily dispatched their men to gather intelligence, and soon learned of 19's confrontation with Fei Chuan and the incident involving the hefty fellow. Fei Chuan was already en route to Lock Road. Upon realizing that the tyrant's underling Fei Chuan was approaching, the other leaders swiftly contacted their respective gang heads. These leaders, in turn, reached out to Qin Zheng, inquiring about his stance. Qin Zheng simply stated that it was Chang'e who initiated hostilities, and Fei Chuan was merely adhering to the codes of the Underworld. Upon hearing that it was merely a matter of following the rules of the game, the leaders of the various factions breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Zheng glanced at the fifth call from the formidable Pan of Chang'e, yet still refrained from answering. On the other end, Pan, witnessing the fifth unanswered call, felt a chill of despair and regretted overly indulging 19. Finally, Fei Chuan arrived at Lock Road, leading his men and standing at the forefront. Gazing at 19 without uttering a word, drawing his machete. Brother Zilong, do keep a watchful eye on Brother Quan. The ostrich whispered to Zilong, who stood half a step behind Fei Chuan, brandishing his own weapon. Rest assured, ostrich, Brother Quan is not only my elder brother, but also a true brother to me. Zilong conveyed a reassuring glance to the ostrich. All of you, charge forth. Whoever slays 19 first shall be rewarded with the territory. Upon hearing Fei Chuan's proclamation, his subordinates erupted in excitement, for claiming territory in Oilseed would grant them the title of Big Brother to the outside world. Charge. Fei Chuan led the charge into the fray against Chang'e's men, with Zilong closely following. 19, witnessing this, unsheathed his twin blades, shouting kill. With over 1,000 against 500. Fei Chuan's subordinates clearly possessed a superior caliber compared to those of Chang'e, resulting in a one-sided onslaught. Although 19 was slightly weaker than Fei Chuan, he initially managed to withstand the assault. However, once Zilong entered the fray, 19 found himself outmatched. Within mere exchanges, he revealed signs of defeat, leaving him profoundly astonished. He had underestimated Zilong's prowess and began to comprehend why the formidable Pan harbored such fear of the tyrant Qin Zheng. If a mere Qin Zilong was this formidable, then the likes of Luo Jiwei and Tony were no less formidable. Not to mention the likes of the Sword of the Eight Directions and the God of Death in white, as well as the tyrant Qin Zheng. Caught off guard by his own distraction, 19 was swiftly felled by Zilong's blade, which was then poised against his neck, rendering him motionless. 19 has been captured. Will you not surrender? Zilong bellowed. The underlings of Chang'e, witnessing 19's swift defeat, cursed their own ineptitude. They cast down their weapons and fled. Once one fled, the rest soon followed suit. Observing this, Fei Chuan did not instruct his men to pursue. Instead, he directed them to take over Chang'e's territory. News of this event rapidly spread, even reaching Ba Bai, who was preparing to return to Oilseed, cursing himself for being so cowardly as to be frightened away by Fei Chuan. Other factions, wary of Qin Zheng, lauded the tyrant's prowess. In the span of mere moments, he had seized control over Chang'e's Lock Road territory. Conversely, some who disapproved of Qin Zheng voiced their criticisms of his tyranny, albeit only when no one else was present, for fear of incurring the wrath of the tyrant. Far away in Dapu, upon hearing the news, the Chang'e leader Pan fainted in the restroom, fortunately discovered by a family member who was up for a midnight bathroom visit. Thus avoiding a grave situation. Lying in bed, Pan lamented why he had indulged 19 and entrusted Lock Road to him. Now that he had lost it, how could he explain this to the gang tomorrow? Contemplating this, Pan fainted once more. Meanwhile, far away on Lock Road, Fei Chuan sat in the Brotherhood Bar, an establishment owned by Chang'e, which was now destined to belong to the Qin family. Indeed, it has been secured. Perhaps we shall enjoy tea together next time. Fei Chuan concluded the call. Besides receiving congratulatory calls from his fellow disciples, numerous other factions familiar with Fei Chuan also reached out. At that moment, the ostrich approached, escorting the bound 19. Brother Quan, what shall we do with 19? The ostrich inquired. First, let us return to Oilseed and see if Brother Zheng has any plans. If he has none, we shall leave it for the fatty to resolve, Fei Chuan replied, glancing at the bloodied 19. Chapter 54, The Enlightened Fei Chuan. The following morning, the events of the previous night had already spread throughout the underworld. Fatty Deng, having aged and gone to bed early, learned of the news only in the morning. Upon hearing that Qin Zheng had once again made a name for himself, he smashed a dining bowl at home. Remnants of porridge spilling within, whether out of disdain for its temperature or out of frustration with Qin Zheng, one could only speculate. Camel, however, did not react with the same fury as Fatty Deng. Instead, he pondered how to lure Qin Zheng away from Hongxing and into their own eastern prosperity. Meanwhile, Jiang Tiansheng of Hongxing felt elated, for they had showcased their prowess the previous night, enhancing his reputation as the spokesperson. Although Jiang Tiansheng yearned for redemption, he was fully aware that it was merely self-deception. Without the backing of the gang, his business would be devoured by others come morning. Observing Fong Ting emerge from the pool, Jiang Tiansheng whimsically considered a change in his morning exercise routine. 3 minutes later, with Fong Ting still unaware, Jiang Tiansheng's morning workout concluded, yet Fong Ting felt compelled to commend his prowess. In contrast, Qin Zheng, who had labored for over an hour the previous evening, awoke revitalized. After completing a set of Bajiquan, Qin Zheng took a shower, enjoyed breakfast with Ruby, and then headed to the Kowloon nightclub. Upon arriving at the venue, he spotted a stout and slender figure standing at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Liang Qi accompanied by a short, stocky man, none other than the crocodile. Good morning, Mr. Qin. This is my father, Crocodile, Liang Qi introduced, glancing at Qin Zheng. Hello, Lawyer Liang. Let us discuss further inside, Qin Zheng replied. Opening the nightclub door and stepping inside, Liang Qi hurried in after him, while Crocodile pondered the purpose of Qin Zheng's summons. He swore he had never encountered Qin Zheng and was not acquainted with him, yet he recalled his daughter's earlier words, which left him somewhat anxious. That evening, upon returning home, Crocodile found his daughter in tears, having prepared no dinner. Confused, he inquired what was amiss. To his shock, Liang Qi revealed that Qin Zheng had requested to meet him. Crocodile was immediately alarmed. Though merely an insignificant assassin broker, he was still a man of the underworld. And he was well aware of the fearsome reputation of the tyrant Qin Zheng. Which Qin Zheng are you referring to? Surely, he is just an ordinary client of yours? He probed. Liang Qi confirmed, it is the Qin Zheng from Oilseed, the tyrant Qin Zheng. He is a client of our law firm and also employs Lawyer Chen. Crocodile nearly fainted upon hearing this. Old man, have you gotten yourself into trouble? Liang Qi asked. How could I possibly have any contact with such a prominent figure? The crocodile remarked. Liang Qi then conveyed the matter of Qin Zheng wanting to meet him at the earliest opportunity. Little did they know, Qin Zheng had gone to the main hall for a meeting and subsequently headed to Mongkok. By the time he returned, Han Bin had also arrived, complicating matters further. Thus, early this morning, Liang Qi hurriedly brought the crocodile to meet Qin Zheng. Upon reaching Qin Zheng's office, Qin Zheng looked at Liang Qi and said, Lawyer Liang, you may attend to your tasks. I wish to have a few words in private with your father. Liang Qi, after glancing at the crocodile, saw him nodding in affirmation. Although somewhat apprehensive, she exited the office. You are the crocodile? Qin Zheng inquired, fixing his gaze on him. Indeed, but I wonder what instructions you have for me. Boss Qin, the crocodile replied, attempting to maintain his composure. I've heard you are a broker for assassins, Qin Zheng remarked, idly tapping his fingers. Surprised by this statement, the crocodile nonetheless admitted, yes, Boss Qin, your knowledge is indeed impressive. However, at this moment, I am merely a washed-up assassin broker. The hint of despair in his tone was unmistakable. Are you familiar with the assassin circles in Hong Kong? Qin Zheng continued to probe. There are many renowned assassins on Hong Kong Island, ranging from lone wolves undertaking missions to those who value teamwork. The crocodile responded, thinking Qin Zheng merely sought his services to recruit assassins. I wish for you to take the lead in recruiting some assassins to work for me. Not only will they assist in matters best left unseen, but I also need to ascertain if anyone might be after my bounty, Qin Zheng stated emphatically. No matter how skilled one is, there's always a fear of the cleaver. Known enemies are not as terrifying as those lurking in the shadows. After a brief moment of astonishment, the crocodile quickly regained his composure. Is that true, Brother Zheng? Indeed, but I will not be in the limelight. You shall remain the face of this operation. Only the elite among elites are privy to my identity, Qin Zheng elaborated. The crocodile pondered for a moment and concluded that rather than fading into obscurity, he would seize the opportunity to align himself with Qin Zheng. Yes, Brother Zheng. I am willing to accept this task. With that, Qin Zheng retrieved 200,000 from his drawer and handed it to the crocodile. Take this for now. Find a suitable office location, and I trust you know better than I how to proceed. Within a month, I expect to see a transformed version of you. Understood. Brother Zheng. Receiving such a sum upon their first meeting was both a pressure and a motivation for the crocodile. He never entertained the thought of fleeing with the money. If he did, Qin Zheng could still pursue his daughter. Very well, note down my number, XXXXXXXXX. Now, take your daughter home. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call me. After accepting the cash, Qin Zheng began to loosen the reins. The crocodile jotted down the number in his phone book and took his leave. Upon exiting, Liang Qi inquired about what the crocodile had wanted. He concocted a casual excuse to evade her curiosity. Liang Qi, though aware that her father was being evasive, chose not to press further since he was unharmed. In the afternoon, Fei Quan arrived. Brother Zheng, we have successfully taken over the territory at Lock Road from Long Yi, and the enforcer, Hong Gun 19, has been apprehended. He was the one who stabbed the fatty twice. How shall we proceed? Qin Zheng pondered for a moment and concluded that 19 had outlived his usefulness. Lock Road would undoubtedly not be returned to Long Yi. He then spoke decisively. You have secured this territory. Thus, you are responsible for it. The usual arrangement applies. The Triad takes 30, I take 30, and you keep the remaining 40. As for that 19, dispose of him, make it clean. It serves as a means to avenge the fatty and send a message that I, Qin Zheng, am not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Fei Quan expressed his gratitude on behalf of the fatty. Thank you, Brother Zheng. Do not mention it. The fatty has been by my side since he was young. Addressing me as Brother Zheng, Qin Zheng replied nonchalantly. All right, Brother Zheng, I shall get to work, Fei Quan said, leaving with enthusiasm. Fei Quan first visited the fatty, who was busy flirting with the nurse tending to his wounds, and chose not to disturb him. Instead, he reminded the remaining underlings to keep a close watch on the fatty and to contact him immediately if any issues arose. With a few trusted subordinates, he arrived at the location where 19 was held captive. With a cold snort, he declared, 19, prepare to contribute to the Hong Kong Reclamation Project. Take him away. Upon hearing Reclamation Project, 19 immediately realized Fei Quan's intention. Fei Quan, Brother Quan, I was wrong. You are magnanimous. Please spare me this time. I promise I won't oppose you again. Just treat me as if I were nothing, and let me go. His pleas and cries for mercy echoed, and he even wet himself in fear. Witnessing this, Fei Quan disdainfully spat and tossed 19 into a metal barrel, pouring in pre-mixed cement. They set sail from Sai Kung Pier into the open sea. As the splash echoed in the air, gazing at the dark heavens and the abyssal waters, a wave of clarity surged through Fei Quan's being, filling him with unparalleled comfort. Chapter 55, The Demise of Ba Bai. Meanwhile, at Long Yi's base, the Day's Triad meeting erupted into chaos. Some veteran members clamored to reclaim the territory at Lock Road, as it was a significant source of income for the Triad. However, the Elder Pan interjected, anyone wishing to step up may do so, but if things go awry, do not blame the Triad for not backing you. The message was clear. They could take their chances, but without implicating the Triad. This statement rendered the assembly silent. Even Fei Quan, who could single-handedly handle the Triad's most formidable enforcer, 19, would be foolish to provoke a tyrant. It would be a path to self-destruction. After decades in the Triad without perishing, there were no more reckless youths left, only shrewd individuals. Elder Pan observed the quiet crowd and finally spoke. Tomorrow, I have arranged to meet with Jiang Tiansheng of the Hongxing and Qin Zheng for negotiations, in hopes of reclaiming Lock Road. While expressing this, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Although others scoffed at Elder Pan for seeking recognition, they still urged, Brother Pan, the entire Triad relies on you. You must exert yourself. Having dealt with 19, Fei Quan returned to Lock Road, where the bar was closed for the night. He stationed his underlings at the bar to prevent Long Yi from seizing the territory. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng was at the Kowloon nightclub, having just concluded a call with Jimmy when he received a call from Jiang Tianxing. Zheng, are you free tomorrow? Long Yi's Elder Pan wishes to negotiate with you. I see little merit in discussing matters. Fei Quan has been handling things in accordance with the code of the Underworld. However, for your sake, Mr. Jiang, I shall attend tomorrow, Qin Zheng replied, subtly belittling Long Yi while complimenting Jiang Tianxing. Jiang Tianxing chuckled. Then let us meet at 3 p.m. tomorrow at the Yochi restaurant in Wanchai. Let us not miss this chance. Qin Zheng mused. Finally, I shall visit the Yochi restaurant. Despite being here for so long, I have yet to experience it. As for Long Yi, Qin Zheng regarded him with utter disdain. Perhaps in the movies, he could compel Hong Lu to bow, but to the current Qin Zheng, he was merely a minor player, not worthy of concern. However, the mention of Hong Lu brought to mind a certain chosen opportunity that could be seized. Qin Zheng pondered this matter in his mind. After concluding his call with Qin Zheng, Jiang Tianxing dialed Elder Pan, informing him, "We will meet at 3 p.m. tomorrow at Yochi Restaurant. The Hongxing will be there." As Fei Quan waited impatiently for Long Yi's subordinates to appear, he finally received a message from Qin Zheng stating that Long Yi had opted for negotiations. He began preparing to send his men back to rest. Then, a large group approached from a distance, and upon seeing Ba Bai leading the pack, Fei Quan relaxed, thinking perhaps he was about to witness a splendid show in Causeway Bay. Bobby, upon witnessing Fei Chuan, spat in disdain. Last night, he had been frightened away by Fei Chuan, and now the entire Hong Kong island was aware of his disgrace, leaving him utterly humiliated. The head of Hehitu, Gao Wenbiao, berated Bobby mercilessly, while the other supporting leaders expressed their frustration at his failure. Not only had they failed to seize the territory in Causeway Bay, but they also had to cover Bobby's medical expenses and relocation costs. Fearing another blunder from Bobby, Gao Wenbiao dispatched 2,000 of the main hull subordinates to support him. By nightfall, nearly 10,000 of these underlings would be amassed. Although Causeway Bay had suffered considerable losses yesterday, Chen Haonan wore a satisfied expression, for they had successfully fended off Hehitu's assault, and he had even dealt Bobby a blow, enhancing his reputation in the underworld. Conversely, the other major players in Causeway Bay found themselves compelled to expend their own resources to bolster this fool, Chen Haonan. Furthermore, attendance was mandatory tonight. Failure to show up would be seen as betrayal. Those who did not comply would face expulsion from the gang, suffering dire consequences. Meanwhile, Inspector Chun Guozhong of the Anti-Black Operations Unit was stationed nearby, ready with his men. Following two significant brawls in Causeway Bay the previous night, dissatisfaction had arisen from higher-ups, who were implicitly signaling Chun Guozhong to deliver results, or he would bear the blame. Checking the time, it was nearly midnight. Chun Guozhong observed a man resembling Hua Manlu and remarked on the brewing conflict. They were likely to engage in battle. "Hey Lu, go arrange some late-night snacks for the brothers to boost their spirits. They need to be well fed for the work ahead. I will cover the expenses later," he instructed. "Understood. Chen sir, I will take care of it right away," Lu replied. Fei Chuan, accompanied by an ostrich, arrived atop a building in Causeway Bay, where they could clearly observe the unfolding chaos below. At that moment, Bobby and Chun Haonan faced each other on the street, each accompanied by their respective subordinates. There were no shouts or curses. They were merely fastening their armbands and securing their weapons. "When the time comes, kill them. Seize Causeway Bay, and rewards will be given to all," Bobby shouted, charging forward with his men. "Anyone daring to target Causeway Bay, kill them." Chen Haonan responded. The forces were somewhat unequal, but the subordinates from Tsim Sha Sui had arrived early, boasting an impressive 1-to-3 combat ratio, resulting in a stalemate. Bobby and Chun Haonan fought in unison, displaying a surprising level of coordination. "Bobby, consider yourself fortunate. You narrowly escaped a fatal blow last night. Today, luck will not be on your side," Chun Haonan declared. Swinging his machete, Bobby, defending himself with his weapon, retorted, "Had it not been for Fei Chuan's intrusion at Changyi's venue, you would have fallen to me." Still so defiant, Shanji, observing the struggle, sought an opportunity to strike Bobby from behind, but was thwarted by Bobby's subordinate, who had been anticipating his move. Fei Chuan, watching the tumult below, discerned that the people from Causeway Bay were gradually losing ground, contemplating whether to seize the moment and capitalize on the chaos. When he spotted someone stealthily making their way towards the scene of confrontation between Chun Haonan and Bobby, the ostrich also recognized this familiar figure, Fu Guang. Upon exchanging glances with the ostrich, they both wore expressions of confusion. Fei Chuan pondered whether this was a scheme orchestrated by Zheng Ge. Seizing the opportunity amidst the battle between Chun Haonan and Bobby, Fu Guang plunged a knife into Bobby's heart, causing him to collapse instantly. Fu Guang then turned and sprinted towards the periphery, shouting, "Bobby has been killed by Chun Haonan." Chun Haonan and his companions remained stunned, unable to process the situation. By the time they regained their senses, Fu Guang had vanished without a trace. Chun Hanan's mind raced. This was a predicament he could not explain. Bobby's assassination had been witnessed by several individuals. Although some claimed it was at Chun Haonan's hands, outsiders would merely perceive Hongxing as weak, needing to resort to ambushes for effectiveness. Fei Chuan and the ostrich, witnessing this turn of events, promptly decided to return to the friendship bar, pretending as if they had never emerged that night. Meanwhile, Chun Guozhong, stationed on the adjacent street, immediately rallied his officers to confront the group of underlings. "South brother, run. The police are coming," Shanji shouted urgently. Chun Haonan finally snapped back to reality and fled. However, prior to the police operation commencing, Chun Guozhong had instructed his colleagues to capture Bobby and Chun Haonan first. With Bobby deceased, Chun Haonan was now implicated in murder and must be apprehended. Chapter 56. Jiang Tianxing was taken aback. The sudden appearance of the police sent the subordinates of Hehitu and Hongxing scattering in all directions, with the only one unable to escape lying motionless on the ground. No one from Hehitu even considered taking Bobby with them. Meanwhile, due to the police's focus, Chen Haonan found himself unable to flee, while the other major players and Shanji effortlessly escaped. Chen Guozhong approached Chen Haonan, looking down at Bobby's lifeless body, and stated, "Chen Haonan, you are now implicated in murder and must accompany us to the police station. You have the right to remain silent, but every word you utter will be recorded as evidence." Chen Haonan remained silent, lost in contemplation about who might be orchestrating his downfall. At that moment, he thought of Qin Zheng. For reasons unknown, he was convinced this was a lethal trap set by him. The fleeing Shanji and others hurriedly called Dabi. Upon hearing that Chen Haonan, who had killed Bobby during the fray, had been apprehended by the police, Dabi's initial joy evaporated instantly, akin to being plunged from the balmy 30 degrees of the Maldives to the frigid minus 30 degrees of Siberia. "Has Haonan been taken away by the police?" Dabi asked, his voice trembling. At that moment, he still clung to the hope that he had misheard. The next second, Shanji's response shattered his illusions. "Yes, Brother B. South Brother couldn't escape. The police targeted him specifically. The others who could flee have basically all gotten away." Upon hearing this, Dabi's legs turned to jelly. But he feigned calmness, saying, "All right, I understand. You all find a place to lay low. Wait until I handle this matter before you come out." Shanji and Detian, seizing the cover of darkness, swiftly returned to Xianshan. Meanwhile, Dabi, like a restless ant on a hot pan, was in a frenzy, deciding to call Jiang Tianxing to rescue his godson, Chen Haonan. After a lengthy wait, the voice on the other end was tinged with irritation. "Who is it calling at this late hour?" Jiang Tianxing inquired. Dabi steeled himself and replied, "Mr. Jiang, this is Dabi. Tonight, Bobby from Handu came to Causeway Bay to stir trouble again, and Haonan, along with his brothers, resisted him. Who could have known that Haonan accidentally killed Bobby? The worst part is that the police apprehended Haonan on the spot." Upon hearing that Haonan had killed Bobby, Jiang Tianxing felt no concern. However, being captured by the police was a serious matter. If one was not caught, killing Bobby could be resolved by pinning the blame on a subordinate. But being apprehended meant undeniable evidence, making it impossible to shift the blame. Jiang Tianxing promptly sought to reassure Dabi, saying, "Ah B, it's quite late now. The police inspector in Causeway Bay, Inspector Lawrence, has likely turned in for the night. Tomorrow morning, I will inquire with him to see if there's any room for negotiation." Dabi was familiar with Lawrence, the head of the Causeway Bay Police, whose family belonged to a prominent clan in the land of the rising sun. Dabi hoped to curry favor, but Lawrence looked down upon him as merely a lowly underling. Hearing Jiang Tianxing's intention to consult Lawrence, Dabi quickly added, "Then I must trouble you, Mr. Jiang. How much do you need to smooth things over? I will arrange it." In Dabi's eyes, once Jiang Tianxing approached Lawrence, he was certain that Haonan would emerge unscathed. Fu Guang quietly returned to the Kowloon nightclub, perplexed by Qin Zheng's instruction to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate Ba Bai. In his view, they were all part of the same organization. Why not assist openly rather than resorting to clandestine measures? Qin Zheng's suggestion for Fu Guang to deal with Chen Haonan amidst the turmoil was a well-considered decision. Fu Guang possessed the capability to handle the situation and was also an unfamiliar face, which is why Qin Zheng entrusted him with this task. Having just finished training with Ruby, Qin Zheng observed her heading to the bath while he sat in the living room, smoking a cigarette. At that moment, the phone rang. "Hello, is this Fu Guang?" Qin Zheng inquired. On the other end, Fu Guang responded, "It's me, Brother Zheng. How did it go?" Qin Zheng asked after exhaling a puff of smoke. Fu Guang replied, "Brother Zheng, it's all taken care of. With one swift strike, I dealt with Ba Bai, and hardly anyone recognized me. Continue to excel. I believe you are no less capable than anyone else. What they possess, you shall possess too." Qin Zheng began his routine of motivational encouragement. As someone from the mainland, Fu Guang was well aware that this was mere flattery, yet over the past few days, he had overheard the younger members and some patrons discussing how Qin Zheng genuinely supported his subordinates. Figures like Fei Quan, Huo Baoming, and the Vietnamese brothers were all nurtured by Qin Zheng. "Indeed, it is my honor to alleviate your burdens, and I am grateful for the opportunity you have bestowed upon me." Fu Guang began to flatter. "Enough with the flattery, get some rest." Qin Zheng promptly concluded the call. In the middle of the night, Gao Wenbiao of Fajita Club received a call from a subordinate. Boss, Ba Bai, who was out in Causeway Bay, was killed on the spot by Chen Haonan from Hongxing. The boys have been scattered. Gao Wenbiao, suppressing his anger, inquired about the details. How did Ba Bai suddenly get killed? He was informed that Ba Bai had confronted Chen Haonan, and after an unsuccessful ambush by a henchman named Shanji, another subordinate successfully attacked, resulting in Ba Bai's demise. Gao Wenbiao's fury surged, yet he felt powerless. After all, this was a street brawl, not a sanctioned duel. and being ambushed was merely a consequence of Ba Bai's own hubris. And where is Chun Haonan now? Instruct the boys to bring him in, Gao Wenbiao demanded. Boss. After Ba Bai was killed, the police immediately moved in to clear the scene. The regular officers didn't even bother with the low-level guys. They just focused on Chun Haonan. He didn't escape and was apprehended by the anti-triad unit. By now, he should be at the police station. Gao Wenbiao was left bewildered. Typically, the police would not interfere unless they were cleaning up after a skirmish, only apprehending a few subordinates. That night, news of Chun Haonan killing Ba Bai in broad daylight and being immediately arrested spread rapidly. The following morning, Jiang Tianxing called Inspector Lawrence at the Causeway Bay police station. Mr. Lawrence, how have you been lately? Jiang Tianxing inquired cheerfully. Jiang, I have a meeting to attend shortly, so please get to the point, Lawrence replied, dismissing Jiang's pleasantries. Fully aware that Jiang was likely calling regarding the recent arrest of the low-level henchman. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing remained unfazed and stated, Mr. Lawrence, I recently acquired 2 bottles of Domaine de la Romanicani wine and would like to invite you to verify their authenticity. Additionally, I would like to inquire why the police intervened during last night's gang clash in Causeway Bay. Lawrence knew Jiang Tianxing would not contact him without reason. However, upon hearing about the 2 bottles of prestigious wine, he became aware that the regional command was dissatisfied with the gang conflicts in Causeway Bay from the previous night, which severely impacted public order and Hong Kong's international image. As such, the command issued a strict directive to the Causeway Bay police station that someone must be held accountable, leading to the deployment of the anti-triad unit. Lawrence had already reported this to the regional command, and it seemed unlikely that anyone could be extricated. They would likely be made an example of. Jiang Tianxing was left speechless upon hearing this. Surely, Mr. Lawrence, this situation cannot be so dire? He asked, furrowing his brow, suspecting that Lawrence might be attempting to drive up the price. If you could assist. Your wife should win around $500,000 Hong Kong dollars at the casino this weekend. Jiang Tianxing continued, producing the sum of 50,000. Lawrence, though tempted by the amount, realized he truly could not assist and could only respond with resignation. Jiang, it's not that I do not wish to help you, but this matter is beyond anyone's influence. The subordinate you mentioned will likely be imprisoned in Stanley for a minimum of 20 years. Hearing this, Jiang Tianxing began to believe Lawrence's words. After all, he was aware of Lawrence's avaricious nature. If he dared not accept 50,000, it indicated the severity of the situation. Very well, I thank you, Mr. Lawrence. This afternoon, I will have the wine delivered to your residence. Although the plan had failed, Jiang Tianxing felt compelled to offer a gift. Ha ha ha, Jiang, you are too courteous. Lawrence laughed heartily. Jiang Tianxing then called Chun Yao and Big B to the villa, intending to discuss important matters. Chun Yao speculated it was related to the arrest of Chun Haonan the previous night, while Big B was anxious about Chun Haonan. Having lost sleep over the situation, Big B's wife quietly prayed for Haonan's safety. Impatient, Big B soon arrived at Jiang Tianxing's villa. Mr. Jiang, what is the status of Haonan? He asked eagerly upon seeing Jiang Tianxing. Although he felt Big B was being impolite, Jiang Tianxing did not show it, and instead reassured him, A.B., let us wait for a Yao before discussing this further. However, you must prepare yourself mentally. Hearing this, Big B's heart sank. Just then, Chun Yao arrived, apologizing, Mr. Jiang, I am sorry for being late, before greeting Big B. Meanwhile, Big B sat in a daze, seemingly oblivious to Chun Yao's presence. Chun Yao exchanged a puzzled glance with Jiang Tianxing, who shook his head and said to Big B, A.B., are you all right? I just spoke with Inspector Lawrence. Upon hearing that Lawrence had been contacted, Big B anxiously asked, Mr. Jiang, what did that policeman say? How much is needed to bail Haonan out? Jiang Tianxing explained, that is the very reason I called you here. Lawrence said Haonan cannot be bailed out. The reason the police arrived so swiftly to apprehend him last night was due to directives from the top brass, mandating that someone must take the fall. If they cannot catch the gang members, then someone from the police must bear the responsibility. Thus, Lawrence cannot assist in this matter. Mr. Jiang, is it possible that that bastard is trying to extort more money by saying this? Big B questioned, still unwilling to accept the situation. A.B., calm down. We all know what kind of person Lawrence is. I offered 50,000 Hong Kong dollars, and he wouldn't even accept it. He must be speaking the truth. He stated Haonan would need to spend at least 20 years in Stanley. Jiang Tianxing delivered the devastating news. Big B, upon hearing this, nearly fainted, but Chun Yao, anticipating this reaction, swiftly supported him, preventing him from collapsing. At that moment, Big B felt no pain, only despair, as if the sky had fallen. The successor he had painstakingly nurtured for over a decade was now rendered useless. Mr. Jiang, what should we do about that kid? Chun Yao, sitting nearby, finally spoke up. You and Big B should take the Club S lawyer to visit Haonan. I will accompany a Zheng to settle accounts with Chang Yi before we devise a plan. Jiang Tianxing instructed. Chun Yao and Big B, feeling anxious, hurried off to the Causeway Bay police station. In the police station, Chen Haonan found himself confined in a temporary cell. Since his arrest, no officer had come to interrogate him. He naively believed that he could eventually send a subordinate to take the blame, allowing him to walk free, and thus he remained unconcerned, peacefully dozing off in the precinct. When Chun Yao and Debi arrived at the station, they expressed a desire to see Chun Haonan, but were met with refusal. Even the lawyer's attempts to invoke legal statutes were in vain. Just as tension escalated, Inspector Lawrence appeared, permitting them a brief meeting, as the evidence against Chun was insurmountable, rendering any chance of overturning the case utterly futile. Upon hearing this, Chen Guozhong and the others conceded, since the case was indeed unassailable. What harm would it do to allow a meeting? Haonan, wake up, Debi called, shaking the slumbering Chun Haonan awake. As he opened his eyes and rubbed them, he saw Debi and Chun Yao before him and exclaimed, "BG, Yao Ji, it's you. What brings you here? Have you come to bail me out with a lawyer?" At that moment, Chun Haonan innocently assumed the lawyer's purpose was to secure his release. Upon hearing Chun Haonan's words, Debi's eyes reddened as he replied, "Haonan, I'm so sorry. It's BG who has brought you trouble." Confused, Chun Haonan asked, "BG, what's wrong?" Debi lamented, "If it weren't for you back then, I would have been bullied mercilessly by that scoundrel, Jing Kuan." Chen Yao, observing the exchange between Debi and Chun Haonan, realized that Debi was at a loss for words. He then addressed Chun Haonan, saying, "This situation is quite complex. You were arrested on the spot, and a subordinate cannot take the blame for you." Feigning nonchalance, Chun Haonan forced a smile and replied, "It's all right, Yao Ji. Think of it as a chance for self-improvement in a tough environment. After all, didn't Qin Zheng spend 3 years in a similar predicament? I can endure 3 years too." Witnessing Chun Haonan's demeanor, Chen Yao decisively stated, "Haonan, due to the recent clashes in Causeway Bay, the boss has issued orders to find someone to take responsibility. Unfortunately, you killed Ba Bai last night and were apprehended on the scene, making you the scapegoat." Panic set in as Chun Haonan exclaimed, "Yao Ji, I'm not brave enough for this. Please don't scare me." "Haonan, this information came directly from Mr. Jiang after he consulted Inspector Lawrence," Chen Yao informed him. "Lawrence insists you must go to Stanley Prison for at least 20 years. Chen Yao watched as Chun Haonan absorbed this news. Despair washed over Chun Haonan as he stared blankly at the ceiling, reflecting, "It's all over. My red stick, my status in Causeway Bay, all gone." With a glimmer of hope, he asked, "Yao Ji, can the society not find a way to help?" Chen Yao, unable to bear the weight of his friend's despair, replied, "The society has done its utmost." Closing his eyes in silence, Chun Haonan offered no further words. Chen Yao, along with Debi and the lawyer, departed. Observing their exit, Chun Guozhong also left, feeling a twinge of relief at Chun Haonan's arrest, grateful that a scapegoat had been found. Otherwise, he might have been the unfortunate one. Moreover, given Chun Haonan's status as a lowly mule, he felt no sympathy whatsoever. As they made their way home, Debi reminisced about the journey with Chun Haonan, recalling how things had been tumultuous since he took him under his wing. Debi had faced nothing but misfortune. His subordinates had turned against him, and his trusted right-hand man had been sent to prison. The once thriving renovation business in Dongfeng Garden had suffered, leaving him with nothing but scars. Contemplating these events, Debi felt an overwhelming sense of confusion about his future, having spent years nurturing Chun Haonan while his subordinates consistently defied his authority. He had also incurred the wrath of Qin Zheng, the rising force of the harbor, a notorious underground tyrant whose reputation resonated throughout the underworld. Meanwhile, Chun Haonan languished in his cell, pondering who might have ambushed Ba Bai. Despite his efforts, he could not deduce the identity of the assailant. Suddenly, Qin Zheng came to mind. Yet, he knew that the individuals surrounding Qin Zheng possessed skilled abilities. The assailant from last night was clearly not one of Qin Zheng's men. It must be said that Chun Haonan's thought process was rather unconventional, as he still entertained the notion that Qin Zheng had no trump card. Chapter 58, The Spring of Datu. Chen Yao observed Debi returning home with a few close subordinates before making his way back to Jiang Tianxing's villa. Upon seeing Jiang Tianxing still engaged in his workout, Chen Yao merely offered a soft greeting. "Ah yeah, you're back. How are Debi and Haonan faring?" Jiang Tianxing inquired without turning his head. Debi seems to be in a rather poor state, and Haonan is somewhat on edge. However, Haonan is managing to hold up. Chen Yao replied candidly. Indeed, given the gravity of Chun Haonan's situation, it is a shame, as Debi has raised him like a son. Just recently, Debi intended to elevate Chun Haonan to a position of authority. Jiang Tianxing expressed with regret. "Should we postpone our plans regarding Jing Kuan?" Chen Yao asked. "Let us not rush. This afternoon, I'll accompany Qin Zheng to discuss matters and gauge his stance. If Qin Zheng aligns with us, then Jing Kuan stands little chance." Jiang Tianxing sighed and shook his head. He regretted having previously assisted Bi and Chun Haonan in pressuring Qin Zheng into a subordinate position. Who would have imagined that within just a few months, a lowly mule could rise to become a figure of significance that all the major players in the underworld must heed? While Jiang Tiansheng continued to reflect, Qin Zheng brought Chun Tianyi to the courthouse, as today marked Datu's appeal hearing. Datu, don't worry. Lawyer Chun has assured me that your chances of success in the appeal are 99%, and you'll be released directly. Qin Zheng reassured the somewhat anxious Datu. Zhengji, it's not that I'm concerned about that. It's just that the sudden prospect of being released feels a bit overwhelming, Datu replied. In the past, he had chosen to take the fall for Bi, stepping forward to shoulder the burden instead of participating in the drawing of lots with Chen Haonan. He was no fool. He had long since realized that Bi was determined to support Chen Haonan. Rather than offend Bi, he opted to voluntarily take the blame, thereby honoring the bond between a brother and his subordinate. This is why, in the original narrative after Datu's release, he did not seek out Chen Haonan, but instead chose to sell newspapers and magazines at a newsstand. The subsequent changes in allegiance were influenced by Chun Haonan and his associates. Soon, under the eloquent defense of lawyer Qin Tianyi, Datu's appeal concluded swiftly. Observing the jubilant celebration between Qin Zheng and Datu, the representatives of the Hong Kong Police Department appeared as if they had just swallowed a bitter pill. After lawyer Qin Tianyi returned to the law firm, Qin Zheng brought Datu back to the Kowloon nightclub, preparing to celebrate Datu's release. A lavish spread awaited them, and Datu felt a wave of gratitude. Only Qin Zheng still remembered him. The once familiar faces of Chun Haonan and Shan Ji, who used to follow him around calling him Datu Ji, were nowhere to be seen. Raising his glass, Datu looked at Qin Zheng with appreciation, saying, Zheng Ji, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have had to endure several more years. Now that I'm out, I plan to live a normal life. Having downed his drink, he continued, during my time in prison, I contemplated many things. Before Datu could finish his reflections, Qin Zheng interrupted him with a serious expression and asked, do you recall what I told you the first day I met you in prison? I once had a friend who was betrayed by his subordinates, his boss captured, and he himself left with a limp, enduring 3 years of humiliation. I asked him why he persevered, and he shared a profound statement that has remained etched in my memory. He said, I waited 3 years for an opportunity, not to prove how remarkable I am, but to reclaim what I once lost. Datu, the self-proclaimed master of empty promises and manipulation, began his daily routine. Qin Zheng's words were not lost on Datu, who understood their deeper implications. Joining the Hongxing society in my teenage years, I am now in my 20s, having invested nearly a decade of emotional commitment. From the moment I followed Big B into the organization, traversing from TSE Wanshan to Causeway Bay, I have been indelibly marked by the label of Hongxing. There seems to be no alternative but to continue this path. The notion of reforming is utterly unfathomable. With a criminal record and lacking both academic qualifications and skills, the only available option is to toil at the very bottom, unable to secure any legitimate employment. Zheng, you cannot possibly comprehend this. With Chun Haonan in Causeway Bay, what I have lost can never be reclaimed. Were you not also marginalized to TSE Wanshan the moment you emerged from the bleak confines? I lack your extraordinary capabilities to transform from a freshly released convict into the formidable figure who commands respect in Yau Ma Tei within mere months, becoming the idolized tyrant Qin Zheng in the eyes of the underlings. The two exclaimed passionately, I am not Fei Quan, nor is Big B a tyrant, he added, succumbing to despair as he slumped onto the sofa, drowning his sorrows in drink. Observing Datu in such a state, Qin Zheng understood that Big B's actions had indeed shattered his heart. Last night, Chun Haonan was arrested during a confrontation. He fatally wounded Ba Bei and was apprehended on the spot. I suspect he will serve 3 to 5 years in prison. Qin Zheng's words ignited a spark in Datu's eyes, though it quickly dimmed once more. 3 to 5 years is but a fleeting moment. Big B can certainly wait for Chun Haonan's return, and upon his release, he will be poised to reclaim his position as a leader. Do you truly believe that CB will relinquish his position to Chun Haonan? That depends entirely on whether he can endure. Qin Zheng, observing the shift in Datu's expression, gauged his favorability and discovered it to be an impressive 88 points. I have a plan that will allow you to ascend to the position of the master of Causeway Bay. His proclamation sent ripples through Datu's mind, akin to a stone cast into still waters, stirring emotions that refused to settle. Zhenggu, tell me what you need me to do. Datu was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, turning his gaze toward Qin Zheng. This afternoon, you will go to Lockhart Road, where Fei Quan has some establishments. It is also considered part of Causeway Bay. There, you should rally some of the former brothers, but do not recruit just anyone. Avoid gamblers at all costs. It is best to gather those loyal to you. Then you shall wait, as there will likely be fierce confrontations involving the he Tuesday, Qin Zheng spoke slowly. Zhenggu, Are you suggesting that I lead the brothers of Causeway Bay to triumph over Hehe too? Even if we succeed, Big B will hardly regard me with any respect, Datu questioned, perplexed. First, assemble your team. As long as you are prepared when the time comes. You need not take action. I have my own arrangements. Watch closely. Neither Chen Haonan nor Big B will emerge unscathed, Qin Zheng reassured him. Understood, Zhenggu. I shall not let you down. With this knowledge of Qin Zheng's preparations, the two ceased further discussion. At that moment, before Fei Quan had even arrived, his voice could be heard. Zhenggu, I heard you were treating for lunch. I just happened to drop by for a meal. Upon entering, Fei Quan spotted Datu and felt a twinge of awkwardness, as he did not know him and felt he had inadvertently embarrassed his superior. I was just about to call you over. I didn't expect you to arrive on your own. Come, sit and eat with us. This is my fellow disciple, Yang Tian, but we all call him Datu. You may refer to him as Brother Datu. Qin Zheng introduced Datu. Brother Datu, pleased to meet you. I am Fei Quan, he responded cheerfully. Datu felt somewhat bashful, having heard of Fei Quan's reputation while incarcerated, and was pleasantly surprised at his amiability. Fei Quan, it's a pleasure. No need for such formality. Just call me Datu. Brother Datu, you and our Zhenggu are of the same generation. When the boss speaks, we must heed. Please do not put me in a difficult position, Fei Quan replied nonchalantly. All right, enough of this back and forth. Datu, we are fellow disciples. Fei Quan is my little brother. According to the rules of our world, addressing you as Brother Datu is only fitting, Qin Zheng declared decisively. Let us not linger on this any longer. The food will grow cold. Let us enjoy a hearty meal first. Afterward, we shall head out to Lockhart Road together. With that, Qin Zheng served Datu a piece of his favorite grouper. After a satisfying meal, the group, accompanied by their younger brothers, set off in 7 vehicles towards the spirited restaurant. Chapter 59, Negotiations. At the entrance of the restaurant, a considerable number of underlings had gathered. Inside, 3 tables were set. On the left sat Long Yi's leader, Big Brother Pan, while on the right were Hongxing's leader Jiang Tiansheng and the societies by Ji Shan Qinyao. In the center sat a man who bore a striking resemblance to the leader of He Lian Sheng, Fat Deng. At that moment, the man resembling Fat Deng spoke. Ah Sheng, your Hongxing's master of Yau Ma Tei certainly has a grand demeanor. We are all waiting for him. Jiang Tiansheng glanced at the man and replied, Uncle D. It isn't even 3 o'clock yet. He may be caught in traffic. Ignoring such lowly provocations, Jiang Tiansheng calmly sipped his tea, while Chen Yao quietly observed the entrance, lost in thought. Hearing Jiang Tiansheng's response, Uncle D exchanged glances with Big Brother Pan, but refrained from further comment. Such attempts at provocation are best made sparingly. Excessive chatter would only serve to embarrass oneself. Before long, the excited shouts of the underlings echoed from outside. The tyrant Qin Zheng has arrived. Upon hearing this, the individuals seated within the restaurant understood that one of the main figures had indeed arrived. As Qin Zheng entered with Fei Quan and Datu, he surveyed the room before making his way to Jiang Tiansheng's table. Mr. Jiang, I hope I'm not late. Qin Zheng greeted with a smile, nodding towards Chun Yao as a form of acknowledgement. Haha, Ah Zheng, it isn't even 3 yet. You are not late at all. Jiang Tiansheng replied amicably. At that moment, Long Yi's Big Brother Pan spoke in a mocking tone. We arrived quite early, just waiting for you. Casting a cold glance at Big Brother Pan, Qin Zheng retorted, Do I have a habit of arriving early? If you're displeased, feel free to leave. Realizing the tension in the atmosphere, Big Brother Pan understood that the negotiations were likely to be fraught with difficulty. Observing the rising tension, Jiang Tiansheng pointed at Uncle D and said, Ah Zheng, this gentleman is Uncle D from the Hao Ma gang. His protege is the current spokesperson of the Shangzi DUI. He has been invited by Long Yi to help mediate the conflicts between you two. He then gestured toward Big Brother Pan, saying, This is Long Yi's leader, Big Brother Pan, who arranged for this meeting. Qin Zheng greeted the man resembling Fat Deng, saying, Uncle D, it's a pleasure to meet you. I appreciate your assistance today. Uncle D, much like Fat Deng, wore a congenial smile, though he was somewhat less cunning. You must be Qin Zheng. Today I am merely here at Little Pan's request to play the role of mediator. If I seem out of line, I hope you will forgive me, he replied. Uncle D, having heard of Qin Zheng from all along, was finally meeting him in person and was genuinely impressed by his formidable reputation. Fei Quan remained unfazed, having witnessed Qin Zheng's remarkable rise from obscurity to power, while the two, despite knowing of Qin Zheng's status in the underworld while imprisoned, found himself astounded by the reality before him. Witnessing the respect afforded to Qin Zheng by figures he had never encountered in his decade-long membership with Hongxing left the two profoundly shaken. Then Qin Zheng directly confronted the leader of Chang'e. Although Chang'e was merely a second-rate gang, it still boasted nearly 10,000 followers. Yet, upon being challenged, they dared not retaliate. At this juncture, the prominent figure of Chang'e, Pan, addressed Qin Zheng, saying, Your subordinate Fei Chuan has inexplicably planted his flag in my territory at Luakido. This has disrupted the rules of the underworld, has it not? Qin Zheng remained silent, lifting his teacup to sip, before gesturing to Fei Chuan. Fei Chuan, catching the glance from Qin Zheng, responded without hesitation, Brother Pan, is it? I am Fei Chuan. You claim I trespassed into your Luakido without cause? Do you not know that your Chinese red stick has swept through my territory, leaving my brother with 2 stab wounds, and he is still in the hospital? Fei Chuan said angrily. The origin of the situation was not lost on Pan, who, despite understanding the backstory, was reluctant to part with the profits from Luakido, thus seeking to strike while the iron was hot. He did not expect Fei Chuan to be so forthright as to lay bare the entire sequence of events. Observing Pan rendered speechless, Fei Chuan continued, Brother Pan, Luakido is currently under my control. According to the rules of the underworld, if I maintain it for 3 days, it will become mine. You and your Changi are welcome to reclaim it at any time. At this moment, Qin Zheng interjected, Brother Pan. I believe you are well aware of the circumstances. This matter was instigated by your gang's number 19, since you summoned me to negotiate. Let us adhere to the rules of the underworld. I, Qin Zheng, am always ready to engage. Seeing Qin Zheng's resolute stance, Pan turned to his uncle, who, with a resigned expression, said, Zheng, your actions against Changi's territory are justifiable. However, the Qingyi Bar is Changi's own establishment. Perhaps we could negotiate a price for them to buy it back, allowing them a foothold at Luakido. Uncle, it is not that I am unwilling to grant you face. The Qingyi Bar now belongs to Fei Chuan. Reaching out to me will yield no results, Qin Zheng replied. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted towards Fei Chuan, who showed no fear of Brother Pan. You can forget about reclaiming the territory unless you fight for it yourselves. Selling it back is out of the question. Once my brother is discharged from the hospital, the territory will be handed over to him. Pan realized that his hopes for the Qingyi Bar were dashed. He looked at Qin Zheng and, with a heavy heart, said, in that case, I can relinquish the Qingyi Bar to you. I only hope this matter ends here. Upon hearing Pan's words, Qin Zheng turned to Fei Chuan. Fei Chuan said, if you want this matter to conclude, it is not impossible. Let your gang consider number 19 as if he never existed. Pan, upon hearing this, felt it was too much to bear. However, recognizing the prevailing circumstances, he suppressed his rage and gritted his teeth, saying, very well. If this is the case, let us drink this cup of tea and consider the matter resolved. Uncle spoke up, internally lamenting, Xiao Pan, why have you shrunk back? Why not confront him directly? After everything concluded, Qin Zheng was escorted to his villa by Jiang Tianxing, with Fei Chuan and Dado following suit. Along the way, Jiang Tianxing and Chun Yao noticed Dado, but since he remained silent, they assumed he was merely a close aide of Qin Zheng and thought little of it. Upon arriving at Jiang Tianxing's villa, and once everyone was seated, Jiang Tianxing expressed his purpose for inviting Qin Zheng. Zheng, now that Haonan has been apprehended by the police, I have received news that he will be facing at least 20 years in Qizhou. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng and Dado exchanged incredulous glances. 20 years? Is it that serious? Mr. Jiang, could you be mistaken? This is insider information I obtained from Police Chief Lawrence in Causeway Bay. Jiang Tianxing proceeded to elaborate on the matter and then inquired, Zheng, who do you believe should hold the future of Causeway Bay? He fixed his gaze intently on Qin Zheng. Chapter 60, Jiang Tianxing's probe. Qin Zheng's expression remained unaltered as he replied nonchalantly. Who holds the future of Causeway Bay is ultimately determined by you, Mr. Jiang, is it not? Upon hearing Qin Zheng's response, Jiang Tianxing shifted the topic, asking, Zheng, I've heard that your territory does not permit drug dealing, even among your subordinates, who are forbidden from associating with such activities. Qin Zheng, perplexed by Jiang Tianxing's inquiry, nonetheless responded honestly, indeed, Mr. Jiang, our Hongxing does not condone drug dealing. Furthermore, I have no desire to profit from such illicit enterprises. Are you aware that Liang Kuan has been secretly dealing drugs? Jiang Tianxing added, with Chun Yao closely observing Qin Zheng's reaction. Qin Zheng immediately grasped Jiang Tianxing's intentions. He sought to sow discord. Feigning shock, he exclaimed, Mr. Jiang, Liang Kuan dares to engage in drug dealing within Hongxing? Yes, did you not know? I assumed you were already aware. However, I have not yet been able to gather evidence against Liang Kuan for his drug dealings. Otherwise, I would have expelled him from the gang long ago, Jiang Tianxing said, indignantly. Mr. Jiang, should that day ever come, I will certainly assist you. Qin Zheng responded without hesitation. Haha, with your word, Zheng, I am reassured. I knew I did not misjudge you. Jiang Tianxing's demeanor improved significantly. Mr. Jiang, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have some matters to arrange, Qin Zheng stated. Very well, go ahead with your business. Remember to come to the headquarters for the meeting tomorrow morning. Jiang Tianxing did not press further. As he watched Qin Zheng depart, with Fei Chuan and Dado, Jiang Tianxing turned to Chun Yao and asked, do you think Qin Zheng will align with us? Chun Yao, upon hearing Jiang Tianqing's question. Did not respond immediately, but took a moment to reflect on recent events. Finally, he frowned and replied, Mr. Jiang, I find it difficult to say. Since Qin Zheng rose to power, he has not actively provoked anyone, yet he has emerged victorious each time. From what I hear, Qin Zheng's subordinates in Yau Ma Tei have begun reclaiming the assets left behind by Hongtai. This indicates that Hongtai has been undermined by him. Given that Hongtai has fallen for quite some time, and he only now emerges to reclaim assets, it suggests his ambition is not to be underestimated, Jiang Tianqing pondered. Could it be that he merely desires money or territory? After all, at that time, Big B only granted him a billiards hall in Xiun Mountain before expelling him from Causeway Bay, Chen Yao suggested, uncertain. What should we do about Qin Zheng? Let us extend him some favors first, deal with Liang Kuan, and then we shall address him. Jiang Tianqing appeared confident in his strategy. Chen Yao secretly mused. This is the Jiang Tianqing I am familiar with. Qin Zheng, accompanied by Fei Chuan and Dado, headed to the Qingyi bar at Luiqido. Sitting in a booth, Qin Zheng looked at Dado and Fei Chuan, saying, Fei Chuan, arrange 2 venues for Dado at Luiqido. Fei Chuan, upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, did not ask further questions. Whatever Qin Zheng instructed, he would follow without hesitation. Brother Zheng, Dado, here is 1 million. Use it wisely and do not let me down. If any issues arise, feel free to seek me out, Qin Zheng said, directing his gaze at Dado. Dado did not refuse. Knowing that to rise in status and regain the loyalty of his former brothers, money was essential. Thank you, Brother Zheng. Should you need anything in the future, just say the word. I will not hesitate. We are brothers. There is no need for such formalities, Qin Zheng said, patting Dado's shoulder. Fei Chuan, today marks the first day of Dado's new beginning. You must arrange it well. Upon hearing this, Fei Chuan assured, rest assured, Brother Zheng. I will make sure everything is in order for Dado. As the two escorted Qin Zheng out of the Qingyi bar, Fei Chuan turned to Dado, saying, Brother Dado, let us first indulge in a complete sauna experience, and afterward, I will find you 2 lovely ladies to ease your stress. Dado, without hesitation, responded with laughter, Fei Chuan. You best make proper arrangements. With that, the two, accompanied by a host of subordinates, headed to Fei Chuan's sauna at Luiqido. Qin Zheng returned to the Kowloon nightclub and called Yao Wen. After the call connected, Yao Wen mentioned that he would accompany me to the main hall for a meeting the following morning. All right, Brother Zheng, he said. I've recently taken in a few new recruits who appear quite astute. I'll bring them along for you to meet tomorrow. Yao Wen's voice resonated through the phone. Excellent. It's rare to hear you commend others. Let us all head to the main hall together tomorrow. Qin Zheng did not decline Yao Wen's request. He then called Tian Hong, who answered the phone amidst a cacophony of noise. Hello, who is this? Came Tian Hong's voice. What is happening over there? Why is it so noisy? Qin Zheng inquired. Brother Zheng, please hold on a moment, Tian Hong replied. After a brief pause, he continued, I'm currently at Xiaoyun Mountain. You asked me to form a combat team, and I'm here selecting candidates. It turned out that since Qin Zheng assigned tasks to Ji and Tian Hong, both had been quite diligent. Ilao, being a hitman broker, had been pulled by Ji every day to refine some information regarding assassins. Meanwhile, Tian Hong returned to Xiaoyun Mountain, where Tony, knowing Tian Hong standing within Qin Zheng's gang, welcomed him warmly. Tian Hong arranged for a tournament. Real men competing one-on-one. If someone won 10 matches, they could join the Hongxing oil factory in Yau Ma Tei. This announcement stirred up quite a commotion at Xiaoyun Mountain, with more and more recruits gathering. As everyone knew that the tyrant's subordinates not only enjoyed favorable treatment, but also had a reputation for fiercely protecting their own. Everyone aspired to become the next Fei Quan. In this manner, Tian Hong had identified several promising candidates, including a fellow named Guozi Hong, who had achieved 10 consecutive victories, with his last match being a 1 versus 10 encounter that he handled effortlessly. The others were also skilled fighters, capable of facing multiple opponents. Tian Hong had Tony investigate. They were all local recruits from Xiaoyun Mountain and posed no issues. Upon hearing Tian Hong's remarks, Qin Zheng expressed interest, saying, all right, I'll come over to have a look. He then gathered Fu Guang and around 10 subordinates and drove towards Xiaoyun Mountain. Upon learning that Qin Zheng was on his way, Tian Hong called Tony over to inform him of the impending visit. Tony, excited at the prospect of the boss's arrival, though he was a direct subordinate of Yao Wen, was nonetheless thrilled, as Yao Wen seldom visited Xiaoyun Mountain, let alone the tyrant himself. Brother Tian Hong, is there anything we need to prepare? Tony asked eagerly. No need, Tian Hong instructed. Delay the tournament by 30 minutes. Tony promptly went to make the arrangements. Tian Hong turned to his freshly recruited subordinates, saying, Brother Zheng will be here shortly, so stay alert. Although I have not yet joined Hongxing, if you have the capability and catch Brother Zheng's eye, I won't hinder your rise to greatness. Thank you. Brother Tian Hong, as long as you're our leader, you will always be our leader. The group echoed in unison. Meanwhile, The onlookers at the tournament began to grumble about the delay, but dared not voice their complaints openly. After all, this was the tyrant's domain. Although he was not currently present at Yun Mountain, it was still his territory, and no one with a desire for self-preservation would dare to stir trouble. Approximately 20 minutes later, the crowd noticed a convoy of 5 vehicles approaching, with a prominent Benz in the center, and finally understood the reason for the tournament's postponement. Chapter 61, Better Late Than Never. Upon sighting the Benz, the recruits at Yun Mountain erupted with excitement, chanting the tyrant's name, creating a scene reminiscent of a modern-day celebrity fan meeting. Tian Hong and Tony led the subordinates to greet the arriving party. Fu Guang exited the vehicle and opened the door for Qin Zheng. Brother Zheng, our esteemed leader. Tian Hong and Tony respectfully addressed him. Tony, keep up the good work. Yaowen has spoken highly of you. Once you've trained someone capable of taking over your role at Yun Mountain, I'll be waiting for you in Yau Ma Tei. Qin Zheng remarked, playfully painting aspirations for Tony's future. Tony, brimming with excitement, responded, thank you, esteemed leader. I will strive to meet your expectations. Tony then turned to the individuals standing behind Tian Hong, who promptly called out, don't you all have something to say? Hello. Brother Zheng. Hong and the others shouted in unison. Tian Hong added, Brother Zheng, these are the potential recruits for the combat team, all exceptional fighters. Especially the one named Guizi Hong. He is nearly as skilled as I am. Qin Zheng regarded Hong and recalled how, in the past, Hong seemed disgruntled by Tian Hong's prominence, yet now found himself under Tian Hong's wing. How intriguing. Hong, your elder brother has praised you in my presence. Make sure to excel, and don't bring shame to your brother. He is our top fighter in Yau Ma Tei. Qin Zheng encouraged. Yes, Brother Zheng. I will not bring shame upon my brother. Hong replied, visibly elated. The others looked on with envy at Hong, realizing that being recommended by Tian Hong and acknowledged by the tyrant was a rare honor. In the world of their gang, having a supportive elder brother was the only viable path to success. Qin Zheng then addressed the others, encouraging, do not lose heart. In our Yau Ma Tei faction, merit is always rewarded. As long as you possess the ability, I will elevate you to the position of elder brother. His words ignited enthusiasm among the Hongxing subordinates. For the tyrant's reputation for honoring his words was well established. All right, let us not linger here any longer. Let us proceed to observe the tournament, Qin Zheng declared, noticing the crowd gathering around him. Tian Hong led Qin Zheng to the tournament venue, which was set up with a stage. Unlike a formal boxing match, the event was characterized by a no-holds-barred street fighting format, allowing ample space for the contestants to showcase their skills. Tian Hong guided Qin Zheng to his usual viewing spot and gestured to Hong that the matches could resume. Hong addressed the gathered recruits. I understand the matches were delayed, and you all have opinions about it. Do you still have any objections? No. Hong, let us get the matches back underway. My blade is itching for action, shouted a burly man with a square jaw, wielding a large cleaver. Haha, Billy, you've come too? Didn't you say you were going to Tsimsha Sui to make a name for yourself? What happened? Turned back by the loyalists. Hong teased, spotting Billy. Unwilling to be outdone, Billy retorted, Hong, my skills are not inferior to yours. Just because you've allied with the tyrant doesn't mean I can't join as well. Qin Zheng watched the interaction among Tian Hong, Hong, and Billy with great interest. Billy, how about you and Hong have a match? Regardless of the outcome, I'll ensure you both have a place in my Yau Ma Tei combat team. If you're capable, becoming a team leader is a piece of cake. Hong, show your true abilities. Who I choose to elevate depends on your performance. Qin Zheng's voice echoed among the recruits. Hong and Billy stepped into the center of the stage. Billy, skilled in knife techniques, had trained since childhood and was well known in Yun Mountain as Crazy Bull Billy. Hong, having moved from Saikang to Yun Mountain, had dropped out of school early due to circumstances and possessed some martial prowess, wielding an unusual large sickle. Both fighters assumed their stances, ready to engage. Billy made the first move, executing a technique called Immortal Points the Way, lunging towards Hong's face with his knife. Hong defended with the sickle, parrying the attack and countering with a sweeping strike. Billy retreated 2 steps to evade the blow. The two continued to exchange strikes, the sound of their weapons clashing resonating in the air. Qin Zheng and Tian Hong watched with keen interest, while the onlookers, unable to discern the finer points of the fight, recognized that both Billy and Hong were significantly more skilled than themselves. Thus, the back and forth continued for over 30 exchanges, with neither side able to gain the upper hand, just as Qin Zheng feared that they might escalate the situation and resort to genuine violence. A stern young man wielding a dagger burst onto the battlefield. This youth, approximately 30 years old, stood around 6 feet tall, his lean physique radiating strength. Armed with a dagger, he engaged in a fierce struggle against Hong and Billy, facing them 2 against 1. Upon seeing this formidable figure, Chong Wei, Qin Zheng immediately sprang to his feet, his mind racing with the thought, could it possibly be him? If so, then there would indeed be someone capable of taking on the role of a personal bodyguard. Tian Hong, observing the scene, was perplexed as to what skills this individual possessed that could earn Qin Zheng's admiration. Tian Hong, Fu Guang, you two should join in. Qin Zheng called out to the trio engaged in combat. Fu Guang shook off his jacket and casually tossed it to his subordinate before striding toward the arena. Tian Hong, witnessing Billy and Hung gradually losing ground, also drew his 8-sided Han sword and dashed into the fray alongside Fu Guang. The onlooking crowd of short fellows erupted in cheers for the 8-sided Han sword, and with the addition of Tian Hong and Fu Guang, the pressure on Hung and Billy significantly diminished. Big brother, be careful. This guy is exceptionally strong. Hung cautioned Tian Hong and Fu Guang. Undeterred, Fu Guang charged at the young man, prompting Qin Zheng to think that Fu Guang might not be using his head. After all, his opponent wielded a weapon while he was unarmed. Fu Guang attempted a side kick, but the youth effortlessly evaded, countering with a punch aimed at Fu Guang. Just as Fu Guang ducked, a heavy kick came flying, and he had no choice but to cross his arms to absorb the blow, stumbling back several steps. Tian Hong was astonished, as he was well aware of Fu Guang's capabilities. Hung and Billy were no fools either. Being in the presence of a tyrant meant they were not to be underestimated. It could only be said that their adversary was exceedingly formidable. Exchanging glances, Tian Hong signaled for the three of them to charge the young man together. Just as Fu Guang intended to rush forward, he was intercepted by a slightly smaller youth. My brother has a weapon, and you're unarmed. This puts you at a disadvantage. Allow me to fight you instead. Fu Guang felt a surge of anger. Since arriving in Hong Kong, he had already been humiliated by Qin Zheng, and now Tian Hong and a Ji could outmatch him. And now this youth wanted to challenge him. Was he to be trampled by every Tom, Dick, and Harry? Then you'd best be careful. Fu Guang retorted before lunging at the smaller youth, throwing a straight punch. The youth blocked the strike, and both continued to exchange blows, each hit landing with palpable force, thrilling the audience. The two separate battle circles left the onlooking crowd in a frenzy, witnessing a chaotic clash of weapons where a single fighter could hold his own against 3 opponents, while his brother was evenly matched against the henchmen brought by the tyrant. The excitement was palpable. Qin Zheng, observing that Chang Wei was still unable to secure victory against 3 opponents, stepped forward and commanded, "Enough. Everyone, cease fighting." As his voice resonated, the combatants gradually halted their skirmish. The two youths slowly approached one another, and Qin Zheng beckoned Tian Hong and the others to return. "I apologize, Brother Zheng, for the embarrassment," they murmured, heads bowed in contrition. Qin Zheng reassured them, saying, "We are all martial practitioners and should understand that there will always be someone stronger. Do not be disheartened if you are not their match. If they were our enemies, we could have relied on our subordinates and the strategy of numbers. While we are martial artists, we are also part of a brotherhood." Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, their spirits lifted. They realized they were not merely engaging in martial arts for sport, but were leveraging their strength to gain power and status. Meanwhile, the two youths, surrounded by the throng of onlookers, began to feel a sense of tension. Qin Zheng inquired, "Who are you two? Your skills are impressive. Would you be interested in joining my ranks?" The older, stern-looking man remained silent, while the slightly younger youth spoke up. "Greetings, tyrant. We are brothers who just arrived from the mainland. We heard there was a tournament here in Xian Mountain, and that winners could earn a reward. So we decided to try our luck." Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with interest. They appeared to be just the individuals he was seeking. "What are your names?" he asked eagerly. "My name is Wang Jiangwo, and this is my brother, Wang Jianjun," the younger one replied. Qin Zheng's eyes lit up even further, recognizing them as top-tier talents. "Ah, Jiangwo, since you brothers wish to join my faction, I can see you are indeed strong enough. I shall personally welcome you into my fold," he proclaimed. The surrounding crowd of onlookers expressed their admiration for the brothers' good fortune, conveniently overlooking their earlier display of combat prowess. Just as Wang Jiangwo was about to agree, Wang Jianjun interjected, "You're the tyrant, right? I've heard tales of your reputation since arriving in Hong Kong, and I know you fought your way to the top. If you can defeat me, I will join you. If you lose, I only ask for money." Qin Zheng found this arrangement quite agreeable. "Very well, I accept your challenge. Regardless of the outcome, I will reward you with 500,000. If you lose, consider it your pay. If you win, it shall be your bonus." The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting "Tyrant! Tyrant! Tyrant!" Wang Jianjun, hearing this, quietly hoped that Qin Zheng would not lose too embarrassingly. Qin Zheng slowly descended from the platform, his aura steadily intensifying. Tian Hong and Fu Guang, having previously faced him, couldn't he help but think that Qin Zheng had grown significantly stronger. Meanwhile, Hung and Billy, who had yet to witness Qin Zheng's prowess, felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, instilling a deep sense of respect and trepidation. Wang Jianjun, in particular, felt the weight of expectation bearing down on him, as if an ancient dragon were locking its gaze upon him, suffocating his breath. Beside him, Wang Jiangwo instinctively took a couple of steps back, anxiously glancing at his older brother. Will you be using weapons or fists? Qin Zheng inquired, eyeing Wang Jianjun. Considering the dangers posed by his triangular bayonet, Wang Jianjun decided it was unnecessary for this match. Let us stick to fists, he replied. Qin Zheng assumed a stance reminiscent of the 8 Extremes fist, and without waiting for him to gather momentum, Wang Jianjun charged forward. His right hand formed a fist, launching a rapid assault targeting Qin Zheng's chest, throat, and abdomen. Every strike aimed to incapacitate. Qin Zheng remained unfazed, deftly capturing Wang Jianjun's arm and twisting his body like iron, executing a powerful shoulder charge that collided with Wang Jianjun's chest, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. Wang Jianjun felt as though he had been struck by a vehicle. Fortunately, he had braced himself, preventing more serious injury. Seizing the opportunity presented by Qin Zheng's charge, Wang Jianjun bent his trapped arm and elbowed Qin Zheng's left hand. They quickly separated and resumed their duel. Qin Zheng unleashed the black tiger prowling heart, aiming directly for Wang Jianjun's face. Wang Jianjun sidestepped, countering with a side kick, but Qin Zheng executed a sweeping kick, deflecting Wang Jianjun's leg. Wang Jianjun leaped forward, throwing a punch at Qin Zheng's chest. Qin Zheng blocked with his elbow, pivoting to strike Wang Jianjun in the face, but Wang Jianjun evaded with a graceful maneuver. As Qin Zheng leaned back for a right kick, Wang Jianjun was pushed back several steps, shielding himself to mitigate the impact. Qin Zheng pressed forward with a sweeping kick, but Wang Jianjun shielded himself, retaliating with another punch aimed at Qin Zheng's face. Qin Zheng caught Wang Jianjun's fist with one hand, ensnaring his right arm with the other, and delivered a series of elbow strikes. Wang Jianjun barely managed to block them, but the final blow, a thunderous elbow strike, sent him hurtling backward. As Wang Jianjun was sent flying, the crowd erupted in excitement, chanting "Tyrant! Tyrant! Tyrant!" Tian Hong and the others joined in the acclaim, celebrating the might of the tyrant. Wang Jiangwo hurriedly rushed over to assess Wang Jianjun's injuries, initially fearing that his companion had sustained severe harm, only to discover that he was merely fatigued. "Thank you, Brother Zheng, for your mercy." Wang Jianjun clasped his fists together and bowed respectfully to Qin Zheng. "Haha, Jianjun, you performed admirably as well," Qin Zheng replied, feeling invigorated. Since attaining the master level in 8 Extremes fist, he had never exerted his full strength and remained unaware of his limits. However, during the recent duel with Wang Jianjun, he experienced a thrill previously unknown to him. "So, are you willing to come under my wing and acknowledge me as your elder brother?" Qin Zheng inquired, gazing at Wang Jianjun. "Brother Zheng, I accept the wager," Wang Jianjun responded. "Congratulations, Brother Zheng, you've gained several formidable allies," Tony interjected at the opportune moment. Although his skills were lacking, his insight and emotional intelligence were commendable. With that, they returned to the billiard hall. Upon seeing the tyrant and his companions return, the onlookers, still buzzing with excitement, began recounting the night's events to their friends and acquaintances. "Haha, Tianhong, we owe you a great deal tonight," Qin Zheng remarked to Tianhong. "Brother Zheng, please don't attribute this success to me. Had you not attended tonight, we would have surely faced humiliation," Tianhong replied. "Enough of that. Do not hang your heads in despair. From now on, Jiangwo and Jiangwo are our own. You can seek their guidance," Qin Zheng encouraged. Fu Guang then spoke up. "Brother Jun, I couldn't help but notice your techniques. They seem reminiscent of the People's Liberation Army." "Brother Zheng, esteemed brothers, both Jiangwo and I indeed hail from the military. We participated in the self-defense counterattack against Vietnam, serving as reconnaissance soldiers, but I was discharged due to a mistake. Upon returning home, I felt compelled not to squander my skills, which is why I ventured to Hong Kong." Wang Jianjun shared his background with Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng then asked, "Are there any other brothers from your hometown who have been discharged? If so, those interested in this line of work could be introduced to me." Wang Jianjun replied, "There are quite a few. I can send them this letter, though I cannot guarantee how many will come." "That would be greatly appreciated," Qin Zheng said, producing 1 million and handing it to Wang Jianjun. "This is what I promised you earlier. Do not refuse. Ensure your own stability first." Seeing Qin Zheng's sincerity, Wang Jianjun accepted the money. The others, though envious, understood that only those with significant capability could command such rewards. Billy, you both have potential as well. Follow Tianhong closely. As a squad leader, you could earn a monthly salary of 10,000. Work hard. Here, your abilities will determine how high I can elevate you." Qin Zheng began to rally his men once more. Chapter 63, Reclaiming the Hongtai Enterprises. The following morning, at the Kowloon nightclub, news of the previous night's events at Xiun Mountain had spread throughout Hong Kong. After all, Xiun Mountain was considered a stronghold, monitored closely by various gangs. The trusted subordinates and leaders of Qin Zheng had gathered there, eager to learn more about this formidable figure. Fu Guang opened the door and entered the Kowloon nightclub. Greeted by the curious gazes of those present, Fu Guang, Is it true that you were defeated by that fellow named Wang Jianjun in a single move? Fei Quan asked. Looking at Fu Guang, struggling to suppress the urge to curse, Fu Guang replied, wasn't Tian Hong also present? Why not direct your question to him? Fei Quan, feeling awkward, scratched his head. It's not that I was afraid. Fu Guang thought to himself. So, you think you can bully me just because I'm the newcomer? Nevertheless, he answered Fei Quan's query. That Wang Jianjun is quite formidable. I was no match for him. It was only with Brother Zheng's intervention that the situation was resolved. Just then, Qin Zheng arrived with the Wang brothers. What brings you all here? Qin Zheng inquired upon seeing the gathering. Brother Zheng, we heard about the events at Xian Mountain last night, and were curious about Brother Jun, so we decided to come take a look, Fei Quan explained. Upon realizing their interest in Wang Zhengwo, Qin Zheng introduced the Wang brothers to the assembly. After completing the introductions, he suggested, since everyone is here, let us convene for a meeting. With that, he led the way to the conference room, and everyone followed suit. Fei Quan noticed Zilong still lost in thought, and called out, Zilong, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up. Oh, I'm coming, Zilong replied. Snapping back to reality as he looked at Qin Zheng's retreating figure, feeling a bit dazed. Once everyone was seated, Qin Zheng addressed his subordinates. How have you progressed with the tasks I assigned a few days ago? Brother Zheng, I've nearly reclaimed Hongtai's interests. Knowing we were from Hongxing's oil district, they dared not resist. Huobao spoke first. The others echoed his sentiments, confirming that everything was essentially resolved. Qin Zheng turned to Zilong, who had been silent, and asked, Zilong, have you encountered any difficulties? Zilong quickly replied, no, everything has gone smoothly on my end. Satisfied with this response, Qin Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. The venues we have reclaimed are now my assets. For each venue you have restored, I shall grant you a share, but it is imperative to maintain order there. Do you understand? Qin Zheng addressed those present. Upon hearing this, the group hurriedly expressed their gratitude, realizing that it was akin to receiving a gift. Such generosity deserved their utmost dedication. This was Wang Jianjun and Wang Zhengwo's first attendance at such a meeting, and they found it as fascinating as the rumors suggested. Following Qin Zheng seemed to be a wise choice. Qin Zheng continued, Tianhong and Aji are currently preoccupied with their affairs. From now on, Zhengwo will handle my travel and security matters. Zhengwo, will you work alongside your brother, or manage your own venue like Fei Quan and the others? Wang Zhengwo, ignoring his brother's threatening gaze, responded, Brother Zheng, I choose to oversee my own venue. Very well, Fei Quan. Please find 2 promising venues from your territory to assign to Zhengwo. Fei Quan, seeing nothing amiss, accepted the task, recognizing that it was simply part of supporting the boss. Understood, Brother Zheng. I will ensure Zhengwo receives 2 lucrative venues, and I will also arrange for his subordinates. I appreciate it, Fei Quan. In the future, feel free to speak up if you need anything, Wang Zhengwo replied readily. Observing that Qin Zheng had already organized matters, Wang Jianjun thanked him alongside Zhengwo. Yaowen, how are things progressing on your end? Qin Zheng inquired of the usually quiet Yaowen. Brother Zheng, I have nearly finalized everything. We have scouted several company locations. And whenever you are available, we can proceed to finalize the arrangements, Yaowen answered. Good, keep up the good work. By the way, what about the new recruits you mentioned yesterday? Did you bring them? Qin Zheng recalled Yaowen's earlier mention. Yes, they are waiting outside. Shall I bring them in? Yaowen replied. After receiving a nod from Qin Zheng, he went outside and returned with 3 young men. The trio, a Ting, a Xiang, and a Dong, followed closely behind Yaowen. Trembling slightly at the sight of the many brothers of the oil district, including the tyrant himself. Brother Zheng, these are the 3 individuals, Yaowen announced. A Ting, a Xiang, a Dong, do not forget to greet everyone. Yaowen urged sternly. We have met the elder and greet all the esteemed brothers, the 3 stammered in response. Observing the 3 individuals, who appeared rather tense, Qin Zheng remarked, there is no need to be so anxious. We are all allies here. Yaowen seldom recommends anyone to me, and he specifically mentioned the 3 of you last night. Learn diligently from your elder brother and work hard. If you possess the talent, I shall naturally support you. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Aiding expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Ah Gong, and thank you, Brother Yaowen. Noticing that time was of the essence, Qin Zheng added, let's leave it at that for now. You all should attend to your tasks. He then proceeded with Tianhong, Aji, Wang Jianjun, and Feichuan Yaowen towards the Hongxing headquarters. Once again, the convoy comprised the same 7 vehicles, making their way to the Hongxing headquarters. Jianjun, remember to write to your comrades. I believe that rather than farming in the countryside, the island might be a more suitable place for their development, Qin Zheng advised during the journey. After all, at this juncture, the nation had an abundance of veterans for various reasons. Instead of toiling on the land domestically, they could contribute to the island's growth. It would be a pity for capable individuals to remain idle, yet they could certainly engage in security work. Upon arriving at the Hongxing headquarters, a considerable number of individuals had gathered outside. Upon seeing Qin Zheng's convoy, they merely greeted him without surprise. Zhenggu, Tianhonggu, Feichuangu, they called out in unison. Qin Zheng and his companions acknowledged them with nods. Accompanied by the qualified Yaowen and Feichuan, they entered the headquarters, leaving Tianhong, Aji, and Wang Jianjun outside. The onlookers, recognizing Wang Jianjun as the newcomer, speculated that he was the one who had faced 4 masters from Yau Ma Tei the previous night. They curiously scrutinized him, while Wang Jianjun stood stoically beside Qin Zheng's vehicle, indifferent to their gazes. Aji quietly conversed with Tianhong, asking, "Brother, is this Wang Jianjun truly that formidable?" "Indeed, and not just ordinarily so. Last night, he refrained from employing lethal force. I believe he must have mastered battlefield killing techniques. Conventional sparring would significantly diminish his combat prowess." Tianhong cautioned Aji. Intrigued by this insight, Aji approached Wang Jianjun for a chat. Upon learning that Aji favored using a dagger and enjoyed toying with his opponents, Wang Jianjun unveiled a rare smile. Chapter 64. The humiliated Big B as Qin Zheng entered the headquarters with Feichuan and Yaowen. He overheard Big B exclaim that Qin Zheng had once been unable to defeat Haonan. Who knows if this was merely a boast from his underlings last night? He continued, "Xiao Bi, are you out of your mind? Wasn't it the Tu and Zheng who were collecting protection fees at the Xianshan Stadium while you and your Haonan were still around? Oh right. Your Haonan has become somewhat notorious now. What a shame for our Hongxing." Liang Kuan chimed in mockingly. As Big B prepared to retort, Qin Zheng interjected, addressing Feichuan and Yaowen. Why must someone be so shameless this early in the day? While Feichuan remained puzzled, Yaowen discerned the underlying tone and remarked, "Brother Zheng, could it be that his non-biological son got arrested, which is why he is acting this way?" "Oh, is that so? Then I shall forgive him." Qin Zheng replied in agreement. Nearby, Liang Kuan laughed heartily, while the other leaders stifled their chuckles, leaving only Big B with a flushed face. "Zheng, let us not forget that it was I who brought you into this life." Qin Zheng boldly retorted, "Xiao Bi, do not presume that your guidance grants you the right to speak nonsense in my presence. I will not tolerate words I find disagreeable, nor will I show you any respect. Moreover, you have long since lost any standing with me." Big B found himself at a loss for a counterargument, resorting to pounding the table in frustration. Feichuan and Yaowen stood their ground, while Big B's followers from Causeway Bay hesitated, unsure whether to support him. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Tianxing arrived, uttering his usual phrases, and inquired, "What is going on, Zheng?" Qin Zheng remained silent, merely gesturing for Feichuan and Yaowen to take their seats. Jiang Tianxing also instructed Big B to sit down, and with a cold snort, Big B attempted to diffuse the awkwardness. Once everyone was seated, Jiang Tianxing articulated the purpose of the gathering, which was already apparent to all. The delay in convening everyone stemmed from his efforts to gather information regarding Qin Haonan. Regrettably, despite extensive inquiries, he had learned that Haonan's situation was dire. The police officer from Causeway Bay, Lawrence, informed him that Haonan would be made an example of, facing at least 20 years in prison. Jiang Tianxing's words struck the assembly like a stone cast into still waters, stirring ripples in their hearts. Bai Gu was the first to voice his concern, asking, "Mr. Jiang, has Haonan broken any fundamental rules?" 20 years. That's quite excessive. Aki, there is no other option. Due to the recent clashes in Causeway Bay and Lockhart Road, the upper echelons were displeased, leading to Haonan's public execution of Ba Bai, making him the scapegoat. Jiang Tianxing explained. The thoughts of the leaders remained inscrutable, but their faces bore expressions of regret. Liang Ma lamented, "Poor Haonan, that child." In contrast, Liang Kuan and Fatty Li exhibited a glimmer of joy. Liang Kuan contemplated. Indeed, Qin Zheng possesses a way. Fatty Li reveled in the satisfaction of revenge, thinking, "So, Qin Haonan, this is your fate. You truly deserve it." Even some of the Red Sticks pondered whether this situation might grant them an opportunity to ascend to the position of leader in Causeway Bay. Last night, the high-ranking Wen Biao from He 2 also called, demanding an explanation from their organization. "Big B, what do you have to say?" Jiang Tianxing inquired while observing Big B. Big B stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Liang Kuan seized the moment, teasing, "Weren't you quite loquacious just now? Why the sudden silence? If it comes to it, why not lead your Causeway Bay subordinates to confront He 2? Provoked by Liang Kuan, Big B, without thinking, almost agreed, only to be interrupted by Jiang Tianxing. "Akun, since you were so eager, why not let your Mongkok faction handle it instead?" Liang Kuan, upon hearing Jiang Tianxing's suggestion, held a certain disdain, thinking, "Now that things have gone awry, you remember us?" He quickly refuted, "Mr. Jiang, you know we have no capable individuals in our Mongkok faction. It's best left to the talent-rich Causeway Bay. After all, don't you have the 5 tigers in Causeway Bay? With Qin Haonan arrested, there are still the other 4 tigers to manage this situation easily." Hearing Liang Kuan's biting remarks, Big B's expression darkened. Since Chun Haonan's arrest, Big B had instructed Shan Ji and Tian heir to lay low, and he now had no idea where they were hiding. Nevertheless, he assured Jiang Tianxing, Mr. Jiang, I will handle this matter. With Chun Haonan imprisoned, Big B's spirit was considerably dampened. The leaders from the previous day's gathering were now blocking him, demanding the agreed fees for medical expenses and settlement costs, further intensifying Big B's desire to retreat. Listening to Big B's words, the leader's thoughts remained inscrutable, while Liang Kuen's disdainful expression was evident. Jiang Tianxing interjected, Big B, please resolve this matter swiftly to avoid further escalation. Liang Kuen muttered under his breath, truly, being capable is no match for being a sycophant. Jiang Tianxing pretended not to hear, while Big B seethed with anger, yet felt powerless. Does anyone have anything else to discuss? Seeing that the leaders had no further comments, Jiang Tianxing continued, if not, I shall not delay your important tasks any longer. With that, he departed alongside Chun Yao and Big B. Liang Kuen then detained Qin Zheng, who instructed Fei Chuan and Yao Wen to attend to their own matters, leading Wang Jianjun towards Mongkok. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianxing returned to the villa with Big B and Chun Yao, unsure how to console the visibly distressed Big B, fully aware of Chun Haonan's significance in Big B's heart. In an effort to pave the way for Chun Haonan, Da Bi has indeed made considerable sacrifices. At this juncture, it was Da Bi who spoke first, addressing Mr. Jiang. I have decided to bow to Gao Wenbiao, hosting a banquet to express my apologies. Subsequently, I will relinquish the position of the leader of Causeway Bay. Upon hearing Da Bi's words, Jiang Tianxing pondered for quite some time before responding. A.B., your efforts are commendable. After your resignation, I shall not forget you. I will provide you with an annual pension. Who do you believe would be a suitable successor for the Causeway Bay position? Da Bi, moved by Jiang's consideration, replied. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. In the past, Qin Zheng might have been able to take over Causeway Bay, but now he is the leader of Yau Ma Tei, and it would not be appropriate for him to assume that role. As for the specific arrangements for the successor of Causeway Bay, I believe it is best left to your discretion, Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing's smile widened, and he jovially remarked, why not consider the stalwarts of Causeway Bay? According to the rules, they are indeed the most promising candidates. Reflecting on the pressure exerted by those stalwarts demanding compensation from him, Da Bi, filled with indignation, retorted, they are not qualified to assume the Causeway Bay position. The choice of successor should be left to you, Mr. Jiang. Chen Yao, listening to Da Bi's words nearby, couldn't help but think, goodness, with Chun Haonan arrested, you seem to have given up on the rest of the brothers entirely. Chapter 65, Compensation. Following Ling Kuen to the Mongkok Qian Kuen Film Company, Qin Zheng sat in Ling Kuen's office, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke. Brother Kuen, why the rush to summon me? Zheng, due to the situation with Chun Haonan, Da Bi's spirit has waned. He is now like a toothless tiger, merely able to roar. I must admit, you are quite formidable. You managed to deal such a blow to Chun Haonan, effectively sending him away for 20 years. Ling Kuen observed, gazing at Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng, wearing a solemn expression, replied, Brother Kuen, do not speak so recklessly. I cannot bear the accusation of harming my own kind. Was it not you, Brother Kuen, who wielded great power to take down Babai, casting Chun Haonan as the scapegoat? Ling Kuen recognized his excessive enthusiasm and realized that he had mistakenly believed Qin Zheng was behind the scenes, with high-ranking officials in the police department supporting him. Since it was not Qin Zheng's doing, Ling Kuen felt much more at ease. He then said, Zheng, do not misrepresent me. Babai and I are sworn brothers. That rascal still owes me several million and nearly swindled me out of 20 million last month. Thank goodness I didn't give it to him. Otherwise, I would have suffered greatly. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng contemplated extracting a price from Ling Kuen for his earlier remarks. Clearing his throat, he remarked, people outside say that Hongxing's bin Ni Hu Han bin is the best at making money. But I believe the true financial wizard among the leaders of Hongxing is you, Brother Kuen. Last time I partnered with Han bin for an investment in the mainland. When I asked him for 20 million, he dawdled, Qin Zheng stated, only to pause mid-sentence. Ling Kuen, intrigued, inquired, you and Han bin are in business together? When did that happen? Oh, it's nothing, Brother Kuen. I was just joking, Qin Zheng feigned, choosing to remain silent about the earlier matter. By the way, Brother Kuen, yesterday Mr. Jiang Tianxing summoned me to inquire about my thoughts on the leadership position of Causeway Bay, Qin Zheng suddenly stated. Ling Kuen grew anxious upon hearing this. Since when did you and Jiang Tianxing become so close? Why would he ask you about the leadership of Causeway Bay? We are supposed to be teammates. Zheng, you must be mistaken. Jiang Tianxing inquiring about the leadership position? Don't let him deceive you. He is known for making empty promises. Apart from Da Bi, who is his loyal follower, who else has he ever assisted? Ling Kuen fiercely criticized Jiang Tianxing, not one to be outsmarted. Ling Kuen connected Qin Zheng's earlier mention of Han bin and promptly grasped Qin Zheng's intentions. Zheng, Jiang Tiansheng is indeed a master of empty promises. Do not trust him. How about this? If you find yourself in need of funds for your business, I am willing to lend you 20 million. Would that suffice? Ling Kuan's voice was hoarse, yet he regarded Qin Zheng with great respect, as he was considered one of the most capable brothers in Hongxing. Moreover, with the recent mention of Han Bin's collaboration, Han Bin alone could equate to 4 votes. With Qin Zheng and himself combined, that would make 6 votes. With this thought, Ling Kuan's excitement surged. If he could recruit a few more fence-sitters, the leadership position would be within his grasp. Zheng, I will arrange for someone to bring you the money immediately. However, when I need assistance, I hope you can persuade Han Bin and the others on my behalf. Ling Kuan stated. Seeing Ling Kuan so agreeable, Qin Zheng smiled lightly. Brother Kuan, when it comes to the leadership of Hongxing, who else could it be but you? Rest assured, I will certainly stand by your side. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Ling Kuan took out his phone and called a trusted subordinate, instructing him to bring 200 million in cash. Before long, a stranger whom Qin Zheng did not recognize entered, carrying a briefcase. He placed it on Ling Kuan's desk and left without uttering a word. Ling Kuan handed the briefcase to Qin Zheng, saying, Zheng, this is 20 million. Take it for now. Once I ascend as the leader, I will make you the second in command of Hongxing. Thank you, Brother Kuan. Oh no. Thank you, the leader of Hongxing. Qin Zheng exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he accepted the briefcase from Ling Kuan. Ling Kuan, observing Qin Zheng's mirth, thought to himself, laugh all you want, Qin Zheng. This money is merely being stored with you for now, and one day you will have to repay it in full. Ling Kuan then joined in the laughter. Subsequently, Qin Zheng returned to the Kowloon nightclub with Wang Jianjun. As he watched Qin Zheng's departing figure, Ling Kuan's expression gradually turned cold. After returning from Jiang Tiansheng's villa, Debi also called Gao Wenbiao. Hello, is this Gao Wenbiao? Mr. Gao, this is Debi from Hongxing. The Hehe too has endured great hardships these past few days, and we have grievances that cannot be expressed. Baba has been arrested, and the leaders of all the factions in Yau Ma Tei have been summoned to the police station for questioning, warned not to engage in further conflict with Hongxing, or else they will face repercussions from Hehe Tuesday. This has prevented us from retaliating against Hongxing. Moreover, in the past few days, Ba Bai's demands for compensation for medical expenses and relocation fees have all been awaiting payment from me, the leader. But that scoundrel Ba Bai has given not a single penny. Upon receiving Debi's call, Gao Wenbiao, assuming Debi was calling to gloat and mock him, couldn't help but respond sarcastically. What? Your Debi's top horse has been caught, and you still wish to engage in a confrontation? If this continues, we at Hehe 2 will not only send one red stick to play with you. Confounded by Gao Wenbiao's words, Debi chose not to dwell on it, and instead said, Mr. Gao, we at Hongxing acknowledge our responsibility for the situation in Causeway Bay. If there are any demands, please lay them out. Upon hearing this, Gao Wenbiao calculated that they could no longer afford to continue fighting. This time, he was determined to make Hongxing pay dearly. Perhaps this could also elevate Li Hua's reputation across Hong Kong. Very well, this afternoon I will discuss compensation with Mr. Jiang from Hongxing in person. Hearing this, Debi replied, then I will first consult Mr. Jiang to gauge his opinion. After hanging up, Debi called Jiang Tiansheng. Mr. Jiang, Gao Wenbiao mentioned he wishes to discuss compensation with you in person this afternoon. Although Jiang Tiansheng did not understand why a face-to-face meeting was necessary, he nonetheless agreed. Curious to see what Gao Wenbiao's intentions were. Overjoyed, Debi then confirmed the time and place with Gao Wenbiao and relayed the information to Jiang Tiansheng. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, Jiang Tiansheng, accompanied by Chun Yao and Debi, arrived at the agreed-upon location, a tea house that was essentially part of Gao Wenbiao's own enterprise. Upon being ushered into the private room by his companion, Jiang Tiansheng beheld Gao Wenbiao in the company of another young man, patiently awaiting his arrival. Mr. Gao, it has been quite some time, Jiang Tiansheng greeted, extending a cordial salutation upon seeing Gao Wenbiao. Indeed, Mr. Jiang, it seems we have not crossed paths in a while, Gao Wenbiao replied, gesturing for him to take a seat. As he prepared tea for the guests, Gao Wenbiao casually inquired, Mr. Jiang, may I ask how your Hongxing intends to compensate for the losses incurred by our Hehe? On their way, Jiang Tiansheng and his companions had deliberated on offering a compensation of 1 million to the family of Ba Bai, along with a celebratory banquet and a gesture of humility. He promptly articulated their terms. Gao Wenbiao's expression darkened at once. Mr. Jiang, it appears that Hongxing lacks any sincerity. You do not even mention the losses sustained by our Hehe. I do not wish to demand excessively. Simply cover the medical expenses and relocation costs with an additional 15 million, and we shall consider this matter settled. Chapter 66. The Twin Flowers of the Red Cane. Upon hearing Gao Wenbiao's exorbitant demand, Debi's countenance soured. Although he held the title of a hall master in Causeway Bay, he had not been in the area long, having previously mingled in the Chung Yuanshan district without significant gains. While the prospects in Causeway Bay were indeed more lucrative, the number of subordinates he had to support had also increased. Over the years, he had managed to amass 20 million, but after deducting the expenses for his subordinates, he was left with less than 18 million. Gao Wenbiao's opening bid of 15 million felt like a death sentence to him. He then turned his gaze towards Jiang Tiansheng, who, upon noticing this, silently cursed the incompetence of his companion. Nevertheless, he spoke up, "Mr. Gao, let us not be unreasonable. I propose a flat sum of 5 million as compensation from Debi. What do you think?" Gao Wenbiao regarded the despondent Debi beside him and thought to himself, to be in Causeway Bay and unable to produce a mere million or two, what a waste. "Mr. Jiang, since you have made an offer, I shall extend you this courtesy. However, I have one request that I hope you will agree to." Gao Wenbiao did not press the issue of Debi's compensation. "What is it that you require my assistance with, Mr. Gao?" Jiang Tiansheng inquired, curiosity piqued by Gao Wenbiao's words. "This gentleman beside me is Tachibana Masanori, a member of our organization. Initially, our group pledged that if he successfully infiltrated Wan Chai's Luya Dao, he would earn the title of Twin Flowers of the Red Cane. Tachibana has admirably fulfilled the task assigned to him. Thus, I wish to request that Hongxing adorn Tachibana with a flower." Gao Wenbiao elucidated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiansheng, Qin Yao, and Debi were taken aback. After all, there were currently no Twin Flowers of the Red Cane in the underworld of Hong Kong. The title, as its name implies, requires two organizations to bestow a red cane upon an individual, and that individual must withstand an assault from the top 10 organizations' red canes for 20 minutes without succumbing, thereby earning the recognition of the Hong Kong underworld. Jiang Tiansheng furrowed his brow, quietly calculating the implications. Gao Wenbiao and Tachibana Masanori observed in silence, refraining from urging Jiang Tiansheng. Debi and Shun Yao appeared to be mere spectators, hesitant to disturb Jiang Tiansheng's contemplation. After a considerable pause, Jiang Tiansheng finally spoke. "Hongxing can grant Tachibana Masanori a flower, but he must undertake 3 tasks for me." With that, Jiang Tiansheng fixed his gaze on Gao Wenbiao and Tachibana Masanori, as if to convey that the choice was now theirs to make. "What tasks do you require of me, Mr. Jiang?" Tachibana Masanori inquired. "Rest assured, they pertain only to matters of the underworld. Should they touch upon business affairs or other concerns, you need not involve yourself," Jiang Tiansheng replied with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Gao Wenbiao and Tachibana Masanori visibly relaxed. "Very well, Mr. Jiang, I accept your terms," Tachibana Masanori affirmed. Gao Wenbiao, seeing this, chose not to elaborate further. "Then it is settled. As for the celebratory banquet, we need not hold it separately. We shall do so when Tachibana earns his title on the 15th of next month. However, the payment must be made now." Upon hearing Gao Wenbiao's stipulation, Debi reluctantly produced a check, handing it over to Tachibana Masanori with great reluctance. "Then, Mr. Jiang, we shall reconvene on the 15th of next month." Upon concluding, Gao Wenbiao offered tea as a gesture of hospitality. Jiang Tiansheng and his companions left without lingering, having barely finished their tea. Watching them depart, Tachibana Masanori presented the check to Gao Wenbiao, beaming with gratitude as he bowed. "Thank you for your support, leader." Gao Wenbiao, being a person of vision, consistently aimed to consolidate the entirety of Hegemony, necessitating robust martial support, which Tachibana Masanori was well positioned to provide. Thus, it was at this critical juncture that he made such a request to Jiang Tiansheng. Everything was orchestrated to fortify the organization. "Tachibana, I have high hopes for you. Your reputation should not languish beneath the tyrant of Yau Ma Tei," Gao Wenbiao remarked as he quietly finished his tea. Meanwhile, Debi, having left the tea house, expressed profound gratitude towards Jiang Tiansheng, for he had effectively saved him 1 million. In the following days, the underworld experienced a notable calm. The police were industriously at work, resulting in a marked improvement in societal conduct. Numerous defiant individuals were apprehended, replenishing the dwindling bail funds across police stations. Soon, the day of Chun Haonan's verdict arrived. Chun Haonan, casting his gaze upon Debi and his wife seated in the audience, exhibited no discernible expression. It was only upon the judge pronouncing an 18-month sentence that a look of regret briefly flickered across Chun Haonan's face. He lamented his initial choice to involve himself with the gang, resenting Debi for not coming to his aid. Why had the 4 tigers of Causeway Bay not come to see him? Why had his subordinates not visited him? His deepest ire was directed at Qin Zheng. Had it not been for him, he would not have faced such a grim fate. Lost in these thoughts, Chun Haonan's heart twisted with turmoil. He ceased to regard Debi and his wife, quietly boarding the police vehicle bound for Stanley Prison. In truth, over the past few days, Debi had attempted to meet with Inspector Lawrence of Causeway Bay on multiple occasions, yet the foreign officer had shown him little regard, leaving him powerless. The torment of these days had taken a toll on his appearance, rendering him even more haggard and aged. Far away in Yau Ma Tei, Qin Zheng received the news with a stoic demeanor. After all, with his current status, Chun Haonan was little more than an insignificant ant. Meanwhile, our flamboyant brother Kowloon, upon hearing the news, persevered for an additional second under the guidance of the fire extinguisher, prompting accolades from the specialist for his remarkable prowess. After leaving the courtroom, Dabi escorted his wife home to rest before heading to the Hong romantic bar. Seated in the private room, he raised his glass, reminiscing about the once vibrant scenes of Chun Haonan. Just then, Xiao Bao entered. Brother B, recently some of our brothers have spotted De Tu near Lok Ku Road, and he has gathered some of his former subordinates around him. Dabi, momentarily taken aback, struggled to recall who De Tu was. Only after a moment did he remember the former top thug under his command. Oh, when did De Tu get out? Why hasn't he come to see me? Dabi inquired. Forget him. If he doesn't come to find me, it seems I no longer hold any significance as his elder brother. Let him be. Before Xiao Bao could respond, Dabi's words interrupted him. Noticing Xiao Bao's silence, Dabi dismissively remarked, if there's nothing else, you may leave. Without waiting for Xiao Bao to exit, he began to drink deeply from his glass. Observing Dabi's demeanor, Xiao Bao refrained from further persuasion and exited the private room. Seated at the booth, Xiao Bao recalled the words De Tu had spoken to him just yesterday on Lok Ku Road. Brother B only has eyes for Chun Haonan. Even without Chun Haonan, he will not see us. Reflecting on this, Xiao Bao downed another mouthful of liquor with fervor. He has been following Big B for over a decade, and even though he is known as Big Head, he has not been with Big B as long as he has, let alone his younger brother, Chun Haonan. He regards Big B as a true elder brother, while Big B sees him as nothing more than a Japanese devil. Contemplating this, he steeled himself, took out his phone, dialed the number, and uttered, I accept. Then he fiercely took a swig from the bottle. Chapter 67, A New Task. With determination, Xiao Bao took out his phone and declared, I accept. On the other end of the line, Liang Kuan's voice resonated. Xiao Bao, we've known each other for over 10 years. I have witnessed your contributions to Causeway Bay. Big B only has eyes for Chun Haonan, but I believe you are far more suited to be the one in charge. I will fully support you in becoming the leader of Causeway Bay. Xiao Bao was uncertain whether to trust Liang Kuan's words. After following Big B for nearly a decade, he hadn't gained a significant share of the turf, nor did he have many direct subordinates. He was merely seeking a way out for himself. Liang Kuan spoke the truth. Although he and Big B pledged allegiance to different leaders, their leaders were from the same sect, thus their relationship should have been close. However, later on, their leader's leader was betrayed and killed by the Jiang family, leaving their faction without a pillar of strength, leading them back from Yau Ma Tei to Tsc Wanshan. Liang Kuan understood that it was the Jiang family's machinations that caused their decline, choosing to be self-reliant, willing to risk their lives to fight. In contrast, Big B ascended through sycophancy towards the Jiang family, resulting in their estrangement. Xiao Bao, having followed Big B for so many years, was well aware of the entanglements between the two. Thus, when Liang Kuan approached him, urging him to consolidate the brothers of Causeway Bay and support him in ascending to the position of spokesperson, he struggled for a long time. Big B's stance became the final straw that broke his loyalty. In recent days, Qin Zheng had been visiting Tsc Wanshan every night, yet despite assembling a 100-strong team, he had not encountered any familiar faces, which left him somewhat regretful. Meanwhile, waves of short men flocked to Tsc Wanshan, hoping to catch the attention of the tyrant and become the next Fei Quan. At the month's end, Qin Zheng summoned his subordinates for a meeting. The conference room was filled with the prominent brothers of the Yau Ma Tei Hongxing, as Qin Zheng entered alongside Ruby and Wang Jianjun. Amidst the chatter and laughter, the brothers rose to greet him, calling out, Zhenggu, and Asa, while those of lower rank referred to him as a Gong and Ruby as Jia. Qin Zheng, observing the smoke-filled room, frowned and stood up to open a window, then solemnly announced, from now on, smoking is prohibited during meetings. Did you all understand? The room sensed the chill in his tone, and they quickly responded in unison, understood, Zhenggu. We promise it won't happen again. With their assurances, Qin Zheng relaxed, stating, it's not that I disallow smoking, but one must be mindful of the occasion. Smoking indoors without ventilation fills the room with secondhand smoke. Ruby, noticing the apprehensive expressions of the crowd, wisely interjected, Zhenggu, it's their first time. They were unaware. Ignorance is no excuse. Fei Quan and the others silently appreciated Ruby for standing up for them. Qin Zheng then shifted the conversation to serious matters, stating, Tian Hong and Aji are currently forming our hall's punishment and combat teams. Aji will oversee our hall's penal affairs, while Tian Hong will be responsible for our elite fighters, directly reporting to me. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, there were no objections. Aji was known for his ruthless methods, perfect for overseeing the punishment hall, ensuring that many younger brothers would be deterred from harboring ill intentions. Tian Hong, as the hall's prestigious emblem, was equally beyond reproach. Fu Guang, Chong Wei, and Alo would be responsible for the security of the Kowloon nightclub. Wang Jianjun would serve as my personal bodyguard, while Wang Jingwo would receive 2 venus from Fei Quan's territory. Qin Zheng then assigned responsibilities to several newly joined subordinates. The rest of you will each manage your respective areas. All dues must be submitted to Yao Wan, who will deduct your younger brother's expenses from your earnings before distributing your rightful share. Do you all understand? Qin Zheng scrutinized the room, finally resting his gaze on Fu Guang and Wang Jingwo, as the other younger brothers were already familiar with this protocol. Fu Guang and Wang Jingwo had already been informed of this matter by Yao Wan and promptly replied, "Understood, Zhenggu." At that moment, Yao Wan was also assessing Wang Jianjun, Chong Wei, and Tony as if he had discovered a new continent. "Hey, Zhenggu, have you noticed that Jianjun, Chong Wei, and Tony bear quite a resemblance?" Upon hearing this, everyone began to scrutinize the three. "Hey, you're right, they do look quite alike." The crowd chimed in. Wang Jingwo, Aja, and Ahu felt somewhat awkward. If they resemble each other, then what about me? Wang Jianjun, Tony, and Chong Wei exchanged glances, instinctively sensing some inexplicable bond with the others. Qin Zheng, of course, knew that the three were not only similar in appearance. In a certain sense, they were indistinguishable. Unsure of how to articulate this, he merely joined the others in observing the trio. Wang Jianjun was the first to speak. "My parents have just 2 sons, me and Zhang Wo, and they are both humble farmers who have never left our county. Everyone knew. I'm Vietnamese, a refugee from a camp. How could I possibly be related to Gu and Chong Wei?" Tony added. Chong Wei nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingwo, Aja, and Ahu felt somewhat relieved. It was impossible for them to be siblings raised together. Perhaps they were just connected to someone else. At this point, Qin Zheng remarked, "Perhaps their ancestors hundreds of years ago were indeed family." The others chuckled at the thought. Perhaps there was some truth to what Zhenggu said. Fei Quan interjected. "Damn it." While we were busy laughing, Fei Quan jumped in first. No wonder Zhenggu favors him so much. The brothers resolved to flatter Zhenggu first next time. "All right, does anyone have anything else to discuss?" Qin Zheng inquired, surveying the crowd. "Zhenggu, the company has been integrated, the renovations are complete, and the front desk has been staffed. We are just waiting for you to choose an auspicious day to open. However, we still lack suitable candidates for the finance department." Yao Wan spoke up. Qin Zheng's gaze turned to Ruby, who replied, "Zhenggu, I have a sister who is a top student in the accounting department at Hong Kong University, holds a CPA license, and previously worked at PricewaterhouseCoopers as an auditor. She was dismissed for refusing to engage in financial fraud for a British client. She is currently seeking employment. Should I have a chat with her?" Qin Zheng originally intended for Ruby to learn, but unexpectedly found a pleasant surprise. "Great. Since she is your sister, please take the time to speak with her. If she is interested, she can come to see me." "All right, Zhenggu," Ruby replied. Yao Wan, upon hearing this, felt the burden on his shoulders lighten significantly with the prospect of a professional accountant. "Well then, since everyone has no further matters, let us adjourn the meeting." With that, Qin Zheng stood up and returned to his office. As Qin Zheng left, the rest of the group also rose to prepare for their departure, taking their younger brothers back to their respective territories. Back in his office, Qin Zheng opened the system. Since the task of becoming the leader was announced, the system had been silent, leading Qin Zheng to believe it was broken. However, just moments ago, the system unexpectedly released a side quest, the illustration task. Chapter 68, A Public Humiliation. After studying the task description for quite some time, Qin Zheng finally grasped the essence of this illustration task. In order to illuminate the illustrated catalog, it is necessary to forge bonds with more than 3 characters who share the same identity as those from the original world. These connections can be with subordinates, brothers, adversaries, and so forth. The rewards are contingent upon the degree of affection these characters hold for Qin Zheng. The stronger the affection, the more prestigious the rewards. Conversely, the lower the affection, the more meager the rewards. Nonetheless, Qin Zheng consoled himself, thinking that it was certainly better than having nothing at all. Glancing at the first row that had already been illuminated, he noted that 3 entries were shining brightly. Wang Jianjun with a favorability score of 90, Tony with 92, and Chong Wei with 88. Satisfied with their affections, Qin Zheng claimed his rewards, which surprisingly included 100 task points, 3 million Hong Kong dollars, and most importantly, a cache of arms sufficient for equipping 500 individuals, valued at 15 million Hong Kong dollars. Observing the weapons resting in his personal space, Qin Zheng felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, fear stemmed from a lack of firepower. This only heightened Qin Zheng's anticipation for the illustrated catalog task, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of future quips regarding Tianhong Aji resembling others. Regrettably, the illustrated catalog only displayed those characters who had been illuminated. The unlit entries remained shrouded in darkness. The following morning, Qin Zheng, accompanied by Fei Quan, Yao Wan, Wang Jianjun, and several close subordinates, drove his convoy to the Hongxing headquarters. Whether they were subordinates or figures of higher stature, all greeted him enthusiastically as Brother Zheng. Qin Zheng smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering the headquarters, Yao Wen approached the elder responsible for collecting dues, presenting the figures due for this month's Yau Ma Tei. After both parties confirmed the accuracy of the figures, Yao Wen returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng engaged in lively conversation with the various leaders of Hongxing. Enjoying the camaraderie, Wang Jianjun remained discreetly 3 steps behind Qin Zheng, ready to address any sudden incidents that might arise. As the conversation flourished, Jiang Tianxing arrived with Chun Yao and Debi. The leaders present greeted Jiang Tianxing warmly. Once everyone was seated, Jiang Tianxing glanced at the unfamiliar faces behind Qin Zheng. Puzzled, he inquired, Zheng, who is this brother? Mr. Jiang, this is my younger brother, currently responsible for my security, Qin Zheng replied. Jiang Tianxing, upon hearing this, said nothing further. After all, Qin Zheng had become a figure of considerable notoriety, and having a bodyguard was a reasonable precaution. Although bringing him into the headquarters might not conform to protocol, no one would dare offend Qin Zheng over such a trivial matter. However, exceptions do exist. As exemplified by my brother Debi, who boldly pointed a finger at Qin Zheng and scolded, Qin Zheng, do you have any regard for the rules of the gang? Is the Hongxing headquarters a place where anyone can waltz in? Debi's words caused a dramatic shift in the expressions of those present, shock rippling through the crowd. Debi, so you're this audacious? You dare speak like that in front of the tyrant? Jiang Tianxing felt a mix of amusement and apprehension for Debi. Upon hearing Debi's remarks, Qin Zheng's expression darkened. Debi, what do you mean by that? Debi stubbornly reiterated the rules of Hongxing, asserting that only those of a certain status could attend meetings at the headquarters. Before he could utter another word, he was sent flying across the room. Propelled by a kick from Qin Zheng, the atmosphere shifted palpably, with all present, whether leaders or lower-tier members, feeling the weight of Qin Zheng's imposing presence. Only the Hongxing warrior prince displayed a fierce glint of battle spirit in his eyes. Jiang Tianxing, witnessing Qin Zheng publicly kick Debi, felt his face flush. This was an overt humiliation. Zheng, what are you doing? Isn't Debi's statement valid? Qin Zheng, undeterred by Jiang Tianxing's tone of inquiry, boldly retorted. It is well known that before Chun Haonan's incident, our illustrious Copperpot Bay 5 Tigers always attended meetings at the headquarters. So, may I ask, Brother Shang, what status do our Copperpot Bay 5 Tigers hold? Are they not qualified to enter the headquarters? As Qin Zheng confronted Jiang Tianxing directly, addressing him as Brother Shang instead of Mr. Jiang, a variety of thoughts circulated among the onlookers. It was common knowledge that although Jiang Tianxing came from a lineage of criminals, he preferred to be addressed as Mr. Jiang, a tradition that had persisted since his youth. The 13th sister shot a worried glance at Qin Zheng, nudging Han Bin with her foot. The dinosaur 4 eyes exchanged glances with Han Bin, who signaled them to remain calm. Meanwhile, Liang Kuan secretly reveled in the situation, attributing it all to the substantial sum he had bestowed upon Qin Zheng. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Jiang Tianxing sensed the precariousness of the situation, as Debi's provocation had escalated matters beyond control. Realizing that he had overlooked Qin Zheng's formidable strength, he shot a look at Chun Yao. Just as Chun Yao pondered how to defuse the tension, Debi, rubbing his backside, got back on his feet and roared, Qin Zheng, you bastard, how dare you kick me? He then lunged toward Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng effortlessly blocked Debi's head, rendering his futile attempts at retaliation laughable. The sight elicited laughter from the gathered lower-tier members and leaders alike. Debi, tell me, what status do your Copperpot Bay 5 Tigers possess? Qin Zheng demanded, his voice sharp and unyielding. Debi stammered, unable to articulate a response. Qin Zheng continued, what are your Copperpot Bay 5 Tigers worth? If it weren't for your blustering leadership, those little rascals would have been cut down in the streets long ago. Now that your 5 Tigers are gone, you dare to lecture others about entering the headquarters? Have you even considered what kind of worthless scum you are? Bah! Qin Zheng's audacity stemmed from Debi's transgressions, as allowing Wang Jianjun to be insulted without action would tarnish his esteemed reputation. After all, the entire island knew of the tyrant's penchant for protecting his own. With this incident of kicking Debi, the narrative of the tyrant's protection would gain even more credence. At that moment, Chun Yao interjected, Zheng, there's no need to be so agitated. Debi is still reeling from Chun Haonan's incident. Please don't hold it against him. Jiang Tianxing quickly added, yes, Zheng, it was indeed Debi's fault. Debi apologized to Zheng. Let's put this matter to rest. Debi, upon hearing this, felt utterly bewildered. He was the one being beaten and insulted, yet he was expected to apologize? Despite his inner turmoil, he prepared to offer an apology to Qin Zheng. Recognizing Jiang Tianxing's authority, Mr. Jiang, I don't mind apologizing, but my people from the Yau Ma Tei branch do not seek trouble, but we certainly do not fear it. Qin Zheng's gaze swept across the assembled crowd, his words resonating with gravity. Afterward, he simply returned to his seat, observing such a commanding presence from the tyrant. The lower-tier members began to entertain thoughts of aligning themselves with the Yau Ma Tei branch. Chapter 69, The Duped Prince. However, this thought was fleeting. The prospect of joining the Yau Ma Tei branch raised uncertainties about whether they would receive Qin Zheng's favor, not to mention that their current branch might not allow them to leave. Witnessing De B's forced apology at the hands of Jiang Tianxing only reinforced the growing perception of Qin Zheng's increasing power among the other leaders. Liang Kuan, apprehensive of Qin Zheng potentially turning against Jiang Tianxing, resolved to have a heartfelt conversation with Qin Zheng after the meeting, investing some funds to deepen their relationship. It was merely a temporary measure to place money in Qin Zheng's hands, with the hope that once he secured his position at the helm, he could expand his flower business and later find time to resolve matters with Qin Zheng. Once the conflict between Qin Zheng and De B was resolved, Jiang Tianxing took a sip of tea and slowly remarked that De B had already reached an agreement with Hehitu, thus concluding the discord between Hongxing and Hehitu. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards De B, pondering the fact that Hehitu had indeed hung a red stick in broad daylight, suggesting that De B must have suffered significant losses. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Hehitu not to pursue the matter further. Brother Ji chuckled and said to B, I always said you were formidable among the decision-makers of Hongxing. I didn't expect that just a few days later, you would have the matter settled. Truly, you are the man who fought from Tsiyun Mountain to Causeway Bay. In response to Brother Ji's flattery, De B humbly attributed the outcome to Jiang Tianxing's influence, stating that the leader of Hehitu gave face to Jiang, who had successfully negotiated with Hehitu's boss, Gao Wenbiao. Hearing De B's words, the crowd's attention swiftly shifted to Jiang Tianxing, who inwardly cursed the foolishness of it all. However, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor under their collective gaze, Jiang Tianxing's expression revealed no signs of change, primarily because the compensation to be offered to Hehitu had indeed reached their psychological threshold. As a result, Gao Wenbiao readily acquiesced, though he merely put forth a modest request. What could it be that Jiang Tianxing agreed upon with Gao Wenbiao that would allow Gao to erase the death of Ba Bai, as if it were but chalk on a blackboard? It was Liang Kuan who spoke up, clearly unwilling to see De B settle matters so easily. The others were amused by Liang Kuan taking the lead, remaining silent while their eyes darted between the individuals present, occasionally glancing toward Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng, however, did not dwell on these matters. Although his task was to ascend as the leader, he understood that patience was required. He needed Liang Kuan to bring Jiang Tianxing down before he could deal with Liang, thus ensuring his rise would be justified. Everyone continued sipping tea, with the older brothers leaning against the wall, either staring at the ground or gazing at the ceiling, as if the entire situation bore no relation to them. Jiang Tianxing observed the expressions of those present, mentally noting them, particularly Liang Kuan, who had now become a target for elimination. Nevertheless, Jiang Tianxing continued, stating that Hehitu's Gao Wenbiao intended to elevate a favored younger brother to a prominent position, planning to grant a double red stick to one Tachibana Masanori on the 15th of this month. Apart from Hehitu's own flower, another blossom would be bestowed upon him by Hongxing. Jiang Tianxing conveyed the rationale behind the situation in one breath. Little did he know the considerable ripples his words created in the minds of the decision-makers and younger brothers present, especially the so-called god of war of Hongxing, the prince. He voiced his discontent, saying, Mr. Jiang, what merits does this Tachibana possess to be granted a red stick from us? I fear this may lead to discontent among the younger brothers. If such words had come from Chen Yao, the prince would have suspected Chen of colluding with Hehitu. It was no surprise that the prince exhibited such strong emotions. As of now, no double red sticks had emerged in the entire Hong Kong island. Whether it was the prince, the decision-maker from Tsim Sha Sui, known as the god of war, or the formidable brother from the new record, Axe Jun, also entrenched in Tsim Sha Sui, including the leader of the Loyalty and Righteousness Triad, the renowned master Lei Ho Lung, or the head of the Courage faction in Mong Kok, Wang Bao, who held sway after midnight, and even the reigning tyrant of Yau Ma Tei, Qin Zheng. None of these illustrious figures had received a double red stick. How could it be that a mere unknown youth in the Hong Kong underworld would seize such a prestigious title? The decision-makers present were not surprised by the princess' remarks, as he cast a glance at Qin Zheng, seemingly attempting to gauge his thoughts. Jiang Tianxing did not immediately respond to the prince. Instead, he turned to Qin Zheng and asked, Zheng, what are your thoughts on this matter? Hearing Jiang Tianxing address him, Qin Zheng feigned contemplation for a moment before replying, Mr. Jiang, I believe your agreement on this matter poses no detriment to Hongxing. Even if Tachibana Masanori is bestowed a double red stick, if he rises to prominence, it would reflect well on us, and if he falters, it would be Hehitu's embarrassment. Though he stated this, Qin Zheng's intentions to navigate the murky waters for personal gain remained concealed. Jiang Tianxing cast a look of approval towards him. acknowledging that although Zheng could be assertive at times, he still showed respect. Liang Kuan, however, sensed something amiss with Qin Zheng but refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, he was a cultured individual who did not concern himself with such matters. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, the prince realized it would be challenging to persuade Jiang Tianxing to retract his stance. Jiang Tianxing then addressed the prince, saying, "Prince, did you hear what Zheng said? This is but one perspective. On the other hand, you could challenge him or even engage in a friendly match. If you were to win, wouldn't that make you even more formidable than a double red stick?" The prince, whose skills were focused on brute strength rather than intellect, fell for Jiang Tianxing's suggestion, thinking, indeed, if I were to defeat him before the eyes of my peers in the underworld, wouldn't I effectively hold the title of an uncoronated double red stick? Yes, thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your guidance. I almost jeopardized your grand plans with my rashness, the prince expressed, apologizing to Jiang Tianxing. We are all brothers. Such formalities are unnecessary, Jiang Tianxing replied sagely. In that case, this proposal is hereby approved, he concluded. Looking around at all present, he added, on the 15th. At Hehitu's headquarters, anyone wishing to join in the festivities is welcome. The crowd responded eagerly, assuring they would attend if time permitted. On their way back, Fei Quan and Yao Wen exchanged puzzled glances at Qin Zheng, asking, Brother Zheng, among the prominent figures of Hongxing known for their fighting prowess, only you and the prince stand out. The prince was quick to voice his stance. Why did you not join him in opposing Jiang Tianxing's decision to grant a double red stick to Hehita's man? The reasoning was simple. Hongxing was still under the Jiang banner. Even if the prince, along with myself and Liang Kuan, and even Han Bin, opposed it, it would only amount to 7 votes against, insufficient to overturn the leader's decision. So, why not extend a favor to him? Fei Quan still found it hard to comprehend. Brother Zheng, a double red stick? There is currently no such position in the underworld. Such a prestigious title. Besides you, who else is worthy? Yao Wen, slow to catch on, nodded in agreement, realizing, as Qin Zheng had said, that since they could not oppose the decision, it was better to ingratiate themselves, to lull their enemies into complacency, and strike decisively when they were at their weakest. With this thought, Yao Wen smiled faintly. The events of the Hongxing headquarters meeting soon spread, and Qin Zheng's decisive actions in defending his younger brother by decisively defeating the former leader of the Causeway Bay faction, Dabi, reinforced the perception of his ruthless and protective character. Meanwhile, Gao Wenbiao's intention to grant a double red stick to a younger brother stirred considerable chatter, capturing the attention of all underworld figures in Hong Kong. Chapter 70, Financial Officer. Upon learning the news, Gao Wenbiao immediately let it be known that on the 15th of this month, Hehitu would bestow a double red stick upon Tachibana Masanori at Hehitu's headquarters. He also announced that 10 organizations would send 10 red sticks to face Tachibana Masanori, who must withstand the assault of 10 red sticks for 20 minutes without falling to be granted the title. Gao Wenbiao's declaration ignited the hearts of the underworld's lowly figures, prompting inquiries about who Tachibana Masanori was to warrant such a grand title. The headquarters of the Loyalty and Righteousness faction was located in the Cine building in Tsim Shui. In the office, a middle-aged man with a portly visage and a robust physique reclines on the sofa, facing a slender and moderately built man. These two individuals are none other than the leaders of the Chung Yi Sin, the most formidable figure in Hong Kong Island, Lien Haolong, and his brother, the gambler Lien Haodong. At this moment, Lien Haodong remarks, Elder brother, even you are not a double flower red stick. What right does a mere novice have to push forth as a double flower? Lien Haolong responds nonchalantly, in today's world, brute strength is no longer the sole criterion for determining who can be a leader. Nowadays, the younger generation relies more on intellect than on money. Just look at Qin Zheng from Hongxing. After his initial skirmish wielding a machete, has he needed to lift a finger since? In just a few short months, he has transformed from a street punk into a formidable force that even I must regard with caution. I have spent a lifetime to attain my current status, while he has achieved it in mere months. This underscores the gap between us. I possess the skills, yet my mind lacks his agility. It is Lien Haodong's first time witnessing his elder brother extol another's virtues, though he too holds a certain admiration for Qin Zheng. Just a few months prior, he had watched him in the ring, and now, upon meeting him, he feels compelled to call him Brother Zheng. Adong, you must understand. No matter how skilled one is, dodging a single bullet is feasible, but evading two is a different story. In this era, a sharp mind outweighs brute strength. Lien Haolong continues. Understood, elder brother, Lien Haodong replies eagerly. Shall we go to observe the spectacle? Then let us proceed. Lien Haolong affirms. However, Lien Haodong detects a note of regret in his brother's tone. Although he speaks thus to Lien Haodong, it does not imply his endorsement of this so-called Li Huajingren's qualifications to wield a double flower. Renowned brothers from the streets of Hong Kong Island also expressed their intent to visit Hehitu's main hall to ascertain the true merit of this individual chosen to bear the double flower. Upon receiving the news, Qin Zheng's subordinates flood him with calls, inquiring whether they might join the fray on the 15th. Qin Zheng responds, suggesting they all attend together, viewing it as an opportunity to expand his connections in the underworld. While Qin Zheng peruses the materials recently compiled by Yao Wen regarding the Kowloon group, Ruby enters his office, accompanied by a young woman dressed in a sleek black professional outfit, impeccably attired. Qin Zheng quickly scans the woman brought in by Ruby, finding her strikingly familiar. Ruby then introduces, Brother Zheng, this is my good sister, Qin Zheng. Confirming her identity, he realizes she is not an acquaintance. Yet her appearance resonates with a character from a film or television series from a past life. Qin Zheng gestures, Miss Chen, please take a seat. Ruby, you too. Qin Zheng glances at Ruby, who nods in encouragement for her to sit. Qin Zheng harbors a considerable trust in Ruby, having been saved by Wei Jixiang in her youth, leading to her friendship with Ruby. Miss Chen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Zheng, the chairman of the Kowloon group. Ruby has likely informed you that we are seeking professionals in finance, and she recommended you, Qin Zheng states. Indeed, Mr. Qin. Sister Ruby mentioned your company is looking for individuals with financial expertise. I am a top graduate from the accounting department of Hong Kong Island University, holding a Hong Kong CPA license, and I previously worked at PricewaterhouseCoopers. I was dismissed for refusing to assist a British client in financial fraud. I believe I meet your requirements quite well. Qin Zheng responds with poise. What is your perspective on the underworld? Qin Zheng inquires further. Qin Zheng replies, in my childhood, my father fled from loan sharks, abandoning my mother and me. Back then, I aspired to become a police officer to uphold the prosperity and stability of Hong Kong Island. Subsequently, my mother fell ill, and I took on various jobs during holidays, cleaning, serving, even managing accounts for the underworld, all to earn a bit more. It was during this time that I met Sister Ruby. Those experiences taught me the significance of rising above. I dedicated myself to studying, entered university, obtained my CPA license, only to find myself cast back into the depths by capital after offending them just as I thought I grasped the chance to ascend to high society. Not all involved in the underworld are villains, and not everyone in a suit and tie is virtuous. Sometimes, the underworld holds more integrity than those so-called good people. That is my view. Qin Zheng applauds. Well said. You are among the most perceptive women I have encountered. I have decided to hire you as the financial director of Kowloon Group. Ruby beams with joy. Brother Zheng, I thank you on behalf of Zheng. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng remains unfazed, her gaze oscillating between Qin Zheng and Ruby, as if contemplating a significant decision. Noticing her silence, Ruby tugs at Qin Zheng's sleeve, prompting her to softly murmur, Sister Ruby, I'm sorry. With that, she stands before Qin Zheng and Ruby and removes her clothing entirely. Qin Zheng watches this unfold with great interest, while Ruby gasps in shock and hastily grabs Qin Zheng's clothes, attempting to cover her. Qin Zheng asserts, Mr. Qin, I am well aware of your position as the chairman of Kowloon Group, and I also know you as the tyrant of Yau Ma Tei. I not only wish to become the financial director of Kowloon Group, but also aspire to be someone of significance by your side. Sister Ruby, I hope you will forgive me for this approach. Qin Zheng remains silent, not out of reluctance to speak, but rather due to uncertainty regarding Qin Zheng's intentions. He decides to assess her affinity level, discovering it to be an astonishing 98, the highest he has encountered thus far, surpassing even Ruby's 96. Ruby, with a wry smile, realizes she must swallow her grievances upon seeing Qin Zheng's lack of rejection. What objections could I possibly have? It's all up to Brother Zheng, she remarks before exiting. She feels too awkward to linger, knowing that Qin Zheng is a man of the underworld, destined to have more than one woman. Yet, she is unprepared to witness him with another, even if that woman is her sister. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng, remaining in Qin Zheng's office, blushes deeply, her head bowed in silence. Chapter 71, The Return of Jimmy. Qin Zheng is certainly open to all, especially as his physical prowess has grown, leaving Ruby unable to withstand his advances alone. Though Qin Zheng has laid everything on the line, offering herself to Qin Zheng in hopes of overtaking the competition, she remains an inexperienced maiden. As she watches Qin Zheng approach slowly, her heart quivers. When Qin Zheng lifts her effortlessly, her body grows weak. As the VIP advertisement segment concludes, Qin Zheng states, Very well, Zheng, I shall entrust you with financial matters from here on out. I hope you will not deceive me. For my title of tyrant is not one to be taken lightly. Qin Zheng remains silent, her weary body leaping forward instead, vividly illustrating the phrase that actions speak louder than words. With another half hour of advertisements elapsed, Qin Zheng hastily calls Ruby, asking her to come watch over Qin Zheng. Ruby initially hesitates, but rushes over upon hearing that Qin Zheng has begun foaming at the mouth. Upon observing Qin Zheng's demeanor, he couldn't help but express his grievances towards Qin Zheng. This was indeed the first time Qin Zheng had suffered such a silent loss. and it was difficult for him to state that Qin Zheng's behavior was simply too erratic. Nevertheless, he thought to himself that in due time, she would come to understand. With this in mind, Qin Zheng refrained from elaborating further. Although Ruby voiced her complaints about Qin Zheng, her actions were swift as she assisted Qin Zheng to the bathroom to wash up. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng lit a post-incident cigarette, struggling to recall precisely which television show Qin Zheng had been associated with. However, based on his own capabilities and the favorable impressions he had observed, he was convinced that Qin Zheng was indeed a person of extreme temperament. A touch of warmth from him could elicit an entire sun in return. He then turned to Ruby and instructed, "Ruby, please take Zheng shopping for a set of clothes later. And let us check if there are any available properties in our current residential complex. If there are, let us purchase another unit." Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Ruby replied, "Understood, Brother Zheng, but given Zheng's current state, it seems we may not have time until the afternoon." "Afternoon it is then. Just see to the arrangements," Qin Zheng responded. Sensing a hint of melancholy on Ruby's face, he added reassuringly, "Rest assured, no matter how many women I may have in the future, your place in my life remains irreplaceable." After hearing this, Ruby shook her head and said, "Brother Zheng, my concerns lie elsewhere. It's quite normal for a man of your stature to have many women. What I truly desire is to have a child with you." Hearing Ruby's voice diminish to a whisper, Qin Zheng replied sternly, "We are still young, and our careers are on the rise. It would be perilous to have a child too soon. Let us discuss it once we have settled down." Qin Zheng firmly declined Ruby's request. Knowing there were many endeavors yet to be undertaken, having a child now would be akin to joining the ranks of the unworthy. After considering Qin Zheng's reasoning, Ruby chose not to press further. In the afternoon, Qin Zheng took Ruby and Qin Zheng shopping for clothes. As for the property, Qin Zheng opted not to purchase immediately, expressing a desire to live with Qin Zheng and Ruby. Since Qin Zheng claimed she could cook, Ruby had no grounds to refuse. Thus, Ruby and Qin Zheng returned home first, while Qin Zheng arranged for Wang Jianjun and a few of his subordinates to escort them back. Qin Zheng had also moved from the Kowloon nightclub to an office in the central building. Sitting in his chairman's office, he surveyed the surroundings, quite pleased with Yaowen's arrangements, which even included a dedicated rest room complete with a spacious bathroom and a thoughtfully installed bathtub, offering excellent soundproofing. Testing the mettle of his subordinates? A joke. What subordinate could withstand such scrutiny? Regarding Qin Zheng's demonstrated capabilities in finance over the past few days, she had managed to organize the company's accounts meticulously in a brief span, earning the respect of all, especially Yawen, who had previously struggled with the accounts to the point of near despair, his hair nearly thinning from stress. At this moment, Qin Zheng presented a report to Qin Zheng, stating, "Brother Zheng, here is a summary of your current assets. Your personal wealth is approximately 400 million Hong Kong dollars." Qin Zheng was somewhat taken aback by Qin Zheng's wealth. She had previously perceived him merely as a rising figure, perhaps lacking substantial depth. Now, she felt fortunate for her earlier decisiveness. Qin Zheng glanced at the report. The visible cash was roughly this amount, encompassing the value of Kowloon nightclub and the assets formerly owned by Hongtai. As for the illicit funds, they were primarily kept in his personal space, stemming from extortion by Liang Kuan and reimbursement for medicinal expenses by Jiang Tiansheng, along with compensation from Luo Tua and Fei Deng, totaling over 100 million. Just then, Qin Zheng's phone rang. "Hello, this is Qin Zheng. May I ask who is calling?" "Mr. Qin, greetings. I am Lu, the president of Xinhua News Agency. A gentleman named Shi Yong has asked me to inform you that he will be joining a Mr. Li at Kowloon nightclub to meet you tonight." After conveying this message, the caller hung up. Qin Zheng was elated upon hearing this, curious about how the matter he had entrusted to Jimmy was progressing. After dinner, he instructed Ruby and Qin Zheng to stay at home while he took Wang Jianjun to Kowloon nightclub. Upon arriving at the entrance, a sharp-eyed subordinate hurried over, "Brother Zheng, what brings you here?" "I'll fetch Brother Guang." He then instructed another subordinate to summon Fu Guang. Qin Zheng warmly greeted the subordinates, while Wang Jianjun, clad in a black trench coat and sporting a buzz cut, stood silently behind him, exuding a formidable presence that made outsiders wary. Fu Guang was currently enjoying drinks at Kowloon nightclub. Since taking charge, no one dared to cause trouble due to Qin Zheng's reputation, which had left Fu Guang and his associates with plenty of idle time, occasionally discussing plans to venture elsewhere for territory. Upon hearing that Qin Zheng had arrived, Fu Guang promptly went out to welcome him. Seeing Fu Guang's flushed face, Qin Zheng remained silent and directly proceeded to his former office. Only then did he address Fu Guang. "Ah Guang, how have you been lately?" "All well, thanks to you, Brother Zheng. Things have been quite good. However, due to your reputation, no one dares to stir up trouble here," Fu Guang stammered. Realizing Fu Guang and his crew were itching for action, Qin Zheng replied, "Oh, is that so? Are you planning to stir things up at the venue?" Upon hearing this, Fu Guang immediately fell silent. Qin Zheng then reassured him, "Rest assured, There will be opportunities for you to contribute. At this juncture, Alian and Yaowen arrived, inquiring, Brother Zheng, what brings you here tonight? Aren't you supposed to be with the two ladies? It was Yaowen who spoke. Qin Zheng, hearing this, turned to Alian and remarked, Alian, I've heard that Yaowen has a small room in the central office. Yaowen, flustered, quickly looked at Alian and said, Alian, that's merely a place for me to rest. Please don't read too much into it. Alian playfully pinched Yaowen's waist, warning, it better be that way, or you know the consequences. Fu Guang watched the playful exchange with envy. It was then that Qin Zheng interjected, Jimmy will be returning tonight and will come to Jilong nightclub to see me. Both Alian and Yaowen, aware that Jimmy was currently handling matters in the mainland, were surprised to hear, Brother Jimmy is returning tonight? Fu Guang's eyes lit up at this news, thinking, today, I will finally meet the legendary Brother Jimmy? Chapter 72, The Imperial Guard, Su Zhengyang. Just then, a subordinate entered, announcing, Brother Zheng, there's someone outside the nightclub claiming to be Jimmy, saying he has an appointment with you. Yaowen, please go and bring Jimmy in, Qin Zheng instructed. Before he could finish, Fu Guang eagerly volunteered, Brother Zheng, Brother Yaowen, let me go and fetch Brother Jimmy. Qin Zheng, seeing Fu Guang's enthusiastic expression, replied, very well. Go ahead and bring Jimmy directly to me. Fu Guang, thrilled by Qin Zheng's words, turned and led a few subordinates towards the nightclub entrance. At that moment, Jimmy was standing outside Jilong nightclub with the Quan Bao. Although he knew this was his boss Qin Zheng's establishment, he had never been here before. The Quan Bao had stayed for a few days, but had mostly been inside the nightclub, not venturing out. Back then, Tianhong and Aji were responsible for keeping an eye on him, so he wasn't particularly familiar with the surroundings. After a brief wait, a subordinate entered to announce the arrival of a stout man in a black coat with a square face and a robust build, followed by a few subordinates. May I ask who among you is Brother Jimmy? I am Jimmy, and upon hearing the words of the newcomer, I responded in kind. Noticing my reply, Fu Guang regarded me with a puzzled expression, pondering that my appearance was quite unremarkable. Apart from slightly darker skin, there seemed to be nothing particularly special about me. Could it be that I possessed exceptional fighting skills? Hello, Brother Jimmy. I am the current overseer at the Kowloon nightclub. You may call me a Guang, he said, still gazing at me with a hint of confusion. I greeted Fu Guang in return, and he subsequently led me to Qin Zheng's office. Upon reaching the door, the sound of laughter emanated from within Qin Zheng's office. I pushed the door open, exclaiming, Brother Zheng, have you encountered something joyful? Your hearty laughter reached me even from the entrance. Yaowen, Ai Lian, it's been a while. I see you are both here as well, Qin Zheng remarked. Turning to Fu Guang, Guang, you may head back to oversee things. We have some matters to discuss. Aware that he had not yet entered Qin Zheng's inner circle and lacking any resistance, Fu Guang replied, understood, Brother Zheng. If you require anything, just call for me. Brother Jimmy, Brother Yaowen, Sister Ai Lian, I shall take my leave. After speaking, he exited, instructing his subordinates to stand guard 5 meters away from the door. Inside, Qin Zheng, upon seeing me, jested, Jimmy, after not seeing you for a few weeks, you've become even more manly. Indeed, Brother Zheng is right. Your aura is quite different from before, Yaowen chimed in. While I have been enduring the harsh sun in the mainland, you all have been enjoying the air conditioning in Hong Kong. I felt somewhat reluctant to engage with the two, but nonetheless replied, Brother Zheng. I have completed the tasks you entrusted to me. The workers have been recruited with the help of the local government, and technicians for the electronics factory are being gradually hired. Once the factory is constructed, it will soon be operational. As for the agricultural supply companies you mentioned, I have already established agreements. We are merely awaiting your arrangements. Additionally, I have negotiated with a manufacturer in Fujian province for clothing and textiles, securing extremely low prices. Although the quality cannot compare to what we produce in our own factory, Qin Zheng, upon hearing this, expressed his satisfaction, recognizing that this was merely a test of the security of the smuggling route. Furthermore, the arms stored in the space could come in handy. Thank you for your hard work, Jimmy. You should take some time to rest. Fong Ting has inquired about your return from your business trip more than once. Qin Zheng remarked. I felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, as I indeed missed Fong Ting after quite some time apart. Brother Zheng, I shall not disturb you further. Please continue with your work. I will head back to rest, I responded. Very well, you may go. Make sure to rest well, and call me if you need anything. Qin Zheng advised, being aware of my recent exhaustion. Meanwhile, De Quan Bao observed Yaowen and Ai Lian, appearing as if he had something to say, but hesitating. Noticing this, Qin Zheng instructed Yaowen and Ai Lian to attend to their tasks. Once they departed, Qin Zheng turned to De Quan Bao and said, Bao, if you have something to discuss, just speak up without hesitation. Mr. Qin, it is regarding a request from Yunnan province. They wish for your assistance in protecting Mr. Song Shichang's girlfriend, Miss Yang. Since the time of Mr. Song's grandfather, he has been a patriotic businessman. contributing significantly to the construction of the new China and the country's current development. As Miss Yang is the last witness to a murder case, Mr. Song seeks some state assistance. The Beijing side has dispatched an excellent soldier for her personal protection, but for daily safety, they may require your cooperation. Daquan Bao explained Yunan's request. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng thought, isn't this just like the plot of a bodyguard story? I have already subdued the military and the nation. How could this scenario still unfold? Is the corrective force that formidable? No problem. Please convey to Yunnan province that I will ensure Miss Yang's safety. Qin Zheng decided to accept the task. Motivated not only by the prospect of gaining a favor from Yunnan, but also by curiosity regarding the individual who would take on this assignment. Hoping to see if they could be of use to him, Daquan Bao expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Qin. Yunnan province also asked me to inform you that Mr. Song holds considerable influence not only domestically, but also in Hong Kong." Qin Zheng contemplated the implications of Daquan Bao's words in silence. The following afternoon, the bodyguard Su Jingyang was brought in by Daquan Bao to the Kowloon Group Company located in Central. Yang Qianer and her fiancé Song Shichang were also present. Mr. Song, Mr. Su, Miss Yang, this is Mr. Qin Zheng. Mr. Qin is also of the bloodline of the Yin Huang and will be assisting in the protection of Miss Yang. Daquan Bao introduced Mr. Qin to the trio. Greetings. Mr. Qin, both Song Shichang and Su Zhengyang said in unison. Song Shichang warmly shook hands with me. However, Yang Qianer scoffed, declaring, "Who is Qin Zheng? I've never heard of him. How can he protect me? I can protect myself just fine." Song Shichang quickly interjected, "Mr. Qin, I apologize. Qianer has been spoiled by me." He then urged Yang Qianer. Qianer quickly apologized to Mr. Qin. I glanced at Daquan Bao, who appeared helpless as he pulled Song Shichang aside, whispering to him while occasionally glancing back at me. Before long, Song Shichang returned to my side and said, "Mr. Qin, I apologize on behalf of Qianer. She has been spoiled since childhood and has a bit of a temper. Please do not take offense." I found it difficult to respond to this. Su Jingyang then suggested, "In that case, let us proceed to the safe house." With that, we all got into the car and headed towards the safe house. I brought along Wang Jianjun as well. Upon arriving outside the safe house, as Su Jingyang encountered Wang Jianjun, a sudden skirmish erupted between the two. Chapter 73, The Unknown Assassin. Their unexpected confrontation startled the others, and the commotion drew the attention of Fei Bo, the chief of the serious crimes unit of the Hong Kong police responsible for security at the villa. To onlookers, Su Zhengyang and Wang Jianjun's fight seemed lethal, each aiming to take the other down. However, I discerned that while their moves were fierce, they were holding back. "Mr. Qin, should we intervene? Perhaps they merely have some misunderstandings," Daquan Bao anxiously suggested, concerned that Su Zhengyang might injure Wang Jianjun. Hearing Daquan Bao's words, Song Shichang turned to me, unsure of what to think. He knew Su Zhengyang's identity, and witnessing Wang Jianjun hold his ground against him had already impressed him. Moreover, Daquan Bao's statement implied that I could step into the fray and mediate the situation. What did that entail? Meanwhile, Yang Qianer watched the unfolding duel with great amusement. Clearly entertained, I spoke up. "Ah Bao, there is no need to rush. Perhaps they are old acquaintances who have not seen each other for years and cannot help but engage in a sparring match." As if to validate my words, both Su Zhengyang and Wang Jianjun simultaneously launched punches at each other's chests, choosing to take the hits without resistance. They stumbled back 3 steps each. Suddenly, hearty laughter erupted from both sides. "My goodness, Su Zhengyang, it has been quite some time. I never expected your skills to remain so agile." Wang Jianjun, typically serious, displayed a rare smile. "Wang Jianjun, you are not too shabby yourself. I thought you had perished in the hands of the monkeys," Su Zhengyang replied jovially. Su Zhengyang also remarked, albeit in jest, yet the concern in his words was unmistakable to all present. "Su Zhengyang, if you are unharmed, how could I possibly be in danger?" Wang Jianjun retorted. At that moment, Daquan Bao interjected, suggesting, "Captain Su, let us first escort Miss Yang inside before discussing further." Yang Qianer glanced at Su Zhengyang, her eyes betraying a hint of inexplicable emotion. The group gradually made their way into the villa, where the police officer Fei Bo, tasked with protecting Yang Qianer, greeted them warmly. "Hello, Mr. Song. I am the officer responsible for Miss Yang's safety. My colleagues call me Fei Bo, so feel free to do the same," he said amiably. Song Shichang responded courteously, "Officer Fei, thank you for the protection you and your team are providing for my girlfriend. However, I would also like to invite Mr. Qin and Mr. Su to act as personal bodyguards for her, while your department can assist by securing the perimeter of the villa." Although Song Shichang's words were couched in politeness, Fei Bo discerned a lack of trust in the police from him. After all, a witness protected by the police had nonetheless been eliminated by an assassin hired by Zhao Guoming. "Mr. Song, I understand your concerns, but this is not a decision within my purview. Please hold on a moment while I consult my superior," Fei Bo said before stepping outside to make a phone call. Once Fei Bo had exited, Wang Jianjun introduced Su Zhengyang to Qin Zheng, saying, "This is Su Zhengyang. We were previously part of the same unit. Though I chose to go to South Vietnam to deal with the monkeys." Su Zhengyang saluted Qin Zheng, stating, "Mr. Qin, it is a pleasure to meet you. I was once a rival of Jianjun, but we are also brothers in arms. I look forward to collaborating with you all on this mission." Qin Zheng shook Su Zhengyang's hand, replying, "Captain Su, it is a pleasure. You will take the lead in this protection task, whatever you need. Jianjun and I will coordinate with you." Su Zhengyang responded, "In that case, I shall not be modest. Firstly, Miss Yang is due to testify in 3 days, and our responsibility is to protect her during this period. The safest approach is to remain within the villa without deviation for those 3 days. Furthermore, we should limit the number of people inside the villa. Just the 4 of us, myself, Mr. Qin, Jianjun, and Miss Yang, will suffice. Mr. Song, you may take your bodyguards with you." Su Zhengyang quickly laid out the plan. Upon hearing this, Song Shichong replied, "Captain Su, my bodyguards are already here and can assist with some tasks." Su Zhengyang firmly stated, "Mr. Song, having too many bodyguards poses a risk. They could be compromised by the assassins, increasing the danger. It would be wiser for them to accompany you instead." Upon hearing Su Zhengyang's reasoning, everyone began to see the logic in his argument. At that moment, Fei Bo returned from his phone call and addressed Song Shichong, saying, "Mr. Song, since you have made your decision, we will proceed according to your plan. Your men will provide personal protection for Miss Yang, while my team and I will secure the perimeter." "Thank you for your efforts," Song Shisheng replied. After some pleasantries, Daquan Bao and Song Shichong departed. Su Zhengyang then led Qin Zheng and Wang Jianjun to install the surveillance equipment he had brought throughout the villa. Yang Qian'er, curious as ever, bombarded them with questions about their activities, leaving the 3 men somewhat exasperated. That evening, Qin Zheng called Ruby and Chun Zixin to inform them he would not be returning for a few days due to certain matters. Ruby and Chun Zixin did not press for details, and Chun Zixin felt a sense of relief, finally able to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep after the events of the past few days. Once Su Zhengyang completed his preparations, the meal arranged by Song Shichong arrived. Out of caution, Su Zhengyang confirmed the arrangements with Song Shichong before inviting everyone to dine. Observing this, Qin Zheng thought it best to have Daquan Bao personally deliver the meal, ensuring everyone could eat with peace of mind. The day passed without incident. Wang Jianjun kept watch during the first half of the night, and around 2 a.m., Su Zhengyang took over the shift. Looking at Wang Jianjun, Su Zhengyang inquired, "Jianjun, what brings you to Hong Kong? And how did you end up involved with the underworld?" Wang Jianjun replied, "After killing a prisoner in South Vietnam, I was discharged. With no prospects at home, I decided to accompany Zhang Wo to Hong Kong for some experience. To my surprise, the very next day after crossing the sea, I was defeated by Zheng Gu, and that is how I ended up following him." A wry smile crossed Wang Jianjun's face as he recounted this. "So Zhang Wo is here too? Is Mr. Qin truly that formidable?" Su Zhengyang pressed further. "Indeed, Zhang Wo is also with Zheng Gu. However, that kid has been learning the ropes from the local gangsters. Nevertheless, Zheng Gu values him and has entrusted him with a few lucrative ventures. As for Zheng Ji's strength, I can only say he is exceptionally powerful. Beyond that, I cannot specify. During our last encounter, aside from not having a military dagger, I exerted nearly all my strength." While he appeared completely at ease, Wang Jianjun explained. Su Zhengyang was taken aback. He had heard of Qin Zheng from the secretary of a superior and knew he worked quietly towards the return of Hong Kong. However, he had not anticipated his prowess to be so formidable, considering Wang Jianjun had previously ranked second in an army-wide martial arts competition. Without delving further into the topic, Su Zhengyang clapped Wang Jianjun on the shoulder, saying, "All right, you should rest and recuperate. I hope you can keep pace with me." Wang Jianjun said nothing more and returned to his room to rest. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng lay awake, contemplating the implications of the competition between Su Zhengyang and Wang Jianjun now that the latter had become an ally. Who, then, would the assassin be? Chapter 74, Assassination in the Marketplace. The next day, Qin Zheng rose early to practice his 8 extremes fist, while Su Zhengyang and Wang Jianjun executed their military-style boxing with equal precision. However, the vigorous sounds of their training disturbed Yang Qian'er, who, unable to sleep, donned her pajamas and ventured into the villa's courtyard. Upon seeing the 3 engaged in their exercises, perhaps intrigued by the spectacle, she quickly ran to Su Zhengyang's side, clamoring to learn. Exasperated, Su Zhengyang decided to humor her, teaching her a couple of simple moves. Yang Qian'er mimicked him with earnest enthusiasm. Wang Jianjun, observing this, exchanged a glance with Su Zhengyang, one that seemed to convey a silent wish for luck, before retreating indoors with Qin Zheng. Su Zhengyang, on the other hand, inwardly chastised Wang Jianjun for his lack of loyalty. At that moment, Yang Qian'er attempted a move that was too ambitious. causing her to lose her balance and teeter towards the ground. Instinctively, Su Zhengyang reached out to grasp her hand, pulling her into his embrace. A scene of unintended romance unfolded. Realizing the warmth of her presence, Su Zhengyang snapped back to reality and quickly released his hold. Yang Qian'er, her cheeks flushed, hurried back to her room. Su Zhengyang stood momentarily dumbfounded, watching her retreat, his heart stirred by unfamiliar emotions. Perhaps due to the awkward encounter with Su Zhengyang that morning, Yang Qian'er opted to skip breakfast. Qin Zheng, observing this, speculated that old Song might have some explaining to do. For the entire morning, Yang Qian'er remained sequestered in her room, leading the three men to believe the day would drag on in this manner. At around 2 in the afternoon, Yang Qian'er finally emerged, fully dressed, and announced to the trio in the hall, "Staying here is so dull. I'm going out shopping." Su Zhengyang felt a headache coming on. "Miss, you are currently in a state of protection. Are you not aware that numerous assassins are searching for you, intent on taking your life?" Qin Zheng shared Su Zhengyang's sentiments, thinking that this woman must be out of her mind to even consider going out at such a time. "Can't you just stay put and testify without causing more trouble?" "I am indifferent. I simply wish to go outside. You are here to protect me, are you not?" With that, she dialed Song Shichong. Upon hearing that Yang Qian'er wanted to go shopping, Song Shichong felt a wave of frustration and replied, "Qian'er, please wait a moment. I shall arrive at the villa shortly." Within 5 minutes, Fei Bo arrived with Song Shichong in tow. Without waiting for Song Shichong to settle down, Yang Qian'er exclaimed, "Shichong, I am growing increasingly stifled here. I intend to go shopping this afternoon." Song Shichong, with good intentions, counseled her, "Qian'er, in just 2 days you will be testifying in court. You are currently the sole witness. Who knows how many assassins Zhao Guoming has hired to silence you? Venturing out now would be akin to walking into a trap. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. I must go out. Isn't Su Zhengyang one of the bodyguards you arranged for me? They can accompany me," Yang Qian'er retorted, her princess-like temper flaring. Su Zhengyang persisted, "Mr. Song, Miss Yang, I believe it would be safest to remain in the villa for the next 2 days." Qin Zheng added, "Indeed, Mr. Song. Zhao Guoming has eliminated all witnesses except for Miss Yang in his desperate bid to escape justice. It is entirely possible he has sent assassins after her. If she goes out now, it could lead to dire consequences." "What kind of consequences could arise? With so many of you protecting me, if something were to happen, that would be your fault," Yang Qian'er shot back. Qin Zheng immediately sensed he should not have taken on this task, and fell silent. Su Zhengyang, too, was rendered speechless. Song Shichong quickly interjected, "Mr. Qin, please don't take offense. Qian'er is merely speaking without thought. Captain Su, you two should not take it to heart. It was a jest." Su Zhengyang could afford to be unconcerned. However, Qin Zheng had taken special measures yesterday to gather intelligence. While their wealth could not compare to that of certain families, the men at their disposal were not to be trifled with, even if they aimed northward. It was wise to avoid making enemies and to cultivate goodwill instead. He resolved to explore potential business ventures with Qin Zheng after this matter was resolved. Instantly, Song Shichong suggested, "Mr. Qin, Captain Su, how about allowing Qian'er to go out for a stroll?" Given that Song Shichong had spoken, Su Zhengyang felt it inappropriate to argue further. Qin Zheng commented, "Since Mr. Song has decided, I shall not voice any objections." Nearby, Fei Bo cast a disgruntled glance at Yang Qian'er, but ultimately stated, "I shall bring along my men to accompany you." With that, the group set off in a vehicle, following Yang Qian'er's directions to the Tsim Sha Sui shopping center. Qin Zheng recalled that in the movie, Yang Qian'er encountered gunmen upon her arrival. He promptly called Tian Hong, instructing him to bring some men equipped with firearms to follow closely behind, ready to provide immediate support should any trouble arise. Yang Qian'er, meanwhile, clung to Song Shichong, flitting about like a caged bird freed, eager to explore. Qin Zheng, Su Zhengyang, and Wang Jianjun kept vigilant watch over the crowd, wary of any potential assassins lying in wait. After over an hour of shopping, Yang Qian'er turned to the three and declared, "See, I told you everything would be fine. You all insisted there would be problems." Humph. Just as they exited the mall, Su Zhengyang's keen eyes spotted a figure approaching from across the street, rummaging through their belongings. He shouted, "Danger!" and instinctively threw himself over Yang Qian'er, pushing her to the ground. Qin Zheng also pulled Song Shichong back into the mall. The sound of gunfire shattered the glass at the entrance, sending pedestrians into a frenzy of screams and panic. A group of 5 or 6 men in suits armed with guns surged into the shopping center. Seeing this, Fei Bo gritted his teeth and charged in. His men, upon witnessing this, followed suit. Fortunately, Qin Zheng had made prior arrangements. Tian Hong and his men were lying in ambush at the entrance, and as the assassins entered, they were swiftly neutralized. With a mere glance exchanged, Tian Hong and his crew swiftly retreated without a word. As Fei Bo and his men entered, they were met with 5 lifeless bodies sprawled at the entrance, leaving him perplexed. However, upon noticing that Song Shichong was unharmed, He felt a wave of relief and hurriedly approached him, asking, "Mr. Song, are you all right?" After a brief moment of terror, Song Shichong replied, "I am fine. Thanks to Mr. Qin's timely intervention. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Rest assured, since I am here to protect you, I shall exert every effort," Qin Zheng responded. At that moment, Yang Qian'er, visibly shaken, clutched Su Jingyang's hand tightly. Despite numerous attempts to free himself, Su Jingyang could not shake her off. It was then that Song Shichong quietly inquired of Qin Zheng, "Mr. Qin, what just transpired?" "What do you mean what just transpired? Was it not Officer Fei Bo who brought his men to subdue the assassins?" Qin Zheng countered. Yes, indeed," Song Shichong affirmed. "It was all the police's doing." Upon hearing this, Fei Bo realized that Qin Zheng had orchestrated the ambush but still felt slightly embarrassed and said, "Mr. Song, is this appropriate? What is appropriate or inappropriate?" "This was indeed your accomplishment," Song Shichong replied, leading the officers to believe that the bodyguards he had arranged had eliminated the assassins, thereby allowing them to take credit for the catch. They all expressed their gratitude. Soon after, officers from the Tsim Sha Sui police station arrived, and Fei Bo recounted the events. Given that the target of the assassination was the heir of the Song family, and since he was unharmed, the officers did not press for further details and allowed them to leave. Chapter 75, Tai Yi and the Three Boatmen. After witnessing the shaken Yang Qian'er return to the villa, Song Shichong offered some words of comfort before departing with the bodyguards. He had a flight to the mainland later that evening to attend to some matters and could not linger. Meanwhile, Yang Qian'er was still lost in thought about how Su Jingyang had saved her. The image of him fearlessly shielding her with his body and then tackling her to the ground lingered in her mind. Later that night, at 11 o'clock, Wang Jianjun was still monitoring the surveillance. Suddenly, the power to the villa cut out. Qin Zheng and Su Jingyang sprang from their beds, exchanging a knowing glance. Qin Zheng instructed, "Captain Su, I will meet up with Jianjun. You should head directly to the second floor to protect Miss Yang. I will bring Jianjun to you shortly." Su Jingyang pondered for a moment before replying, "Very well, Mr. Qin. Please exercise caution." With that, they parted ways. Qin Zheng made his way to the monitoring room to find Wang Jianjun, while Su Jingyang proceeded to the second-floor bedroom, pushing the door open. Bathed in moonlight, he could barely make out Yang Qian'er curled up in her loose nightgown, resembling a wild cat, lazily dozing on the bed. Without hesitation, Su Jingyang pulled her up, saying, "Miss Yang, you must get up quickly. We are in danger." Still half asleep, Yang Qian'er felt someone tugging at her and instinctively retaliated with a strike. Su Jingyang, caught off guard, took the hit. Once she realized it was Su Jingyang who had grabbed her, she felt a pang of embarrassment for having struck him and apologized. "Captain Su, I'm so sorry." Su Jingyang refrained from elaborating, simply saying, "Miss Yang, do you need to change your clothes? The power has been cut," likely indicating that intruders have entered the villa. Upon hearing this, Yang Qian'er hurriedly asked, "What should we do? Aren't there still police officers outside the villa? Why haven't they acted?" Su Jingyang explained, "Those officers from the island change shifts around 11 each night. It's likely that the incoming shift hasn't arrived yet. Please change your clothes. Mr. Qin and Wang Jianjun are guarding downstairs. Once you're ready, we will regroup." Yang Qian'er felt a bit shy with Su Jingyang watching her and stole glances at him. It was then that he realized he had been staring at her and quickly turned away. Yang Qian'er changed into a new outfit, but just as she was finishing, sounds of a scuffle erupted from downstairs. With a swift change of attire, Su Jingyang accompanied Yang Qian'er to the villa's entrance. There, they beheld Qin Zheng and Wang Jianjun standing at the doorway, flanked by two men of distinctive appearance. Just moments prior, Qin Zheng had hastened down to join forces with Wang Jianjun from the surveillance room. His curiosity piqued about the identity of the assassin. As the two were about to approach, they heard a series of footsteps echoing from a distance. The rhythmic sound drew nearer, revealing two figures approaching with increasing proximity. One was a man of average build, clad in a casual t-shirt and jeans, exuding an air of astuteness and efficiency. The other was more eccentric in appearance, with long white hair cascading past his waist, a well-proportioned physique, and muscular arms that radiated raw power. These two were none other than the assassins from the Japanese Yamaguchi-gumi's underworld organization, Dark Gate, the third-ranked Mifyun and the second-ranked Tai. Upon recognizing Tai's signature waist-length white hair, Qin Zheng deduced their identities. He mused that Wang Jianjun's absence had inadvertently summoned the assassins of Dark Gate, likely drawn by the presence of Tachibana Masahito. Though the reason for their mission against Yang Qian'er remained unclear. "Esteemed gentlemen, this is a private residence, and it would be ill-advised to intrude so brazenly," Wang Jianjun remarked, eyeing the advancing pair. However, his words did little to halt their advance. They had heard of the traitor Tachibana Masahito's appearance in Japan. Fleeing from the remnants of the Yamaguchi-gumi's fourth-generation leader, Takanaka Masahisa, the top assassin of Dark Gate, Zawi, dispatched his junior, Tai, and Mifyun to eliminate Tachibana. only to serendipitously encounter a mission targeting a wealthy heiress from the harbor city, which they readily accepted. Such low-tier assignments were typically reserved for the lesser-ranked assassins. And Tai was uncertain why Mifyun had taken this job, perhaps due to the fact that the target was a woman. Noticing that the two did not pause, Wang Jianjun drew his military dagger, reflecting on how their previous sparring had not revealed his full prowess, hoping this encounter would be more exhilarating. Brother Zheng, I shall engage first, he declared, gripping the dagger and charging forward. Without waiting for Mifyun to act, Tai also surged ahead. The two sides began to probe each other, exchanging blows and showcasing their formidable skills. Qin Zheng was acutely aware of Tai's strength, while Mifyun was astonished, for Tai, being the second-ranked assassin of Dark Gate, should not be so easily thwarted. As the standoff continued, Su Jingyang and Yang Qianer descended the stairs. The moment Su Jingyang appeared, Tai launched an immediate attack towards Wang Jianjun. Meanwhile, Wang Jianjun, dagger planted firmly in the ground, prepared for the impending clash. Tai propelled himself forward, aiming a kick at Wang Jianjun's face, but just before impact, he transformed his footwork from a kick to a claw strike. Wang Jianjun deftly sidestepped, seemingly slow yet effectively evading the attack. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his dagger towards Tai's waist, which Tai quickly blocked with his arm. Wang Jianjun, following through, swung the dagger, leaving a gash on Tai's arm. Mifyun, witnessing this, swiftly intervened to defend Tai from Wang Jianjun's relentless assault, only to discover that Wang Jianjun's capabilities surpassed his expectations. Particularly, that cunning military dagger posed a significant threat in unarmed combat. Utilizing his strength, Mifyun pushed Wang Jianjun away and quickly moved to Tai's side, reassured to see that despite his injury, Tai remained combat-ready. Yet, a thought of retreat began to surface in Mifyun's mind. He could not allow this seemingly trivial assignment to jeopardize their critical mission against Tachibana Masahito in a few days. Are you certain you wish to oppose the Dark Gate? Mifyun inquired. Su Jingyang and Wang Jianjun exchanged puzzled glances, having never heard of the Dark Gate before, and turned their attention to Qin Zheng. It was then that Qin Zheng spoke. I care not for your Yamaguchigumi's intentions in the harbor city. However, I, Hongxing's Qin Zheng, assure you that you will find no favor here tonight. Upon hearing the name Hongxing, Mifyun and Tai grew wary. They were already familiar with the notorious reputation of the Hongxing tyrant. So it is you, the tyrant of Yau Ma Tei. Might I ask if you could grant us a favor and hand over the young lady? Mifyun proposed. Yang Qianer instinctively tightened her grip on Su Jingyang's clothing. Inching closer to him, Qin Zheng erupted into laughter. You Yamaguchigumi fellows are truly audacious, sending Tai and Mifyun to assassinate the one I protect, only to plead for mercy when faced with hard power. How utterly ridiculous. Chapter 76. Farewell. Never to meet again. Tai, incensed by Qin Zheng's words, recalled his recent humiliation of being injured by Wang Jianjun while unarmed. Tyrant, do not think that your bodyguard's weapon guarantees his victory. Let us settle this with a fair fight, barehanded. If I win, you will hand over the girl, or we shall eliminate her before your very eyes. And if you lose? Qin Zheng found it amusing and inquired. Haha, tyrant, I simply cannot be bested by your bodyguard. It is merely his weapon that gives him an edge, Tai retorted with an air of arrogance, confident in his unarmed combat prowess, especially with a secret weapon at his disposal. Seeing Tai's bravado, Qin Zheng showed no signs of yielding. Since you are so self-assured, should you lose, you shall become my disciple. You will no longer be known as Tai, but rather as Qin. How does that sound? How audacious. Tyrant, I hope your strength can match your bravado. Tai sneered before launching himself at Qin Zheng. The air around them buzzed as their fists clashed, targeting Qin Zheng's midsection. Mifyun, observing this, recognized Tai's fury and anticipated the ensuing chaos as Tai unleashed a technique capable of delivering 750 pounds of force. However, against Tai's aggressive assault, Qin Zheng advanced rather than retreating, aligning his waist and stance to deliver a calculated, powerful punch. A terrifying sonic boom erupted in the air as their fists collided. Contrary to the expectations of Tai and Mifyun, Qin Zheng did not falter. Instead, Tai was sent flying several meters away by the sheer force of the blow. As their fists met, Tai felt as if he had collided with a freight train. The impact resonated with a crushing sound, leading to a shattering of his confidence. Witnessing Tai's swift incapacitation, Mifyun's forehead glistened with rare beads of sweat, his previously carefree demeanor now replaced with solemnity. How about it, Qin? When will you come to be my disciple? Qin Zheng inquired, his voice steady. Meanwhile, Wang Jianjun, reflecting on their past encounters, realized that Qin Zheng had been comparatively lenient with him. Su Jingyang, having never witnessed Qin Zheng's prowess firsthand, was taken aback by the ease with which he had incapacitated Tai, secretly contemplating how many of Qin Zheng's punches he could withstand. As for Yang Qianer, She wore an expression of disbelief, pondering how someone like Qin Zheng could possess such formidable strength. Yet, regardless of his capabilities, he was still there to serve as her bodyguard. Upon hearing the near derogatory address from Qin Zheng, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, prior to their confrontation, he had not declined Qin Zheng's proposal. With a stubborn defiance, he retorted, "Qin Zheng, a gentleman may be slain, but must not be humiliated. Today, should I fall at your hands, I shall accept my defeat. Grant me a swift end." With that, he closed his eyes, bracing himself for his demise. Qin Zheng, who was about to speak, felt a chill surge from his heart. He shouted, "Get down," and immediately lunged towards Wang Jianjun. In instinctive response, Su Jingyang dove to shield Yang Qianer. The sound of a deafening explosion echoed as the villa's door was obliterated. In the distance, a man wielding a sniper rifle, upon realizing his shot had missed, hastily retreated. Seizing the opportunity, the three boatmen swiftly hoisted Tai Yi and made their escape, while Qin Zheng, mindful of the sniper in the distance, refrained from pursuing them. After all, the assassin from the Dark Gate was likely targeting Tachibana Masato. One may escape the monk, but not the temple. "Is everyone all right?" Qin Zheng inquired. "Thank you, Brother Zheng. I am unharmed," Wang Jianjun replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. For it was his duty to protect Qin Zheng, not the other way around. Witnessing Qin Zheng's growing strength, Wang Jianjun realized he must intensify his training to avoid falling too far behind. "Next time, I must refrain from saying Brother Zheng stood in front of me to take the bullet," he silently vowed. Meanwhile, under Su Jingyang's protection, Yang Qianer emerged unscathed, save for a slight discomfort where Su Jingyang had pressed against her chest. Su Jingyang, however, bore scratches on his back from the splintered wood of the door. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Qin, I am fine." Rising to his feet, he was met with Yang Qianer's alarmed gaze as she noticed his injuries. "Captain Su, you're hurt. You've lost so much blood," she exclaimed, pulling him inside and hurriedly searching for a first aid kit. Qin Zheng then contacted the police station to report the incident in detail. The police chief, upon learning of the situation, took it very seriously, as it involved a direct request from young Master Song, and the individual under protection was a witness to a murder case. He ordered the criminal investigation team to personally oversee security at the scene. Once Qin Zheng and Wang Jianjun had finished reporting, they found Su Jingyang blushing slightly as he lay on the sofa, while Yang Qianer tenderly tended to his wounds. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived. Fei Bo rushed over to apologize to Yang Qianer. "I am sincerely sorry, Miss Yang, for the fright you endured. Mr. Qin, Captain Su, Mr. Wang, we owe you a great deal tonight." He bowed deeply to the three of them. The police chief, upon learning of the events, was furious. Had it not been for Su Jingyang and the assistance of Qin Zheng, the situation could have ended tragically for Yang Qianer. The slight of disappointing Song Shichang was minor. Losing face in front of the numerous compatriots from John Bull was a far graver concern. Thus, Fei Bo issued orders to suppress the matter, swiftly reassuring everyone involved to keep the situation under wraps. Qin Zheng and the others had no intention of escalating the issue, especially since they had taken it on due to their connections with Yi Province, bearing no ties to the Hong Kong police. With Qin Zheng's assurance not to pursue the matter further, Fei Bo felt relieved and promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Zheng. Should any issues arise in the future, do not hesitate to let me know." Having received this assurance, Qin Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. At this point, Su Jingyang had been bandaged up by Yang Qianer. They spent the night in the villa's hall, making do with the circumstances. The following morning, Su Jingyang accompanied Yang Qianer to court. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng returned to the Kowloon nightclub with Wang Jianjun to rest thoroughly. In the afternoon, Daquan Bao brought Su Jingyang to the Kowloon nightclub. Upon seeing Qin Zheng, Daquan Bao expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much, Mr. Qin, for your assistance in this matter. Captain Su has informed me that without your help, it would have been quite difficult for him to accomplish the task." Qin Zheng replied, "These are merely matters within my capacity. They are of little consequence." He then shifted the conversation. "Captain Su, I have noticed you and Miss Yang seem quite close these days. Allow me to offer some advice. Miss Yang's waters run deep. You may find it challenging to navigate them." Wang Jianjun added earnestly, "Jingyang, do not make any principled mistakes." Su Jingyang, still pondering Qin Zheng's words, found Wang Jianjun's remark a timely reminder. He addressed the group. "Mr. Qin, Jianjun, thank you for your concern. I am well aware of my situation." "As long as you understand," Qin Zheng replied, choosing not to elaborate further. The sentiment remained. Guidance was welcome, but overstepping boundaries was not. Upon returning to the hotel with Daquan Bao, Su Jingyang took out a pen and paper, composing a letter to entrust to Yang Qianer. Upon receiving the letter, Yang Qianer opened it only to break down in tears. The note simply read, "Goodbye, never to meet again," with clear tear stains adorning the paper. Chapter 77. Zhuo Wei prepares to arrive in Hong Kong. Unbeknownst to Qin Zheng, His words had caused Song Shichang's hat to revert to red. It was reported by De Quan Bao that Su Jingyang had locked himself in his hotel room for an entire day after returning. Meanwhile, the two boatmen who had fled that night, along with Tai Yi, arrived at the Yamaguchi-gumi's secret stronghold in Hong Kong. As a major Southeast Asian gang, the Yamaguchi-gumi maintained covert bases throughout the region. The secret hideout visited by the two boatmen and Tai Yi was an old-style tenement building in Hongtai Sin. After arranging for Tai Yi's medical attention, the boatman reported to Zhuo Wei. Zhuo Wei, upon our arrival in Hong Kong, we encountered the tyrant Qin Zheng of Hongxing. He defeated Tai Yi with a single move, and Tai Yi's arm was severed. The boatman recounted, careful not to imply that their mission had led to this outcome. Zhuo Wei, upon hearing this, expressed skepticism, asking, "Are you certain that it was Tai Yi who was bested by Qin Zheng and not the other way around?" The boatman faltered, unsure of how to respond. If you were to tell me that Tai Yi was defeated, I would not believe it myself. Yet, the evidence is before me. Steeling himself, the boatman affirmed, "Yes, Zhuo Wei, you heard correctly. It was indeed Tai Yi who had his arm broken by Qin Zheng. I have already summoned a doctor to reattach it for him. However, prior to dealing with the traitor Tachibana Masato, Tai Yi will likely be unable to fight." After a moment of contemplation, Zhuo Wei replied, "No matter, I shall take action." With that, he ended the call. The boatman felt reassured that Zhuo Wei's involvement would ensure the traitor's capture was handled with care. However, Zhuo Wei's arrival in Hong Kong was not solely about apprehending Tachibana Masato. He was also intent on confronting Qin Zheng. Although Tai Yi was merely his junior disciple, the skills Tai Yi possessed had been imparted to him by Zhuo Wei. Having witnessed Tai Yi's incapacitation at the hands of Qin Zheng, Zhuo Wei was determined to take matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng summoned all his trusted subordinates at the Kowloon nightclub, allowing them to meet Jimmy. As the operation was expanding, and Jimmy needed to establish his authority. Before Qin Zheng arrived, the Tony brothers sought out Fu Guang, asking, Guang, "Did you meet the legendary Jimmy? What is he like? Is he as muscular as they say?" Hearing Aja's question, Fu Guang struggled to suppress laughter. Haha, you'll find out soon enough when Jimmy arrives. Just then, Qin Zheng entered with Ruby, Chun Xiaxian, and Jimmy. Qin Zheng took his seat at the head of the table and introduced, "This is Chun Xiaxian, your new sister-in-law, who will be responsible for financial matters moving forward. The responsibilities of handling transactions, reconciling accounts, and dispersing funds rest squarely on the shoulders of Chun Xiaxian." Upon hearing this, the crowd exclaimed, "Oh, the god of wealth. We must not offend him." Consequently, they all began to greet Chun Xiaxian with warm words. Chun Xiaxian addressed his comrades, saying, "Brothers, we are all here to work for Zhengguo. Should any disagreements arise regarding our business, I kindly ask for your understanding." The brothers below echoed in agreement, "Sister-in-law, please do not stand on ceremony with us. If we have erred in any way, do not hesitate to let us know." Observing this camaraderie, Zhengguo felt a surge of happiness and encouraged Chun Xiaxian to take a seat. He then pointed to Jimmy, saying, "This gentleman is the elusive Jimmy, known only by name. As you know, our company begins with Jiolong, and Jimmy shall serve as my representative in business, the general manager of the Jiolong Group. Let us give him a warm welcome." Those with more experience recognized Zheng Ji's esteem for Jimmy and applauded, particularly Fei Chuan, who recalled that he had been instrumental in introducing both Jimmy and Yao Wen to Zhengguo. Newer members, such as Zilong, Luo Jiwei, and the Vietnamese brothers, eagerly joined in the applause, fearful of being overlooked by Jimmy. Witnessing the unity among his subordinates brought a smile to Zheng Ji's face. He continued, "Jimmy is a serious businessman, unlike you lot. Should he find himself in a predicament, I expect your assistance." Hua Baoming promptly assured, "Rest easy, Zhengguo. If Jimmy needs help, I will be the first to step forward." Fei Chuan added, "Do not worry, Zhengguo. After all, it was I who brought Jimmy to you. I will not stand idly by if he encounters difficulties." The others chimed in agreement. Jimmy understood that Zhengguo was backing him, and the support from Fei Chuan and Hua Baoming signified Zheng Ji's stance. Jimmy expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Zhengguo, and thank you, brothers. Since we are now acquainted, let's consider this meeting adjourned, so as not to hinder your leisure." Zhengguo, seizing the rare moment to joke with his younger brothers, found joy in their camaraderie. Once the younger members departed, Zhengguo, accompanied by Yao Wen, Jimmy, Chun Xiaxian, and Ruby, headed to the central company. With a somewhat unrefined technique, Zhengguo personally brewed tea for his esteemed companions. "Come, as they say, people from Hong Kong love tea. Please, enjoy the tea I have prepared." After serving the tea, the group took a sip, only to furrow their brows in disapproval. Ruby suggested, "Zhengguo, shall I prepare the tea instead?" Upon tasting it himself, Zhengguo conceded, "Ruby, I believe it would be best if you took over." The room erupted with laughter, even eliciting a rare smile from the typically stoic Wang Jianjun, who appreciated Zheng Ji's humor. Once Ruby finished brewing, the group took another sip and exclaimed, "What a delightful tea! Zhengguo, savoring the flavor, turned to Jimmy and remarked, Jimmy, it is imperative that you pay close attention to affairs in the mainland. Although we have the support of Governor Yi and Mayor Liu, we have invested substantial sums of money. It is prudent to exercise caution. Jimmy nodded in agreement, assuring, rest assured, Zhenggu, I will take good care of our business in the mainland. Zhenggu then directed his gaze to Yaowen, stating, Yaowen, I am aware that you have been quite exhausted lately. Allow me to recommend someone who may be of great assistance to you. The group recognized Zheng Ji's talent for identifying capable individuals. Yaowen eagerly inquired, who might that be? Zhenggu replied, Hong Lu Shindang. I wonder if you have heard of him. Yaowen pondered for a moment, but could not recall who this Shindang was, asking in confusion, Zhenggu, who exactly is this Shindang? Zhenggu explained, he was once the top brother of Hong Lu, having led them into Yau Ma Tei. However, he later became disillusioned with the nature of the lowly mule and chose to retire, running a dilapidated bar instead. Zhenggu continued, if you can find this Shindang, and if he is disinterested in continuing his previous life, I will host a ceremony to honor his departure from that world. He may then join our Jiulong group as a deputy manager. Should he wish to maintain his ties with the gang, I will personally facilitate his transition to Hongxing. Zhenggu spoke with a commanding presence, knowing that mere mention of the tyrant would suffice to keep Hong Lu in check. Upon hearing Zheng Ji's conditions, the others recognized that he truly valued this individual named Shindang. Yaowen affirmed, Zhenggu, I will ensure this matter is handled properly. Just then, the front desk called, Mr. Zheng, there is a Mr. Song Shichong here to see you. Chapter 78. A conversation between the Song father and son upon learning that Song Shichong was seeking Zhenggu. Qin Zheng, the only one among them with notable business acumen, inquired, Zhenggu, is this the chairman of the Defeng group? I have heard he has close ties to the mainland. Zhenggu responded, Oh, Zhixin, do you know him? Qin Zheng clarified, Zhenggu, do not jest. I have merely heard of him. After all, he is the chairman of a public company. And while the Song family's holdings in Hong Kong may not rival the four great families, their influence is certainly formidable. As they conversed, Song Shichong entered with Yang Qianer. Zhenggu stood to greet him, extending a handshake. Mr. Song, Miss Yang, it is an honor to welcome esteemed figures from a public company to our humble establishment. Please, take a seat. He gestured for them to sit down. Song Shichong warmly shook Zheng Ji's hand, saying, Mr. Zheng, you are truly impressive. I returned from the mainland last night and heard from Qianer about your assistance. I must thank you and Mr. Wang. Without your help, I fear Captain Su would have struggled to fend off the assassin. Song Shichong expressed with a hint of trepidation. It was but a small token of appreciation. Zhenggu replied, as Song Shichong produced a check for 10 million Hong Kong dollars and placed it on the table. Jimmy Yaowen and the others were taken aback by Song Shichong's generosity. However, Zhenggu did not reach for it, smiling instead as he said, Mr. Song, you are overly generous. The matter of protecting Miss Yang was entrusted to me by Governor Yi. As for this check, I must insist you take it back. He extended the check back to Song Shichong. Song Shichong countered, I understand, but the fact remains that although the governor entrusted you, it is my daughter who benefited from your protection. Thus, this is merely a personal token of my gratitude. Recognizing Song Shichong's sincerity, Zhenggu decided to accept the gesture. Very well, since you insist, I shall graciously accept it. Meanwhile, Yang Qianer, who had not seen Su Zhenyang at the first opportunity, wore a forlorn expression, her gaze lost in thought. For her, accompanying Song Shichong to Zheng Ji's office was driven by the hope of seeing Su Zhenyang once more, entirely overlooking the fact that she was Song Shichong's girlfriend. Zhenggu observed Yang Qianer's demeanor and cast a sympathetic glance at Song Shichong, thinking to himself, my friend, I have removed your hat. If you still wish to turn green, you cannot blame me. At this moment, Song Shichong continued, Mr. Zheng, I have learned that your Jiulong group owns a property company. What are your thoughts on the security measures for this building? Zhenggu, contemplating his response, maintained a calm demeanor and inquired, what is your intent, Mr. Song? Ha ha ha, Mr. Zheng, I feel we are quite compatible, so I will speak plainly. This building belongs to the Song group, and the security fees collected are not substantial. However, I am willing to extend a favor to you, Mr. Zheng, allowing your personnel to handle security. What do you think? The words of Mr. Song Shichong left the audience utterly astonished. When had Zhenggu become so formidable as to command the attention of Mr. Song Shichong, the chairman of the Defeng group? This question lingered in the minds of those present, refusing to dissipate. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng graciously expressed his gratitude, stating, I appreciate Mr. Song's kind regard. Should any troubles arise in the future, please do not hesitate to speak up. Mr. Song Shichong responded with a smile, saying, Please, Mr. Song, you are being too courteous. We are not strangers. From now on, you may call me A Chong, and I shall call you A Zheng, which will facilitate our communication. To which Qin Zheng replied, Very well. A Chong, I hope you do not take offense. Noticing the favorable impression Mr. Song had of him, which had reached 88, Qin Zheng decided against further reluctance. He then introduced the others, stating, Chong, this is Li Jian, whom we all affectionately call Jimmy. He is the general manager of my Kowloon group and currently oversees all investments in Pengcheng. Jimmy greeted, hello Mr. Song. I am Jimmy. Mr. Song Shichong shook his hand and said, Jimmy, do well. I know some people in Pengcheng. When I have the chance, I will introduce you to them. Jimmy expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that while Qin Zheng was acquainted with Yi Sheng and Lu Shi, knowing more officials from various levels could prove beneficial. Qin Zheng then introduced Yao Wan, saying, this is Tan Yaowen, whom everyone calls Yao Wan. He is the vice president of Kowloon Group and currently manages our business on Hong Kong Island, including the property company. Mr. Song Shichong shook Yao Wan's hand and remarked, please come to our company tomorrow afternoon. I will arrange for the head of the company to sign the property security contract with you. Yao Wan thanked him and shook hands with Mr. Song Shichong. He then introduced Ruby and Chun Zixin, upon which Mr. Song Shichong, upon learning that both were Qin Zheng's women, offered a knowing smile that only a man could understand. After some light conversation, Mr. Song Shichong excused himself, citing business matters to attend to. Upon returning home, Mr. Song Shichong sought out his father, Song Yunlong, the head of the Song family. Father, I have established a preliminary friendly relationship with Qin Zheng as you instructed, he said respectfully. Observing his son's hesitance, Song Yunlong looked sternly at him and said, do you think my approach seems overly enthusiastic? Mr. Song Shichong nodded in agreement, admitting, yes, father. I feel that showing such respect to someone involved in the underworld is somewhat disgraceful. Hearing this, Song Yunlong expressed his frustration. Emir Zhao Guoming has left you at a loss. If the mainland had not arranged for a high-ranking bodyguard to assist you, do you not think that if you had befriended someone like Qin Zheng earlier, this matter could have been resolved discreetly? He continued, secondly, I am getting older. While I still have some connections in the mainland, we are ultimately seen as opportunists in the eyes of many, unlike the Hua family, who are steadfast allies. Relationships are diminished with each use. Thirdly, does Yi Sheng's decision to entrust this matter to Qin Zheng not suggest they have had prior contact? Or could it be that Qin Zheng was originally sent by the state to undertake certain tasks regarding the 1997 handover? Realizing his father's insight, Mr. Song Shichong began to comprehend that Qin Zheng might indeed be someone from the mainland. Cultivating a good relationship with Qin Zheng could prove advantageous in both Hong Kong and the mainland, especially since it only required offering what was already due. Sensing his son's thoughts, Song Yunlong advised, Chong, I am growing old. One day, the Song family will be in your hands. While opportunism may yield some gains, it is not a stable foundation. If you must act, do so decisively. The more you do, the more the false can become true. Do you understand? Mr. Song Shichong nodded solemnly in agreement. Meanwhile, the notorious Hong Lulong, known as Piao Ge, found himself increasingly restless. Chapter 79, The Lamp. The cause of his anxiety stemmed from the news that Yao Wan, a protege of the tyrant from Yau Ma Tei, was seeking a certain lamp individual who had previously mingled with Hong Lo. Consequently, numerous gang leaders and veterans were urgently contacting Piao Ge, inquiring why the lamp had offended the tyrant's associates. If all else failed, they suggested removing the lamp from the organization. Piao Ge felt helpless, exclaiming that he had been at home when trouble struck. He hurriedly called the lamp, only to realize he had not been in touch for too long and could not find the number. Resigned, he announced that the lamp had withdrawn from the organization 3 years prior and that his current whereabouts were unknown. Thus, the lamp was unwittingly expelled from the gang. Upon hearing Hong Li's statement, many gang leaders scoffed at Piao Ge's actions but recognized it was the most prudent course of action. After all, who would challenge the tyrant? Reputation mattered little without strength. This sentiment echoed among the gang leaders, while some newcomers felt that Hong Li's reputation had suffered, vowing never to join his ranks. Nevertheless, Hong Li's followers reasoned that the lamp had not been a member for 3 years. If he had offended the tyrant, he should be the one to face the consequences, not them. At that moment, the lamp was blissfully asleep in his bar when suddenly, loud banging echoed at the door. Brother Lamp, are you awake? He stirred from his slumber, grumbling. Who the hell is making all that noise? Don't they know I'm sleeping? Just get to the point. The voice outside replied, Brother Lamp, when did you offend the tyrant from Yau Ma Tei? The entire Hong Kong Island is frantically searching for you. The lamp immediately shook off his drowsiness, opened the door, and welcomed the young man who had been knocking. Xiao Bao, what is the situation? Why am I being accused of offending the tyrant? He asked anxiously. Xiao Bao recounted how Yao Wan was looking for him and how Hong Lu had announced his expulsion from the gang. The lamp erupted in anger, cursing Piao Ge for being treacherous. After venting his frustration, he inquired, did Yao Wan say what he wanted with me? I've been in Fanling for 3 years, never stepping out. How could I have offended the tyrant? Xiao Bao shook his head, indicating he was unsure. After much contemplation, the lamp decided to confront the matter directly in Yau Ma Tei, At worst, he could apologize. Having gained insight into the nature of the underworld during his time with Hong Lu, he understood the importance of humility in the absence of power. He thanked Xiao Bao, saying, "Tonight, the bar will be closed. Please inform the nearby residents." Afterward, the lamp hurriedly washed up, donned his finest suit, and prepared to head to the Julong nightclub. By the time the lamp arrived at Julong nightclub, it was already 7 p.m. Observing the opulence of the venue, he realized that even during his most glorious days, he had never seen such grandeur, especially knowing this nightclub belonged to the tyrant. It was incomparable. As he stepped in, a man named Fu Guang, noticing the lamp's flamboyant attire, remarked, "What business do you have here? We do not hire male escorts." The lamp, unfazed, replied, "I am the lamp and have come because I heard Yao Wen is looking for me. Take me to him at once." "What nonsense. When I was a big brother, you were still in your infancy," the lamp asserted confidently. "Though this is the territory of the tyrant, and his underlings are present, it almost seems as if no one has ever held the position of leader. When I stormed into Bolin Street, you were still searching for your next meal." Upon hearing this, Fu Guang remarked, "Good lad, you've got guts. Follow me." With that, he led Shindeng to Yao Wen's office. "Brother Yao Wen, this is Shindeng," Fu Guang announced as they entered the office. "Thanks, Fu Guang. You go on and tend to your business. I'll arrange a complete night out for you tonight." "All on my tab," Yao Wen generously replied. "Haha, thank you, brother Yao Wen," Fu Guang responded. Ever since he experienced the splendor of Hong Kong, Fu Guang found his salary insufficient, though fortunately, Ailian and Yao Wen often treated their brothers to meals and drinks. Meanwhile, Shindeng observed Yao Wen, aware that although he didn't know much, he recognized Yao Wen as a key lieutenant of the tyrant Qin Zheng, the white paper fan of the Hongxing Oil Ma Tei faction, who maintained amicable relations with Qin Zheng's various underlings. Yao Wen scrutinized Shindeng, vaguely perceiving some resemblance to Jiang Tianxing in him, and he harbored serious suspicions that Qin Zheng had taken Shindeng under his wing for some nefarious amusement. "So, Shindeng, please have a seat," Yao Wen courteously invited. Without hesitation, Shindeng sat down opposite Yao Wen, casually produced a cigarette, and offered it to him. Yao Wen accepted, and after both lit their cigarettes, Shindeng inquired, "I wonder, brother Yao Wen, what brings you to seek out this lowly figure in all of Hong Kong? Do you have any guidance for me?" After taking a puff, Yao Wen replied, "You may find it hard to believe, but prior to this, I had never heard of you. It was Zheng Gu who mentioned that there's a talented red stick named Shindeng in Hong Lu, but alas, you've chosen the wrong leader." Stunned, Shindeng pondered his own status in contrast to that of Qin Zheng. Although he had debuted long before Qin Zheng, the latter towered over him in strength by countless measures. How could someone like him attract the attention of such a powerful figure? Frowning, he asked, "Brother Tyrant, what do you mean by that?" "I want to beat around the bush. It's like this. Zheng Gu believes you possess talent and wishes for you to work for him. If you're weary of the strife of the underworld, Zheng Gu will arrange a clean break for you, allowing you to join his company to handle some corporate affairs. Rest assured, these are legitimate enterprises," Yao Wen continued after another puff. "However, if you cannot let go of the vendettas of the underworld, you can directly join Hongxing, and Zheng Gu will personally welcome you, elevating you to a position of prominence, providing you with a role. Zheng Gu will personally negotiate with Hong Lu on your behalf." After hearing this, Shindeng felt that this was no tyrant he was dealing with, but rather a benevolent ruler. After contemplating for a moment and weighing the advantages of joining Hong Lu versus Hongxing, it became clear to him that Qin Zheng utterly overshadowed a Piao. Even a fool would know how to choose. "I am willing to join Hongxing and follow Zheng Gu," Shindeng declared. "Although Hong Lu announced this afternoon that I was expelled, I still hope Zheng Gu can speak with Piao Gu to resolve this matter." After listening to Shindeng, Yao Wen called Qin Zheng. "Hello?" At that moment, Qin Zheng was dining with Ruby and Chun Zixian. "Brother Zheng, it's Yao Wen. I just spoke with Shindeng. He wishes to join Hongxing. According to him, he was announced as no longer part of Hong Lu this afternoon. But he still needs you to negotiate with Hong Lu to finalize matters, to avoid any unpleasantness later." Qin Zheng understood Shindeng's intent and replied, "Inform him that I will negotiate with Hong Lu regarding this matter, ensuring that he transitions smoothly into Hongxing. Also, remember to treat him well tonight." Upon hearing this, Yao Wen gestured an okay to Shindeng, then said, "Brother Zheng, allow me to properly host you." After which, he invited Fu Guang to join them in showing Shindeng the cultural nuances of Oil Ma Tei. Chapter 80, Transition. The next day, Qin Zheng sat in his office in Central and called Chen Yaoyao. "Do you have a contact for Hong Li's leader? I need to discuss a matter with him." Upon hearing this, Chen Yaoyao, having caught wind of the previous day's rumors, inquired, "What is the matter? Do you need assistance?" Qin Zheng replied, "Just a small matter. I'll handle it with a phone call." Chen Yaoyao, not pressing further, provided Qin Zheng with the contact information. After hanging up, Chen Yaoyao reported Qin Zheng's situation to Jiang Tianxing, who simply said to let him be. At that moment, a Piao, enjoying dim sum with his underlings in Sha Tin, received a call from Qin Zheng. Hello, is this Brother Piao the leader of Honglu? I am Qin Zheng from Hongxing. A Piao nearly dropped his chopsticks. Regaining his composure to respond quickly, the tyrant? What can I do for you? Qin Zheng said, Brother Piao, I have a favor to ask. Are you free this afternoon for a chat? A Piao, recalling the possibility of this being related to Shing Sing, immediately responded, sure. Let us meet at Qin House in Sha Tin at 3. I'll be waiting. He then called Yao Wen, instructing him to bring Shing Sing to the central office of the Kowloon group. Upon receiving the call, Yao Wen contacted Fu Guang, asking him to wake Shing Sing, who was still in a state of blissful slumber. Learning from Fu Guang that Qin Zheng wanted to see him, Shing Sing felt a surge of excitement. After all, this man would soon become his leader, providing him with a platform to prove himself. He hurriedly dressed, applied some styling product, and adjusted his outfit to ensure he looked presentable. When Yao Wen arrived to pick him up, they set off for Central. As Shing Sing watched the scenery whiz by, he curiously asked Yao Wen, where are we headed? Yao Wen explained, we're going to Central. Zhenggu is waiting for us at the company. He briefly introduced Qin Zheng's Kowloon group, omitting any mention of dealings in the mainland. Upon hearing this, Shing Sing realized that Qin Zheng's power extended beyond mere appearances, and he felt as if he was boarding a grand vessel. Before long, Yao Wen brought Shing Sing to the company's floor. The receptionist, upon seeing Yao Wen, exclaimed, Manager Tan. The chairman said you've arrived. You can go straight to the office. Noticing Fong Min's cordiality, Shing Sing feigned annoyance, saying, Didn't I say you could just call me Yao Wen? Did Jimmy say something bad about me? Fong Min, merely an 18-year-old girl with little experience, replied with a hint of distress, It wasn't brother-in-law. It was my sister who told me that when there are outsiders in the company, we should use titles to maintain your dignity. Seeing Fong Min on the verge of tears, Yao Wen decided to ease the mood, saying, Xiao Min, you're right. But he is not an outsider. You can just call him Brother Deng. Fong Min, looking a bit shy, complied and called out Brother Deng. Yao Wen chuckled and led Shing Sing toward Qin Zheng's office. At the entrance of the chairman's office, Shing Sing noticed a man in his 30s, dressed impeccably in a black suit, with a well-groomed appearance and an upright posture standing at the door. Upon seeing Yao Wen, the man nodded in acknowledgement. Yao Wen greeted him, Brother Jun, and Shing Sing followed suit. After knocking and entering, Yao Wen introduced, Zhenggu, this is Shing Sing. Shing Sing gazed at the young man seated on the sofa, the underground tyrant of Yau Ma Tei, and felt the commanding aura emanating from him. He respectfully addressed, Hello, Brother Tyrant. I am Shing Sing. Qin Zheng produced cigarettes for both of them, and Shing Sing, being observant, promptly retrieved a lighter to ignite their cigarettes before lighting his own. A phone. Yao Wen has informed me of your aspirations, Qin Zheng stated. I am also aware that you are an astute individual. Otherwise, you would not have chosen to retreat after leading Honglu to victory on Portland Street. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Shing Sing's expression grew complex. Indeed, who among those who navigate the underworld does not desire to wield power? And which diminutive mule, after penetrating the bustling district of Yau Ma Tei, would choose to vanish immediately? I am not a ghost, and Hongxing is not Honglu. If you possess the capability, I shall support you, provided you demonstrate your own worth. Do you comprehend? I have scheduled a meeting with Honglu and the ghost at 3 this afternoon to discuss your matters, Qin Zheng informed Shing Sing. Gratefully, Shing Sing replied, Thank you, Brother Zheng, for your kind acknowledgement. I, Shing Sing, vow before heaven that in this lifetime, I shall remain unwaveringly loyal to you, ready to brave any peril. Then, looking at Shing Sing, he inquired, Where do you currently reside? Is there anyone else at home? Shing Sing, feeling somewhat shy, replied, Brother Zheng, at present, I have a modest bar in Fanling. I have 2 younger brothers. My elder twin brother works at a repair shop in Saikang and often takes clients' cars to race. My younger brother, however, is just idling about in Fanling. Regarding the car-related brother Hua, he is none other than the god of cars. With this thought, Qin Zheng asked Shing Sing, What is your full name? Shing Sing truthfully responded, Brother Zheng, I am known as Deng Shan, hence my nickname Shing Sing. My brothers are named Deng Feng and Deng Jia. In that case, once you change affiliations, have Deng Feng come and drive for me. As for Deng Jia, you shall personally guide him. Remember, we in Yau Ma Tei do not dabble in drugs. Do you understand? After Qin Zheng concluded his conversation with Shing Sing, Yao Wen interjected, Brother Zheng, I am unable to attend this afternoon. I must go to the Duff phone group to sign a security contract. Then you carry on with your business. I'll have Fei Quan accompany me, Qin Zheng replied, promptly calling Fei Quan to arrive at Qin House in Sha Tin before 3 o'clock. At Qin House, the esteemed elders of Honglu and the notable Brother Piao were unaware of the purpose of Qin Zheng's visit, their anxious expressions betraying their anticipation. They've arrived, Brother Piao. A convoy is approaching. Yet, it seems the tyrant's grand Mercedes is absent, remarked a younger associate standing by the window, observing the halted vehicles. It was Fei Quan who disembarked, uncertain of Qin Zheng's intentions for summoning him, and as he awaited Qin Zheng's arrival, The rest of the Hongxing members he brought along also exited their vehicles. Before finishing a single cigarette, a fleet of grand Mercedes arrived. 7 cars in total. With Qin Zheng seated in the middle one, driven by Shing Sing's brother Deng Feng, whose driving skills Qin Zheng held in high regard. Upon seeing the convoy, Fei Quan approached to open the door for Qin Zheng. After disembarking, Qin Zheng briefed Fei Quan on the situation. Shing Sing and Deng Feng recognized Fei Quan as Qin Zheng's most trusted aide and promptly greeted him. Brother Fei? Fei Quan, eyeing the duo, stated. Since Brother Zheng values you, you ought to perform your duties well and not bring shame upon him. Should you dare to betray Brother Zheng, I will not hesitate to make mincemeat of you. Qin Zheng remained silent, leading Wang Jianjun, Shing Sing, and Fei Quan into Qin GT house. Upon seeing Qin Zheng enter with Shing Sing, a Piao appeared somewhat bewildered but warmly greeted him. Brother Zheng, you honor us with your presence. What brings you to discuss matters with Hong Lo? Qin Zheng, taking a seat, wasted no time and addressed Brother Piao directly. Though you declared yesterday afternoon that Shing Sing had exited your ranks 3 years ago, per the rules of the Underworld, I felt it necessary to inform you that Shing Sing is preparing to switch allegiances to join me. The words of Qin Zheng brought a sigh of relief from the members of Hong Lo. They found humor in their decision to expel Shing Sing from the organization. Realizing they had been played for fools by Qin Zheng, who had inadvertently sparked thoughts of revenge. However, upon noticing the imposing presence of the tyrant across from them, those thoughts quickly extinguished. After all, this was the tyrant. Did they not witness how Long Yi, a rival gang comparable to theirs, suffered losses against him? Qin Zheng. Shing Sing is no longer one of us in Hong Lo. If he wishes to join your Hongxing, that is beyond our concern, a Piao asserted, steeling himself. Very well, since the leader of Hong Lu has stated it thus, I shall refrain from further insistence. Qin Zheng acknowledged, seeing their capitulation. Shing Sing, today, in the presence of the leaders of Hong Lu and esteemed elders, I, Qin Zheng, formally welcome you into our ranks. Henceforth, you may operate under my banner. Once you have made your contributions, I will elevate you to a prominent position. Qin Zheng's commanding voice resonated throughout the tea house and outside. The gang members murmured among themselves, recognizing the emergence of a second Fei Quan. Shing Sing was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed leader." At this moment, Deng Feng hurriedly presented Shing Sing with a red envelope. Shing Sing respectfully accepted the envelope and performed a tea salute. Qin Zheng, before all in attendance, directly returned 1.88 million to Shing Sing. Deng Feng, observing his elder brother's fortune finally arriving, felt a surge of pride. A Piao, however, looked on with a bitter expression. Knowing that while Shing Sing was indeed talented, such a formidable presence could not remain within Hong Lo. The group then returned to the Kowloon nightclub, and news of Shing Sing's acceptance by the tyrant spread swiftly through Hong Li's ranks. Initially, many were curious about this Shing Sing. After all, 3 years had passed, and the underworld had seen many fierce figures rise. The once quiet Shing Sing had faded from memory. However, as days progressed, stories of Shing Sing's exploits resurfaced, detailing how he had led Hong Lu from the rural outskirts of Lam Tin to triumph on Portland Street, marking him as a notable figure among the emerging talents of that time. In the following days, Qin Zheng arranged for Shing Sing to accompany Yao Wen during the day to handle matters for Kowloon Company and to visit Lok Yao Street at night, where he had been allocated a venue by Fei Quan. Shing Sing also began gathering familiar associates from the old Shu Choi to prepare for a significant undertaking, striving to reclaim his dignity and prove to the diminutive mule of Hong Kong that the tyrant's judgment had never faltered. Meanwhile, Zhuo Wei, filled with rage after receiving a call from San Chuan Fu, arrived in Hong Kong. He met with Tai Yi and San Chuan Fu at the Yamaguchi-gumi's secret base. Tai Yi looked at Zhuo Wei with a face full of shame, while San Chuan Fu recounted the specifics of the incident. Upon hearing that not only had the tyrant, who had incapacitated Tai Yi with a single blow, but there was also a man wielding a military dagger who proved equally formidable, Zhuo Wei's expression darkened. San Chuan Fu confirmed, stating that Tai Yi had indeed fought against the dagger-wielding man, but had been injured, while the assailant had remained unharmed. Zhuo Wei contemplated that it would be prudent to resolve the matter with Tachibana Masanori before addressing Qin Zheng. He declared, in that case, once Tai Yi is healed, we shall deliver a grand gift to Tachibana Masanori on the day of his return. Outside the Wang Qi restaurant in Mongkok, the entire major crimes unit and the anti-organized crime team had gathered. Officers from Yau Ma Tei, including Li Xian and Chen Guozhong, observed Chen Jixiong, the commanding officer of the Yau Ma Tei district. He remarked that as long as no riots disturbed the public, they would merely observe from the sidelines, allowing the leaders of various gangs to converge upon the venue. Xiao Wenbiao welcomed Tachibana Masanori and the distinguished figures of Wang Qi at the entrance, warmly greeting the visiting comrades of the underworld. The revered Fei Deng, along with the leaders of various factions, including Di from Tsunwan and the unassociated Lu Se, came to extend their congratulations. Mr. Gao, congratulations. It is truly impressive to witness the first dual flower red stick emerging from Wang Qi. Fei Deng exclaimed with a grin. As he spoke, the younger fellow beside him quickly presented several floral arrangements. Upon hearing the derision from Fat Deng's lips, Gao Wenbiao remained unfazed and replied, Deng Bo, please do not embarrass me. Who doesn't know that in Suan Wan, you and Lianxing are inextricably linked? Our Heji pales in comparison to your might. After saying this, he turned to Big D and remarked, I presume that you will be the next figurehead for Lianxing, am I right? Big D raised his chin, a smile stretching across his face as he responded, Mr. Gao, I cannot say for certain. It all depends on how the society decides. However, I believe I possess the greatest capability to assume the leadership at present. Fat Deng shot a glance at the boastful Big D, his expression darkening as he said, Mr. Gao, I shall not trouble you further. We will head inside to converse with others. With that, he led his entourage straight into the restaurant. This must be the star of the evening. Truly a person of remarkable stature, said the bald blue whale as he introduced himself to Tachibana Masanori. Accompanying Blue Whale, the camel felt somewhat embarrassed and also greeted Gao Wenbiao. Tachibana Masanori was at a loss, unable to comprehend the origins of this eccentric character. Gao Wenbiao remarked, Blue Whale, you are an elder. There is no need to be so glib in front of the younger generation. Camel began to regret his decision to accompany Blue Whale. As they both entered the restaurant, greeted by the smiling faces of the attendees, Blue Whale observed the scene and commented, what a humorless bunch. After finishing his words, he followed closely behind Jordan. At that moment, Qin Zheng arrived with a large entourage to show support. Hello, Mr. Gao, I am Qin Zheng. I heard today marks the auspicious occasion of Tachibana Masanori's appointment as a dual flower red stick, so I brought some of my younger brothers to offer my congratulations. Qin Zheng said with a smile. Gao Wenbiao regarded Qin Zheng with a sense of profound admiration. From the moment Qin Zheng clashed with Hongtai, it was evident that he was a person of substance. To think that within a few short months, he had transformed from a mere fledgling into a true dragon soaring through the heavens. Ah Zheng, your presence brings me great joy. I thought you might not attend. Especially with Mr. Jiang and the hall masters from Hongxing here, Gao Wenbiao warmly welcomed him. Allow me to introduce you. This is our society's Tachibana Masanori, now appointed as a dual flower red stick, and he also represents a flower from your Hongxing. You must take good care of him in future business endeavors. Of course, Qin Zheng chuckled in response. Then I shall lead my crew inside. As Qin Zheng entered the restaurant, a wave of excitement ensued. For his entourage was indeed impressive. Apart from Wang Jianjun, who was clad in black, few recognized the others. Tian Hong, Aji, Yaowen, Fei Chuan, Ho Bao Ming, the Vietnamese brothers, and the little overlord were all prominent figures in Yau Ma Tei and were staunch followers of Qin Zheng, exhibiting a camaraderie far superior to that of others. Qin Zheng enthusiastically greeted familiar faces within the venue. Dragon brother, long time no see. What? Tian Hong is switching alliances? You might as well ask him yourself. Bao Gu. Aji is here too. Don't you have anything to say to him? Camel brother, where's that rascal Crow? Deng Bo, where's Lu Xiao these days? Jiang Tianxing observed Qin Zheng mingling among the big shots, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. Chapter 82, The 10 Red Sticks of Continuous Battle. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Lei Ho Lung and Wang Bao remained relatively unperturbed, while Camel and Fat Deng wore expressions as if they had bitten into something foul. The onlookers chuckled at this scene, for few could make both Camel and Fat Deng appear so discomfited. At this juncture, Gao Wenbiao, along with the esteemed elders and hall masters of Heji, made their entrance. The leader, Gao Wenbiao, approached the central platform of the venue. Standing at the center, he clasped his fists in greeting towards the guests and expressed his gratitude, saying, I appreciate all the fellow practitioners of the martial world for attending this grand event hosted by Heji, in honor of our formidable member, Tachibana Masanori, who is being appointed as a dual flower red stick. At this point, Li Tailong, the little overlord from the New Ji Society, interjected, On what grounds does your Heji's Tachibana Masanori deserve to be appointed as a dual flower? Lei Ho Lung, Axe Head Jun, Wang Bao, and even the tyrant hold far more illustrious reputations, do they not? The audience began to murmur, as Huang Jun's words resonated with truth. The names he mentioned were all renowned figures, each a top boss in Yau Ma Tei. A mere fourth-tier lackey aspiring to the title of dual flower red stick in Hong Kong, especially as the only one of its kind, seemed rather irregular. Gao Wenbiao listened to the discussions without interjecting. After a while, as the chatter subsided, he began, I understand that many of you harbor reservations regarding this matter. In truth, I am not entirely in favor either. However, my younger brother believes he is capable. As the older generation, we cannot forsake our junior. Hence, I proposed a condition. If he can withstand the continuous challenges from 10 red sticks without faltering, I shall endorse his appointment as a dual flower red stick. I have also discussed this with Mr. Jiang, the leader of Hongxing. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt that this arrangement was more acceptable. Nonetheless, someone inquired, who are these 10 red sticks? Will they be individuals we've never even heard of? Gao Wenbiao chuckled heartily at this, saying, I, Gao Wenbiao, never deceive people. The 10 red sticks are as follows. Defei from the Hongxing Society, Qing Tianlong from the East Xing Society, Yizhong from Heji, Lao Fu Pan Jiao Long Mimi. Huo Wu from the Zhongxing Society, San Lian Spider, Hong Li's Water Buffalo, Feiji from Lianxing, Xing's Ni King Tian, and Along from the Chengel Gang. The names Gao Wenbiao announced greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Good heavens, these were all renowned fighters from their respective societies. Initially, they thought Gao Wenbiao was merely going through the motions, but it seemed he genuinely intended for Tachibana Masanori to earn the respect of those questioning his capability through combat. Upon hearing the names of the challengers, Qin Zheng understood that Tachibana Masanori was undoubtedly set to achieve the dual flower title today, and he had no intention of causing any disruption. He merely wondered if the people from the Dark Gate would still show up today. The red sticks named by Gao Wenbiao, with the exception of Lianxing, stepped forward at the behest of their respective leaders. Gao Wenbiao descended from the platform, and Tachibana Masanori leaped onto it. This display instantly caught the attention of those with strength below, particularly Lei Ho Lung and the Hongxing prince, who regarded Tachibana Masanori like a predator eyeing its prey. Tachibana Masanori, let me test your mettle, you Japanese scoundrel, exclaimed Spider from the Salian Society, launching a surprise attack as soon as Tachibana Masanori ascended the platform. Unfazed, Tachibana Masanori swiftly executed a karate punch, striking Spider in the abdomen, causing him to collapse. Frothing at the mouth, the crowd gasped at Tachibana Masanori's formidable prowess. Following this, Feiji from Lianxing took the stage. Ever since being pursued and attacked by Qin Zheng, Feiji had been diligently training, but alas, his innate talent remained limited, and no matter how much he practiced, he could only reach the level of street brawling. Within a few exchanges, he was bested by Tachibana Masanori. Fat Deng stared intently at Yudo Biao, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze, unable to utter a word. For Feiji was his subordinate, Hong Li's Water Buffalo, the personal bodyguard of Hong Lu Piao Gu, in his 40s. Had once carved a reputation alongside Piao Gu on the streets. However, age had dulled his edge, and he too fell swiftly. Along from the Chengel Gang, a top-tier enforcer, had mingled on the streets from a young age and later received formal training in boxing, showcasing considerable skill. Upon witnessing the Water Buffalo's defeat, Aaron swiftly raised his leg and kicked towards Tachibana Masahito. Tachibana skillfully sidestepped, accelerated to close the distance, seized Aaron's arm with his left hand, and struck with a knife hand toward Aaron's ribs. A sharp crack echoed as Aaron fell to the ground. Xing's Ni Wang Tian launched a flying kick at Tachibana Masahito. As a disciple of Su Long, the chief instructor of Xing, Ni Wang Tian was renowned for his kicking techniques and was a formidable fighter in Hong Kong. While a flying kick may appear impressive, it leaves one vulnerable in the air, presenting a significant opening for a master like Tachibana Masahito. In a flash, Tachibana leaped, executing a flying kick that collided with Ni Wang Tian, resulting in a resounding thud as Ni Wang Tian fell, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. The spectators, who had initially been amused by Tachibana's effortless dispatch of 5 opponents, now wore expressions of concern. Upon witnessing Tachibana's prowess, Yizhong, also affiliated with Heji, felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, their rivalry had been ignited over the assault on Lu Yadao, and he was determined to best Tachibana this time. As Yizhong took to the stage, the crowd harbored little hope of him halting Tachibana. However, to their surprise, Yizhong unleashed his full strength from the outset, leaving the audience bewildered, suspecting it to be a tactic devised by Gao Wenbiao. As a red-collared member of Heji, Yizhong had forged his reputation through relentless battles in Mongkok. He charged at Tachibana for a direct confrontation, but with every exchange, he was suppressed by Tachibana's might. His arms were already bruised and swollen, forcing him to concede defeat. Huo Wu from the Zhongxing Society brandished a spear, preparing to engage, while Tachibana unsheathed his sword. Huo Wu initiated the assault, elegantly wielding his spear before lunging towards Tachibana's forehead. Observing the trembling spearhead, Tachibana remained unfazed, parrying Huo Wu's weapon with ease. He leaped, bringing his sword down with tremendous speed and weight. Huo Wu, caught off guard, struggled to defend himself against the onslaught, and ultimately surrendered. Only Defei, Situhunan, and the sole female red-collared fighter, Mei Mei, remained in the fray. Defei was the first to rise, propelling himself toward Tachibana like a cannonball. His right hand aimed directly at Tachibana's face. Tachibana's gaze remained steady as he slightly pivoted to the left, evading Defei's assault, his left hand darting out like lightning to strike Defei's armpit. In pain, Defei instinctively formed an elbow strike, crashing into Tachibana's chest. Anticipating the move, Tachibana twisted his torso and leaned back, simultaneously delivering a whip-like kick to Defei's ankle. Defei's weight sank as he anchored his left leg, absorbing the sweeping blow, then lunged forward with both hands, successfully locking Tachibana's right arm, driving his shoulder into Tachibana's chest while raising his knee to strike Tachibana's abdomen, a signature maneuver known as the 484. Tachibana's chest tightened, yet he suffered no significant injury. With a swift motion, he reversed his grip, dislocating Defei's arm. As his fighting capacity diminished, Defei had no choice but to shake his head in defeat. Situ Haonan, eager to prove himself as Dongxing's dragon captor, was keen to enter the fray, thinking that if he triumphed, it would signify his superiority over the fallen eight. Chapter 83. The initial appearance of Zoe on Hong Kong Island. With this thought in mind, Situ Haonan charged forward, believing Tachibana had expended some energy after defeating 8 opponents. He called out, "Tachibana, do you need to rest? Otherwise, I fear my victory may lack merit." With a smile, Tachibana replied, "There is no need. I feel invigorated." Upon hearing Tachibana's words, Situ Haonan's expression shifted slightly. "In that case, do not blame me," he retorted, launching himself at Tachibana with a direct punch. When Tachibana dodged, Situ Haonan followed up with a kick aimed at Tachibana's shin. Tachibana raised his leg, countering with a kick to Situ Haonan's leg. Situ Haonan retreated a couple of steps, narrowly evading Tachibana's kick. Tachibana then leaped into the air, executing a turn and landing a kick squarely on Situ Haonan's chest. Upon landing, he followed up with a heavy punch, sending Situ Haonan flying. Only Lao Fu's red-collared Mei Mei remained on the stage, the sole woman in the contest. Not one to hesitate, Mei Mei immediately engaged in close combat, employing her jujitsu techniques against Tachibana. With a swift push off her right foot, she closed the distance. Her punches delivered with such speed that they seemed to leave an afterimage. Her Western-style punches struck with precision, but Tachibana sidestepped, the wind from her fist grazing his cheek and drawing blood. Before he could regain his balance, Mei Mei ensnared him with Brazilian jiu-jitsu, her legs swiftly locking around his waist, her body intertwining like a serpent, shifting his center of gravity. Tachibana's breath caught as he summoned the power of his karate, channeling energy from his feet to his arms. He gripped Mei Mei's ankle with his left hand, twisting his body at an improbable angle to break free from her hold. In the realm of masters, victory often hinges on a fleeting moment. Tachibana's right hand transformed into a blade, slicing down along Mei Mei's shoulder with a force akin to iron. Mei Mei gasped in pain, her grip loosening. Sensing his opportunity, Tachibana swiftly extricated himself, delivering a powerful kick to Mei Mei's waist, sending her tumbling off the stage. With that, all 10 red-collared fighters had fallen, leaving Tachibana standing resolutely on the battleground. The Heji members led the applause, and though the other factions clapped reluctantly, they joined in the congratulations. In the eyes of Lei Ho Lung and the prince, it appeared as though Tachibana had not yet unleashed his full potential, both licking their lips in anticipation. Despite her injuries, Mei Mei received considerable applause, as she was the only one among the red-collared fighters who could pose a challenge to Tachibana. Meanwhile, some onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, began comparing Tachibana to Lei Ho Lung. The prince, tyrant, axe-headed Jun, and Wang Bao, debating who was the mightiest among them. Qin Zheng watched his subordinates engrossed in discussion, feeling somewhat bored. Among those present, only Wang Jianjun could fathom Qin Zheng's current strength. Gao Wendiao pulled Hongxing's Jiang Tianxing to the center of the stage, where Tachibana stood. Esteemed members of the martial community, next, we from Heji and Hongxing shall jointly bestow upon Tachibana the dual red-collared honor, Gao Wendiao declared with great delight. At that moment, Jiang Tianxing wore a smile as he regarded Tachibana, contemplating the comparison between him and Qin Zheng, pondering whether if Tachibana could surpass Qin Zheng, then Qin Zheng's significance would diminish. As soon as Gao Wendiao finished speaking, a cacophony of laughter erupted. "Ha ha! Are you truly going to honor a traitor who has betrayed the organization? Have you consulted us from the Yamaguchi-gumi?" The speaker was Zoe, flanked by Tai Yi and San Chuanfu. Tai Yi, upon seeing Qin Zheng, recalled the time Qin Zheng had called out Qin Yi, his expression shifting uncomfortably. The other factions present, hearing the mention of the Yamaguchi-gumi, began inquiring about their presence. Unfortunately, aside from those from Heiji, no one else knew of Tachibana's affiliation with the Yamaguchi-gumi, rendering their inquiries futile. Fortunately, Zoe quickly clarified the situation. Tachibana, as an assassin of our Dark Gate, ventured to assassinate the Yamaguchi-gumi's 4th-generation leader, Teuchi Masahisa, and then fled to Hong Kong. You from Heiji accepted him, and now you dare to join forces with Hongxing to honor him with dual red-collared insignia. All we came here to ascertain is what exactly emboldens you to disregard our Yamaguchi-gumi. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing realized he had fallen victim to an unforeseen calamity, orchestrated by Gao Wenbiao. His heart seethed with curses directed at Gao Wenbiao. However, a thought crossed his mind. Could this be an opportunity to eliminate Liang Kuan and suppress Qin Zheng? It seemed prudent to confer with Chun Yao upon returning. Although the Yamaguchi-gumi reigned supreme in Japan's underworld, Gao Wenbiao exhibited no trepidation towards them on Hong Kong Island. He brazenly retorted, "What are you lot? Today is a momentous occasion for us at Heji, and you should either congratulate us or consider the consequences of causing a ruckus in this establishment." Before Gao Wenbiao's words could fully resonate, a throng of Heji's underlings surged forth, encircling Zhuo Wei and his companions. Tachibana Masahito felt a warm surge of nostalgia as he witnessed Gao Wenbiao's boldness, rekindling the spirit of a former elite assassin within him. Zhuo Wei and his companions remained unfazed by the influx of ordinary thugs, fully confident in their ability to break through the encirclement with ease. At this moment, Tachibana stepped forward and declared, "Boss, this matter arose because of me. Allow me to handle it." Gao Wenbiao contemplated. Recognizing the presence of his men ensured no loss would be incurred. Resolving the situation adeptly would also enhance Tachibana's standing. Nodding thoughtfully, he replied, "Tachibana, you are now our esteemed dual-hued red stick at Heji. For your own sake and that of the organization, handle this matter with finesse." Tachibana nodded gravely and turned his gaze toward the trio, Sing, Zhuo Wei, Tai Yi, San Chuanfu. "I never imagined you three would come to apprehend me. Truly flattering." Zhuo Wei remained silent, casting a cold stare at Tachibana. Meanwhile, Tai Yi and San Chuanfu scanned the crowd, searching for Qin Zheng. Suddenly, amidst the throng, they spotted Qin Zheng, who, with a glass in hand and a smile upon his face, raised his glass in a gesture reminiscent of greeting an old friend. Tai Yi felt his composure falter at Qin Zheng's audacity. Not only did he raise a glass, but his lips moved subtly, as if addressing him directly. A tremor coursed through him, his anger teetering on the brink of eruption. Zhuo Wei and the others noticed Tai Yi's agitation. Following his gaze, San Chuanfu, having previously encountered Qin Zheng, understood the source of Tai Yi's distress. Zhuo Wei's first impression of Qin Zheng was that of a refined, smiling young man. Yet, he recognized that the ability to incapacitate Tai Yi with a single punch suggested a complexity beyond appearances. The power behind Tai Yi's 750-pound punch was not to be underestimated. However, today was not a day for vengeance against Qin Zheng. While the crowd pondered Zhuo Wei's intentions, they heard him declare, "Tachibana, you will either accompany us back, or I shall return with your lifeless body." Those present murmured in astonishment at Zhuo Wei's brazen words, acknowledging his formidable reputation as a member of the Yamaguchi-gumi. However, they also recognized that this was Hong Kong Island, where they could not unleash their chaos. Gao Wenbiao, usually cheerful, felt his temper flare at this blatant provocation. The insolence of the Yamaguchi-gumi was intolerable. Chapter 84, Tachibana's Defeat, Qin Zheng Takes Action. Witnessing Gao Wenbiao's increasingly grim demeanor in response to Zhuo Wei's repeated provocations, Tachibana Masahito felt compelled by old ties. He addressed Zhuo Wei, "I acknowledge I am no match for you, but your actions today will not go unchallenged. Let us settle this with a fight, as a means of closure with the past. Moreover, the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi has yet to be chosen. To whom does the Dark Gate currently pledge its loyalty?" With that, Tachibana stepped onto the platform. Although Zhuo Wei pondered Tachibana's final words, he did not hesitate to leap onto the stage. The prominent figures from various factions below watched with keen interest, particularly the Crown Prince and Lei Ho Lung, who focused intently on the unfolding battle, eager not to miss any details of the confrontation. Faced with Zhuo Wei, Tachibana recognized his inferiority but understood the necessity of resolution. With this conviction, he fixed a determined gaze upon Zhuo Wei. Without warning, Zhuo Wei launched the first strike. In peak form, Zhuo Wei's legwork was lightning quick, executing a low sweep aimed at Tachibana's calf. This foundational technique from his 100-man slaughter series could easily shatter bones with its speed exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. Tachibana did not flinch. He exerted tremendous force with his left foot, anchoring himself to the platform. His right leg bent in defense against Zhuo Wei's lethal kick. With a resounding impact, Zhuo Wei was forced back 2 steps, while Tachibana staggered 4 to 5 steps before regaining his footing, his calf injured but not significantly impairing his combat effectiveness. Observing this exchange, the Crown Prince and Lei Ho Lung discerned a disparity in skill between the two combatants. Lei Ho Lung remained silent, while the Crown Prince mused that Tachibana's connection to Hongxing afforded him a level of prestige, prompting him to approach Jiang Tianxing. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's assessment, Jiang Tianxing's gaze sharpened as he questioned, "Do you believe Tachibana has a significant chance against Zhuo Wei?" The Crown Prince, weighing his words, replied cautiously, "Only through combat will we ascertain the outcome." Jiang Tianxing's spirits dampened at this response. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng observed the duel, occasionally exchanging thoughts with his subordinates. Analyzing the clash between Zhuo Wei and Tachibana, most of his men were seasoned fighters, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle, internally comparing themselves to the combatants on stage. Aside from Wang Jianjun, who could contend with them, others seemed lacking in comparison. Back in the arena, the confrontation between Zhuo Wei and Tachibana raged on. Both, being assassins by trade, employed techniques aimed at delivering lethal blows, their existence defined by the art of killing. Elbows, knees, and finger joints were utilized as weapons, with attacks primarily directed at the eyes, throat, and temples, vital points for inflicting fatal injuries. As the crowd watched the fierce struggle, the combat intensified. After 20 exchanges, Zhuo Wei abruptly altered his technique, leveraging a wall for propulsion, his body spinning mid-air as his right leg swept toward Tachibana's head like a steel whip. Tachibana's pupils dilated in alarm as he arched backward, his body nearly parallel to the ground, narrowly evading the strike. In that split second, his right hand shot out, grasping Zhuo Wei's ankle, while his left hand delivered a powerful blow to Zhuo Wei's knee. Zhuo Wei, quick to respond, executed a deft maneuver, his other foot landing precisely on Tachibana's fist, using the momentum to free himself, and as he landed, he unleashed a sweeping kick that forced Tachibana to retreat repeatedly. Witnessing Tachibana being pushed back, Gao Wenbiao felt a surge of anxiety for him. Being defeated on one's first day in office would not bode well. As the battle wore on, Tachibana began to tire. His earlier encounters with the top 10 red sticks, although manageable, had demanded significant mental focus and stamina to secure such decisive victories. In contrast, his skirmish with Zhuo Wei, though brief, had substantially drained his energy. While Zhuo Wei's forehead glistened with a faint sheen of sweat, Tachibana was left gasping for breath. Seizing the moment, Zhuo Wei charged at Tachibana, unleashing his signature move, the air gate lock throat punch. The strike landed squarely beneath Tachibana's throat, followed by a devastating blow that ravaged his internal organs. Tachibana Masahito was grievously injured in an instant, collapsing to the ground. Everything has come to an end. As Zovi spoke, his right hand coiled with power, preparing to deliver a heavy blow to Tachibana Masahito's temple. Zovi, cease at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure you meet a death without a grave. The usually composed head of the Heji gang, Gao Wenbiao, now cast aside his usual elegance and shouted loudly. The Prince of Hongxing also witnessed this scene, eager to assist, yet unable to reach in time due to the distance. The members of Heji could only watch helplessly as Zovi's fist approached Tachibana Masahito, who had closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Just as the moment seemed to drag on, a strikingly handsome figure dashed towards the platform, delivering a direct punch aimed at Zovi's fist that was about to strike Tachibana Masahito. At the moment their fists collided, the surrounding air was compressed, producing a sound akin to an explosion. Even the police stationed in the tavern were startled. Chen Zhixiong hurriedly led several inspectors to investigate the commotion. Zovi was sent flying by the newcomer's punch. Fortunately, having exerted all his strength in the punch aimed at Tachibana Masahito, his right hand remained uninjured, though he now regarded Qin Zheng as a formidable threat. Indeed, it was Qin Zheng who had saved Tachibana Masahito. Qin Zheng had conceived a brilliant strategy to handle both Jiang Tianxing and Liang Kuan simultaneously. The gangsters of Hong Kong, renowned for their prowess in combat, silently observed Qin Zheng on the stage, reflecting on their own inadequacies in rescuing Tachibana Masahito from Zovi's grasp. They had not anticipated that Qin Zheng would accomplish this feat with such ease, indicating that he had surpassed them by a considerable margin. This was particularly true for the Prince of Hongxing, who bore the title of the War God of Hongxing. Ah Zheng, well done. This time, consider it a favor owed to you by Heji. Laughter erupted among the members of Heji, especially from Gao Wenbiao, who was elated. They had initially believed Tachibana Masahito, the prized red stick of Heji, was destined to fall, yet he had been saved by the tyrant Qin Zheng. Tachibana Masahito opened his eyes, and at that moment, he regarded Qin Zheng with a complex mix of emotions. Tai Yi and San Chuanfu, however, stood resolutely at Zovi's side, eyeing Qin Zheng warily. Zovi furrowed his brow and said, Qin Zheng, do you intend to meddle in our Yamaguchi-gumi's affairs with Heji? Qin Zheng, unconcerned, replied, do you wish to reflect on what you were saying? Tachibana Masahito is not only a red stick of Heji, but also one of our Hongxing's red sticks. As the head of Hongxing, is there a problem with saving one of my own? Jiang Tianxing interjected, though we may not possess the renown of your Yamaguchi-gumi, we of Hongxing have never feared anyone on Hong Kong Island. Jiang Tianxing had already devised a plan to eliminate Liang Kuan and Qin Zheng. Upon noticing Qin Zheng's gaze upon him, he offered a smile, though it bore a deeper meaning. Chapter 85. I am neither the head nor the one in charge. This is not in accordance with the rules, is it? Gao Wenbiao declared. Today, you shall not take Tachibana Masahito away. If you know what is good for you, leave at once. Otherwise, you shall not leave at all. Although Gao Wenbiao's words were spoken lightly, the underlying menace was palpable to all present. This was not due to Gao Wenbiao's bloodthirst, but rather a reaction to the humiliation inflicted upon Heji by the Yamaguchi-gumi today. Had it not been for Qin Zheng's intervention, Heji would have undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the underworld for the next 5 years. Zovi fixed his gaze on Qin Zheng, who met his stare with unwavering confidence. Tai Yi beside him noticed that several young men in black, visibly armed, were surrounding them. He tugged at Zovi's sleeve, and Zovi understood. Today, they not only could not take Tachibana Masahito, but also risked being shot if they lingered any longer. Zovi glanced at Gao Wenbiao, Jiang Tiansheng, Qin Zheng, and Tachibana Masahito, stating, Heji, Hongxing, remember this, Yamaguchi-gumi. Qin Zheng, our paths shall cross again in the future. With that, he attempted to leave the tavern with Tai Yi and San Chuanfu, but the young men surrounding them showed no intention of letting them pass. Just then, Chun Jixiong arrived with a large contingent of officers, addressing the gathered crowd. Boss Gao, today is a momentous occasion for your Heji. I assume you would prefer not to visit the police station? Gao Wenbiao maintained a stoic expression, merely gesturing for his men to allow Zovi and his companions to exit. Clearing a path, Zovi, along with Tai Yi and San Chuanfu, passed by Chun Jixiong, who cast a meaningful glance at Zovi. Chief Chun, I sincerely apologize. What wind brings you, the commander of the Yau Ma Tei district, here today? Gao Wenbiao donned his usual affable demeanor. Enough, Boss Gao. There is no need for such formalities. Maintaining public order is our duty as police officers. We merely came to investigate the loud noises we heard earlier. Since all seems well, we shall take our leave and not disturb you gentlemen of the underworld. Afterward, Qin Jixiong noticed that his officers had already departed. Seeing the officers leave, Gao Wenbiao also smiled broadly, exclaiming, I hereby announce that Tachibana Masahito is officially appointed as our Heji's red stick. He then turned his gaze towards Jiang Tiansheng. The other gang members also looked at Jiang Tiansheng, who cleared his throat and said, Hongxing is also willing to bestow a flower upon Tachibana Masahito, confirming his appointment as a dual red stick. Jiang Tiansheng found himself in a difficult position. Having previously promised Gao Wenbiao to endorse Tachibana Masahito's appointment due to the matter involving Big B. However, now that Zovi, who had defeated Tachibana Masahito, had been repulsed by Qin Zheng's punch, Jiang Tiansheng appeared somewhat foolish. Although Tachibana Masahito had been defeated by Zovi, he had also triumphed over 10 red sticks in the underworld of Hong Kong, including esteemed figures of the Eastern Star, showcasing his prowess. Gao Wenbiao then proclaimed, esteemed colleagues, I have arranged a banquet on the second floor. I cordially invite all brothers to join us. Everyone understood that sharing this meal would signify their acknowledgement of Tachibana Masahito's current standing as the only dual red stick in Hong Kong. In an instant, a silence fell, and the members of Heji grew somber. At this moment, Qin Zheng was the first to step forward, responding, since Mr. Gao has extended an invitation, it would be remiss to decline. He led the brothers from Yau Ma Tei upstairs. Qin Zheng's words provided a graceful exit for Gao Wenbiao and the elder members of Heji. Lei Ho Lung also spoke. Tachibana Masahito's strength is commendable. He is worthy of this title, and he, along with his loyal followers, ascended the stairs. Jiang Tiansheng, initially annoyed that Qin Zheng had stolen his thunder, quickly added, since Hongxing has appointed Tachibana Masahito, it signifies our acknowledgement of his status in the underworld. Subsequently, the newly established Ji and Lian Sheng, along with other first-rate gangs, began to voice their support, leading their men upstairs. The remaining second-tier and third-tier gangs followed suit and made their way to the second floor. At this moment, Tachibana Masahito had changed into a clean outfit and stood beside Gao Wenbiao. Observing the gathering of influential figures from the Hong Kong underworld, Tachibana Masahito felt a stark contrast to the atmosphere he had known as a killer. Qin Zheng was currently engaged in conversation with several prominent figures, including Lei Ho Lung and Wang Bao, while seated at the same table as Hongxing's Han Bin, Dinosaur, Xian, Sister 13, Liang Kuan, and others. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianxing mingled with fellow heads of the gang, sharing laughter with members of the Eastern Star, Lian Sheng, and others. Watching Qin Zheng converse amicably with the leaders of the various gangs, even the heads of Hongxing could not help but admire him, including Liang Kuan, who had intended to use Qin Zheng to advance his own position. The Numbers Gang, distinct from other societies on Hong Kong Island, has seen most of its factions fade into obscurity since the division into 36-word stacks. The few word stacks that continue to resonate in Hong Kong Island, however, are led by exceptionally formidable individuals. Figures such as Lei Ho Lung from Tsim Sha Tsui, Wang Bao from Mong Kok, and the infamous Beng Yiju from Macau stand out, alongside the previously notable Chue Sui Man from Yau Ma Tei. Yet, since the esteemed Red Stick Ah Wu has been incarcerated, the gang has been on a downward trajectory. Just as a lively conversation ensued, Gao Wenbiao approached with Tachibana Masayoshi. Ajing, I am immensely grateful. Tachibana, you ought to thank Ajing promptly. Had it not been for him, our entire Heji's reputation would have been tarnished. Gao Wenbiao sternly remarked, eyeing Tachibana Masayoshi. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Tachibana bowed respectfully towards Qin Zheng, expressing, thank you, Brother Zheng, for your timely intervention today. I, Tachibana Masayoshi, owe you a debt of gratitude. As long as I remain loyal to our gang, do not hesitate to call upon me. Qin Zheng chuckled heartily. Brother Tachibana, you are being overly formal. You are considered one of us in Hongxing. There is no need for such distance. Observing the commanding presence and rational demeanor of Qin Zheng, members of other gangs cast envious glances at Jiang Tiansheng, inwardly cursing him for his fortunate luck in having such a formidable leader. Nevertheless, they outwardly congratulated Jiang Tiansheng, while those privy to the inner workings of the situation regarded the already flushed Big B with sympathetic eyes. Gao Wenbiao continued, Ajing, Along, Wang Bao. Let us proceed to the main table. Without waiting for the three to decline, Gao Wenbiao led the way to the main table. Reluctantly, Lei Ho Lung and Wang Bao, eager to continue their conversation with Qin Zheng, followed suit. Additionally, Gao Wenbiao had arranged for other senior members to invite their guests to the main table, ensuring that every table featured representatives from Heji, including elders, leaders, and key figures, thus promoting a sense of equality. Qin Zheng was escorted to the main table by Lei Ho Lung and Wang Bao. This table was predominantly occupied by the heads of first-rate societies in Hong Kong, or those who could symbolize their leadership when abroad. Upon Qin Zheng's arrival, the attendees bore varied thoughts, yet all wore smiles. Mr. Gao, it seems that everyone seated here is either a gang leader or a representative. I, a humble leader from Yau Ma Tei, hardly fit the decorum of this gathering. Qin Zheng remarked. Gao Wenbiao promptly replied, Ajing, do not be modest. Were it not for you today, this banquet might have turned chaotic. Your presence at the main table is a collective decision from all of us at Heji. Indeed, Ajing, had you not taken your seat, we elder gentlemen would have hesitated to partake in the meal. Fearing Gao Wenbiao's reprimand, Fat Deng chimed in, his gaze towards Qin Zheng no longer filled with hostility. Yes. Ajing, please take your seat, Jiang Tianxing added with a smile. Seeing that everyone was so accommodating, Qin Zheng decided to accept their kindness without further reluctance. After all, as a leader, this was merely a matter of time. The moment Qin Zheng settled at the main table, second- and third-rate gangs promptly cautioned their subordinates against provoking him. Meanwhile, the likes of Axman Jun from the New G gang and Big D from Hejianxing gazed at Qin Zheng with a tinge of envy. Axman Jun, relatively secure in his position due to the familial nature of his gang, new outsiders could not ascend to leadership. Big D, however, held the strongest position within Hejianxing, commanding respect even if his personal prowess was not particularly remarkable, for his dominance in Sun Quan represented his strength. Among those present, the most envious of Qin Zheng was none other than Ling Quan, who contemplated the impending end of the month, plotting to oust Jiang Tianxing from his position. For the sake of executing this plan, he deemed any expense worthwhile. Qin Zheng's subordinates, brimming with confidence, not only engaged warmly with fellow members, but also fostered camaraderie with individuals from other gangs. Rather than merely celebrating Tachibana Masayoshi's promotion, it felt more akin to the coronation of the tyrant Qin Zheng. As the banquet concluded, tales of Tachibana's ascension and his near demise at the hands of the Yamaguchi-gumi, only to be saved by the tyrant at a crucial moment, spread throughout Hong Kong. Even more astonishing was Lei Ho Lung's candid admission of being bested by the tyrant. Remarkably, Lei Ho Lung refrained from contesting this, further elevating Qin Zheng's status among the lower echelons of Hong Kong society, earning him the title of the island's foremost expert. A week later, Jiang Tianxing from Hongxing received news from the Yamaguchi-gumi, demanding an explanation regarding Qin Zheng's defeat of Zhuo Wei and injury of Tai. Taken aback, Jiang Tianxing wondered when Qin Zheng had ever harmed someone named Tai, but he quickly summoned his strategist Chun Yao to the villa for consultation. During their in-depth discussion at the villa, they devised a meticulous plan targeting Ling Quan and Qin Zheng. Unbeknownst to Qin Zheng, who was at his company in Central, he was oblivious to the machinations between Jiang Tianxing and Chun Yao. At that moment, he was engaged in a conversation with Wang Jin regarding the preparations for a film. Rest assured, Brother Zheng, regarding the actors, thanks to Quan Ji's involvement, everything has been arranged. Various filming props have also been borrowed from Quan Ji's film company, and we are set to commence filming in the next few days, Wang Jin assured. Nodding slightly, Qin Zheng replied, I trust you to handle matters effectively. This is merely our first venture into filmmaking. Let us capture our unique style with dedication. Should any obstacles arise, seek out Fei Chuan for assistance. Understood, Brother Zheng. Wang Jin responded, having grown familiar with Fei Chuan over time. Very well, you may proceed with your work. After dismissing Wang Jin, Qin Zheng began to peruse his collection tasks. Aside from the acquired Xiaolong trilogy, he was eligible to claim rewards from Master Dehua. Observing the imminent completion of the Dehua task, Qin Zheng checked the favorability ratings. Jiang Tianxing at 20, Lian Haodong at 70, Chen Guozhong at 60, Shen Jixiong at 40, He Wenzhan at 60, Shindang at 90, Deng Feng at 85, and Lin Huailai at 80. While the earlier ratings were satisfactory, Lu Sei's 80 puzzled Qin Zheng. After all, what was the issue? Just because he had seized Suodun, others could do the same. Contemplating whether to claim the reward now or wait to acquire another Dehua to replace Lu Sei. He felt torn. Ultimately, Qin Zheng decided to wait for another Dehua to replace Lu Sei. Soon, the day before the gang's financial report arrived, Chen Zixin was at the Kowloon nightclub, meticulously verifying the amounts submitted by Qin Zheng's subordinates. Observing the respect shown by the gang members before him, Chen Zixin felt validated in his earlier bold decision. At that moment, Qin Zheng, engrossed in conversation with his subordinates, received a phone call. "Hello, Ajin. This is Quan. Do you have a moment to chat?" The characteristic voice of Ling Quan resonated through the line. "Sure, Quan Gu. I'll be there shortly," Qin Zheng replied. Sensing Ling Quan's eagerness to ascend to the leadership position, he then gathered Wang Jianjun and several comrades from the mainland and headed to the Qiankuan Film Company in Mongkok. Currently, Qin Zheng always traveled with Wang Jianjun and his comrades. All these veterans were signed to a security company, with Wang Jianjun as the chief instructor, overseeing approximately 30 retired comrades working in the security firm. Typically, they accompanied Qin Zheng alongside the less capable leaders in his ranks, such as Fiquan, Huobei Ming, and Yaoan. Upon arriving at the entrance of Lianquan's office, I was greeted by the sight of a strikingly attractive fire extinguisher, wiping its mouth as it emerged from within. Qin Zheng, somewhat at a loss for words, entered and inquired, "Brother Cohen, what is the matter? Are you feeling quite heated today?" Upon hearing this, Lianquan instinctively opened the window for some fresh air. "Ah Zheng, you have no idea. To deal with Chen Yao, do you know how much I've spent? Brother Ji, Fatty Li, and the beautiful talents all demanded 1 million, but that scoundrel Chen Yao had the audacity to ask for 10 million. So what? Are you just going to grant his demands?" Qin Zheng looked at Lianquan as if he were a fool. Yes, indeed, a staggering 10 million. How could I not be frustrated? However, he did divulge a critical weakness of Jiang Tianxing, one that could surely bring him down. "Oh, what weakness?" Qin Zheng asked. Curiosity piqued. Lianquan continued with a venomous tone. "That scoundrel Chen Yao said Jiang Tianxing secured a gambling hall under the name of Hongxing in Macau. But that establishment is non-existent within the organization's assets. It is precisely for this reason that I persuaded those fence-sitters, promising them a share of the gambling hall's profits once I ascend to power." After hearing this, Qin Zheng inwardly cursed Lianquan for his foolishness. He remained silent, merely observing Lianquan intently. Noticing Qin Zheng's gaze, Lianquan reassured him, "Do not worry, your share will not be insignificant." With that, he produced a leather suitcase. "Inside is 30 million. You will receive 1 million, and each of Han Bin and the other 3 will get 500,000. Assist me in securing them. And once I am in power, I will make you the second in command of Hongxing." Lianquan was not one to forget to paint grandiose visions. Compared to Lianquan's fanciful promises, the tangible sum of money was far more persuasive to Qin Zheng. However, he still felt the amount was rather meager. "You've sold so much powder. You won't be able to spend it all. Let me help you bear some of the burden." Qin Zheng contemplated before speaking. "Brother Cohen, given this paltry sum, I fear Han Bin might not be impressed. Han Bin is no country bumpkin. He is a well-known smuggling king in Southeast Asia. A mere few million would not be enough to entice him to betray his leader." After listening, Lianquan recognized the validity of Qin Zheng's argument. "Then how much do you deem appropriate?" Qin Zheng feigned deep thought before responding. "Why not add another 30 million? I assure you, I will handle Han Bin and the others." Upon hearing this, a fleeting flash of malice crossed Lianquan's eyes. "You cheeky fellow, do you see me as an ATM? You've taken tens of millions from me without a word of repayment." With an awkward smile, Lianquan replied, "Wait here, I will have someone bring the money." Unbeknownst to him, his intentions were transparently revealed, having earned a favorability rating of 0. "Then I thank you, Brother Cohen," Qin Zheng said, a grin on his face as he regarded the harbinger of wealth. "Ah Zheng, once I ascend as the leader, to whom should I hand over the territory in Mongkok? Perhaps we could select someone from your faction? Otherwise, the capable brothers from Yau Ma Tei are all clustered together, which hinders development." Qin Zheng easily discerned Lianquan's little scheme. It was merely a ploy to incite discord within the Yau Ma Tei faction by offering a position of authority. "Rest assured, Brother Cohen, the tigers you have stationed in Tsimsha Sui have been thriving there, have they not? While Yau Ma Tei may not rival Tsimsha Sui, it is not far behind. You can be at ease. However, I believe that handing over Mongkok to Sha Chong would be quite suitable. Sha Chong is your trusted aide, hailing from the Mongkok faction, and he is well versed in the area, Qin Zheng asserted. At that moment, Sha Chong, standing outside with 30 million ready to knock on the door, hesitated, curious to gauge Liang Quin's thoughts before entering. Sha Chong is not up to the task. He is foolish and lacks intellect. He cannot fight, and should Mongkok fall into his hands, it would inevitably be lost. Liang Quin disparaged Sha Chong's capabilities. Just as Qin Zheng was about to speak, Sha Chong pushed the door open. Brother Quin, here is the money you requested. His voice was somewhat cold. Liang Quin, oblivious to the change in tone, rebuked. How many times have I told you to knock before entering? Get out, and if you do this again, I will break your legs. Watching Sha Chong's retreating figure, Qin Zheng picked up the money and said, All right, Brother Quin, since I have accepted your money, I will ensure the matter is handled well. Rest assured, with your word, I can be at ease. Tomorrow, during the meeting, watch my performance. With Qin Zheng's assurance, Liang Quin's mood lightened slightly. Once outside, Qin Zheng noticed Sha Chong still seemed somewhat distracted, handing the suitcase to Wang Jianjun. Approaching Sha Chong, he offered him a cigarette while lighting one for himself. Observing this, Sha Chong quickly lit Qin Zheng's cigarette. Brother Zheng, I overheard your conversation with Brother Quin. Thank you for your support. Qin Zheng remained silent, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and patting Sha Chong on the shoulder before departing with Wang Jianjun and the others. After returning home to Central, he called for Han Bin and the others to come to the Central office. It was their first time visiting Qin Zheng's office in Central, and they were surprised to learn of his business there. Taking out a suitcase and placing it on the table, Qin Zheng addressed Han Bin, Long, Xiyan, and Sister 13. This is the money Liang Quin provided. He plans to confront Jiang Tianxing tomorrow, aiming to usurp his position as the leader. When it comes time to elect a new leader, I want you all to vote for him. Zheng, what do you think? Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, even the usually cash-strapped Long did not rush to take the money, let alone the sharp-minded Han Bin. My intention is to use the money for business. If he wants to elect, let him be, Qin Zheng stated nonchalantly. Han Bin and the others exchanged meaningful glances before Han Bin asked, And what about you? Will you not run? Me? The time is not yet ripe. Let Liang Quin indulge in the thrill of leadership. Otherwise, why would he be willing to part with his money for us to spend? Qin Zheng joked. They silently sighed, realizing the situation was far more complex than it appeared. After a brief exchange of glances, Han Bin remarked, Zheng, we will follow your lead. Previously, they had been in the same boat. In that case, you may divide the money among yourselves, Qin Zheng said. Han Bin produced 10 million for Qin Zheng, and then each of them received 5 million. Noticing this, Qin Zheng suddenly asked, Han Bin, do you have any connections for smuggling in Thailand? Han Bin, puzzled, replied, the smuggling market there is already occupied. I've heard it's run by someone from the royal family, making it hard for outsiders to penetrate. I operate mainly in the Philippines. Why? Do you have something in mind? Shaking his head, Qin Zheng said, I have a route to Thailand. The risks are high, but the profits are astonishing. Han Bin inquired, what specifically are you smuggling? White flour. I plan to transport goods from the mainland to Thailand. Once they arrive, there are buyers ready to purchase. We also have a factory that can produce some products, allowing us to ship directly from the factory's dock. The profits will be shocking. As a smuggling mogul, Han Bin quickly calculated the potential profits and asked again, are you certain there are buyers in Thailand? Yes, payment upon delivery, but I can't leave this side for now. And my subordinates have no experience with this type of operation, Qin Zheng admitted, feeling somewhat troubled. Zheng, if you trust me, let me handle it, Han Bin offered. The others, including Long and Sister 13, attempted to interject, but Han Bin silenced them. Bin, if you want to go, that is fine. But you'll take 20% of the profits. Otherwise, forget it, Qin Zheng stated, regarding the group. Zheng, I shall not hold back then, remarked Han Bin with a hearty laugh. Subsequently, Qin Zheng offered Han Bin a few minor suggestions, proposing an exploration of the Thai market to ascertain its deficiencies and transport the requisite goods there. Each trip could also yield a full return of merchandise to China, thereby doubling their profits. Engaging in this dialogue with Han Bin, Qin Zheng, possessing some memories from future experiences, was soon captivated by Qin Zheng's insights. The following morning, Qin Zheng, accompanied by Wang Jianjun, Fei Quan, and Yao Wan, made their way to the Hongxing headquarters for a meeting. The sight of an entire convoy of Mercedes-Benz cars outside the headquarters left all the onlookers in awe. Upon entering, the imposing presence of Wang Jianping and his comrades starkly contrasted with the demeanor of those onlookers. Before long, Liang Quin began to challenge Jiang Tianxing regarding matters pertaining to the gambling hall. Within the headquarters, the Red Poles cast incredulous glances at Jiang Tianxing. At this juncture, Liang Quin continued, Mr. Jiang, it has always been our tradition at Hongxing to elect a leader every 3 years. This year marks the third. I propose we hold a re-election today. Upon his declaration, the expressions of the hall masters present, aside from Debi, displayed little change. Chapter 88. Liang Quin ascends as leader, Selection of the Hmong Kokol Master. In 1978, I dealt with that group of big circle boys in Lantian. In 1983, I received orders to eliminate Shopee and reclaim the fish market in Hong Kong, which I accomplished. In 1985, I took down Chen Qi in Tsimsha Tsui, enduring 3 arduous years in the process. I have earned my place in this election, haven't I? Liang Kuan stated in his distinct, raspy voice. As Liang Kuan recounted his contributions to the organization, Brother Ji was the first to voice his support, stating, "Indeed, Kuan has been with the organization for many years. I have no objections to his leadership." Another voice chimed in. "Yes, Kuan has contributed significantly to the organization and has always been willing to assist fellow members. I also believe he is a commendable choice." This came from Ma Wangjian, a close friend of Liang Kuan. In the world of Hongxing, the principle of money for services governed the less dominant hall masters. Having accepted payment without delivering results would deter future clients. I disagree. The leader of Hongxing should be a member of the Jiang family. Liang Kuan, Ji, you are betraying your own. Dabi could only seethe in impotent rage from the sidelines. From his position of authority, Jiang Tianxing observed the expressions of the crowd. Though Qin Zheng and Han Bin remained silent, he knew Liang Kuan would certainly secure their support. In a place where democracy was valued, Jiang Tianxing suggested, "Let us vote on the matter." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yao raised his hand, declaring, "Mr. Jiang, I apologize, but I support Liang Kuan as our leader." Dabi stared at Chen Yao in disbelief, exclaiming, "Have you been bribed by Liang Kuan? How dare you betray Mr. Jiang? Do you think I won't take down your entire family?" Chen Yao retorted, "Bi, could you think before you speak? Mr. Jiang has advocated for democracy. It's time for a vote. Can't you see the contributions Kuan has made to the organization?" Upon hearing this, others began to raise their hands in support of Liang Kuan, each feeling emboldened by Chen Yao's defection. The atmosphere shifted as attention turned toward Qin Zheng and Han Bin. "Congratulations, Kuan Gu." "Oh no, I suppose I should now refer to you as the leader," Qin Zheng said with a smile, raising his hand in support of Liang Kuan. Han Bin and the others joined in, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Kuan Gu, on your ascension to the role of leader of Hongxing." Suddenly, the situation became clear. Dabi turned to Jiang Tianxing, who merely shook his head in response. Left with no course of action, he seethed silently. Those who qualified to attend the meeting at the headquarters were all astute individuals. Witnessing the support for Liang Kuan, they understood that Jiang Tianxing's influence was waning, and they fervently congratulated Liang Kuan. Seeing the turn of events, Jiang Tianxing said, "If that is the case, then let Liang Kuan take the leader's seat. I could use a respite." With that, Jiang Tianxing left the headquarters, his expression devoid of emotion. The crown prince wished to say something, but upon recalling certain matters, he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng, aware of Jiang Tianxing's ulterior motives, remained unfazed. Amidst the chorus of congratulations, Liang Kuan finally achieved his long-desired position as the leader of Hongxing. Sitting in his new role, Liang Kuan beamed with satisfaction, contemplating whether to take immediate action against Qin Zheng or to bide his time until his position was firmly established. However, he was not averse to employing some underhanded tactics. "Since I have ascended to leadership, it is customary for me to relinquish the Hmong Kok Hall master position. I see that Zheng has a wealth of talent in the Yau Ma Tei Hall. Moreover, the proximity of Yau Ma Tei to Hmong Kok makes it an ideal choice. I propose we select someone from Yau Ma Tei to take over as the Hmong Kok Hall master." Liang Kuan's ambitions ignited a flurry of speculation within the Hongxing headquarters. In an instant, the gazes of numerous influential figures shifted between Qin Zheng and Liang Kuan, as if attempting to discern any special connection between the two. Meanwhile, the lower-ranking members felt a mix of excitement and despondency. The excitement stemmed from the emergence of a vacancy for the hall master position, while the despondency arose from the thought of competing against the tyrant of Yau Ma Tei. Who would dare? The memories of Dabi being beaten for Wang Jianjun's sake at the Hongxing headquarters were still fresh in their minds. Upon hearing Liang Kuan's intentions to undermine the internal unity of the Yau Ma Tei Hall, a chill ran down Qin Zheng's spine. "Kuan Gu, are you truly willing to hand over the Hmong Kok Hall master position to someone from my Yau Ma Tei Hall?" Liang Kuan felt a shiver at Qin Zheng's words, but gritted his teeth and replied, "While I am now the leader of Hongxing, this is not a dictatorship. Everyone is welcome to make recommendations. I believe Yao Wan and Fei Quan are both excellent candidates, possessing both bravery and wisdom, capable of managing Yau Ma Tei efficiently." Upon hearing Liang Kuan's words, Fatty Lai quickly interjected, "I believe De Fei is also quite remarkable. He is renowned for his loyalty within Hongxing, and his subordinates are fiercely devoted to him." In recent years, Fatty Lai had faced considerable challenges, for although he was the North Point Hall master, De Fei's reputation far surpassed his own, and the two shared no other connection beyond their affiliation with Hongxing. "I think Fei Long is also a commendable choice. He manages the business affairs of the organization with great diligence, and his own ventures are flourishing. Brother Ji added his voice to the mix. Da Fei and Fei Long exchanged glances, seemingly communicating. How about you contest for the position in Yau Ma Tei, since you wish to play this game? Don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Zheng's icy voice resonated in the room. Since you, Kuan Gu, hold Yao Wen in such high regard, Yao Wen, do express your gratitude to the leader for recognizing your worth. As for Fei Quan, he still requires some refinement. Yao Wen glanced at Fei Quan, who nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Yao Wen stood up and said, Thank you, Kuan Gu. Observing Yao Wen's determination to compete, Da Fei quickly interjected, Leader, I believe I am unworthy of contending with Yao Wen for the Hall Master position. I recently lost to Tachibana Masahito, which has brought shame to Hongxing. So I voluntarily withdraw from this competition. With those words, Da Fei felt an immense sense of relief and nodded toward Qin Zheng, signaling his exit from the competition as a gesture of respect. As for Fei Long, he had already contemplated leaving the organization. Being thrust into the role of Mongkok's decision-maker would be a burden. Just as he prepared to decline, he heard his sworn brother, Abao, say, We thank Kuan Gu for considering Fei Long. By the time Fei Long wanted to refuse, it was too late, and he helplessly glanced at Abao, who offered him an encouraging look. In truth, Abao's thoughts were rather simplistic. After all, we all possess but one head. Why should it be that you, the tyrant, can take what you desire while others are left to contend for scraps? And as for Big Fei, that old acquaintance, he is truly lacking in ambition. Afraid of this and that, what use is he in this world? He might as well go home, wash up, and rest. Well then, since Fei Long has decided to compete with Yao Wen for the position of the Hall Master, we shall adhere to the traditional rules. I will divide the assets of Mongkok into 2 parts, entrusting each of you to manage one. 1 month shall be the deadline. Whoever can generate more profit for the gang will ascend to the position of Hall Master. Seeing that someone from the gang is willing to challenge Qin Zheng, Liang Kuan felt a surge of joy and prepared to discreetly assist Fei Long. The other attendees regarded Fei Long and Ah Bao with admiration. After dispersing, Fei Long quickly pulled Ah Bao back to his company. Ah Bao, do you have any idea how much trouble you've stirred up today? Can we afford to offend Qin Zheng? Ah Bao, however, remained defiant, digging his nose and retorting, What? Does Qin Zheng have an extra life? Or is he somehow invincible? Chapter 89, Liang Kuan's Scheme. The news of Yao Wen's contention with Fei Long for the position of Hall Master in Hongxing's Mongkok branch spread throughout the entire island. Yao Wen, a familiar figure who rose through the ranks alongside Qin Zheng, had quickly established himself as a formidable leader in Yau Ma Tei within just a few months. Although he wasn't known for his fighting prowess, he was undoubtedly a trusted confidant of Qin Zheng. In contrast, Fei Long's reputation in the underworld was not particularly illustrious. He was not a brawler by nature, but rather a cerebral type. Within the overarching structure of Hongxing, few could rival his ability to generate profit. His sworn brother, Ah Bao, managed several establishments in Hong, the majority of which were under Ah Bao's watchful eye, while Fei Long often busied himself like a businessman. His catchphrase was, Only Ah Bao and I know the true meaning of brotherhood. Ah Bao was led to genuinely believe that the two were inseparable comrades. Others in the underworld expressed envy for Yao Wen, with most convinced that his ascension to the role of Hall Master was all but guaranteed. Qin Zheng's other loyal subordinates, catching wind of the developments, flocked to the Kowloon nightclub to extend their congratulations. Coincidentally, Qin Zheng was also contemplating gathering his subordinates to discuss a few matters. Observing the increasing number of his subordinates and checking their loyalty, Qin Zheng felt a sense of gratification. The loyalty ratings of these subordinates did not dip below 85, indicating their unwavering allegiance. Gesturing for his subordinates to quiet down, Qin Zheng cleared his throat and stated, I initially planned to summon you all tomorrow. But since you're here today, I shall share my thoughts with you in advance to spare you from unnecessary speculation. In fact, Liang Kuan mentioned yesterday that he wanted us from Yau Ma Tei to oversee Mongkok, but I turned him down. Do you think Liang Kuan would generously leave the territory to us? A man as ruthless as he would not undertake such an unprofitable endeavor. He aims to incite infighting within our ranks. After making his point, Qin Zheng surveyed his subordinates and continued, Since I rejected his proposal yesterday, and he dares to bring it up again today, he should not blame me for what ensues. The reason for allowing Yao Wen to take charge is that he is more inclined to use his intellect rather than resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. The underworld is not solely about brawling. It is predominantly about human relationships and social intricacies. You should learn from Aja and Tony, focusing on enhancing the business and maximizing profits rather than engaging in constant conflict. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's praise, the Vietnamese trio straightened up, beaming with pride at their fellow brothers, a sight that even Qin Zheng found difficult to endure. Let me reiterate, anyone under my command who dares to betray his brothers or sell us out will find themselves gazing upon the scenic waters of Victoria Harbor, he warned. Understood? Understood, Brother Zheng. His subordinates chorused, their voices booming as they feared appearing timid. All right, you may return to your tasks. Qin Zheng dismissed them. Meanwhile, the early leaving Jiang Tiansheng had already informed Chen Yao and Bigby to meet him at his villa. When Bigby arrived at Jiang Tiansheng's villa and saw Chen Yao, he immediately erupted, "You traitorous scoundrel! How dare you come to Mr. Zhang's place? I'll make sure you regret it." With that, he lunged at Chen Yao. "Bigby, stop!" Jiang Tiansheng intervened just in time. He then explained the situation, revealing that the Yamaguchi-gumi would be arriving in Hong Kong to trouble Qin Zheng and Liang Kuan, which made Bigby's face light up with delight. "Chen Yao, you will temporarily stay in Hong Kong and keep an eye on Liang Kuan, distract him. But do not raise his suspicions," Jiang Tiansheng instructed. "Understood, Mr. Jiang. I will keep a close watch on Liang Kuan," Chen Yao replied. "Good. I trust you with this task. Bigby, what are your plans now?" Jiang Tiansheng turned to the still-dazed Bigby. Bigby, who had just been fantasizing about the downfall of Qin Zheng and Liang Kuan, quickly replied, "Mr. Jiang, I will remain in Hong Kong. I want to witness their fates with my own eyes. I plan to take a trip to the Netherlands to visit some relatives. Consider it a vacation. Why not join me? Didn't you say you were planning to immigrate? You could also scout the situation in the Netherlands," Jiang Tiansheng suggested. Upon hearing this, Bigby was somewhat tempted. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. "All right, Mr. Jiang, I will accompany you to experience the culture of the Netherlands." Back in Mongkok, Liang Kuan wasted no time. Except for his own Mongkok Chin Kuan Film Company, he consolidated and divided the remaining establishments to be entrusted to Yaowen and Feilong. Although Liang Kuan had assigned new territories to his subordinates after ascending as the leader, these new territories' profitability remained uncertain. After all, they would need to cultivate relationships with the new bosses and network. Thus, some murmurs of discontent arose, yet no one dared to voice their grievances. The following day, Liang Kuan summoned Yaowen to the main hall. "Yaowen, come in and take a seat," he said with a smile upon seeing Sha Chong escorting Yaowen inside. He then instructed Sha Chong, "You wait outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with Yaowen." After Sha Chong left, Liang Kuan offered Yaowen a cigarette. Yaowen accepted it, lit it, and tucked away his lighter, showing no intention of offering Liang Kuan a light in return. Liang Kuan chuckled awkwardly and fell silent for a moment. Taking a deep drag from the cigarette, he finally spoke. "Yaowen, it can be said that your entry into Zheng's fold is partly due to my influence. Indeed, it was thanks to you, Brother Kuan, that we had the opportunity to join. I owe you a debt of gratitude," Yaowen replied with a hint of sarcasm. Upon hearing Yaowen's tone, Liang Kuan pulled out a pen and wrote the character for righteousness in traditional script. Pointing at the character, he asked, "Do you know how to pronounce this character?" Surprised, Yaowen wondered what Liang Kuan was up to but replied, "Brother Kuan, don't tease me. Everyone knows this character. It means loyalty and righteousness. It's even inscribed on the plaque of the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall. Yes, this is the character for loyalty and righteousness. You see, I, for one, am a sheep. That is righteousness." As he spoke, Liang Kuan covered the upper and lower parts of the character with his hands. In the underworld, one ultimately seeks wealth. Those who uphold loyalty often meet their demise or end up imprisoned. "Would you consider coming to work for me? I can offer you double what you earn under Zheng," Liang Kuan proposed. "Ha ha, Brother Kuan, you jest. Aren't you and our brother Zheng good friends?" Yaowen chuckled in response. In his heart, he thought, having been associated with Shuang for so long, I've not received even a single benefit. And yet you expect me to continue this association? Who do you think you are? At that moment, Liang Kuan promptly produced a thick stack of cash and placed it on the table. "Take this money for now. Later, I'll speak to Zheng about bringing you over to film a couple of movies. Once you naturally become my person? How does that sound? You know we are brothers, right?" Ha ha. Chapter 90, The Killing Wolf. Glancing at the money Liang Kuan had placed on the table, which he estimated to be several 100,000, Yaowen thought to himself, no wonder Brother Zheng often comes here to take advantage. It turns out Liang Kuan is truly a big spender. This also indirectly confirms that selling white flour is indeed lucrative. All right then, Kuan go, don't waste your efforts. This sum of money cannot sway me, and I have no interest in playing the lead for you. With that, he turned on his heel and walked briskly out of the main hall without waiting for Liang Kuan to respond. Liang Kuan clicked his tongue and remarked, "Heh, Qin Zheng, you really have a knack for recruiting younger brothers." Raising his voice, he called, "Shuang, bring Feilong in." Before long, Feilong followed closely behind Shuang and entered. "Feilong, take a seat. We are somewhat old acquaintances. There's no need to be so formal." Meanwhile, Yaowen promptly made his way to the central district to find Qin Zheng. "Brother Zheng, today Liang Kuan asked me to summon him to the main hall, and he even wants me to do his bidding," Yaowen said, his face flushed with indignation. "Oh, what did Liang Kuan say? Do tell," Qin Zheng inquired, intrigued. Liang Kuan pulled out a stack of cash and suggested I film a couple of movies for him. After filming, I would naturally belong to him. It's truly disgusting. Why doesn't he step up to be the lead himself? Yaowen's expression was as sour as if he had just eaten something foul. Qin Zheng burst into laughter. Ah, Liang Kuan has indeed discovered your artistic talent. He can see you have the makings of a leading man. On the side, Wang Jianjun, having heard Yaowen's words, did not laugh at first, but after Qin Zheng's jest, he couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Yaowen glared at the two laughing men. If only he could overpower them, he would love to give them a good beating. If glares could kill, Qin Zheng and Wang Jianjun would have perished countless times at Yaowen's hands. After sharing a few jokes, Qin Zheng cautioned Yaowen. Although it was Liang Kuan who proposed you as a candidate for the Hall Master, you must understand he is not sincere. Be wary of any underhanded tactics he may devise. I understand, Brother Zheng. You need not worry. Yaowen nodded in agreement. He could somewhat decipher Liang Kuan's intentions. Perhaps previously, his superior, Qin Zheng, and Liang Kuan were allies, as they had a formidable leader, Jiang Tianxing, above them. Now that Jiang Tianxing was compelled to step down, Qin Zheng had become a thorn in Liang Kuan's side, a splinter in his flesh. In the afternoon, Liang Kuan's subordinates delivered the allocated venue lists to both Yaowen and Fai Long. Although they appeared to have similar profits, Yaowen's venues were primarily handovers with other gangs, leading to intense competition. In contrast, Fai Long's venues were all lucrative spots. Fai Long took a bow to the venue in Mongkok. His initial intention was to privately seek an explanation from Qin Zheng and not to compete with Yaowen for the position of Hall Master, as making money was paramount to him. However, Liang Kuan had presented him with an irresistible proposition. First, to arrange for his family to immigrate, and second, to pave the way for him to connect with the Bamboo Union in Taiwan. Currently, Fai Long was engaged in the electronics business on Hong Kong Island, having made a considerable profit by smuggling electronic products to Pingqing through a middleman. If he could source products directly in Taiwan, his earnings would multiply. Thus, he agreed to Liang Kuan's proposal and entered the competition for the Hall Master position. At that moment, a Bao eagerly rallied the younger brothers. Today marks the first day of the contest for the Hall Master position between Fai Long and Yaowen. You all better put in extra effort, understood? Days passed, and despite Fai Long and Bao working diligently to manage their business, aided by some covert support from Liang Kuan, they still could not match the popularity of Yaowen's side. Conversely, in Yaowen's case, the bosses in Yau Ma Tei, aware that the tyrant's subordinate Yaowen was overseeing the venue, brought their friends to visit, allowing Yaowen to meet numerous bosses over the past few days. In addition to various bosses, some street thugs and regular office workers frequented Yaowen's venue. The reason they chose to patronize Yaowen's establishment was that everyone in Yau Ma Tei knew that the tyrant's venue was the cleanest. One evening, Yaowen was at the bar enjoying drinks with Wang Bao. Observing Wang Bao continuously sipping his drink, Yaowen asked, Brother Bao, you've been visiting my establishment for 2 or 3 consecutive days. You've also reached out to other venues, having your subordinates bring people here. I genuinely appreciate it. I'm just curious about your intentions. Wang Bao swirled his wine glass and replied, Yaowen, I wonder what Aji has been up to lately? I haven't seen him in quite some time. Upon hearing this, Yaowen thought to himself, here comes the inquiry about Aji again. However, he replied, Brother Bao, you're putting me in a difficult position. Aji is usually elusive. How could I possibly know what he's up to? Realizing Wang Bao's lingering desire to recruit Aji, Yaowen suggested, if you wish to see Aji, why not go directly to Brother Zheng? He should know where Aji has gone. Wang Bao retorted, if I dared to seek out Qin Zheng, would I need to come here to inquire about news? Forget it, forget it. What is meant to happen will happen. And what is not meant to be cannot be forced. Having come to this realization, Wang Bao ceased mentioning Aji and continued drinking in silence. At that moment, Wang Bao's phone rang, and upon answering, his expression darkened considerably. He exchanged a brief word with Yaowen before hurriedly leaving with his subordinates. Yaowen did not dwell on it. After all, Wang Bao was a prominent figure, likely needing to attend to urgent matters within the gang. Brother Bao, take care. Come again next time. Tony from TSC Wanshan approached, saying, Hey, Yaowen, has Bao brother been inquiring about Aji again? Yaowen glanced at Tony and replied, Yes, you know, ever since Aji debuted. Wang Bao has been keeping a close eye on him. By the way, how are Ting and the others faring in TSC Wanshan? Yaowen. The 3 brothers Ting have managed to establish themselves in TSC Wanshan. Ting is a university student, so he's quite sharp. Dong has also trained extensively with Brother Tianhong, and his skills have improved significantly, Tony said with a smile. And you, how are you finding your time in Mongkok? This time, it was Brother Zheng who instructed you to come to Mongkok and perform well. Don't embarrass me, and certainly don't bring shame to Brother Zheng. Yaowen said seriously, looking at the grinning Tony. Seeing Yaowen's serious demeanor, Tony replied earnestly, Understood, Yaowen. I want to tarnish the name of the tyrant of Yau Ma Tei. Tony held a great deal of respect for Qin Zheng. Having established such a vast enterprise in Yau Ma Tei, he had promised to support him, and now, Seizing the opportunity, he was directly assisting Yaowen in Mongkok. Tony was not one to revel in violence or seek the limelight, which set him apart from figures like Fei Quan and the notorious Ming. He was more of a managerial type, capable of strategizing, and his subordinates were eager to follow him, a trait that mirrored Yaowen's own. Meanwhile, Wang Bao, with a grim expression, drove to a secluded area. The night was dark, illuminated only by the faint light of the moon, rendering everything nearly indistinguishable. Upon arrival, he saw another vehicle parked in front, where 4 to 5 tattooed men were pinning a bloodied individual to the ground. Chapter 91. After midnight, I call the shots. Upon seeing Wang Bao's car arrive, the bloodied man kneeling on the ground trembled, his eyes filled with profound terror. The footsteps treading upon the muddy ground resonated like a series of sharp blades, striking at his heart. Upon seeing Wang Bao approaching, he summoned every ounce of strength to charge at him. Despite Wang Bao's corpulent stature, his territory had been carved out through sheer force on the streets of Hong Kong. With agility, he deftly sidestepped the oncoming assailant and, with a swift turn, delivered a kick that sent the man sprawling 3 meters away. Wang Bao's face betrayed no emotion as he turned to inquire, "Is it truly him? Boss Bao, we have confirmed it. He is Chen Guozhong's mole embedded within our organization," came the respectful reply from his subordinate. Upon hearing this, a cruel smile crept across Wang Bao's face. Without uttering a word, he returned to his vehicle, opening the trunk to reveal a bag filled with golf clubs. He selected one, testing its heft, and nodded in satisfaction. "This will do," he muttered to himself, then made his way back, dragging the golf club behind him. As he spoke, "Hold him down," several burly men promptly restrained the victim. Wang Bao approached the man, brandishing the golf club and mimicking a golf swing, before suddenly intensifying his efforts, bringing the club crashing down upon the man's head. A resounding thud echoed as it struck his chin, causing it to cave in. The agonizing pain provoked desperate struggles from the man pinned beneath, yet he was utterly unable to escape the grip of the 4 or 5 hulking figures restraining him. As screams of anguish filled the air, Wang Bao's motions quickened until the man lay gasping for breath. Noticing the undercover agent's dwindling vitality, Wang Bao finally ceased his onslaught with the golf club. Wiping his hands clean with a towel handed to him by a subordinate, he declared, "Dispose of him, and leave him at the Mongkok police station. I want the officers there to witness the fate of those who dare to infiltrate my ranks." With that, Wang Bao departed. 2 gunshots rang out, conclusively ending a life. It was only after everyone had left that an individual, appearing somewhat mentally impaired, dared to peek out and resumed fiddling with his camera. In front of the Mongkok police station, an unmarked van screeched to a halt. After discarding a package, it sped away. At that moment, Chen Guozhong, accompanied by brother Hua, Achin, and Lu, returned to the station, having failed to locate the mole. They were greeted by a throng of people gathered outside the station. Following their line of sight, Chen Guozhong spotted a human-shaped package discarded at the entrance, blood seeping out and spreading across the ground. At that instant, he exchanged glances with brother Hua and the others, an ominous premonition dawning upon them. They hurriedly pushed through the crowd to investigate the package. To their horror, it contained the lifeless body of a man whose face had been so brutally beaten that it was nearly unrecognizable. The onlookers scattered in shock, and Chen Guozhong recognized the victim as the police officer he had sent undercover to Wang Bao's gang. At that moment, the police inside the station emerged, led by the officer in charge, Superintendent Zhang, who was also Chen Guozhong's superior. Witnessing Chen Guozhong cradling the corpse, a somber silence enveloped the gathered officers. It was evident from Chen Guozhong's demeanor that yet another comrade had sacrificed his life in the pursuit of justice. Shortly thereafter, a white van arrived, and the body, now covered with a white sheet, was loaded into an ambulance by medical personnel. Chen Guozhong's mind replayed the day he had assigned Chen Wei to infiltrate Wang Bao's organization. "Me, go undercover with Wang Bao? Are you out of your mind? That could get me killed," Chen Wei had protested, and recalling the expression on his face, Chen Guozhong felt a pang of regret for having sent him into such peril. Resolving this, Chen Guozhong turned to head towards the parking lot, prompting brother Hua and the others to hastily follow suit. Superintendent Zhang, realizing he could not prevent Chen Guozhong's actions, turned to the anxious Ma Jun and instructed, "Ma Sir, keep an eye on Chen Sir. Ensure he doesn't stir up any trouble." Following his orders, Ma Jun dashed to the parking lot, witnessing Chen Guozhong's car speeding away. He quickly followed in his own vehicle. Running several red lights, Chen Guozhong arrived at Wang Bao's nightclub, parking directly at the entrance. The nearby bouncers, mistaking his arrival for a hostile takeover, rushed out to encircle his car. The lead bouncer, flanked by a group of thugs wielding clubs, obstructed Chen Guozhong's exit. Furiously, Chen Guozhong flung open the door and glared at the surrounding thugs, declaring, "What do you want? Planning to assault an officer?" He prominently displayed his badge. Brother Hua, Lu, and Achin also emerged, badges in hand, pushing aside the thugs and circling them. Think you're so important just because you're a cop? Do you believe you can block others from entering? The gang leader sneered at Qin Zheng and his companions. As his words hung in the air, the thugs echoed their agreement. Ignoring their taunts, Qin Zheng asserted, I am here to see Wang Bao. Call him out, or I will make it my daily routine to frequent your establishment. Wang Bao's subordinates retorted angrily, does Boss Bao just see anyone he wants? The tension escalated as more thugs closed in. Just as the standoff reached a boiling point, Wang Bao descended the stairs, a bottle in hand, clapping mockingly. Qin sir, you truly are impressive, but I wonder if you'll appreciate the gift I have for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng immediately grasped Wang Bao's intentions. Overcome with rage, he swung a punch at Wang Bao, who deftly sidestepped the blow. Wang Bao retaliated with a powerful left hook that, if it landed, would surely leave Qin Zheng gravely injured or worse. Brother Hua, Lu, and the others rushed to intervene, but it was too late. Qin Zheng was mere moments from taking the hit. In a split second, Ma Jun appeared, blocking Wang Bao's strike. The two collided, trading blows with equal ferocity. Not bad, kid, Wang Bao remarked, a glint of appreciation in his eyes. You've got some skills. Where do you hail from? Interested in teaming up with me in Mongkok? Ma Jun disregarded Wang Bao's offer, turning to Qin Zheng to inquire. Qin sir, are you alright? Do you need backup? Qin Zheng signaled that he was fine, with Brother Hua and the others supporting him. Ma Jun then introduced himself. I'm Inspector Ma Jun from the Major Crimes Unit. Fatty, I hear you're the king of this street. Let me, Ma Jun, come and see what the legendary Wang Bao is made of. Wang Bao, incensed by being called Fatty, felt a surge of anger. It had been years since anyone had dared to address him in such a manner. He raised the bottle, preparing to smash it at Ma Jun's feet, growling, haven't you heard? After midnight, I run this street. You think you can act so brazenly? Do you believe I won't ensure you leave Mongkok tonight? As Wang Bao finished speaking, his throng of thugs surged forward. Ma Jun and his companions quickly drew their weapons, cautious of provoking a full-blown confrontation, one hand restraining the thugs while the other held their guns aloft. Wang Bao leisurely exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, his demeanor oozing arrogance as he stared down Ma Jun and the others, who glared back with palpable tension. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, the blaring horn of a car shattered the silence. Chapter 92. Qin Zheng, do you want the territory or not? Everyone turned to see a tactical vehicle pull up. Emerging from the vehicle was He Wenjian, the captain of the B squad of the Yao Sim Mong mobile unit, accompanied by 6 or 7 officers. Zheng, how's it going? Are you alright? He Wenjian pushed past the obstructing thugs to reach Qin Zheng, concern etched on his face. Upon seeing the PTU officers arrive, Qin Zheng and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. It's a minor issue. By the way, what brings you here? I saw a crowd of thugs gathering from a distance, so I thought I'd swing by and check it out. He Wenjian was also responding. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Wang Bao ahead. After a 2-minute standoff, He Wenjian prepared to depart with Qin Zheng and the others. The onlooking subordinates glanced towards Wang Bao, as if anticipating his command to retain these few men, prompting immediate action. He Wenjian addressed Wang Bao, questioning, Wang Bao, what is the matter? Do you truly wish to keep the entirety of the Yau Ma Tei's underworld under your watch? Wang Bao chuckled in response. Oh, sir. What are you talking about? He then turned to his nearby subordinates, instructing, why aren't you clearing the way for the officers? The subordinates promptly parted to create a pathway, and Wang Bao, with a hint of implication, remarked, officers, do take care on your way. There are already individuals awaiting you ahead. Safe travels. By the way, I seem to have misplaced some belongings. If anyone happens to find them, I would appreciate it if you could return them to me. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng, Hua Gu, Qin Gu, and Lu exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. Realizing that Wang Bao was aware of their theft of his money, Ma Jun, unaware of the situation, observed the audacious fat man threatening the police and was about to confront him when Qin Zheng quickly restrained him, declaring, Wang Bao, I will personally ensure your arrest. With that, he and his companions departed in their vehicle. Watching Qin Zheng leave, Wang Bao spat disdainfully, damn it, daring to stick a pin in my affairs and rob my money. What a fool. At that moment, He Wenjian pulled Qin Zheng aside, signaling him to step closer. In a secluded corner, He Wenjian, looking perplexed, asked, Zheng, what on earth are you doing? I understand you harbor resentment towards Wang Bao due to prior events, but you cannot act so impulsively today. Qin Zheng remained silent, his head bowed. After a long pause, he finally spoke softly, I have cancer, late stage. These calm words left He Wenjian utterly shocked. He struggled to find the right words. Is that true? When did this happen? Does Xiongga know? A month ago. My attending physician informed me. You are aware of my goddaughter's situation. She is still so young, and her parents were killed by Wang Bao. I swore to seek justice for them. He then recounted how he had arranged for an undercover operative to infiltrate Wang Bao's circle, revealing that today, the operative had been discovered and eliminated, his body discarded at the police station's entrance. After sharing this, Chen Guozhong, standing at 6 feet tall, appeared as helpless as a child. He Wenjian handed him a tissue and inquired, "And what about the belongings that Wang Bao mentioned as missing?" He fixed his gaze intently on Chen Guozhong. With no choice but to confess, Chen Guozhong admitted, "A few days ago, we took 20 million from Wang Bao's underground casino. Hua Gu is getting older, and his child needs money to buy a house. Chen Gu is divorced. With a daughter abroad, he wants her to have a better life. As for Lu, he only joined us because of our influence." Upon hearing Chen Guozhong's words, He Wenjian's brow furrowed deeply. He then grasped Chen Guozhong's arm, stating, "You cannot resolve this matter alone. We must seek out Xiong Gu." Chen Guozhong, reluctant at the prospect of approaching his older brother, replied, "If we deal with Wang Bao, we can at least exchange lives. That may be true for you. But what about your brothers? Are you indifferent to their fate?" He Wenjian's words seemed to awaken Chen Guozhong. Since learning of his terminal cancer, he had fixated solely on how to bring Wang Bao down, neglecting the safety of his brothers. Anxiously, Chen Guozhong drove to Chen Zhixiong's house, where he met with the commander of the Yau Ma Tei district, Chen Zhixiong, who also happened to be his older brother and He Wenjian's cousin. Chen Guozhong hurriedly recounted his issues with Wang Bao, including his cancer diagnosis. Chen Zhixiong listened, visibly taken aback, his expression grave. After a long silence, he asked, "Has it been confirmed? Could there have been a mistake?" Chen Guozhong remained silent, merely shaking his head. Observing Chen Guozhong's demeanor, Chen Zhixiong began to contemplate rapidly. He then addressed Chen Guozhong, saying, "Forget about Wang Bao for now. Focus on your recovery. I will handle him. As for your brothers, try to stay together and do not separate." Chen Guozhong nodded in agreement. Soon after, he and He Wenjian departed. Watching the retreating figures of his subordinates, Chen Zhixiong could no longer contain his tears. The following day, Chen Zhixiong approached the district's chief superintendent, Huang Bingyao. "Ah Xiong, why are you so eager to see me this early?" Huang Bingyao greeted him warmly upon noticing his early arrival. Chen Zhixiong proceeded to share Chen Guozhong's situation with Huang Bingyao. Upon hearing it, Huang Bingyao frowned and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "We should remove the flag of the young character. Isn't Qin Zheng's subordinate also in Mongkok? Let him take over the territory." Chen Zhixiong had already devised a plan. Huang Bingyao pondered for a moment, deeming the proposal reasonable. "Then I will entrust this matter to you. But be sure to confer with Qin Zheng beforehand." As a high-ranking member of the pro-Beijing faction, Huang Bingyao was well aware of Qin Zheng's identity, as was Chen Zhixiong. Additionally, they were informed by the South China Bureau of the National Security Agency via the Hong Kong Island Xinhua News Agency. They were also aware of Qin Zheng's involvement in the protection of Yang Qianer and the agreement made by Fei Bo to watch over the villa, which Huang Bingyao had approved. At that moment, Qin Zheng and Yao Wen were at a company in Central, while Jimmy had already been dispatched to the mainland with an additional 100 million in illicit funds. After all, the mainland was a crucial investment location for Qin Zheng. Fong Ting had accompanied him, stating that she would follow him wherever he went, despite their unmarried status. As for the sneaker store, it had opened more than 10 branches on Hong Kong Island, and had promoted staff who had initially worked in the store to managerial positions, everything falling into place. Qin Zheng had also acquired 2 production lines, which were sent to the factory. While Qin Zheng was engaged in learning at the company, he received a call from Chen Zhixiong. On the line, Chen Zhixiong invited Qin Zheng to meet at a cafe in Central for a discussion. Given the proximity, Qin Zheng brought Yao Wen and Wang Jianjun along, intending to uncover Chen Zhixiong's true intentions. Upon arriving at the designated cafe, Qin Zheng greeted Chen Zhixiong warmly. "Chen sir, what brings you, the commander of the Yau Ma Tei police, to seek my counsel?" He jested, "Please don't inquire about the Hongxing matters. I have no interest in being a traitor." Chen Zhixiong disregarded Qin Zheng's jest, and once they were seated, he asked, "Qin Zheng, do you require territory? If so, just say the word, and I shall have it delivered to you immediately."